say you'll be mine, if only for tonight. Come on with me and love me till sunrise. I know that you want me all over you, all over your body. Let's not waste time, 'cause the moment feels right. So hold me close like we're not just strangers. Take my hand with life with no danger. Have to be lonely. Hold me close like we're not just strangers. Take my hand with life with no danger. Have to be lonely tonight. Lonely tonight. Tonight. Let's put away our problems and heartache. I'll make you forget all of your bad days. I know that you want me all over you, all over your body. Let's take our time, 'cause babe, I'm yours all night. So hold me close like we're not just strangers. Take my hand with life with no danger. Have to be lonely. Hold me close like we're not just strangers. Take my hand with life with no danger. Have to be lonely tonight. Lonely tonight. Tonight. Just wanna have fun. Babe, take me home. Don't leave me undone. We don't have to be alone. Just wanna have fun. Babe, take me home. Don't leave me undone. We don't have to be alone. So hold me close like we're not just strangers. Take my hand with life with no danger. Have to be lonely. Hold me close like we're not just strangers. Take my hand with life with no danger. Have to be lonely
て限られたこの時を月夜に混ざり合うと息を二人だけが知る秘密動き出す窓の外眺めて遠くで揺れる光同じ先見つめ、yeah、 心はもうきっと気づいてる君じゃなきゃ意味ないありきたりかな口ずさむラブソング唇に Your eyes tell me everything I need Your smile笑い合えたら宝物だね約束なんて時代遅れと笑うけど僕ららしくていい離さないと誓うよ先読みなんてもう終わりにして僕の手を握って少し切ないそれもまた風情な胸味 Your eyes tell me everything I need Your smile笑い合えたら宝物だね
にじませた瞳をそっと拭い憎らしい気持ちにそっとさよならこのままではいても立ってもいられない受け止めてありのまま今夜 Say a prayer for me どう
Ventisca, Osteonisus, Hera, Hermes, Icarus, Narcissus, Medusa, Epasos, Ashalalala, Susus, Minerva, Ecobubus. I love it when you couscous. Aphrodite, Ventisca, Osteonisus, Hera, Hermes, Icarus, Narcissus, Medusa, Epasos, Ashalalala, Susus, Minerva, Ecobubus. I love it when you couscous. Aphrodite, Ventiscus, Hera, Hermes, Icarus, I love Aphrodite, Ventiscus, Hera, Hermes, Icarus, I love it when you couscous, love it when you couscous, love it when you couscous, couscous, couscous.
Only 4 slots remain for the APL major qualifier that will be played in PAX Australia in less than 2 weeks now. It's exciting, only 2 Fridays away, and we'll be kicking off the first APAC LAN in over 5 years. But of course, with those 4 teams still remaining, 2 will be decided today from APAC North. Joining me on the desk to kickstart our games, Jake Xenox and Diddy, Michael Guz Gurry. Jake, it's a pretty simple analogy today. First 2 games, win and you're in.
Yeah. I mean, I think win in and you're in is one of the better sayings that we've got in Siege, and it's an exciting day because of it. As you said, 4 slots remaining. We tried to pull you up on that last night, but
You tried.
You
You
were
tried
too good
your
for us.
hardest.
Look, I think when it comes to APAC North, the games that we've got today should be exciting because for PSG Talent and Scars, not making packs would be really a failure on the stage as a whole. I know that Scars have had their issues throughout group stage and obviously haven't been doing great in the playoffs either. And then FearX must win, really. They have to be beating Interforce. But E36 have actually shown really good quality so far this stage. They're not going to be easy beats. And, so far it's the week of the upsets. Anything can happen.
It is, and the pickup of Nina, I think halfway through the stage at the start of the year, I can't remember when Nina moved across, but has been a phenomenal pickup for E36 and have continued to kind of, I guess, add firepower to that roster that is now looking, as you said, quite dangerous. Let's have a look at the bracket and how things have unfolded so far. Of course, only 1 day of APAC North, so 4 best-of-3s have been played, which pretty much conclude the entirety of the upper bracket. However, we've got 1 more game at CAG and D+ Kia, an exciting one. The Japanese taking on the Brazilian rosters, and I'm very keen to get to that, but that will be our 3rd match of the day. Let's not get too excited. As it's all unfolded, B&K FearX dropping down into the lower bracket after a very convincing Brazilian performance, and of course PSG Talent could not stand the might of the Japanese, so they are now all the way down the trickly bottom, and to force 36 take on B&K FearX in our first matchup, followed by Scars and PSG Talon. Guys, I would say that probably the Scars PSG Talon, it's the game for me of probably the most inconsistent teams that are still high performing.
Yeah, that's an intriguing one because I feel like whoever goes on to lose that game will probably gain the mantle of being the fall-off roster for the stage.
Yeah.
Definitely Scars more so than PSG, given where Scars have been and that level of consistency that they've been able to maintain regionally. A loss would be pretty devastating for them, probably a nail in the coffin for that particular roster. So a big game, an exciting one, and a lot of pressure on both of those 2 teams. I don't think we've probably had a match with quite as much expectation on both teams in the lobby. Obviously, all the games we've had so far have had expectation, typically on one team more so than the other, and by a significant margin. That one probably stands out to me as being the one where both teams go in with, like, we should be winning this. And obviously only one team can walk out the other side with that pack spot.
Yep, they certainly can. And, well, the last 24 hours, it's been the days of the underdog, even in the bloody football. Down the United. It's been an interesting 24 hours that have unfolded before us, which means that E36 and B&K FearX, if you're a Korean fan, if you're a B&K FearX fan, you are sweating bullets. We were talking about it off cast a little bit before, Jake, about Enter Force 36. Relatively unknown in the first stage, as in what we would expect from them. However, it feels as though they've found a pretty good form of consistency as of late, which is, I mean, if you are B&K FearX, you're actually kind of scared of this matchup.
I mean, well, they should be, because FearX haven't really been at their best so far at this stage. I mean, like, you look at the attacker win rate perspective, Enterforce top 3, FearX dead last. Like, that is a big goal. Dead last. Now, the good news for FearX is they're top 2 for defense, so they're great defensively. They've been struggling on attack. Enterforce, not as good defensively. They're genuine 50-50% team in terms of their attack and defense, which is great for attack, probably on the average and poor side when it comes to defense. But there's a lot of metrics that E36 have been really good at. And more importantly, when you go to the actual player statistics that we've got up here on our screen, you mentioned Nina and an addition that he's been and has been performing incredibly well. Top 4 for APAC North this stage, 113 EPS, plus 26 KD. Entries have let him down a little bit. Out of the top 10 players that we've got EPS-wise, he's the worst for entry, -2. So that's the one caveat that I guess is against him. And then you add in Akuzu as well. So those 2 are both in the top 10. FearX only have 1 player in the top 10. So in terms of firepower and individual performances this stage, E36 have actually had better players than FearX, which is crazy to think about.
It certainly is. Guz, the roster probably is, it definitely sits in the mid-pack at the moment, but this is the kind of opportunity to break through that discussion, right? There's one game. It is literally one game that stands between you and making it to a LAN, the first LAN in such a long time. this is such an important match for them. In fact, it's probably, outside of Nina, maybe the most important match that some of these players have ever played.
Yeah, and I look back at that result against PSG, that 2-1 loss, and it is a pretty damning scoreline. They were quite good on Skyscraper, where they got the defensive rounds required, but then Cathay and Clubhouse, it was a 7-1, 7-3 against them, respectively. So Enterforce, for me, still are a middling mid-pack team. They have the potential, and they do have some firepower on that roster, I think, to be competitive in this particular matchup, but FearX really should be more well-rounded. Wow. The head-to-head numbers are intriguing, though. And I think it gives us an insight into probably more so on the side of FearX that they aren't quite performing at the level we would anticipate. They should be, on average, performing above 100 EPS across the board. So they haven't quite been firing. A lot of that, again, is off the back of their lack of prowess on attack. As Jake mentioned, their attacking win rate is like concerningly low. 35% is really poor. Defensively, they can make up for that, but in the long run, in best of threes, they really need to tidy up that attacking win rate, or it could cost them.
I think this series will come down to the entry battle. Like, you look at the KD numbers, I mean, they're essentially equal, -7, -6, right? So you scrap that up. EPS numbers the same. Cost is so marginally close. Both teams, in terms of their opening kills, 50% to FearX, 48.7 to Enterforce. So statistically, as you can see here and what we've got internally, there's nothing really separating these two teams. So you kind of come down into this series and think, well, what is going to be a separating factor? Is you've got two teams that are pretty average on opening kills. If one of the two teams gets on top in that department and they're able to convert, they're more likely to go on and win this series, I feel like, off the back of that. So, and if you kind of go and have a look at the opening kill conversion rate, again, neither of the two teams are separated. Both around that 68 to 69%. So that's going to be a big metric to look at, I think, in this series, is if one of the two gets on top in that department, that's a big separating factor.
Really interesting that Enterforce 36 have let Chalet kind of float through for being FearX. It is one of their best performing maps and something that they're very comfortable on. But well, obviously, the Consulate pick, we saw enough Consulate yesterday in Asia. I will say Consulate is, for me, such a scary map. Even when you are good on it, even when you know that you have the, I guess, strategic book, it feels like that map can just come down to a couple of misplays, a couple of indecisions, and you're done. Skyscraper to close things out. I think, as from my point of view, I look at this and it's a bit of an intriguing one, but you can see where the comfort picks have come through.
You're shaking your head, is it?
Yeah, well, I'm going through our wonderful new... You can go first.
Yeah, sure. Look, I think I'm pretty eager to just jump towards the end of the video more specifically. Skyscraper left up last. The expectation being that 3 maps is rather likely in this series, at least on paper, if FearX perform at a lower level like they have throughout the stage. That particular map, there's a really fun fact. They both last played it against PSG Talon, and they're both 7-3 victories. So take from that what you will. Of course, Enterforce played them 3 days ago. FearX, though, it was actually nearly 3 months ago. So we haven't actually seen FearX play Skyscraper for quite some time. That being said, it actually is recorded as FearX's #1 map preference. They don't ban it out all too often. So if we end up going the distance, map 3 is going to be quite intriguing. Yeah,
I mean, they haven't, like, for me, Enterforce have not won the first 2 maps in this series at all this stage, or last stage.
Wow. Yeah, that's not a good stat for them. However, what I will say is Enterforce 36 have definitely looked quite good in the playoffs, and they may continue to show good form. They're going to have to continue to show good form. Being FearX, this is an intriguing match for them. They must win this if they want to stay relevant in the conversation. This is a win and you're in. Well, lose and you're done. That's it. That's your year finito. You are going to have to wait until regional playoffs, until the last chance qualifier if you want to have an impact in 2025. It's time for us to get underway with our very first lower bracket matchup. And to run you through the action, this is going to be a shocker. It's Jake and Gus.
Oh, surprise. Didn't see that one coming. I wonder, though. Will this be a surprise? Will we not see this one coming? Enterforce come in as the underdogs, but it's been the week of the underdogs so far. It's must-win territory for FearX. They must have seen what happened to Elevate yesterday in Asia, missing out on packs, and being another top team within their own sub-region of APAC North. FearX would know they themselves have not been playing at their best lately, guys. They've been down on form. It's been a rough stage. This is where you've got to bounce back, have a big result, get the win over E36, book your tickets to PAX, and then from there you go on a lower bracket run. You've got to remember as well, SI points for VRX, certainly something that they would want to be taking into account throughout this playoffs. Consulate first up, VRX on the defense, and as I mentioned to Rob before, it's a strange old veto. Enterforce have not won on Consulate, yet they've picked it. They have not won on Chalet, allowed it through. And Skyscraper is a very, very good map as well for VRX. I mean, if you had to say who's won this map veto, it's definitely VRX. Unless E36 have cooked some strats up in the lab.
Yeah, maybe. The bans for the first half, Goyo Mute, Monty, and Blitz. And the side of choice down below for VRX basement site. And looking to extend on this roam across the entirety of the map. The Deimos in play to help facilitate roam clear. Dockerby as well here for E36. Entry between these two teams, very even metric, even opening kill conversion as well, if I recall correctly, is quite competitive between these two. And so there is a very real possibility it ends up being a very big difference maker in this matchup. The hard breach facilitated by the Thermite. And Enterforce not immediately contesting the roam, although now some pressure from the Deimos. June as well on the ram can drop, and he'll be wanting to get to work with his auto breaches. Nova can cut off yellow. And so there's a potential for Enterforce to find a more direct route towards the objective and exploit that. They do have information in towards the objective, and it is now just Mephi on site. Coated with a late rotate. I think E36 look to consolidate here. Nina goes deep.
Oh. Early aggression out of E36, wanting to take the fight to VRX. And with only 2 players left up and that plank going down suddenly this opening round, spells disaster for the Foxes. Muki's going to get that plant successfully down inside a garage. Rin on the cut back to site, gets caught by Nina, who's found 3 very impactful kills in this opening round. It's an early statement from Enterforce 36, and even the Boogeyman himself is not going to be able to scare out his opponents as Nina gets a quad in the opening round. Well, that's one way to kick off this game. It's been the week of the underdogs. Will that continue into APAC North? So far, good signs for E36, and not great for their opponents. Again, their attacker win rate, guys, is 34.9% this stage.
Yeah, good flood of the objective. Pillar trade was critical, and then Nina able to go deep and catch the defense as they rotate back towards the site. I like that little play there from Enterforce. They laid enough basic utility to cut off the flank with the Nomad. Bit of pressure elsewhere on the top floor just to throw off the defense, and then spearheading that attack directly through the main breach, not overcomplicating things.
And usually we'd be able to say, you know, it's the Japanese team versus the Korean team, and that's largely true, except for Harper.
Yeah. Harper's been around for a while now.
And we know that it's actually, I guess, a bit of a fun fact about some of these Japanese organizations, that they like to have this mix between Japan and Korean players, and that's something that we've seen a little bit of historically in APAC North.
Yeah. It's not particularly unusual.
Of course, for Japan, they've already got 1 team qualified for PAX in CAG, along with D+ from Brazil. Representing Korea, but from Brazil.
Yeah.
I mean, it's always hard to get a read off one round. I mean, E36 bring the pressure and the pace earlier. That might just be the wake-up call needed for VRX. Earlier start today as well for both of these two teams. VRX on defense. It's easy to start, a little bit sluggish. Takes a while to kind of get into the rhythm. And E36 might just be taking advantage of that. It is their map pick as well. And so far, so good. And they're thinking about a CO hit. Now, usually this Amaru will go in and straight back out. And I say straight back out, but they've already got Nina in there as well. So they had the extra cover. Muki losing his life after throwing those Candelas. Harper trying to stick the plant towards default. Woogie trying to get close by. No, he's actually bot yellow. He's not even close by. No one was close by. But it's a 2v4. Need to win this battle, Nina, and he does. Up close, another one. Slips in towards meeting, takes a different position, and a good one. Harper playing outside. And Nina comes up big again. Does go down. Traded by Rin. Harper in the 1v2. Rin will look to stick. Good trade by Woogie, but he's got no time to get back. He needed to get that kill before he got Rin off the kit. E36 are going to win the second round.
What are they doing?
Well, I mean,
you have
Woogie needed to run out.
You have to be on the diffuser for that line of sight to come into play.
Woogie can't trade there. He has to get the first kill. He has to kill first.
You can only do that play when there's 20 seconds on the clock and you can get back towards the kit. It doesn't work when there's 15 seconds, 10 seconds left. You can't get back to the diffuser on time.
Woogie needed the full run out. At that point, it's the only win con.
Yeah.
He just waited too long.
Rin also had to get immediately on the diffuser. I think there was still a window of time after he got the kill onto Nina to immediately jump on. Even if he has to sacrifice his life. That's the win con there. That's what they've set up to play, and he waits.
Oh, well played.
VRX are not switched on at the moment. This is really bad from them.
Well, you know who is switched on? It's Nina.
Yeah. Man, he's just been given the Terminator role in this matchup. Go and get kills, and it's working. VRX are being caught asleep here. I know it's a little bit early in the day, so may not be too far from the truth, but they're not looking sharp here at all. And Enterforce are. They're playing really well at the moment, and they're not overcomplicating it. They're keeping it simple.
No, they're not. I mean, not just simple as well, but they're also bringing really good pressure early in these rounds and backing themselves in to go for aggressive hits. Make of Consulate what you will, either attack, defense, etc. But VRX's attacking win rate has been really below par this stage. And by not getting these defensive rounds, it is going to put them on the back foot. Feels like the start of this year started oh so well for VRX. It had a great run at Reload, the new Super Korean team. Stage 1 kind of went as planned. Stage 2 has not followed that path. Line scan goes out by Jinham. Here comes Akuzu on the Amaru. Mugi's taking some damage on the Blackbeard. Good boy in meeting. What a swing though by Akuzu. Nina finds another as VRX once again are getting slaughtered on Consulate. Living up to their name, they enter with force once again. 2 versus 4 post-plant. Woogie, a second, and Hope maybe restored for VRX, but Hope will only get you so far.
It's over. Again. It will be a 3-0 start, and Enterforce are clearly outplaying VRX.
Oh my god.
They've still got to battle back towards the side. 5 seconds. Oh, actually, wait.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, round over.
Oh, Akuzu, that was close. If he had have actually died there to
it would have been round
they would have lost.
They would have actually retaken it. Maybe I did get a little bit excited.
Because Woogie actually got straight on that.
Yeah, they messed around a
That
little less.
literally just came down to a 1v1. Takes the sting out of the round, but you kind of bring it back to the earlier start. And also the start of this half, 3-0 Enterforce, well deserved. I mean, they've been easily the better team.
I don't think I've seen a game of Cons this stage with this kind of tempo. Especially as an underdog team attacking. You don't see this often.
Valkyrie and Blackbeard banned out. Timeout. VRX. They need to talk things over. The Blackbeard only got used in 1 round, by the way. Valkyrie has not been utilized so far by VRX, but taken away from them in the next 3 rounds, so they will not have access to that. Once again, it was Nina and Co.
How is it 3 rounds now where Nina's just been able to walk into sight? That is crazy. He just seems to have a perfect read on the defense here from Firax and backs himself
He
in.
did tap it over 7 seconds, so he would have won the round if Akuzi lost that battle to Coded.
Yep.
Feels like Firax really needed something to turn the momentum. But it wasn't going to be there. It needs to be, though, after this timeout.
It's also a plant in every round from Enterforce.
Look at the time on it. 129, 141, 156. So their pacing is next level right now.
They are the #1 plant team in the league, by the way, 34.5%. Firax, for reference, 28%. So far, though, this match, it's at 100, triple digits.
It's also funny on the desk. I said I felt like the entry kill battle might be a determining factor, but so far, no. I mean, 2 of the 3 rounds, Firax have actually got the opening pick. But I think with the way, and sometimes when you kind of think the opening kill, a lot of that is also determined by how is the round shaping out. Yes, Firax have gotten the opening kill in the first 2 rounds, but E36 have had enough numbers and bodies in the right areas that then they get a quick trade, and then they got numbers in sight, then they get more as Firax are funneling back to sight. Well, Woogie is trying his best, 4-1. E36 have clearly done their homework here on Consulate, which I was a little bit worried when I saw the map veto. So again, for Consulate, it's not a map that E36 have had a lot of success on, even though it's second preference. A 0-2 record, lost it to PSG Talon 16 days ago. 5-7, no recorded history of getting a win this year. Or at least this stage, 100%, that's for sure. But I'm pretty sure this data does include stage 1.
The breach work for me, 36 stalled out this time around. And the exothermic has been dealt with. Electro Claw to follow, and so Firax playing better counterplay into the wing con last time out, but elsewhere Jin does find the opener.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a visual look, gets caught.
Nina would win this. He's on fire right now.
He's going to lose it now because he said that.
Yep.
So easy.
Of course.
So they shut down Nina. And it also means no more logic bombs remaining in the round. And this is what Firax want to do. They want to slow this pace down as much as they possibly can.
Yeah, they've done a much, much better job with the breach stall and achieving that. No exothermics remaining here for Mugi. Oh, sorry, actually was detonated. It was still on the wall.
Yeah,
okay.
the Zoda canister is delaying it. So that will get opened up. Wiki is actually waiting for it to open, and immediately I thought he was going to throw that nitro. He had it prepped. Helps to just fall back. And honestly, he needs to save that because it's going to be clearly a smoke rush plan. I think later in this round, you've got 6 smokes available. So that nitro could be a determining factor later in the round. Keep an eye on that from Woogie Man. 3 gas babes as well for Mephi. This is what Firax wanted. Slow this down, force them into the last 30 seconds to have to go for a plant hit. So far, so good for Firax.
Yeah, I really hope Enterforce layer these smokes correctly. Give themselves a fighting chance to get in towards the side.
One more gas babe available for Mephi, which will go towards that breach.
Oh,
Mugi, that's... Yeah. Well, Woogie's playing really, really well, and Firax look like they're finally going to get their first round. It's only Jin and Harper. Harper towards a default plant position.
Ooh.
Woogie with the nitro should put an end to this. Harper got off the kit. Firax finally are on the board. They just got the round on their terms.
Yeah, it was better counterplay. They stalled out the breach. They prevented that kind of rush. They caught Nina, who's shown the ability to open up sight on several occasions. And then layered util properly in the late round with the smokes, the nitros. caught the attack as they looked to layer theirs. That was much better from VRX, and if they can look to continue that counterplay throughout the rest of the half, they can make up for a slow start. I got a little worried there they were going to line up. If he gets the second kill with the pistol there, it could have been quite intriguing.
Well, Woogie has been the shining light for VRX, 6-1 in 4 rounds where you're down 3-1. So his survival rate is through the roof for a losing team, 205 EPS. It's Woogie or bust right now for VRX. It's also now 3 of 4 rounds. The opening kill has not been converted. And also the first round that finally E36 couldn't get the plant down. So really, really big round win for VRX. Out of their tactical timeout, they find success. And we go to Exhibition and Piano for the 5th round.
So a top floor hold here then from defense. The mirror is in play. And vertical lines of sight down below. Clutch drones in play for Entefos, so looking to extract value here from the Brava. Banshees to hack and double BPC as well on the board from defense. So we'll see how much Nina is actually able to gather. I mean, if you can get a little bit of value here from Util, he's then allowed to just play gun up for the remainder of the round and try and find space, which has been his strength. And does well to find one of those BPCs and default lobby as well. I wonder if they try to go a bit more direct here and consolidate horizontally.
Well, I mean, E36 would know their best rounds have been when they pick up that pace, go quick, catch VRX off guard. Obviously, VRX are going to be a little bit more clued onto these quick hits into Expo. Jim's just going to try and stick the plan immediately. Good shotgun from Mephi, but that plan is going to go down once again. 4 from 5 rounds. Mephi up close, got the angle on Jinam, but he did get traded in the hallway. Only Woogie encoded. A dynamic duo for VRX in the post plant. 2v3, still winnable, but they need Woogie to survive and also find a couple of kills. It's a lot on his shoulders. Cody gets caught. Fortunate to still be alive. Time dwindling down once again. That pace set by VRX. The undoing. Too slow on defense is costing them. They're allowing these entries from E36, and when that happens, they're losing these rounds convincingly. When they're less stagnant on defense, go for some of the more early fights, keep E36 at bay. They do look better. But when they just leave the site open and for the taking, E36 are just like, all right, we'll go through the front door.
So Woogie actually was above there and could have potentially denied, but the shield offering coverage with the turtle plant strat.
That must be a horrible feeling when you've banned out all 3 shield operators and the fuse comes in and just does the same thing anyway. Yeah.
Again, another good attack from Enterforce. It's, again, a strategy we've seen time and time again, and
this is a big down.
A reflection of, you know, each side so far. Enterforce aren't, you know, turning the meta upside down. They're just playing better across the board and applying a lot of pressure onto VRX, who aren't landing the counter punches required right now.
The good news for VRX though, Chalet after this, their map pick a 5-0 record.
And Skyscraper is their #1 preference map. So
the big thing for E36 is, I mean, firstly, you've got to close this map out, but then you've got to try and find a way to then do it on Chalet. Which is kind of possible. I mean, they're kind of brute forcing Consulate. We don't typically see Consulate played to this kind of speed and aggression.
If they can somehow translate this sort of tempo into a Chalet and VRX don't wake up. Whew.
Nina on the lurk now.
I think we need a Nina cam this match. He's been so dangerous.
It's CO meeting, but it's not going to be a CO hit. They're going to come across admin side, get fending, hallway control. Nina's lurked top spiral, so it's going to be...
Is there any utility to stop him just walking straight in here? I mean, it speaks for itself.
You say utility, but also there's no one positioned here at all for Fearex.
This could be devastating for Fearex if he catches a timing.
On the run back, it's Coded. Yeah, I mean, Coded's got no idea that top spiral is just... But it's also, like,
no one's
why are they
vending
so
and no one's front desk.
extended? Good trade back by Woogie.
Okay.
Fearex are just trying to play so much map control in a match in which E36 is trying to play so direct.
Boogeyman has given them a massive lifeline in this round. It's round over if he got the double.
Big kill from Mephi, but then overswings. Amuki catches him on the rappel. Chance there for Good Boy. Top-rated player for Fearex this stage, only 1 and 5. Rin will go down. Good Boy caught in the hallway, falls back into meeting. Separated by Woogie, playing towards long desk.
Kandala and double smoke here for the attack. Interforce need to ensure they get value from this util.
Still got the ROUs available on Mugi as well, which can actually be very impactful to split Good Boy and Woogie even further apart. Got a bulletproof camera.
Well, they have the BPC and they have the Warden, so there is counterplay available for defense.
Bomb located by attackers.
So maybe the Sense actually can extract more value here,
Yeah.
given the changes onto Warden. No longer able to see through those walls.
I mean, this spot right here, you need to be blocking off if you're going to go meeting side or one way or the other down the hallway. ROUs do go out. In that
good
set, what a
catch.
shot by Mugi. Forces Good Boy into action. Finds the kill onto Jinna, but they now are aware of his position on site in meeting. Big wrap from Mugi.
Both of them.
Going towards CO, and I think he might just go for a default plant. He
Good
will.
wall.
There is no Nitrocell available. Default plant coming from Yuki. He sticks it. He can then get himself outside of the building. And the cutoff. Really good
That was
use of
really
the
good.
Sens. Some of the better ROU plays that we've seen. Wins them the round. And nothing the Warden can do about it.
That was honestly, yeah, genuinely might be some of the better Sense play I've seen. They've clearly identified it's a Warden 2v1. Let's not, feed into a default here. Let's actually utilize our utility, go for the wrap. Default's going to be tough. They had the cross perfectly covered. They stored out enough time that even if Sledge loses that fight, there's probably the opportunity still to brute force the 1v1. Like, I think
It would have been plant down and vault outside, and then you're playing that battle.
that was really nice from E36. And Fearex, to their credit, aren't just rolling over. We saw that extension admin. We saw the good trade from Woogie. They're trying their best to experiment here and try to push back and aggress more and more against this attack. But unfortunately, it's not quite
done.
working.
He's off to the couch. It's only 5-1.
Jeez.
He's gone early.
He has.
That's a sharp shot.
There's a good shutdown onto Murphy, then Woogie. And then the 2v1
There's also a
onto
little bit of
Woogie,
patience there by
onto Good
Mugi.
Boy.
He throws out the ROUs, and then instead of just rushing off the back of that utility, he's like, I'm going to hold and see if they push. Well, E36 go defense. I've said it a couple of times now, statistically. When you look at the numbers for Fearex, it's quite staggering. 34.9% attacker win rate. So that's 43 attacking rounds played for 15 round wins.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Given how they've played so far in this matchup and the historical stats we have available for attack, there is literally nothing to suggest they are coming back from this.
And again, the second best defensive team in the region at 62.7%, only 1.7 behind D+, and E36 just smashed them.
Yep.
E36 also getting on top in the opening kill department in that half. They converted 3 from their 4.
And they've already used their tactical timeout, mind you, as well.
Everything's suggesting that E36 are going to take this opening map. And all the pressure then falls onto Fearex. You lose this series, you cannot make packs.
Nina postures over towards manager office in this coffin position. Just looking for drones at the moment. Certainly not as aggressive of an extension on that third of the map as we saw from Fearex in the last round gone by. We'll get below on the sledge with shotguns, so convert above, and we'll have grenades in hand. Nina under some pressure, but peels down below. Maybe in an attempt to flush him towards Woogie Man, but he doesn't bite. Instead, we'll vacate the area. Fearex off the back of that, able to claim some map control. So it's a bit of a stalemate between the two at the moment.
I mean, but look at the contrast in playstyle between the two teams. I mean, by this point, the round was already effectively over multiple times in favor of E36 on their attack. Fearex are getting stalled out. Yuki got the opening pick, but then thusly traded. Good Boy coded, both low on health, but Good Boy has been able to find a second. The upside down rappel through the skylight has found success. Fearex have now got the player advantage. Up comes Nina, though, from service stairs. Catches out Woogie. Good Boy then falls. In fact, 3 quick kills for E36 when they looked a little bit more down in a 3v4. It's now a 3v1. Fearex are being put to the sword on Consulate. They're not just losing this map, guys. They are being obliterated. Mephi's got no idea how to play this, and that's not his fault. I don't blame him. How could you guess what E36 are going to do? Mephi does get the kill onto Jinnen, but now no time for Plant. Needs the kills. Almost the lineup. That got a little spicy. Mephi did his best. But so far, the best from any member of Fearex is proving not to be enough on this map of Consulate. 6-1 down, 5 map points for Enterforce.
Yeah, it was a good start to the round from Good Boy. The upside down rappel netting the immediate trade, and it was a double down in the end. But then Nina allowed to flank. And in the meantime, a couple of other isolated fights on the long angles going the way of defense. Mephi 1v3, and there's probably a universe in which they do line up there and he clutches, but Nina looked in. Obviously, a very low percentage play there from Fearex. Basement, we go. Round number 8. 5 opportunities for Enterforce to end it in reg.
We didn't see this coming again, did we? At this point now, we should expect the unexpected.
You'd think we would have learnt our lesson after yesterday.
Yeah, and the day before.
And 5 years of casting this region. Well, look, we expected Fearex to be poor on attack. We also expected them to be at least competitive on defense, and they simply were not up to the task. The tempo and the pressure from Enterforce 36, it crushed them. They absolutely succumbed to it here on the first map.
Woogie on the blitz. Fearex might just think to go for broke at this point.
Camera in position.
An incredibly dominant performance
Camera feed up and running.
from the Japanese contingency, plus Harper. The honorary Japan now, I guess. I mean, they've just really, that's now 6 rounds straight. They've got the opening kill. So they're the team that's proactive. It's Fearex reacting on what Enterforce are doing, both now on attack and defense. So the switching of the sides hasn't changed the story at all.
Pulse feeding info for Nina. Can sit by it close with the shotgun.
Thought Woogie was just slamming his head against the wall there, and I don't blame him.
Figuratively, maybe, yeah.
7-4, Woogie's tried his best.
Jin's still feeding info on the pulse here, by the way. Enterforce know exactly where the majority of this attack is being headed from on this Visa side of the map at the moment.
Rin's going to make his way down towards Dungeon coming soon, and Jin's going to pick him up if he comes a little closer.
Nope. I think he was spotted. And I think this map is done.
Yeah, Mugi's holding this angle. Oh, was he? Yeah. Oh, what a shot onto Nina. Well, confirmation of Rin in his position, pushing down the hallway. I don't mind this, actually. Well, makes his way back in. It also means they've kind of just lost sight of him. 45 seconds remaining in the round. You've still got Woogie alive on that blitz. Rin in a good spot to cause some damage. Good boy trying to play off of Woogie, man.
Ready to push them out.
They've just left themselves little time, though. And with that death onto Rin, more firepower off the board for FearX. Woogie doesn't check the hard left corner. He's had a good map, but like his team, he will fall. It's a 7-1 beatdown from Enterforce 36. A statement here in this lower bracket semi-final.
It's gonna get personal.
They have obliterated the Korean juggernaut and are one map away from PAX Melbourne, Australia.
Personal. Don't give it this. Don't give it me. That's what you get when you act the fool. You're gonna get hurt. Better watch your back. It's gonna get personal.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
I'm Dev, and today I'm going to be looking back at some moments from my career as a professional esports caster.
Cross 3. Oh!
Yes!
Big goal! Zoom in! Throw it up for the camera! That's my big dog!
That's my big dog! Macy is looking at me like, yeah, it's me because I just team killed him.
Kamikaze,
Got that Noah Ringo jersey. Yeah, so Sao Paulo was a good time. Yeah, that was a fun event where like I wasn't actually casting. It was the first event I'd ever gone to where I wasn't casting. I was just there as a content creator, and like I'm not a content creator. I don't really create much content, but I know how to make things fun. And so when I got asked to be in the show match, I was like, all right, guys, I'm gonna ham this the hell up. And yeah, I had like 1 million jerseys from like all these extinct APAC teams from 1 million years ago. Like that Norengo jersey I bought off of like the Norengo player manager in like 2019. The Mantis jersey actually was like Summer Rain's jersey, the Korean player, like his jersey, his only jersey he said that he had for Mantis. He gave it to me. And yeah, I just wore it all. And then I team killed Macy J and clutched a 1v3 against like, you know, Zig, who I was like massively fanboying. Because he was literally in that game that, you know, Black Dragons versus Penta in like 2017 when I was a big Siege fanboy. So yeah, it was a big moment for me, and I just had to ham it the hell up and yeah, make things fun. It felt weird going to an event not as a caster and as a player, like when I wasn't playing competitively, but it was a really cool experience getting to sit on the stage or stand on the stage, like do your walk on, put those headphones on, like hear the crowd, because Sao Paulo, like, I don't know, was it 10,000 people or something? Like in the crowd, it was insane. The Brazilians were so loud and they were cheering against me. And feeling that energy that we had been talking about like the whole rest of the event, about like all the like American teams or the APAC teams or the European teams going up there and getting destroyed by the Brazilians and the Brazilian crowd, it felt weird. It felt awesome. It was a really unique experience because I feel like I got to put myself in the shoes of the players that I'm always like talking about and judging. It was sad not to be there as a caster, to be honest, because casting is what I want to do. And I was pretty heartbroken when I didn't get offered to work that event. But then I was very grateful when I was asked by Ubisoft to go there as a content creator. And then I was very like, well, I'm not a content creator. I've got this imposter syndrome. I got to make sure I do a good job. And then when the show match came around, I was like, this is my element. I know how to make this fun. There were memorable moments playing with those people because I had been like a big fan of, for example, Macy J. I'd watched like every one of his YouTube videos for many, many years. And then I'm sitting next to him, like fist bumping him, team killing him. And like, he's like trying to do all his Macy J stuff. And I'm just there like, guys, rush. It was fun. It was memorable. It was also when I first met Pisty, who's one of the content creators from Oman, and he works on the Arabic broadcasts a lot. He's been a real legend. I've got to chat to him a lot. And just basically all of the players on that team, I feel like I actually got a proper bond with Kino as well, pro player. Like I thought, oh, he's a pro player, he's gonna like take this seriously. Nah, he was like trolling even more than me, and I loved that. It was a fun bond. Like it might have been just a creator match, so there weren't necessarily stakes to it, but like hearing that crowd, it made you feel like there was stakes to it. Especially like when I clutched the 1v3 and like everyone is cheering, and then I clutch and everyone starts booing. I was like, this is what I want. I love this. And I think the best moment for me was at the end of the game. We had just won and I got the final kill, and like the Brazilian fans, they only care about the Brazilian teams, right? Everyone's cheering for the Brazilian teams, and I win and I'm like playing the bad guy, and then the camera guy comes over and I like point at the jersey I'm wearing for an APAC team, and I go like, nah, not it. I take it off and I'm wearing a W7M jersey who like go on to win the championship. And I can see like KZ from W7, his like mum and dad in the crowd in front of me. And I had like shown them that I had that jersey earlier on, so they knew it was coming. And like they show that on the big screen, and all of the crowd who had been booing me 2 seconds before started cheering. And my God, that was amazing. This has been R6 Rewind with Dev Marta. I hope you guys are looking forward to stage 2 because APL is gonna slap.
That went longer than the bloody series. What the shit was... Damn! We know you can waffle, mate. You don't...
Did you hear it? He team killed Macy J.
Mate, our replay and observer both came over here. Replay operator decided to go and have a bloody nap over there. I'm having a snooze. The lobby's been ready for 5 minutes. Also, can I just say, world's smallest violin to the bloke that didn't go to cast. You guys cast in Brazil, though, didn't you? It's all friendly banter, but the world's smallest violin right now is playing for B&K FearX. What is going on with this team, Jake?
I mean, I think if you want to look at it in terms of where it went wrong for them, they tried to do too much on Consulate defensively, map control, and at the end of the day, they just kind of left the main vulnerable part of the site, which was the site. They let the front door open. E36, to their credit, I thought they played with really good pace, tempo. They were able to exploit all of the issues for FearX. Yeah. And you know, the concern for me coming into this game was actually more FearX's attacking. Yeah. I wasn't expecting them to get obliterated on defense. I will say, to play devil's advocate, because we like to do that here, you go to a map in Chalet now where FearX have a 5-0 record. Yeah. So I am expecting them to bounce back, and if they don't, and they do lose Chalet, it's a disaster of a stage to not make PAX, to not then get to Munich, to not then get SI points, to then basically
4 slots,
join Elevate in having to win regional finals to make SI.
I mean, what that does to the end of this year, just it blows
They should
everything
come
out
back,
of.
though. They really should.
Like, but think about this world, right? Elevate don't make it to Munich, which means they can't go to SI on points. VRX don't make it to Munich, which means they can't make it through to SI on points. The regional
finals might be like the most insane event we've ever had in the region.
Not only regional finals, the LCQs. Like what? Those tournaments are going to end up being S tier. It's going to be bloody ridiculous. But I think the point is valid here for Interforce. They went in with a solid game plan, and by God did they execute it. When things went wrong, they found a way around it. That Sens attack in the 6th round, I mean, that just goes to showcase where they're at right now. If BNK FearX do not get back on this horse, if they do not dust that saddle off, they are done. And I don't just mean in this playoffs bracket. I mean for the year. No major qualifier. No Munich. Regional qualifiers, regional finals, yeah, sure, we'll see them there. But they still have to win that if they want to go to SI. This could not be a bigger moment for BNK FearX. It's time for them to be put to the test as we head to Chalet.
Oh, here we go. Another underdog story developing. Interforce 36, 1-0 up in the series. One map away from a surprise appearance at the major qualifier land at PAX Melbourne, Australia. VRX need to dig deep. They need to turn their form around. They begin on defense on a map in which they have good history on. It's their attacks that have been an issue this stage, not their defense. Where did it all go so horribly wrong for them on Consulate? And how can they now turn it around? They've had a short break. They've been able to talk. They've been able to, kind of gather themselves. They must now understand, though, E36 are at their best when they play fast, aggressive, siege. They hit the site. They exploit the defensive gaps. So you've got to play a little bit more compact. You've got to play maybe even a bit more aggressive on the defense, but towards the site, not off it. You don't have to go full map control. And Chalet at least can play more compact than Consulate at times. They need to start well here. You cannot allow E36 to get momentum to begin Chalet.
Azami, Castle, Blackbeard, Blitz, band off top floor for the opening round. Yeah, FearX cannot allow those pockets of space to be filled. Nina's going to jump immediately on the Nook. I will say I'm a little bit surprised that FearX didn't ban out the Nook. They perhaps considered it. We saw it a little bit on Cons and it was effective. And in Chalet, it's a map where traditionally it is quite strong. I guess, yeah, they just don't back themselves against shields, which is what we saw on Concert as well, where they banned them out. Oddly enough, they then brought the fuse, and that ended up actually solely contributing to a round win where the shield was blocking the Plantinal.
So it means for E36, you get 3 rounds with the Monty. Last time out on Concert, you got 3 rounds with the Blackbeard. This time, FearX just opted, I guess, bend the more aggressive
Nina's on the move here already. He's going to get a free kill.
Nina, does he not spot the head? Yeah, he does. Oh, beautiful shot.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, more of the same all ready to begin. And even Jinnum here on the Monty. Look how quick he's just pushing through top library. And then Harper, oh my God.
I think we're done. I think we might actually already be done.
What the hell is going on? I mean, fair play. E36, these are some of the better attacks that I've seen in all of APL.
Yeah, genuinely.
It's so clean. Harper walks into Woogie, the one and only player on FearX that has actually been playing well.
Yep.
He's their win con. But the problem is, a single individual can only do so much. Like, it's a 2v4 with the Monty still up. Pressuring this top floor towards bedroom and office. Coded has to play office. Woogie in towards piano. They must keep each other close by. Well, Jinnum went the pistol at the window. I mean, at times, when you're playing the Monty and you've still got 3 other teammates up with guns, you probably don't need to do that.
Yeah, Interforce now going just a little bit maybe one-dimensional. I thought maybe Nita would swing across and go like solar side and just off that additional point of pressure. But
I don't know why they don't pinch over towards piano.
Yeah.
Woogie just went for a run out.
Okay. Well, it looked good, and then...
Yeah, I don't think Interforce are going to win this round now. No.
Come on.
I had to say it.
Expect the unexpected. You said it yourself.
Oh, he makes the cross. Akuzu sitting in office. Woogie trying his best, and Woogie's been so good in this series. But he cannot be the lone army.
Wow.
Well, E36 won this round probably 30, 40 seconds ago. Then it got a little spicy, but they closed it out and deservedly win the opening round here on Chalet. I mean, the only reason why that got kind of close was Jidam went for the pistol play, a big window through Ego. But look at this, 2 minutes on the clock of 5v2.
Yeah, they started fluffing around over towards main breach. No one went solo side. They could have done a bathroom jump in. They had a lot of different options there, and they kind of began to fumble. But that's honestly probably their only big blemish in this entire series so far, given just how few rounds have been played at this point in time. That's round number 9 of this particular series. If you are just joining us, yes, the overlay is correct. Map 1, 7-1. 7-1 in favor of Interforce. FearX are up against it right now.
Yeah, and it's all been on attack. Like that's the thing now. It's 6 attacking rounds found across the 2 maps for Interforce 36, and they've got 5 more opportunities in this half. I mean, what did FearX do? They go bar games, and to be fair, bar games for me, this is going to be very interesting because this is a site that you can't. I mean, you can be aggressive, you can go quick. So we've seen it times before, you know, big window into games where, like, you'll see the shield op, vault in, push bar stock, and try and pressure, and then the other player backfills in behind the shield, goes for default plant.
They're not going for that though. I mean,
but I don't think you go for that.
It's the map clear option at the moment. They have the Twitch for the mirror.
Which
Monty for the map clear.
Should be more of an advantage for FearX.
FearX don't look comfortable against shields at all.
Oh, this is so... Like, they're pacing. Their map control and space that they get early in the round. Like, they've already pushed them right back. I think FearX wanted to contest a little bit towards Piano in this library hallway, and they just can't.
They see the shield and they just go, nope.
Woogie in West Main.
So Woogie lurking below, the danger man for FearX. He has been playing well so far this afternoon. Nitro Salt as well for vert play. And so those in office will be susceptible to that.
And droned.
But a good drone.
Yeah, and so now they know at least Woogie's that first floor lurker. It also means that they now understand this top hold is one short.
And they're largely playing the hard floor as well.
Imagine, you know, there's one bar stock. So you know it's a 5-on-3 here, top floor.
Next up on the agenda is the util clear library stairs. Candelas to facilitate that, and Moogie just pushes straight forward.
Haven't even cleared this deployable shield. Rayoro Gates to block off library, make their way down library stairs. They did lose Jidam though on the Lion. Opening kill goes the way of FearX.
No.
Oh my God, Woogie.
They know that there is a shield on library stairs. They or at least should have been able to anticipate that given the control that was just taken.
A freebie for Interforce. Not what FearX needed to give over. Lovely use of the Rayoro Gates, but to be fair, FearX are still fighting a little bit better here because Interforce have to actually push into these guys. The drop, but they leave Mephi behind. Top library, not aware of it. Mugi, though, now fully aware. Harper does get the kill onto Mephi. Will punish Mephi for not killing Mugi.
Still 3 Candelas as well for the attack late round, and critically Mugi up on shield.
Well, critically, this is also a 50-50 round, and we haven't had many of them in this series. FearX must win this. They cannot be losing now the 50-50 rounds as well. 15 seconds leaves E36 with little to no time. Still 2 gas babes for Coda. Throws one out into red time. Now they really need to just find the kill. Harper, good swing from Rinsan. Mugi can't do much. Coded in the 1v1, and he does clean out Harper. Nerves tested for FearX in that second round, but they come up with a much-needed round win. It's a strange one for me because I felt like E36 did a lot right in that round and just didn't get the overall reward. They were always just down a player. VRX, to their credit, were always able to find a pick against the run of play.
I mean, massive from Coda to find the trade and then the double there. That really had the potential to go the way of Enterforce. Wow. Yeah, and in a match where a lot of those remotely close rounds, but there were a couple of them back on Consulate that VRX landed on. That may give them now at least a little bit of confidence in a series where that has been severely, severely lacking. Basement in response, round 3.
Well, I mean, to be fair on Consulate, a lot of the rounds were pretty quick pacing-wise, considering the tempo that E36 set for themselves. So yes, a lot of the rounds did come down to, you know, let's say on average 2 players left alive. But in all of those rounds, they were always up a player.
Yeah, they were the
two.
ones ahead.
Yeah, they were the ones ahead. In this round, just going by, FearX were the ones kind of always
That may be
just
the first,
slightly ahead.
the first round really where Enterforce were playing catch-up.
This will be their last round with the Montang. They do not opt to bring it. That Monty's going to get banned, even if it's not being played this round.
Yep.
Jinin with the pick onto Good Boy. He just went for an ego run out.
Yep.
A bomb has been located.
I mean, it's hard to be critical because, you know, if I sit here and say, well, FearX is sitting back, not really doing anything and allowing E36 to play aggressive.
I think it's a positive play in most contexts. In this kind of context, though, it does feel a little bit more like a desperation
Yeah, they're
play.
forcing it.
It feels a little bit more like that. But again, if it goes the other way, we praise it. So don't want to be overly critical.
No. On the Fenrir, though.
Again, it's more so just a positive from Enterforce. They are ready at what FearX continue to throw at them. They are the ones that continue to dictate terms.
Jinin will be low from that exchange. Well, he's certainly one to watch here, but making his way back down Library. Anita's heard that for sure, the barbed wire. Plus drone from Akuzu, and knows that Woogie playing shotgun towards bot Library stairs. Rin trying to contest towards West Main.
Yeah, they've been able to stall out a little bit of time with that contest, so not too bad for FearX. It was relatively low risk.
They're just going to set back play site now for the final minute.
Yep. Well, they should have good area denial with 13 shots up on Chank and Murphy with 2 gas
Well, they're
beds.
just trying to force them breach here. So they keep a close angle bot Library stairs. Wine is pretty much locked down. So it's saying to Enterforce, if we're going to let you through, it's going to be breach. We want you to funnel through breach. And the pick onto Mugi. So he evens things back up. I mean, this is the kind of round, if FearX can win, maybe would take the wind out of the sail of E36, but they drop. Mephi will fall as well. Good shot back from Coded. Nina thought about trying to stick the plant. Coded then got traded. It's only Woogie left. 25 seconds. Throws out the Nitro. Got shot mid-air. Nina can now stick. He's guarded. He's watched. Woogie cannot make his way through this doorway. He will die. Nina now forces the post plant for Woogie. So now he is forced out of this blue hallway. Well, don't give him the ones, though. And they do not. A second round acquired for Enterforce 36 on Chalet. Not quite a full, genuine 50-50 round, but considering... Oh, jeez.
Jeez, your coke went flying, mate. You good?
I've hit the bottom end of the iPad. Considering where it was, though, at the tail end of that round, it was winnable for FearX, and had they done so, you go 2-1 up. I wouldn't maybe fully put it in the full momentum camp, but it would have maybe started to say, okay, the tide is turning. Missed opportunity. I didn't realize there's still coke in there.
You good?
I'm good.
Cool. Enterforce back in the lead. Got a little bit awkward there, losing Mugi before the push, but I like the drop con, and then the cover here onto the plant was just phenomenal. They're not bleeding picks, they're not feeding ones. They're really making FearX work very hard here, and they just haven't quite been up to the task so far today.
Bomb located by attackers.
And again, you look at the numbers, you look at the metrics, even if this is on paper a stronger map for FearX, I have pretty low levels of confidence that they can recover a deficit heading onto attack. Their attacking win rate has been so poor this stage. So they need to at least even the half, if not lead the half. And that puts them in a very, very intriguing position. Trailing heading into the 4th round. It's almost a case where, at least on paper, they actually need to win the next 3 here on defense and have that 4-2 buffer, which is so far from a guarantee. Enterforce have their numbers still here on Chalet. They are dictating the tempo largely so far.
Over the course of the 2 maps so far, it's Coded and Woogie Man, the only ones over 100 EPS for FearX. And all 5 for E36 over 100. That is a damning statistic. And we know Chalet can, of course, play out a little bit more in favor to the attack, but FearX have struggled in that department this stage. Woogie, again, if it's pretty simple. If they kill Woogie early into the round, the success rate skyrockets, and Good Boy now gets involved on the party.
Oh, he's on top of him.
And Jinham did not realize that Coded went prone. FearX are going to get their first real free round win this entire series.
Yeah, and that will.
It's the first time this early aggression has failed for E36.
That will continue the opening kill conversion streak here on Chalet. That will be the 4th consecutive round where it has been successfully converted and equalized the score 2-2. Spearheaded by the early peak and aggression from Woogie, and then others elsewhere ready for the immediate response from those still alive on attack. So a bit of a nothing round here from Enterforce, unfortunately. And just alleviates some of that pressure that was continuing to build. Harper and Mugi will lurk and see if they can do something special. You would imagine from here it's going to be quite the challenge.
I mean, if they lose this round...
If they lose this round, the series is over. FearX will not have the mental resilience to bounce back from it. But they're also not going to lose this round, so I wouldn't be too concerned.
No Candelas. Basically just got to get dry peaks and at least get the next 2 kills. And do so quickly. Yugi in the doorway. Now just walks into the firing range. Look at that, long line of sight. So FearX find their second round here on Chalet. They win out kitchen and dining. And they do get to go back to bar games now, which they also won earlier. Wasn't quite as convincing as this round, but I think that they largely were in control of that site. Certainly feels like Chalet has more of a contest feel to it than Consulate, no doubt about it, being a 2-2 scoreline after the 7-1 on Consulate. FearX are also adapting a little bit better now to the early aggression from Enterforce. So game on, but even if it stays as a sort of genuine 50-50 from here, E36 already with the first map in hand puts them in a good position if they can kind of just edge this one out, even if it's a lot closer. Coded 7-2 has been very impactful on Chalet. Woogie with some big moments as well, and if Good Boy gets going, that gives them a third real solid player. He's been their best so far this stage.
Deploying welcome mat.
And the consensus probably is Skyscraper really should be FearX's map. So it's a big opportunity for Enterforce on Chalet.
Yeah, and they're remaining competitive here. Back to bar we go. Round 5. Won out successfully last time by FearX. Came down to a very, very close 1v1. Coded able to win that out. I think it was officially listed as a 1v2. With the trade onto the Monty and then the final pick from Barstock. E36 went
map across, and that was aided by the Monty. They no longer have that Monty, and we'll see if that perhaps exposes them a little bit here. They do bring the Mav in replacement, so that's probably to contest bar stock. Then to pivot across for more direct take and force really deep plant denial and library contest from the defense. Right out there from Rin.
Okay, they're getting on top now as well in the opening kills. 3 of the last 4 rounds for VRX. And it goes without saying, but by getting these opening kills, it lowers the ability for E36 to have that early round impact where they can start to throw bodies at the site and overwhelm the defense. To me, the tide really does feel like it's starting to turn a little bit. The VRX are getting themselves back into this series. E36 will have more of a challenge on their hands moving forward.
And Nina only on the 1 kill as well. He was so dangerous on the last map. He enters over towards West Main, and so we'll keep an eye on that Lion. Nina to push forward, catches Rin. Second in fireplace. Although able to retreat back to site, that was Boogeyman.
Nina's been a little bit more quiet on Chalet. That's a big kill for him, just for the self-confidence. He was really, really important. Drone hole, that's a kill on Decoded. Rookie mistake. Yugi will punish. 2-player advantage. Sorry, 1-player advantage, but it's 2 kills in a row. 45 seconds. VRX, can they hold on in this 5th round? They really do not need to allow E36 to continue to rack up these attacking rounds. And here comes the push. Smokes go out. Akuzu straight into bar. Up pops though Woogie, the Boogeyman. Into games, the plank going down by Mugi. And he gets denied by Good Boy. It's a 2v2. But Jinem and Nina find themselves outside of the building. They must now make their way in and find these kills. Bar stock position for Woogie. Now top library for Mephi. The rotates great. Captures off Jinem. No time for Nina. VRX will hold on. Despite this yellow ping, there was no time, and Woogie always well placed. VRX are back, baby. 3 of the last 4 rounds. They take the lead on Chalet. For the first time in this series, they lead.
Yeah, they're finally stepping it up. The early kill department has been so helpful for them. Nina on the lurk found success, and E36 fought back valiantly. 4v3, 30 seconds for the execute, but with plant denied, not covered particularly well there by E36. VRX were able to confirm the round. And probably one of the few occasions throughout this series where they were just trailing by a fine margin with that plant going down and things not looking great, but able to fight back. With that, they have the lead. As prefaced before, as we got ready for round 4, I really did think that given the numbers, VRX had to win. The next 3 have a 4-2 lead heading into the second half, and they're now in a position to do so.
It feels like the confidence now growing for VRX that they're finally being able to adapt to the playstyle of E36. Now it's up to E36 to see if they've got other avenues, other ways of dealing with VRX. 3 of 4 rounds, 2 in a row. Momentum has swung all 5 rounds. The opening kill has been converted, and VRX have got on top in that department. And they're finding these picks early in the rounds. And Woogie on the clash to close out this opening half will prove to be a nuisance for Enterforce.
Raising our defenses. Perimeter defense active.
But Jin gets the first. And if the trend continues and we get 6 opening kill conversions this half, it will be a 3-3 scoreline at its conclusion. VRX now under the pump. Their attacking win rate has been poor, and a 3-3 position will be very tricky to win from. Self-control up above. Mugi, I think, pretty eager to directly start pressuring this from that library bulk position. Jin elsewhere, Candela's cooking, has shotgun in hand and may be useful for the vert clear. Ranged hard breach and pressure here onto Mephi. White, prone. Salma detonating and Mugi taking space. Mephi needs to step up.
Oh, Jinham. Mugi then does find the kill onto Good Boy.
Okay.
Well, it's been better from VRX, but here's the response now from E36. Coded still alive and has been super impactful in this map. 7-3. Plays by himself in office as Mephi will hold top library. They deal with Coded. A third in the round for Jinham. Mephi by himself in the 1v4, and it's shaping up for that 3-3 half. I'm not sure who that really benefits. It's hard to say, but
it's Enterforce.
It keeps it 50-50. You say it's Enterforce, and maybe rightfully so.
I really just don't want to play devil's advocate for FearX here. They have a 36%, was it, attacking win rate. That's poor. That's not good enough. You need a 4-2 half to subvert expectation. A 4-2 is they can play into that given the course of this stage. That is not a win rate from one map or two. That is a pretty significant sample size at this point in time. Now, FearX can, of course, do better today. I'm not saying that's impossible, but based purely on numbers, Enterforce have applied a lot of pressure here. This is also a map where FearX probably should be performing above a 3-3 half as well.
Yeah, I think that you said before 2-4, probably what they needed. They don't quite get it. Does keep Enterforce in a good position. They're 4 rounds away now on defense of Chalet.
It's not unwinnable for FearX, but I would not be feeling particularly comfortable.
Need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
It's exciting though. Don't get it twisted. This is really exciting Siege. Enterforce rewarded with some really good attacking prowess. And FearX on the rounds that they were able to win, they disrupted early round. They were able to then consolidate. They didn't throw advantage. It's been really fun to watch. Tricky to predict from here. Not wanting to rule FearX out, but just wanting to make it clear that it is an uphill battle for them still here, even at a 3-3 scoreline.
10 seconds left.
And the pressure and the weight and the expectation of them, for many, probably expecting a comfortable qualification for that major qualifier. They now have to really fight themselves out of a corner at the moment. 1-0 down in the series. And having to attack here to stay alive in stage 2. The bans for the second half as follows: Ying Blitz, Mirror, and Clash.
Bedroom offers Mugi playing the Scopos is intriguing on this site choice. Usually you'll only see it on basement. Loading mag. Shell over towards Closet. Push forward. I mean, effectively using it almost like a pre-placed drone in terms of information. Nina, the opening pick onto Rin.
Not good. And now FearX needs to subvert expectation again.
Woogie's getting shot from above.
Yeah.
So he knows that with this angle, he needs to clear out this top floor position if he wants to try and push through in towards dining. Slips in towards kitchen to avoid that position, but now he's also still vulnerable to the hatch.
He's trying to walk into a 3-player cross.
I mean, the way that E36 have kind of set up, they're now saying to FearX, you're going to have to go through solar.
Yep.
Or go the long way around and have to clear, top library and Mez. Oh, Woogie under so much pressure. Jinham finds the kill onto Coded. He is trapped in the corner. They surround and swarm him.
Wow.
And there's no help coming. Mephi repels into bedroom. Shot from below. They've inversed the site. And while Mephi may be in the site, it does not matter. Watched on that shell in Closet.
Activated.
They've got top floor control. They have kit. They can plant. But they are surrounded. Mephi changes this game now. Low on health in piano, but has done enough to make this possible for FearX.
Mugi can deny this. He's not sticking this plant.
Dead. Mugi, really great reposition. 20 seconds for Mephi, who found the previous 2 kills but needs 2 more. Mugi's still at mezzanine. Akuzu coming in from closet, makes a bit of noise, gets him off the kid, but Mephi continues to hit these shots. Akuzu knows he needs to let him try and stick this plant. He's got shotgun up close. There's no time. Mephi can't win it, despite his best efforts. E36 regain the lead here on Chalet. 3 rounds away from securing their place in the major qualifier land and knocking out FearX.
What a strange old round. It really did flip there. Site control given away to FearX. A massive double from Mephi as Enterforce tried to fight their way back for plant denial positions. Mugi did a good job denying the first attempt, and then Akuzu with fantastic discipline there. He backed himself in with the shotgun, played the time correctly. Enterforce now with the lead. And FearX backs against the wall. This is going to be the toughest half of Siege they have played this stage, and it's at such a critical moment of the year.
And still at that 100% opening kill conversion. That was a beatdown round against FearX. Woogie getting surrounded in trophy on the Montang. I thought that was it, round over. Mephi then had at least a little spell in him. Enterforce know that they're this close, and that gives them that added belief to go and finish the job against FearX and cause another upset. It may not be the biggest upset of the stage. That's certainly, I think, reserved
That's up for debate.
Other matches. Well, I think Daystar beating Elevate yesterday 2-0 would still top this, but this is another one that's right in the conversation.
Not far behind. Not far behind at all. And it's the fashion in which they have played today has been really good.
Yeah, and sometimes you've got to just tip your hat to the opposition. This is not a case of, you know, FearX tripping over themselves. They're getting beaten into submission by their opponent. And would this be another team going to the LAN that's a dark horse for a spot at the major?
Who knows at this point? Could be some boilovers at that event as well at this rate. 2 minutes to go though here in round 8, and map clear facilitated by the Monty.
And Woogie keeps insisting on this Monty as well. You know that's going to be banned as well, so use it while you can. Oh, the drive-by from Coded. That's disgusting.
And that's the danger man of Nina off the board as well. That's a big pick.
With the way the series has been going, I would have said Nina's 9 out of 10 times likely to win that. Yeah. That's a huge kill for FearX. And with these opening kill conversions, they've now got themselves into a very good position in the 8th round to tie this back up.
Still a bit of clearance to be done though.
FearX cannot be the first team to not convert an opening kill and go 3-5 down. They must win this round.
Oh, they've allowed Mugi through. Oh, he had to hit that though.
It doesn't really hit much on.
Oh, that's unfortunate for Mugi.
And Woogie cleans up.
Positionally, it was such a good play, but just failed to hit that critical shot.
That should be the round now for FearX, unless they capitulate towards the end of the round. 45 seconds, that's, I guess, one element.
Nitro and Goyo utility for defense still.
Yeah, but there's still a Monty that can help facilitate the push in towards the site.
This could be interesting. But Good Boy catches Akuzu on the vert, 2v5.
From interesting now to surely formalities. The wine push is very susceptible to this Montang. Smoke's thrown out. 14 seconds. Jinnum's just praying that Woogie leaves a gap here with that shield up. And Mephi puts an end to the round. Flawless from FearX. It's our first flawless round in this entire series. They got the job done earlier in the round. They had the 5-on-3, won the first couple of fights, and they take a timeout. And I don't mind this. And it's the absolute banger. The contrast of the player cams, one inside of a team facility, the others all at home. And that's those at home that might be leaving home soon for a trip overseas. 3 rounds away for E36. FearX a much needed round win, and flawless as that into a timeout. Do they feel like they can kick on from here and take Chalet, force us to that third map? Coded and Mephi have really risen to the challenge here on Chalet.
Seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds left.
Well, an intriguing start. One of the, I guess, key pillars, Akuzu, 0-2 entry, yet he's got the highest survival rate inside of the server at a whopping 50% across both maps. So if he stays alive and doesn't die at the start of the round, Enterforce usually go on and win the round.
Deploying shock drone.
Bar Games, of course, was a little bit tricky for Enterforce to attack into. They defend it now for the first time. And now Woogie on the Blackbeard. I mean, this is the concern, though. When you do ban out the Ying, it means that one of the 2 shields will stay up. Do you ban the Monty? Do you ban the Blackbeard at the conclusion of this round?
Map clear across from FearX. It's a top library stairs hold and a Mez pillar hold here from Enterforce. So pretty old school kind of setup. The deployable shield is on that pillar position. Harper with his keeper barriers to be self-sufficient top library stairs. Akuzu, the wild card in this round, he's over towards library, and Nina as well, with the possibility to flank and or nitro pressure from down below. FearX got 2 stored out here. Nina's going to hit the nitro, or at least potentially consider it, although I think a drone will force him back. This is now officially the slowest round on Chalet, still in a 5v5 at this point for the first time in 9 rounds. Oh, Kuzu. Oh, Kuzu trying his best for what would have been his first opening kill of the series. Unable to connect. Logic Bomb rings out from Rin. Has one more available in the back pocket. Woogie trying to get himself into top library. It's Harper with the opening pick over towards top library stairs. Mephi over towards office. Contested by Mugi at the mezzanine with the Nitro still up. Woogie entry in made. Mephi by himself in office still. Oh, eats the nitro.
He eats it. Harper lost his life. Top library. You've still got Mugi over towards the mezzanine. Trying to battle hard here. Somehow hits that shot onto Good Boy. Now dealing with the Blackbeard. They battle each other. But Mugi falls short with a bit of help from Mephi in that library hallway. FearX have got themselves into a pretty decent spot, but only 20 seconds left. They lose Mephi. Woogie and Coda, the dynamic duo once again, must clutch up here, low on time. Still need to clear out Barstock. Jinham holding a good spot.
And Mud.
And they haven't got Mud cleared either. This should not be winnable for FearX, and indeed it will not be, as E36 lock down the site. 5-4 and 2 rounds away from knocking out FearX from APAC North.
Yeah, the expectation will probably be the Monty ban here. Or Blackbeard, which do you take off? Okay, so it is Monty. Blackbeard offered good value in the prior round, and so that's something that Interforce will need to be continually mindful of. It's his army for defense. Harper got the first kill. Good work in shutting down the swing. The trade game for FearX is pretty good for the majority of the round, although right here, Mugi, he was on an island, and he stood up and got his one. He stored out a lot of time as well. Down to a 3 versus 3. Sharp shot, Nina prone side. Not sure we caught that one live, but really good replay there. And then left it in a very difficult position to trade out for FearX. Just 2 away.
And now that pressure starts to mount on FearX, facing elimination very shortly.
10 seconds left.
So that's a castle horizontal extension. E36 investing heavily over towards this box position for library. They'll be wanting to defend that quite fiercely. No mirror available, and so that they are relying on this particular setup. There are fall-off options as well with the hatches open. Good boy Deimos. Can he catch one for free? Ikuzu doesn't have any idea.
Ooh.
And dies.
Yeah. Well, that's huge for FearX. We're still at that 100% conversion rate. So clearly that's been a big element. Mentioned it on the pre-show couch as well. And if you can win this battle, it'll go a long way for two teams that do struggle in this department. Neither team has been able to showcase they have the ability to bring back the 4v5.
FearX with a 68% opening kill conversion heading into this matchup, but you're right. Here on Chalet specifically, it's 100% for
they were
both
tied
teams.
though. There was like 68 and 69% each.
Yeah.
And pretty much equal in terms of overall opening kill as well.
Yeah. It's been a very tight battle here in this series. Here on Chalet. They still have this hold to play into though, but the Deimos with no pressure
Oh, what
below.
a death mark. Oh, Mugi's very fortunate to be alive.
Zoto canister to counter the Deimos.
He won't be alive for much longer. As per usual in this series, if you find that pick, you go on and convert. Jinem can't make his way out. Good pressure from FearX, using the extra numbers to their advantage. And this should be a formality to close out the 10th round in a 4v2 for FearX. And if we've seen one thing in this series, it's really the domination once you have the numbers. Easy. Nina more focused with big window. Coda's clearly not happy. Lets out his frustrations. It will be 5-5. Going into round 11. All tied up. It's been back and forth here on Chalet. Timeout for Interforce. They know they're 2 rounds away from causing a major upset.
Yeah, pretty rare major error from them there at the beginning of the match. Akuzu just gets caught over towards Barstock. And with the Deimos allowed to pressure Mez from below and then catch the fall off, which is ultimately the fallback plan for that hold with the castle. It was never going to be a particularly winnable round for them. So one they just need to shrug off. The next site choice as well will be pretty intriguing here from the defensive Interforce, where they elect to head. Do they go for the reattempt? Basement available, or they can return to top floor now with it unlocked. And top floor to be the choice. That was a interesting round to kick things off. It did come down to a 1 versus 1 in the end. You think back to FearX getting the map control and there were 4 players off site for Interforce on that particular occasion, but they were able to maintain a pretty good level of pressure and retake in the end. Tech pause has been called. Apparently there's a
bug investigation ongoing. So as we get updates, we can relay that.
Call pest control.
Get the exterminator in. I don't think this pause will be particularly favourable to either team or anything like that.
I mean, it's been back and forth. There's no real hard momentum, I think, for either team. 5-5. And it's a very, very short tech anyway as we head into the 11th round. So, bedroom and office. It's a repeat for E36. They did win it successfully to begin this second half, but just lost it in the 10th round and lost it convincingly. And they go out of the tack. Nina on Cav. That is a ballsy selection.
I don't even want to bother looking for the Cav pick rate this stage. Even globally, it would be very low.
5 seconds remaining.
Fearx have also swapped off the Deimos, and so that could actually
I found it.
ail them.
For APAC North, if you're interested. 411 rounds played. Played once.
Yeah.
0.2%, and it was a loss.
Okay. Well, it could be 50-50 after this round. Yeah, as mentioned, they jump off the Deimos, and so tracking the Cav here could end up being tricky for Fearx. We'll see. Nina will lurk over towards basement storage at the beginning portion of this round.
Well, it puts a lot of pressure, though, when you go for these guys. It's like either you're going to look like a fool or a genius.
I trust Nina.
Well, it's not just Nina. It's a team decision, right? When you make these calls out of attack, even a coach decision too. Like this would have been discussed in the tactical timeout.
Yeah, I would assume so.
It's not all just down to the Kavera, though. Of course, it's not just that one operator that's going to make or break the round, but it certainly will have impact. Kuzu, well, this is... I'm not too sure really what he's trying to do here with the shotgun window position, low on health. And he's taken a lot of damage as well from that earlier exchange.
And it's looking like a solar posture.
Well, double shield setup for Fearx will aid them in their quest of taking this site through solar. Kuzu, low on health, will just play for his life at this point. Does he think about the vaults? Well, he's made his position. Oh my goodness.
Has no nitro, sorry.
Overstepped the mark a little bit. Here
Here's the
comes
flag.
Nina coming in from behind. Solar quietly up the stairs.
No!
And loses out to Woogie. Shuts down that Cav. Opening kill, Fearx. Kuzu juggling his position, trying to stay alive. Mute Gemma goes down. I don't think that's going to change much.
There's no one bathroom balcony to pinch him here.
Oh, a little bit of a late reaction. Double shield to deal with. Coda dealt with, though, by Mugi. They lost to Kuzu. Jinnen losing his battle. Fearx are gaining the ascendancy.
Reloading. Cover me.
It's Fearx's round to lose all of a sudden. And it might be just their map to lose now. The Korean juggernaut has awoken. 3 of the last 4 rounds to put themselves now on map point. They looked a little down and out. They looked a little beaten and a little shaken. But their resilience, while tested, has not been overawed. And the Cav pick now looks a little silly.
Well, there's the impact of the Cav, and it was essentially nothing. He had, potential opportunities to consider a solar run out, a double window run out. That never happened. There was Claymore utility. And then the direct flank stairs was shut down. The flush bathroom was a little bit messy there from Fearx, but ultimately able to overwhelm with the shield util.
Now they need to attack into Kitchen to close out this map and head us to Skyscraper. We haven't seen Kitchen this
First
half.
preference map for VRX, Skyscraper 3-0 record.
Yeah.
Attackers have located a bomb. 5 seconds remaining.
Picked it 4 times. They've let it get through 11 times. It's a map they like. It's a map that E36 will struggle with in terms of bringing their aggressive playstyle on as well. This was their chance. This was their opportunity, and it still could be if they can force overtime.
Strong util clearance here from Woogieman on the shock drone. And Rage Hardbreed should be able to deal with Dining.
Well, first time that they're going to go Kitchen Dining in the half.
Not the cleanest hard breach I've ever seen. I assume it is vaultable there. 2 minutes on the clock. 10 players up. Opening kill has been converted 11 times, every single round. So there is a lot of pressure on both teams at the moment.
Just the way that they play after that pick, just having the numbers advantage. Neither team has shown really much capability in being able to bring back that deficit.
Yeah, hasn't been a ton of throwing.
Nina doesn't get anything on the big window run out. I do like the fact that he's still opting to go for those kind of plays. Despite the fact they're 5-6 down, it shows that they're not going to go into their shell and just set up defensively.
So they're pivoting here for a Westmain hit late. Intriguing. There is vert play established here by the defense. Up close hold as well in Trophy. Fearx know about it. They've droned it. 60 seconds. As they assess their options, have Fearx made the right choice here?
Well, it's the first round this half that Fearx have not brought a shield up, and they're coming in late into this round. Mephi up Westmain. Gets the trade onto Mugi. He then gets traded back. Good reposition from Jinem into Kitchen. 2 nitros still available for E36. Coded and Woogie, the only 2 left up. 30 seconds to salvage this round. Jinem was low and now put down. Battle towards Trophy. There's a lot going on right now as Nina then clears out Coded on the white swing. Woogie by himself, 1v2. 15 seconds, no kit. He's got the bulletproof as well, giving his position away. They play the kit as a duo. Harper, Nina into red time. Makuzu try to move forward to be a live drone. We go all the way to overtime here on Chalet. Enterforce tested in this second half, but they too stand tall. Double defense though for Fearx.
Such a tight trade game in that round. Mugi was able to get the first. But Enterforce then keeping pace with the Fearx that flooded this western side of the map. Critically dropping that diffuser and then playing a tight cross there in the 1v2. Not throwing that round. Every single round in regulation. Opening kill converted. 12 straight. OT now beckoning. Fearx have defense. But it's been so hard to split these two. A 3-3 half into a 3-3 half. The second floor for Fearx for context.
Oh, they go bedroom and office. They lost it
twice. Yeah, that was exactly going to be my point. They lost it round 1, round 6. It was 2 up for Enterforce on the first attempt and 4 up on the second attempt. So it's not been a particularly strong sight for Fearx so far this afternoon.
On the flip side, Bar Games has been their best, but you got double defense, so I guess their hope is they can maybe close this out on Bar Games if they win this, lose, and then win. Well, the pressure on and it's on both teams. Enterforce will know going into Skyscraper, they're way less likely to find success. Not impossible, and they do still have that up their sleeve as a backup option. Better than being on the brink of elimination, which is the case for FearX.
Solar stack with Capital Utility gridlock for the Solar flank watch. First pick, E36.
Yeah, onto Mephi, deals with the Fenrir. And Mephi's been their biggest fragger as well for FearX here on Chalet. 12 and now 9. Good drone info as well here in bedroom from Jinum. And will be dealt with. 2 nitros available for FearX. E36 have actually kind of just changed up their tempo here compared to the first half. Playing a slower play style. Good point over towards Mezzanine. May have some company soon if Nina makes his way top library.
Capital Utility now employed as Moogie
Wow,
ends
Rin
up
actually
finding that
peeked
kill.
that.
Yeah, over peek from
Oh,
Rin.
Woogie, you
Almost caught.
knew that spot was vulnerable. And by staying alive, he finds the kill onto Akuzu, and it's a 3v3. Suddenly winnable for FearX, but Coded losing the battle. And Woogie's very low on health in closet. Good boy shut down. All down to Woogie, but inside of the closet, the boogeyman cannot come out and surprise his opponents this time. 2 match points for Enterforced to eliminate FearX from APAC North.
Wow. It's like a FearX fight back on at least their unfavored side. The attack, though, so far here on Chalet today in this specific matchup has been pretty good.
And now Enterforce go to the site that they also did not win defensively.
Yeah, they only attempted it once back in round 8.
And they got
and it was
flawless.
flawless from FearX. So these overtime objective selections are intriguing to say the least.
Very questionable.
Intriguing to say the least.
Well, I mean, at this point, you just got to, whoever gets the first kill wins the round. It's 13 rounds straight. You may as well just like pause and just then complete the round.
GG in the chat.
GG. I mean, it would be heartbreaking if FearX get the opening kill and then lose the round.
Oh, that would hurt.
So 2 opportunities for Enterforce now. They got 2 chances, got to win one of them, and they will then knock out FearX and book their own tickets to PAX. I'm not sure FearX has felt pressure like this for some time. Usually pretty smooth sailing in this region. Well, they join Elevate on the sidelines.
A lot of moving parts of the defense off-site currently for Enterforce. It's a triple stack breach though from FearX. The Thatcher Thermite combination and then Mephi on Glaz. There is the potential for the jump out above here as well from Akuzu, so certainly keep that in mind. Do FearX just consolidate here, try to go
I'm
direct?
thinking, do FearX just go for the quick plant behind the bin and then Mephi for the cover?
Into the
There's only 1 nitro.
Yeah, nitro double impact. Should be possible. Utility to be layered. Do FearX go for it?
I think they go for this, yeah. There you go. Well, it's not, well, no.
Oh.
I think they wanted to maybe bait out, but they didn't really fully commit. There's the opening kill. Round's done. We're going to go 7-7. It's over. Round's done.
Especially with Harper dying.
Yeah. Just torn. Why? Like, I'm just genuinely baffled why you go back to this site you lost flawlessly on and are about to lose it on flawlessly again.
Wow.
Like, I cannot understand both teams choosing sites that they didn't win on defense to go into overtime. Just hurts me.
Does it prove costly though? 7-7 scoreline.
Well, I think it will. I think it will. This should be bar games now, and that was actually won both times by FearX. If they don't go bar game, they're going to go kitchen dining, which also was won by FearX. To be fair, the one time they played it.
Yeah,
and that was with 4 alive, so that's fine. Okay. So FearX now absolutely dead set favorites to send us to a third map. E36 had their chance. They got given an opportunity. They got given bedroom offers for the third time, in which they won for the third time and did so convincingly. And then they opted to play basement.
So it's the Amaru in play here from Enterforce. Could that be a potential difference maker here? They did bring it last time out for the kitchen attack. I'm fairly certain, yeah, it was a Kuzu that played it last time and died out early. And so they actually do switch off at late here, instead rotating back towards the Glaz, a tool that's often used to help hold up above control and flush out for the vert.
Well, despite everything that's happened in this particular map, 7-7, and the attack defense has been 50-50. 3-3 half, 3-3 half, 1-1. But it's the attack, actually, that's won all in overtime so far. You can't favor either team going into this final round.
Just got to see how it plays out.
You just got to see who gets this opening kill.
Yep. That's going to be a very large determining factor. Where that opening duel will take place, though, is anyone's guess right now.
Oh!
Shot in the back.
What an angle found from Harper. Good boy had nothing to say, but there is the trade. At least if you're going to lose that opening pick, you need one back quickly, and they got it.
Losing the Warden into that belt of smokes plus the Ying. I know you got Dockerby, but still.
I have a feeling, I'm going to say it now, this might be the first round that the team that loses the opening duel wins the round. Just have that feeling.
Still so difficult to call, though, at this point.
Losing Nina, not ideal. Just for his general play, and Woogie's still on that roam. He will be one to watch. 90 seconds left.
Office Bridge stalled out with Zotos at the moment. Rin playing half wall.
And this is when the pressure is now firmly on both teams. E36, a chance to progress to the major qualifier land. FearX need to win this to avoid elimination and get this to a third map.
Rin vacates back to Solar, so the attack will get vertical control in a moment's time.
Well, there's just no Solar side pressure here from E36. It's one-dimensional.
It ends up just being a dining hit. They've got to be mindful of the Woogie flank and then the hold above.
Are they just going to go horizontal and not opt for the clear above? And I feel like that does not work out all that well often. 2 Candelas available for Jinna. Make that one.
Oh, Akuzu's going to contest below.
Okuzu goes down below and has the chance to deal with the boogeyman.
That's big. And that makes the dining plant now so much more comfortable.
Mephi has a nitro over towards West Main. 3 gas babes still available for Kota. They may be down a player, but they've still got good utility. Akuzu to play off of this smoke. The gas babe, though, not allowing him to push forward with 20 seconds left into the round. They still have 2 smokes available to try and aid for this Glaz. He'll throw one. Jin's got the other. No more Candelas. Into dining now. Sticking the plant behind the bomb chassis.
Denied.
He'll watch up close. Nitro ripped, thrown. Mephi needs to land it. 4 seconds left in the round. Mugi has to stick this. Mertsan, can he deny the plant? If he gets this kill, he cannot, and with that, E36 will knock out the Foxes. E36 book their tickets to the major qualifier land, and in doing so, take out FearX. It is the week of upsets, the week of the underdogs, and we say goodbye to FearX.
From first in stage 1 to first out of the playoffs in stage 2, you couldn't write a more absurd storyline. 4 out of the 6 teams in APAC North for the playoffs will go to PAX, and B&K Fearex will not be one of them. What on earth is transpiring here in the APL playoffs? It has been upset after upset, and the best part about these upsets is it is the underdogs that are performing to a level we have not seen. It is not necessarily the best team in the server just underperforming. Enterforce 36 have shown through and through they have the grit, they've got the players, they've got the strategy, and now they have booked one of their first, potentially actually first ever lands that we have seen, certainly in APAC. This is a monumental moment in how the rest of this year will play out. B&K Fearex, say goodbye to PAX, say goodbye to Munich. We will see you at the regional finals where God can only pray that you can turn something around, guys. What a performance from yet again another bloody underdog.
They've just played so well today. They kick-started, of course, back on map number 1 of Cons, where they were just relentless in their pressure. Nita was really good today. And then map 2, they just grinded out this map. OT got dicey, both teams with questionable site choice, but they were able to grind away, got that opening kill, and that was the determining factor here on Chalet. It was 100% conversion rate. And for Fearex, a team that has not only been essentially a mainstay for international representation, they don't even get an opportunity now to qualify for the major, which is genuinely insane. Throws their SI into disrepute. You factor in that Elevate also aren't qualified for SI at the moment. Those two will be dueling it out at the regional finals. I mean, holy, what a crazy storyline. But such a well-deserved victory for Enterforce. They didn't jib this match. Like,
Not at all.
They played incredibly well.
Not at all.
Rob, 4 slots, APAC North.
And they still don't make it.
Still don't qualify.
That's crazy.
That's insane. That is
If it were a top 2,
yeah, you'd say,
elevate,
yeah,
like,
sure, maybe. But
4.
is this one of the biggest fumbles we've seen in the APL? Can you think of a bigger fumble? 4 slots, only 2 teams miss out.
Look, it's probably neck and neck with the Elevate's loss yesterday. I know that was 2 slots, but losing to Daystar, it's tough.
It is.
It's
really
tough. And
tough.
honestly, again, as Guz was saying, and you were even saying, credit to Enterforce. They play really, really well. Their Consulate
They were really fun to watch.
was phenomenal.
Yep.
7-1 beatdown. Chalet, more of an even contest, yet they still held their own. It was a really good performance from E36.
Yeah.
And they're going to land.
They are going to land. Actually, funnily enough, me and our observer, Alex Sky McCallum, great bloke, by the way, give him a follow. We were actually talking before the game even started, and we were just kind of going back and forth on what game would be better, the first or the second. We were both like the second game's going to be better. And I was saying that I just think that Enterforce 36 is the mediocre team in this scenario, and that the only way they'll be able to beat B&K Fearex is if B&K Fearex play bad. Maybe that was the case on map 1. It sure as hell was not the case on map 2. It just wasn't. Like, B&K Fearex showed up. Rin had one of those days. Let's just say it. We've talked about it time and time again. Rin had one of those days where nothing is connecting.
I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I will. I did say before the series, it's going to come down to the entries.
Actually,
on Chalet,
I can't believe we had a 100%
15 rounds,
conversion.
100% conversion rate.
Crazy.
So if you won that battle, and even on Consulate, for instance, right? Like in the 7-1 victory for Enterforce, there was only 1 round that they got the opening kill and didn't convert, but they converted the other 5.
Yeah.
So again, it was a large influence really on the
a
series
testament
as
to
a
the
whole.
quality of the siege and the server as well. They weren't throwing advantages.
No.
So.
No, it's nice to see. It's good to see that we have now another team to start talking about. Unfortunately, no interview. We're not gonna get anyone in to have a bit of a yap
I
with
could have
us.
done some translating, a bit of Japanese.
Oh, I think actually, to be fair,
Maybe if it was Italian, but I don't know about.
Yeah.
Italian I
Japanese
could probably just marginally get away with, but even.
Do you reckon you could throw to break in Italian?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, that's really disappointing. I was really hoping you'd give us.
It's the terminology differences that you've got to. I can do the basics.
Well, how about I do it instead?
Arrivederci.
Ciao.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Can I drink some water, Lithi?
Yeah, you can have some water.
This thing looks very dangerous.
Next, we have this one, Pina Picante. It's got pineapple, but I'm told that that's how they trick you. You think it's sweet, and then the spice comes.
This looks very dangerous.
Lots. Yeah, go. Yes! All right, try that for me. So Mephi, you just got back from EWC, Esports World Cup. It's your 7th international esports event that you've played. You've played against so many international teams that are so much better than what you get to play here in APAC. What's it like playing against the best teams in the world?
항상 노력을 해서 좋은 결과를 만들어내려고 하고 있지만 결과는 뜻대로 따르지 않아서 되게 기분이 많이 아쉽긴 한데 그래도 강팀이랑 할 때마다 아는 걸 배워가면서 성장하고 있다는 걸 느끼기 때문에 계속 열심히 하면은 계속해서 좋은 결과를 만들어낼 것 같습니다.
What do you take away from Esports World Cup? What do you think you learned?
I learned Saudi is hot and food is good. Yeah, but this is a shock. Honestly, we arrived before 2 days ago tournament, so we didn't have many times to practice, so we couldn't good practice before game.
Do you like it? You just had some more. Is it good?
Very spicy.
No spicy?
Yeah.
Just you wait. What do you think you're going to do differently next time, next event, so that you can go even further?
그냥 더 열심히 하고 많은 걸 시도하고 그때그때 나오는 아이디어를 인게임에서 적용시키는 거를 우선으로 하면은 좀 더 괜찮아질 것 같다고 생각을 합니다.
You really like that? It's good? Yeah.
It's okay.
You must be hungry.
Shot Ones, the budget version of Hot Ones. It's got spicy wings, but the spiciest take has just happened. It's unfolded in front of us. B&K Fear X. We say adios to them. It's devastating. And me and Jake were actually just talking. I knew that there were SI points for regional finals. So BNK FearX and CAG for APAC North, they've made regional finals. That's big, right? However, I did not realize that second place, guess how many points they get, Guz?
Here?
For regional finals.
300.
700 SI points for second place regional finals.
I thought it was 600. I
didn't realize it
knew there was
scaled that
points,
crazy
but
for
yeah.
regional finals.
Yep,
Okay.
yep. So all the conversations we've been having are irrelevant for teams that are going to the regional finals because obviously, yes, you can finish first and go to SI. But that's a significant amount of points. That's actually combined pretty much stage 1, stage 2, and
I wouldn't be saying that any team, honestly, is a shoo-in to make that significant
Absolutely
run
not,
at the
no.
regional finals. That could be another really volatile event.
I would totally agree with that. With the teams that are going to be there,
point.
the teams that are going to be there, just for reference, let me just confirm for you. So, FearX and CAG, Weibo, oh no, it's gone and absolutely butchered it. Elevate, Enterprise, and Chiefs.
Stats.
Of that,
And just
Chiefs
barely
is
for
easily.
Chiefs, that was hilarious.
The fact of the matter is, for Chiefs, they are the absolute bottom of the table there. They are the underdogs of the underdogs of the underdogs for a regional finals, and that's saying something considering who the Chiefs are. So this now becomes a very interesting end of the year. The
Who
fact
are
that
they?
it's all. Who are they? Actually, have you ever thought about who we are? We're just a bunch of blokes that
What is
sit
a
on
chief?
chairs.
What's a Weibo?
It's certainly not a winner. I'll tell you that much. A Chief is certainly not a winner at the moment. They're struggling. But it is time for us to turn our attention into our very second matchup. See what I did there? Scars, a roster that has struggled. There's no other way of putting it. They have significantly struggled ever since the combining of Korea and of Japan in APAC North. They have just not been showing up. And prior to that, I guess the prelude, Guz, was that they weren't performing at international events, only domestically. But the fact that they're kind of struggling even domestically now is just such a massive concern.
Yeah, they were fortunate enough to even make it into the playoffs, which is a concerning storyline for them. Throughout the playoffs thus far, their run has, of course, been quite short. A 0-2 loss against D+. Now, I think they would have gone into that match given the context of the stage as underdogs, but weren't able to even produce a map result in that series, which is quite concerning. And they're not going to be alleviated of a lot of pressure against the PSG talent that look okay. Not amazing, but still probably above the level of Scars currently. So, you know, if you want to keep running with this underdog story, if there's if there's any team to pick, it's probably Scars. I'd say the margin is very, very close between the two for this particular matchup, but they have more to prove.
I'm going to go as far to say I would be betting all your channel points on Scars.
Yeah, if you're a betting man.
With your channel points.
Yep.
And if they lose, you can at me on Twitter and I'll send you some channel points, but they're going to win 100%.
Wait, Scars are?
Scars, yeah.
Oh, no, you're on something.
Are you purely basing that on the underdog?
My theory is they've tanked group stage, they've tanked playoffs just for this underdog week.
They're sandbagging.
They are coming in as underdogs.
So
there's so much quality on this roster that all it takes is for them to play their best on the day they win.
Yeah, they're sleeper.
And PSG talent, are they chokers?
Could be.
Maybe.
Well, they're jokers. Well, at least they're led by a joker.
They got one joker, yeah.
Yeah, look, I think PSG talent, they
I
definitely...
can't trust this team.
You have trust issues.
I have trust issues. I can't trust them.
I'm actually... You cannot just make a statement like that and then not continue to talk about it.
Well, I mean, I feel like what we saw from them during the Fabian era, they were making strides.
Yep.
And then it all just went to shit. And Fabian ditched.
He smoke bombed.
He smoke bombed and left. And then Joker was left to pick up the pieces. And I actually think he's done a really good job.
I think he has too.
I think this team could have gone a lot darker.
Yeah. So I think Joker's done a tremendous job. And being real for 2 seconds, like obviously for PSG talent, they are the favourites in this matchup, rightfully so.
Yep.
And when I say I don't trust them, it's just like I feel like in these big occasional matches, and this is one of those, they just seem to fall short.
Yeah.
And whereas Scars are a team that historically that we've seen dominate locally and make the international events, and then they smoke bomb there
and
take the quick trip home. So when you kind of look at the history of a matchup like this, it's hard not to favor Scars. And then you look at the results that we've seen across Asia and APAC North, favoring the underdogs. Again, it's hard to not then favor Scars. If they bring their best and PSG Talent get a little bit nervy with a qualification on the line, I can see the result already, and hence the channel
100%.
points.
I look at this game, and I think the way that I look at this game is you have the best of the mid-pack teams and the worst of the mid-pack teams. Scars finished 7th in nearly every category, or 7th or 6th, terrible. And then PSG Talent finished about 4th or 3rd in every other category. So the fact of the matter is, you are looking at, yes, they are in the same kind of realm, and this is why Guz is saying that it should be close. It should marginally go to PSG Talon. But unfortunately, the fact of the matter is for Scars, unless they have been sandbagging this and anchoring like you've been saying, you know, kind of throwing us out the window, yeah, they are going to be in for a really tough fight here. But as we've just seen, the underdog storyline has just been absolutely outrageous this entire weekend and will probably continue. Speaking of continuing, onto the maps, Labs, Consulate. Geez, I feel like we're seeing so much Consulate in the APL playoffs at the moment. It's lovely to see. Guz, thoughts on the first two?
The Cons pick from Scars is intriguing. It's their 7th preference map. They actually lost it to PSG a couple of months ago, and it's one that they have left it up to be a decider more frequently than not. So intrigued to see how that does shape up. And then jumping to Clubhouse for the final map, 4th preference PSG, 3-0 record. So PSG have actually been quite clinical on this map. They, funnily enough, took down Enterforce 7-3, which on reflection goes down as quite a strong result. For Scars, 0-4 on Club.
I feel like the constant Labs picks are the wrong way around.
It does feel like that.
At least on paper, it feels that way. But
yeah, I mean, 3rd preference Scars on Labs, despite pick by PSG Talent, who have a 2-5 record on it for Talent, a 3-2 record for Scars. And as you kind of alluded to on Consulate, it's picked up by Scars, 7th preference, 0-1. Lost it to this team in PSG Talent. It's their 2nd preference, their 2-0. Beat Enterforce on it 7-5 the other week. So, I mean, to me, it's a straight veto.
And arguably as well, the side that you probably would prefer to take that map have got defense starting as well. So it's just, this is going to be a very interesting opening 2 matches for this series. Again, for the context of those of you just joining us, it has been the weekend of underdogs, constantly winning, constantly defying odds. And now we get to a match that's decently even between these two teams. Yes, one might be at the upper end of the mid-pack, one might be at the lower end of the mid-pack, but we've seen this from Scars before. They can turn it on when they need to. PSG Talent go into this the favorites from all of us here on the desk, from all of us here in production. It is an interesting one. We do hope that it is nothing short of a barn burner. Let's get this one underway. And Jake, I think, what's that saying we've been going on? Win and you're in?
Win and you're in, indeed, Robbins. For PSG Talent and Scars, a spot. And the final APAC North spot for PAX Melbourne. Major qualifier land on the line for these two teams, and 2 really big organizations, 2 teams with good history in this APAC North region. The loser, and even with Scars having a pretty poor stage, they would be disappointed to not make land with 4 slots available for PSG Talent. They probably feel like their stage hasn't been too bad and won their first final and then lost the follow-up one to find themselves in this position. They come in as favorites, but it's been that week of the underdogs. It went from a day of the underdog to now the week. It has just been that trend. It has continued in that fashion. As we head over to Nighthaven Labs, the pick for PSG Talent. Defense first up for Scars. It's hard to just not go past Scars and keep following that underdog storyline. Also hard to believe Scars is the underdog and where they're at the moment in their stage and in their careers. Historically, we would have gone into a series like this with Scars being the favorites, but that's just not the case right now.
10 seconds left.
Kite Bandit, Thermite Ace off the board. So big emphasis in terms of the hard breach here for the opening half of the match. Top floor in play, late reinforcements here from Scars and the mirror available. Really hoping to see some clinical siege like we did particularly on Chalet in our last matchup between Enterforce and Fearex. Enterforce able to win that one out with a 2-0. Fearex sent home out of the bracket. Regional finals now their last best opportunity outside of the LCQ to make SI. PSG posturing for potentially a final hit over towards top blue. Probably anticipating the pacing of this matchup comparatively to the one we had earlier to be quite a bit slower.
Well, also the map as well.
Yeah.
Although
yeah, this is not bad.
Yunsang will go double up with Misa towards blue. Misa finds the opening pick onto Choppy. That's the Warden eliminated, and the double shield setup looks like it'll be very strong now for PSG Talent on this top floor of Command Server. They've got a really good chance to make a strong start. Yeah, that's just not how you want to peak that fish like. Oh, Nitro shot out by Gotti. Double again from Misa. Well, he loses his life eventually after roaming in towards the site. Good kill from Soldier. The Rafters control, the blue control, and Command Server has been ripped to shreds here by the attack of PSG Talon. It's not often that you see that from an attacking team on this site, but they've made quick work of it. Yunsang pressuring Fishlike towards Electrical. Fishlike does well, but in the post plant 1v3, this is just not winnable. And a really solid start from PSG Talon. Giving him nothing.
It was a really good round. I like the
really good round.
The double down of the shield over towards blue. They got that space and a kill off the back of it. Additional defender of the Fenrir was also caught in a bad spot, and PSG punished that accordingly. And I think punishment is really going to be one of the big win cons for PSG in this matchup. Scar's clearly not playing at 100%. And PSG historically have shown that in some of these bigger matches, when those opportunities arise, sometimes they don't quite capitalize. So we need to see that consistently throughout the day.
It'd be very Scars for them to underperform in the underdog week. It would match their stage. They do not opt for the repeat up above. They will go basement instead for the second round. It's a big start and a big statement from PSG Talent that they're here to not mess around.
This will be fun.
It's also the concern as well when you kind of leave those shields available. Instead going for hard breach ban.
10 seconds to go.
Doubled up in that previous round with the Blackbeard and the Blitz. Now they go the Montang for Yunsang. I mean, looking at this lineup with the Deimos, the Nook, the Ram, with the Monty, it's going to be clear across, deal with the roam, get vert control, and then hit site with the Monty. The goal will be to get these Scars players eventually back to site. So the concern for Scars here now is you've got to probably win a couple of these battles on this roam. Deny these entries. Can you deal with this Monty early? That would be very, very helpful.
You know, saying considering map control again, Scars with some counter utility from that particular position. The Ella posted up. The Yokais as well potentially in support if Fishlike wants to aggress with those, but Misa's been able to sneak over towards Exo. This is a free kill. Wow. Oh, your mates are dead.
And that's also onto the Echo as well. So no Yokais for late round. Oh my god, that was almost a freebie onto Rek.
Jeez, that was pretty reckless there from Rek.
Oh my god, you got to get that kill. Washoi does. Made a little bit of a meal of it, but in the end consumes Misa. Deals with that Nook lurk. They did lose the Echo, and overall a good success to start the round for PSG Talent. And what that's also done then is brought a couple of players, you know, kind of back to site. Choppy Rek no longer on the roam. Washoi at some point is going to have to peel off.
Oh, they stay above. They elect not to go back towards site. So a final stand here from Gator.
Oh, good kill.
Nice one through the wall.
I like the fact that he goes back up top floor. They have the advantage now, so they can afford to actually send him to that second floor and play the roam. Scar's turning it around here on the second round. Right now for PSG Talon, they're just going to send it to side. They're going to give up any vert. Wishoy can play storage. Good kill from Rek. And this should solidify the round for Scars now. Their defense in the second round far and away better than the opening round here on Nighthaven Labs. PSG Talon could just never really get this Montang involved. Lost the roam battle. Better from Scars and a good showing in the second round. All tied up in the first map of this series.
Yeah, just good regress there from Scars. They maintained some pressure and control with Gator, who made his way then in response up to the top floor. Didn't really allow PSG to be too comfortable. It was a good opening pick from Misa, who maybe if he had his time over would have then tried to take more control in towards the site. Elected though to retake back up above and support the rest of the clear. But Scars responded quite nicely to that pressure.
It's probably the save from Wiser option.
Yeah. Either way, we return to top floor. PSG winning that out in the opening round. 3 players up. They were very, very strong on this site. A lot of that was spearheaded by the double shield stack blue stairs. PSG, though, electing not to go shields here round 3. It'll be a more concentrated utility set. So indicative that it'll be IT breach and con side from them.
Only the one operator change for Scars. They bring the Valkyrie instead of the Fenrir. From last time out on command server. On the flip side, it's a pretty big change up for PSG Talon. They drop the double shield setup. They bring the Zero, they bring the Nomad, the Capitao, and the Deimos. The only operator that has stayed the same is the Flores. So it's a large fundamental change to the way that they're going to play this side this time. Deployable shield will be lost over towards blue.
Flores wreaking some havoc here and clearing out this keeper barrier util. And just making the hold over towards OT a little bit more risky for the defense. Soldier has that diffuser. He's looking to wrap Warehouse late. And the flush out util there from Wishoy will force him back. PSG now can lock that off with the Nomad. Opening up that passageway for Soldier. A decent setup here from PSG, looking pretty good at the moment. Scars though with double nitro is still up, that could be quite impactful.
Oh, what a shot from Wishoy.
Yeah, just catching Soldier off guard.
Another one there as well towards Rafters. 2-player advantage now for Scars confirmed. Looking far more solid here on this top floor. Opting to not bring the shields. PSG Talon definitely do not look as comfortable pushing into this site. Oh, surely, Yun Sang so under pressure. Dealt with the nitro well. And a double from Misa.
Wow, where'd that come from?
He's just got himself into server. On a backside hit through con meeting, he's walked in. PSG Talon had all of their players
and now Yunsang's
towards Rafters, and so Scars, we're not ready for the back hit.
Yeah, Yunsang runs across through con, we'll go for the pillar plant.
Scars, we're not ready for this push from Misa. And Yunsang can go for the plant inside a server. There is a nitro available from Fishlike. Oh, and it gets them both! Talk about impact from the nitro. salvaging the round there for Scars after they left that back door open and Misa slipped on in into the bands. 2 rounds straight for Scars.
There's a good attempt there from PSG in the prior round, but with that blind denial on the board still, it was fairly risky without additional layering of pressure or ultimately having to find that mirror, which did eventuate. It's Valkyrie and Blitz banned out for the remainder of the half. And nothing that could be done to shot out this Nitro. A little bit unfortunate. Oh! Gee, we might have to fire the replay operator after that one. I think even I could do a better job than that. That was... Oh. All fun and games. Round 4 tertiary. Storage would go for what is shaping up to be perhaps quite the intriguing matchup between these two. PSG got off to a good start, but Scars have retaliated. A hold above anticipated with the mirror available. That will be quite difficult to clear. The Azami also is still up, so a ton of utility here for PSG to consider.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
I'm sorry about your mask, Azam.
And the Blitzband is interesting. Obviously, it had success in the opening round, but then not chosen really after. PSG Talent now no longer even have that option. So first time on the tertiary site for Scars. If they win this 3-1 up, at a pretty decent start in the first half overall.
Frag grenade out.
RT active. Sweeping perimeter. Swapping mags! RED active. If it runs on batteries, I see it.
Conti with the secondary hard breach to get some pressure in towards IT. Really nothing out of the ordinary here by PSG Talent on the attack so far. They will want to clear this top floor so that they can make sure that Scars do not have vert control. Soldier on the backside push. They might start to get some pressure towards control as well. And in fact, Misa straight in towards storage over Zala's aggressive fish-like. Able to find the opening pick. Rek ends up taking out Washoy. A team kill. Nitro gives PSG Talent a way back into this round. Critical error. And Talent will once again just try and stick this storage plant. Gotti watching IT from above. Plant will be successful. And now little chance left for Scars. Needed that from Rek. But so much to be done in the post plant, even with the extra player.
Oh, decent trade.
That's the trade. Ryder there with the kill on the choppy. Rek is on the kit. Gets off it. Ryder at the window. Ryder then goes for the vault in. It's only Gotti that's left. Hold in IT, 15 seconds. Fishlak will get on it. Gotti has the vert. Goes for the clear, and he gets them both. The power of IT and what you need to retake if you are defense up above. PSG Talent confirmed the tertiary site. We are all tied up 2-2.
They did a good job to shut down Misa. 5 versus 4, but the Nitro from Rek. So a miscomm there from Scars. And then they all stacked storage in the post. The run out here was a pretty decent attempt. That was good work from Fishlak. Ryder swept through late. His frag grenade was critical in getting Rek off on the first occasion. Gotti was disciplined up above, and he was anticipating the trade pinch, but it was rather one-dimensional there from Scars. They thought they'd be able to win it out there with the double stack site. Low percentage play though, as we could see from our perspective. We rotate down to basement now. Scores tied to apiece. Misa up to 5. It's been a good day at the office for him so far. Fish like equally up to the task there. He'll play the Warden in this round, maybe in anticipation of the Ying to reappear, but that will not be the case here for this round. But the Monty is in play. That will definitely pose a threat. PSG will be looking to contest Vert here with the Ram in play as well. Misa on Nook. We've seen him do a decent lurk so far on this site once before, and may look to do that again with the Ram employed.
Yeah, well, he did get that opening kill from that lurk. They weren't able to go on and win the round. So far, Misa's been involved in 3 of the 4 opening engagements, 2-1. His own individual record. Yeah, it's a complete identical lineup for PSG Talent. And it did not work out well for them at all last time, but to be fair, they'll probably feel as if they can adjust and play this roam a little bit better.
Stay close to me. Changing max.
So no one on the top floor for Scars. It's going to be just this first floor hold again towards cargo vending. PSG Talent look very hesitant on how aggressive they want to be. Yunzong has to be careful of this hatch as well.
Boogie out. Boogie is a go.
First of 3 gas babes thrown. It's Soldier that finds the opening kill onto Fish. Like they deal with the Warden, they deal with the one and only Nitrocell that Scars had available in the back pocket. One more gas babe here as AK to try and stall out this cargo stairs push from the Monty. As he throws it out, there's still 1:10 on the clock. He opts to push a little bit forward up, take a more aggressive stance. Even despite Yunsang being so close to him, now has to give this position up. It's a stall out, but not a significant one. With the advantage now for PSG Talon into the final 50 seconds, they've set themselves up nicely in this round. They've got good vert, they've cleared out cargo stairs. But there does still offer defense above on this first floor from Scars.
It's still only choppy basement right now. PSG have to be so careful of these lurks above. A-Gator looking to poke and prod and wreck alongside in storage. His position is unknown. Needs to hit a timing.
There's the chance.
And he does. Just gets the kill.
And no chance for trade immediately because he goes prone inside of control. Scars continue to be a nuisance in this round. Rack, you've just got to stay alive. You don't even need more kills. Popped themselves up for that opportunity, but Soldier will sit him back down. Yunsang is inside a tank. He can look to stick this plant and will start to do so. Choppy just knows if he gets this kill, that might be enough to win the round. And indeed it will. Scars hold on by the skin of their teeth. And you can see what it means to Rack and what it means to his team. They find a 3rd round here on the defensive labs.
Yeah, they managed to do just enough there on the first floor to prevent PSG from being able to clear site util. Made that plant quite awkward. They also didn't cover it particularly well, and so Scar's able to deny. Soldier got the first kill. Wreck lurked up above with A-Gator. Was eventually traded, but wasted quite a bit of time. 10 seconds on the clock here, so no opportunity afforded to clear the map. 2 versus 1. We return to the top floor for the final round of the half.
Time to redecorate.
It's feeling like it may end up being a close duel between these two.
10 seconds.
The Monty's still up. PSG repick into it again.
Camera ready to activate. 5 seconds to go.
And Nook as well to see an appearance. On the side of defense, though, it's a heavy emphasis on plant denial with the Maestro in play. It's a double Nitro lineup. So intrigued to see what approach PSG employ. It does feel like the attacks have lacked, and even defenses to that extent, some of the polish that we saw in the last series of the day, and the intensity and the tempo has reduced significantly. How much of that can be contributed to Nighthaven? How much to the teams? I think it's probably elements of both.
Yeah, a bit of both probably. But this has got to be the side that Scars win. Like, they cannot afford to lose command server again. Gave it up once. Back in that opening round. You know, funnily enough, actually, PSG Talent have not won a round yet where they brought the Monty. And of course, did win that opening round with the Blackbeard and the Blitz. And then control storage without any shields. But the Monty has not been successful. Nitro finds nothing.
Well, he just wasted a Nitro way too late for the secondary hard bridge. If he had have hit that, could have compromised the hard bridge actually quite significantly for PSG, but too late.
Spotted on that drone was Washoy in lounge, playing the roaming Azami. Misa feeling as if that Azami not being at rafters, it might be a bit more susceptible, but Washoy makes his way in towards Garage. And as he makes his way up, Misa's in a good position to cut him off. This is the freest kill you will ever get. Makes an absolute meal of it, but converts it anyway.
He had to be looking at his teammate's screen then when that happened. Gee whiz. He was looking at something and it wasn't his own monitor.
60 seconds, 4v4. Yunsang pushing blue. Playing behind him is Ryder. Taking a big chunk of damage, though, on that Monty. Still Ayagator with a Nitro up. Rack losing his life on the Maestro. Reload. This would be a massive round for PSG Talent. Nitro will get rid of Yunsang. So no more Montang available for PSG Talent. Great headshot. Ayagator says, see you later to Misa. So down to the 2v2 with 30 seconds remaining in the round. And Ryder with a massive shot. Fishlike, as always, needs to go godlike from here. They're both so low that this shotgun, certainly even from distance, would be enough.
Well, they're going for the kill, not the plant.
They are indeed trying to play together. Gotti down, but Ryder steps up quite literally. Really good positioning, and PSG Talent set themselves up here on Nighthaven Labs with a 3-3-1/2.
Yeah, probably the right play there with them both being so low on HP. Had a clear definitive read on where that final defender was. Put Fishlike under pressure, open up that trade opportunity. If you leave it in the effective 1 versus 1 as the plant goes down, there's probably a lot of percentage play. So good work there from PSG in the presence of mind to go for the flood. Close match, 3-3 scoreline. Thermite Ace, Kaid, Bandit, same here on Labs. And second floor as anticipated. I will say it does kind of feel like the Labs meta has stagnated quite significantly, but such is the nature of the map. Good sustained pressure throughout the round here from PSG. They just maintained pace. Got a little bit sketchy here, 2 versus 3, but they're just able to battle their way through. Ayagator got caught on an island. And then Ryder and Gotti with good comms to go for that push. Even scoreline as we enter the second half.
Yeah, and a big inverse as well from the last map that we just saw in the E36 FearX series, where it was 100% conversion rate through 15 rounds on Chalet. And through the opening half, only 2 of the 6 rounds were actually converted in terms of opening kills. 1 to Scars, 1 to PSG. So, I mean, it's been pretty even in that department anyway. 3K from Soldier and a 3K from Ryder, the only multi-kills that we've seen, both in the 5th and 6th round. Scars that opted for the double hard breach ban in that first half. PSG Talent will do the same. As you mentioned, it feels like Nighthaven Labs at times can feel a little bit stagnant, especially on top floor. But even the way that the other sides play out as well now, there's less room for innovation. Wishoi's in a pretty decent position here towards the meeting hallway. Had Ryder opted for a peek, he would have been walking right in. He's gone back and forth inside of Con. No rafters hold here by PSG Talon. I think in anticipation of a Con and meeting side hit.
Double nitro rip from PSG simultaneously, neither though he's just yet. Soldier can pre-fight his over electrical. It's A-Gator out there currently. Minute 20, Scars slowly chipping away at this map control. Con contest will be interesting as well against Misa, who again still has that nitro available. PSG not wanting to give away any more map control uncontested. First nitro ripped. Rek takes a tick of damage, but we're sure he will find that kill ultimately. And so PSG now playing from behind for the final minute.
You can't be losing this attacking round though if you're PSG Talon. Scars are the second worst attacking team in the league. To lose command server would be an awful way to start this second half. Losing Ryder and Misa has made it far more likely here for Scars. Soldier. Without that mirror window available, lower on vision, Choppy gets an angle found onto Yun Sang. Now this is very winnable for Scars to the point that they may almost take this site flawlessly. That just does not happen all that often. The second worst attacking team in the region takes command server, top floor on labs. Scars go 4-3 up.
Yeah, the nitro util from PSG didn't land, and then positionally they really did get caught out. Oh, going for a reinforcement. Questionable play. And with the mirror cleared, forced more and more aggressive angles there from the defense, which continued to increase the likelihood that Scars were going to win out that round. Good work there. Really good example of a snowball attack. PSG understandably will not reattempt. They go to basement for round number 8. Looking to shake off that last defense, which it felt like everything that could go wrong did go wrong.
Yeah, 38.5% attacker win rate for Scars. The only team worse is FearX, 34.9%. Of course, they just got knocked out earlier by Interforce 36. Coming into this series, both teams only with one player in the top 10 for EPS. Ryder actually in the top 5 with a 112. Choppy 10th with a 107. Ryder so far, been thereabouts 4-5. Katie at the moment. Choppy though, only 3-4. So I guess for both teams, you know, their star players statistically up to this point, to this stage, haven't really been performing. Fishlike on the blitz. Bit of a rush here from Scars. They want to pick up the tempo and the pace, and they get the opening kill as well onto Misa. Fishlike to find the confirmation onto Soldier after getting the flash. Scars showcasing that they do have some attacking prowess after all. Where's it been this stage? Well, it doesn't really matter as long as they keep bringing it here in this match due to the importance of what's on the line. Choppy, what a swing from Yun Sang. He has not been fragging in this match, but that will be his biggest kill of the game so far. 3v3 post plant. Still a lot of work to be done for PSG Talon.
And the blitz is still up, and Rek in the tuck. As long as he's patient, surely PSG don't clear this. That being said, good shotgun.
Good clear.
Oh, does Rek get cleared? Yes.
Oh, he gets them both.
Not quite, though.
Well, that should solidify the round now. Gotti's got a lot of work to do. The drop into cargo. Knows he's close right. Does get the kill. No chance of a trade there by Ayagator.
Got a stick.
He's over towards Exo. Ayagator on the move. Wants to try and force him off.
Why is he flashing?
He's going to go for the kill. And he does get it. There was a little bit of time still on that counter defuse. It was close. We've seen closer.
Why is he flashing?
I think you just wanted to get him off it, but...
But he didn't matter. You run at him, you either
die and he can't get back on it, or you run at him in time. If going for that flashbang cost him the round because it slowed him down for a fraction of a second, that would have been pretty poor. But ultimately, he did get the kill.
Ultimately, he timed it, yeah. Well, I mean, that was a great swing from Yun Sang. I thought the round was lost up to this point, and then he could clear it to Fish like, made it a 3v2, but it's Rek that won them this round. He dies here. I think PSG Talon win it. But they cannot hold out. Credit to Gotti. Like, it was close.
That was too close.
About maybe a second. Either way, tactical timeout for PSG Talon. They've now lost 3 of the last 4 rounds. Scars go 5-3 up on Talon's map pick of Nighthaven Labs. And for the team that's the second worst attacking team in the region, they've found 2 attacking rounds to start here on Labs. That's alarm bells for PSG Talon. The week of the underdog continues.
It would appear so.
When will it end? Pax? Ose?
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
So, top floor. PSG to reattempt. They've been steamrolled now in a couple of rounds, or at least for the map control. Sure, it did come down eventually to that 1 versus 1 in the prior round, but the overall complexion was quite one-sided. Opening kills has not been a particularly strong metric in this matchup, at least in the first half. Only 2 opening kills converted. But Scar's making sure that they take advantage of their leads. They've had both of their opening kills converted so far this half. Top floor, flawless last time out as well. PSG with poor util last time out. The Nitros did not land. They didn't do a particularly good job in contesting Con. Scars took really full advantage of that and exploited it.
Reaching here.
Ooh, opening kill for Gas Babe. That doesn't happen often. And it's onto the Blitz. And Gotti then gets the second, pushing up blue stairs as well. This is a good start for PSG Talon. Out of the tactical timeout, with pressure mounting on them, momentum going the way of Scars. They're able to respond here in the 9th round on top floor. But my concern for them is once they move away from this site, you've got to win basement, you've got to win the tertiary. There are opportunities now for Scars. They've set themselves up, even if they lose this round, which I think is looking far and away more likely in the 5v3. And certainly without that blitz, no buck as well for pressure from down below. Gators just praying for the push up from Misa. Another gas bait from Gotti, that was his last one. I mean, if you lose it from here, you may as well just forfeit the rest of the map. In a 3v5 top floor. It should be a formality for PSG Talon. Over a minute left. And the way these guys are kind of just posturing, they're just praying that Talon throw their lives away, but not to be. Gator gets swung by Gotti. He's had a real impact in this round, and it may end up being flawless out of the tactical timeout, and in pretty quick fashion as well, might I add. Choppy by himself towards rafters. Posturing was Soldier. Yun Sang will get the final kill. Round done. Really, really solid response from PSG Talon. They needed that on the top floor, but now the real battle begins elsewhere.
So the final 2 bans of the half to be Blackbeard and Mirror. Blackbeard was picked only on the 1 occasion. That was back in round number 7 with Rek. The Mirror with 2 appearances, both of which were on the top floor site. We return to basement. Can PSG do what they just did in the prior round and turning around a site that was
not particularly strong for them last time out. PSG succumbing to the map clear ultimately from the attack. Scars now just need to try and stabilize it. Important round match, or series, not series, map point on the other side of this one if they are able to find success, but both teams will need to grind it out from here. I do wonder how aggressive PSG are going to be off-site here with the castle in play, some of the trap util on offer, and the rotations that are being made and hatches opened up. It does seem like they're going to play off-site and probably not peel too easily. So Scars will need to look to extract value from the Deimos for the clear, Wreck with scan for information, and then Fishlike as well, who can poke and prod on the blitz.
It's turned into a very, very tight map. Map pick for PSG Talent. Could still win this though if they can take care of business on basement, and then the tertiary unlocks command server to maybe win this 7-5. So it's a decent pathway forward for them. Logic Bomb activated by Choppy. Ryder inside of command. Big roam here by Talon. That's a lovely position for Misa. May not be the opening kill, but at least he did get the down onto Washoy, but Washoy can get brought back up. It's going to be 5v3. I mean, that's a really good spot for Misa. Well, Ryder does get the kill onto Choppy. And Washoy low, Fishlike low on the blitz. It may be a 4v3, but this feels really equal right now in the 10th round. Deathmark activated onto Gotti, over towards Cargo. No one in sight right now for PSG Talent. Not a single player, even in basement.
Yeah, definitely vacant. If Scars can find that opportunity to hit sight, they may well take it. Still though, posturing top 4. PSG, what do they do? Do they continue to hold above, trying to aggressive play gunfights? They play for the late round denial. Probably not ideal with no nitro.
Well, Fishlike's got to be careful. He could be walking into a little bit of a trap here. Good drone. Oh, he may not check hard left here. Ryder has not been cleared on that drone. There should be a free kill for Ryder. A little bit of patience and he would have probably got that second. Gotti gets the kill onto Gator anyway. It's a 2v2. A small miss drone. And this early round advantage for Scars may now go begging. Washoy is very low on health.
I think Scars most likely tried to go for this tank plant. And it will be the play with no nitro up.
Gotti and Soldier will play together over towards Nano. Vault over from Washoy. Easy kill. Down to just Wreck with 10 seconds. Needs to go for probably both kills here. Nicely done from Gotti. Nicely done from PSG Talon. Looked like a tricky round developing for them, but they held strong. And we are tied 5-5 here on Nighthaven Labs. And it comes down to this tertiary site control storage. Timeout, Scars.
You've got Messi on the top floor. PSG trailed 3-4. But this hero play from Ryder, tucked in the corner. Got really good support from Gotti, who traded out his death. Scars shaped up for the correct plant position, but didn't win the fight. Those battles required to cross and go for the plant, which likely would have been covered successfully. Opportunity for both teams to refocus. Final 2 rounds of this half to follow. Kitchen calf. Oh, you know how much I hate this site.
There's no way.
This is they have to have a strat cooked up off the back of a tactical. That's the only reason you are picking this site. I think strategically I do trust PSG more than Scars. It's a very volatile site though.
How many times have been played this stage? APAC North?
Twice.
Once.
And lost. That was
And
one,
lost.
wasn't it? No, lost?
Yeah, and lost by defense, yeah.
Can you get global quickly, or is that too annoying?
No, I can get it for you.
I think I looked at this a few weeks ago, and it was like such a low pick rate. So difficult to hold above. Once you lose control, retaking almost impossible. You're really reliant on strong nitro play below, which they've got one of. And then also not succumbing to the work pressure horizontally as well.
Globally played 17 times, 53% attacker win rate.
Okay.
And it's from 28 games played, 304 rounds of Night Haven Labs, so statistically quite low. Funnily enough, actually, globally controls storage with a 58% defensive win rate is higher than tank assembly.
In terms of win rate. Yeah.
Yep.
This could be direct from Scars. PSG, are you ready?
Well, they should be. They chose this site for a reason. They know its vulnerabilities. It's the rush in. Fishlike able to stay alive. Wishoy sticking the plant. Fishlike does go down, so the blitz has been dealt with, but the kills are in favor of the attack. Scars are doing well to light up this kitchen area. And with that plant successfully now down and Soldier by himself, the round is done. And the site choice really now looks questionable, does it not? And every time we go to this site, it looks questionable. Match point Scars. PSG Talon's own undoing.
Yeah, I don't think you can really go to that site against Scars and then not bring the utility required to counter a rush. The Nitro is too far away. It's the only one they had. Yunsang on an island, can't fault him. They're forced to just peek into the LMG, and Alligator lines them all up. Really good round there from Scars. Certainly the correct approach. Now, with the opportunity to close out this map in regulation. It's top floor though. The most challenging site here on Labs to attack into.
Well, if it wasn't for the week that we've had so far, we'd be sitting here being like, wow, this is such a big upset. But I think it sits a little bit further down the totem pole of upsets that we've had so far over the last couple of days.
I mean,
it's a lot
I think you
closer.
you could even argue it's not a true upset. Certainly not in comparison to the
based
others
on
we've
statistics and form throughout the stage, I think yeah, it's like just because PSG Talon are favourites, does that mean it's an upset?
Yeah.
You know,
depends how you define an upset.
It's very fine margins.
Yeah. And it's only the first map as well. So, and given how the veto is shaped up.
Given how all of these upsets have been shaping up, they're usually done in 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, true.
And it's Scar's map pick next. Can they close this one out in regulation? If they are to do it, it's going to have to be on the difficult site in command server, but they've already shown their capabilities in winning this site earlier, but they did have Blackbeard that time around. It's not available, of course. Probably need to see Rek get involved around that first floor and cause some pressure on the Deimos.
They'll probably just shape up Consulate heavy again. I think the Clash may be the only thing that really offers the point of difference here for PSG. There'll be a lot of pressure on Misa's management of the shield this round and making sure it's not cleared for free. And well, critically that he doesn't die as well. Just the one Nitro for PSG this time. Con control to be contested in a moment's time here, presumably by Scars. They don't have any pinch pressure anywhere else around the map. Everybody cordoned off on this portion.
Oh, no.
Another bad Nitro.
It's the only one they had, as you said. And
It's exactly the same as last time.
60 seconds though, at
Oh,
least.
Misa lit up off the back of the Zofia stun.
Scar's a little bit low on time, but dealing with the defensive utility so far, not awfully.
And Rek drops for this top blue lurk. Yunsang goes searching.
I'm just worried about the timing for Scars. I think they've left themselves no room now. It's just going to be that case of just trying to barge in and hit all your shots, and sometimes that works, but not all that often. Last gas bay from Gotti. It's just taking them too long. Like there's just no time left in the round. They just keep posturing. No one wants to make that first step. So the only way you win this now is by literally just winning all your ones, which so far they've done really well. They should never have been able to win this round. They may still actually be able to lose this round as well if Choppy gets denied here by Gotti. But he hasn't got the angle found. Good cover coming from Fish like an Ayagator. Gotti makes it a 1v2. Still winnable for PSG Talon. But through that doorway, met heavily by both Fishlike and Ayagator. They had little time, but it did not matter for Scars. They left it quite literally to the final seconds of regulation to close it out. 7-5, taking the map pick of PSG Talon.
It's gonna get personal. Don't give me this. Don't give me this. That's what you get. When you got this you're gonna get hurt. Better watch your back. It's gonna get personal.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
What is this?
Vegemite.
So what is Vegemite?
It's Australian, like...
It looks like jam?
Like
or-
jam, yeah.
Okay, let's try.
Yeah.
It's so good. Yeah, let's try. Fold. This one. Why?
And eat it.
No.
You didn't even eat anything, bro. You're so stupid, bro.
No. I don't like it.
Do you want me to feed it to you or not?
No. You like that?
It's okay.
Well, I'm fake OC. I'm not Australian, so I can eat this one. Tastes like shit. How do you feeling about newcomers in OC?
Newcomers?
Like Kakin?
Kakin's been around longer than me. I'd say I'm a newcomer, honestly. Yeah, me, Box, maybe a few other people, pretty new. Most of the region's pretty new, apart from Fish, Cairo, Chiefs team.
Who is best newcomer in APL right now, you think?
It's me and Relays, 100%.
He's not humble.
You asked me, I'm answering a question, man.
You said, like, Yeah, I agree that Jackson and Ollie is best newcomer in OC and APL.
Be humble.
I'm humble. It's humble answer. You don't agree that?
I agree.
Yeah, that's good. What are your hopes for stage 2?
My hopes for stage 2 would be to finish in the top 2. If we are fortunate enough to do that, we get to go international again, which is a great experience. I think the majors will be a lot different from EWC, so I want to experience that. It's like a whole different thing in itself. I think the boys, we can dig in and do it.
Dig in and do it.
You want to eat more?
No, fuck no. So for you, what is your goal on stage 2?
I just want to be the best I can. If that means I'm playing 12 hours a day, well then I guess I'm going to do it. I probably won't play 12 hours a day.
Okay.
Six a day, maybe.
Good to hear to me.
Happy coach, happy team.
Yeah.
Well, Scars have gotten off to a very good start. A 7-5 win on Nighthaven Lads set them up quite nicely in this series. Going into it, I know you guys were talking about it on the desk, so I kind of want to be... Well, technically this is like the desk, but on the casting desk, you guys were having a bit of a yap. And I know that you were saying that it is closely contested and it should be that way, so we shouldn't get too excited. But for me, Jake, I think it's more the way in which the spread is for Scars, and I'm quite happy with. If you look at, I'm not even going to look at EPS, I'm not going to look at KD, but when we look at the cost, 3 players on PSG Talent had a 50% cost or less. That is a big issue.
Yeah, it certainly is. And not just that, but the fact that they lost, sites like Command Server on defense twice. I mean, a lot of fundamental errors, and probably a reason why I said in the pre-match discussion why I just don't trust them in these big games where there's a lot on the line to qualify for the major qualifier LAN. And credit to Scars, I think we've always probably had the opinion that, they're a bit down at the moment on form, but if they play to the best of their ability, they're a really talented group. And what's probably always been a strength of Scars is they don't win based off individual highlighted moments and multi-kills. They win on team play. And I think what encapsulated that was for me in the opening round on Nighthaven Labs with the, sorry, not the opening round of the second half, taking out Command Server so emphatically, flawlessly.
Yep.
Like, you don't see that all that often.
To back up on your multi-point as well, there were 4 multis for PSG on that map.
Yeah.
One for Scars.
Yeah, and that just goes to show the spread that I'm talking about. So if you look at cost at the moment, that's actually, those stats there are worse than the stats that I've got on my sheet. So when you look at PSG Talent, 3 players, 50%, 42%, 25%, whereas the lowest for Scars is Choppy. Like 50%, they're just being chilling, right? Like you don't always have to have impacts and rounds, but when you've got 3 players that are struggling to do that, and you've got Gotti who is, collecting 3Ks left, right, and center, for me that flags red. It's down. Flags a red flag. It does. It flies the red flag, if you will. And then when you look to Scars, like Rek. This is the thing with Rek and players like him, and there's so many players that fit into this sphere that don't need to have big moments.
Plays his role.
And that perfectly. He doesn't need to be the phenomenal standout player. He still keeps up in the KD category. how about his openers? But it's for me, it's just having the impact in every round that you're in. And he has been a phenomenal player over the last 3-4 years. But it does feel as though, I will say, the last year he has gone a little missing for me. He's missed the mark. And whether that's a Scars thing or whether that's a Rec thing, it's nice to see that now that we're into playoffs, now that we're in these big moments, that they can step up. And now, I guess it does just flag a little bit of an issue, guys, as we move across to Consulate. This is technically Scars' map pick. So they're already going into a position, if you're PSG, you're already going into a position where your back is in a corner.
Don't forget those Scars, it's their 7th preference, and we were kind of talking beforehand about the map selections maybe being a bit backwards, so it's hard to gauge, I think. It's not like they're heading into a super strong map.
No, and it comes back to that trust factor as well. I think PSG probably do have the label of a little bit more so being untrustworthy in big matches, but Scars, given their form line at the moment and just some other historical data, it's not like they're going in as 100% favourites. Like, they should be storming away with this one. It's been a close matchup so far. It's been difficult in many aspects to separate these two.
Yep.
And so I think for this second map, it's a two-pronged question. It's, do we see the same team well-roundedness from Scars? And do we see individual moments from PSG? Because that could still be enough to get them over the line. You don't necessarily have to play a perfectly well-rounded team play against the Scars to beat them in this instance. If PSG can have one or two players really be quite dominant, it could be enough.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think what's important as well, like we're looking at the new data that we're getting. In terms of Scars, as the last 30 days, they haven't touched Consulate, and they haven't been. It's actually what's weird about the statistic here is they've only banned it 3 times. So they have only chosen to ban it 3 times out of the 8 times they've had that opportunity to. So now when we start to look at the conversation of, well, where does this fit in their sphere? We actually don't know. Whether it's top preference, bottom preference, mid preference, right now, we have no statistical data from this stage to go into this map with. And that is terrifying for me. We've said it before, and we'll say it again. The most important thing is getting officials on your maps. And yes, there's always that discussion of, oh, well, we're hiding strats. We're looking to, I guess, kind of like sit behind a brick wall a little bit. But for me, right now, if this doesn't work for Scars, they have to go back to that drawing board when we reconsider. If they even make it through this lower bracket now, we got to reconsider what's going on. But I think that at this current juncture, your comments right before the pre-desk, it's 100% spot on. PSG talent in big moments, they've notoriously gone missing. And right now is the biggest moment that they will have.
And this is the test for them now going into, I think, 2 maps, despite the Scars map pick, where they've had okay success, and especially in Clubhouse, where they got a 3-0 record over the last 2 stages, and Scars is 0-4. So it's really just a matter of, can they get through Consulate? And like what you're alluding to, the fact is, yeah, there's not much data there for Scars. They played it once last stage, which actually they lost to PSG Talent 7-4.
Ironically
enough. And as we know, PSG Talent beat Enterforce a couple of weeks in the group stage on this map, 7-5, and Enterforce have clearly shown they're a pretty good team these days. So
they're not bad.
For me, looking at the numbers and looking at the data, it suggests there's a pretty good chance that this ends up being a 2-1 to PSG Talent.
Yeah.
But my caveat to that is clearly Scars have not been playing well this stage. And then for them to come out on Nighthaven Labs on PSG's map pick and get attacking rounds. Like, again, they were 7th rated attacking win rate, getting attacking rounds, taking sides like Command Server.
Yeah,
they might just be switched on today. And if they've done some homework on this map and selected for a good reason on their own beliefs, then it's very likely Scars could close this out.
We talk about it so often, pretty much on any desk, about playing into your favorite versus playing into an opponent's, where you can do that kind of pre-work, that analytical deep dive. But at the end of the day, the second the server opens up, the second that lobby starts, everything can go out the window. Plans can change. Players can be having off days. Right now, both of these teams are quite close together. They're actually genuinely... I mean, that probably should have gone to overtime just before. However, Labs... Hurry up! Labs was an interesting one. But as we move to Consulate now, the big talking point is win and you're in, lose, and unfortunately, that is your year done for both of these 2 teams. They don't have regional finals. We have to wait and see whether they could even make it into the LCQ at the end of the year. there's so many question marks that still surround a lot of the teams in APL, but right now is a chance to make a bit of a name for yourself. PAX is calling. Who will answer?
Well, I mean, Robert, I was sitting down for probably like the last 15 seconds, 20 seconds there, so you could have thrown it a little earlier. No need to yell, be rude, shout. But Guz certainly was taking his time. In fact, he's not even here right now. So second map of the series, Scars looking to play foil to PSG Talent on their map pick of Consulate. They win, and they're in. And it would be yet another upset in a week of upsets. Azami and Clash banned away by Scars. And the double shield ban by PSG Talent as we kickstart Consulate. Scars will be on the attack where they obviously just finished off a pretty good attacking half on Nighthaven Labs. It should actually be more feasible on a map like Consulate. Got their tails up in good form, and PSG Talent finding themselves a map down in this series, staring down the barrel of elimination here for APAC North, not just for the current playoff bracket, but also for the major. You lose this map, you cannot make the Munich major. It's not possible. For Scars, well, Clubhouse probably not a map they would want to go to. They have not got any good data on that map, but on the flip side for PSG Talent, it's been a pretty good map for them. Consulate feels like what will decide this series. How's Rob doing?
Hello. I don't know. He's having a mental crisis. A bit grumpy, yeah.
Needs to do more stretches.
Still not quite sure how to feel about this one. Can PSG show a bit of resilience? Can Scars drive this one home? There's a roam employed here by the defense currently. Vigil top floor alongside Misa on the Aloe. Jackal sees an appearance, pretty rare these days. Use that Inox scanner to gain info across for the clear. As Ryder absorbs util down below an Expo. This feels like a critical moment in the round. Flash lands. Second will follow. We should surely charge off this.
Oh, good kill from Ryder.
Good trade though.
Okay, it does get the trade. And then Rek lands one onto Misa, deals with the Ella. Like taken low on the Jackal.
Vigil's got to activate here. Do they know that Yunsang is here?
Yunsang was not exactly frag heavy back on Nighthaven Labs. Entrusted on the Vigil. Long range battle. Good down. An elimination of Fishlike with that impact. And a good kill onto Choppy as well. Well, Yunsang finds a bit of his own firepower to kickstart on Consulate. Advantage for Talon. Now in a really good spot to take the opening round.
Yeah, lack of awareness there from Choppy. Should have been anticipating a rotation or at least thought about it being a possibility. Turns around too late. Minute on the clock, so time not a problem, but the manpower and the firepower for this attack certainly will be. One flash from Aegeta, still has one remaining. As they look to double down, bot spiral, and try to fight their way back into this round.
Still got time here for the duo. One flash, it's all they've really got in terms of utility. And there's not really a lot on the other side either for PSG Talent. Well, the one flash ends up landing into the face of Aegeta. Not going to help their cause. Drone a fair distance away as well. Now running it out of time in the round. Aegeta's going to go for a big wrap flank towards the backside of servers. Soldier just peeked it, just checked it. Now spots it on the second check. Now they're playing very much separated. And Gotti shutting down Rek will put an end to this round. It's a very solid defensive round by PSG Talent. Gotti with the final two.
Yeah, pretty good roam on the top floor, first floor as well. Absorbed some time and pressure, and those on site didn't feed. That play from Yunsang was most likely the difference maker, the kill at range with the SMG, the impact to confirm, and then a flank onto Choppy, who got caught sleeping. 2 versus 3. Lack of utility made that difficult to problem solve. Round 1 PSG, and to top floor for the second.
Yeah, I mean, a really good round from Yunsang and Trusted on the Vigil. He only got the 3 kills on Nighthaven Labs, so to get 2 kills in the opening round of Consulate would do a world of good for his own feelings. Scars will feel like they probably could have played that mid-round slightly better to really nail home the advantage that they'd got themselves in the early round. If you're just tuning in for today's action here for APAC North earlier, Enterforce beat Fearex 2-0 to qualify for the major qualifier LAN, and means Fearex are eliminated from APAC North. A stunning result, another upset. Scars taking the opening map in this one over PSG Talon. To come directly after this series will be CAG versus D+ in the upper bracket final. Both have already qualified for packs for the Melbourne major qualifier LAN.
For Munich in Germany.
Probably pretty close to it. But the winner of that will at least get into the grand final and get a little bit closer to getting the vast majority of the SI points on offer. And then, of course, after that series will be the winner of this game versus Enterforce in the lower bracket semi-final. So looking to stall out default towards CO. Fishlike on the rappel. We're getting some decent information here off of the Argus launcher.
Most likely ends up being a CO finisher. 3 gas babes, and not immediately pressured is that attack, but the trade does come through late.
Yeah, Scars forced the issue. PSG Talon, to their credit, at least responded a little bit. But they've lost 2 of their big denial operators in the Smoke and the Tachanka. 2 Nitro still available with Yunsang and Soldier for any denial towards CO. But it also means no one is down below to deal with Agate. I mean, he's just free to bring pressure, along with Rashoy. Free kill.
Yeah.
Like, there's just no one on this first floor. Yeah, they've got everything covered. This is a really clinical attack from Scars. I mean, that is one of the better attacks that we've seen so far in this series. CO meeting, especially when you're going for that CO default plant, can sometimes get really messy for the attacking teams. Just great first floor pressure from the Bok and the Deimos. They had everything covered up above, and Scars will get their first round here on the second map. And those are the kind of rounds, and the way that it played out for me, that suggests they've done their work a little bit here on Consulate in the offseason.
Maybe. Yeah, it's been a little while
and
since
it's a
I played this map.
repeat immediately by PSG Talon.
It got slammed on that site. Very strange in the modern meta to be reattempting. See if it works. They didn't get value from the smoke.
Exact same lineup. It's just going to be a complete repeat.
Yeah, they didn't get value from the smoke. Chanka was pretty limited. Like, they didn't pressure the CO rappel in as much as they needed to. They also sent no one below to contest the Buck. So I think they had some pretty glaring holes in that defense that they should know how to react accordingly. On the flip side, Scars themselves, again, they bring the Buck for below. 0 like last time. It's looking pretty similar.
They don't bring the Deimos this time, though.
Wait, didn't they play 0 last round?
They did. And actually had some pretty...
yes, okay, I'm looking at the wrong...
pretty good impact. So, yeah, it's the Deimos that's been swapped out this round for the Twitch. Which is strange because the Deimos actually had really good impact, I felt. Especially coupled with the Buck. But maybe in that previous round there was pieces of utility that they wanted to deal with a little bit more comfortably in the Twitch. And those shock drones might be able to aid in that. And I do wonder, considering PSG and Talon are repeating this, obviously, if they're going to be more prepared for this Buck down below. No one on the roam. It looks like they may just end up contesting him a bit more aggressively from top floor.
How much damage can Washoy do this time around? As that area denial utility begins to land for PSG. Washoy will want to contest that Tachanka and try to take him out of play. Airgator contemplating a lurk over towards Spiral. And Misa playing a safer position split on the smoke. Fishlike seemingly only a moment away from getting inside of the building and flushing out that utility, presenting an opportunity for the plant. Still 13 Shamika launcher shots remaining for PSG. 2 gas babes. They've managed the utility pretty well this round.
Ooh, this is dangerous though. Fishlike right into the flames and pushes forward despite having the kit. For 2, they make that 3. Quick kills back for PSG Talon, and the aggressive nature of Scars comes undone.
They just couldn't find somewhere to plant. They did pretty well there, PSG, to deny that. And certainly an improvement from their last attempt. 2-1 scoreline now. And the additional bans now to come into play. I don't know what gets taken out here. It could actually end up being area denial here from Scars, and then maybe they deal with... Even the Buck could be vulnerable here. Unless they just want to triple down in their respective areas. They actually go Fenrir Grim. Fenrir picked in the last 2 rounds. So 2 was the Grim. It was a good play to go deep, I think, from Fishlike. He just couldn't find somewhere safe to play, and that was a testament to PSG.
Yeah, credit to Yunsang as well. 2 massive kills. And once they had dealt with Washoy, all of that pressure from the first floor is then null and void. Yunsang 5 kills. He only had 3 back on Nighthaven Labs. Now, in fairness to Yunsang, he played a lot of shield ops in the first half. But still, 5-1 is a very big start for him and for his team. 2-1 up here on Consulate. But it's early days, and so far, to me, it looks again pretty similar to Nighthaven Labs. This has got that sort of back and forth feel.
10 seconds to go.
Lost one of our obs.
Alex, that's pretty unprofessional to be leaving the game mid-match.
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
Back onto the Deimos, though, for Scars. As we head back to basement for the first time since the opening round on Consulate. It's essentially the same lineup as Scars brought in that opening round, except they've dropped the Buck for the Deimos. And the exact same lineup as well for PSG Talon. We're not really seeing actually a lot of change-ups in the operator selections. It's been pretty stagnant here on Consulate for the respective sites. Logic Bomb activated by Aegator. Oh, the timing on that. Gotti would have felt like he really should have got that opening kill.
Ooh.
It is Ryder, though, that finds it onto Washoy and deals with the Deimos. Washoy got caught by himself. Yellow ping info. Ryder could still look to cause more damage in this round. And has Yun saying over towards CO up above.
Just needs to try and stall as much time as possible and bait them into the vigil.
I don't know why he's watching this hatch right now, but...
Meats are up here too.
It's another bait position. They get literally like 2 bait positions.
They're all baiting each other. It's been rather successful. Ryder did actually fall in the meantime though, and then did go untraded. So Scars break it down a little bit, but still a 3v4.
I wonder if Rec feels like he can maybe test this site with a lot of roam employed by PSG Talon.
With the mirror window up there, that's a tough play to call.
Oh, Aegir has slipped in as well towards the back of the site, and Rec has just slipped in through the front door. Aegir get caught. Choppy pushed up as well. Good clear though by Soldier, and in the end, PSG Talon hold strong defensively. 3-1 lead. Looking far and away better here on Consulate.
Yeah, Scar's not winning the required fights there to bounce back in that round. PSG doing a good job playing off one another on the roam. Split site to follow. Okay, another obscure selection here. What's the pick rate for split? It's one of the lowest in the pool, right? I think we were looking at this the other day.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Globally, I imagine, is what you're...
Yeah, I mean, it'll give the best sample size.
215 rounds, played 12 times for a 91% defensive win rate. Maybe it's a sleeper.
Maybe it's just 1 or 2 teams that know how to play it well. No one else touches it.
I mean, if you're, you're kind of mentioning sites that maybe don't get picked all that often. It's actually Armory and Weapon on Lair only picked 4 times from 400 rounds played globally.
Yeah.
With a 75% attacker win rate as well. So it's just not a site that's chosen or won by defense. Bedroom, bathroom as well, 4 from 138 on Skyscraper. Bar stage on Clubhouse twice from 333 rounds played, but 100% of the time of the 2 times. Those are the main ones. Oh, Bashoy finds Misa. Caught on the Scopos roam. I just would have felt like PSG Talon had really established momentum here on Consulate. They do give a freebie to Scars. Gotti gets rid of Fishlike and Washoy falls shortly thereafter. It's a really nice hold from down below. Gotti has had a lot of impact so far in this series, and the split site choice proving to be a good choice for PSG Talon. Get ready for Clubhouse. They're just looking far and away better on Consulate. And the map veto selection that we criticized earlier, I think rightfully so, coming back to bite Scars.
Yeah, Scars need to win the next round and then hope that PSG falter on the attack. I wouldn't put it past that being a potential, but it's actually quite difficult to envision Scars being able to win an attack here, sorry. Their strat book seems pretty limited at the moment. And as they try to brute force these plays, PSG are capitalizing. So they got farmed above up on the hatch. I mean, they were also getting shotgun from down below. A good vert play on off-up from PSG on that site. Well set up. For the final round, they have the comfort of the top floor site, which has a 1-1 record in the half so far. Scars 1 down on attack in the second round. That's the only round they've won thus far. PSG reattempted and won it out on the third. They were able to deny that plant potential from the attack. Scars postured CEO again. I wonder if they will for a 3rd time here. Or if we perhaps see something admin side. Considering that the scent has been selected, that would be the most logical guess. Will be that it admin across, cover those long lines of sight, try to get the warden out of play if possible. And yeah, their spawn side is suggesting that will be the case.
Certainly getting a little bit more concerned for Scars here on Consulate. And as you said, if they do find a second round and then back in their defense, still a way back in. CO meaning the only site the Scars have been able to win so far. They get one more opportunity to close the half on this site.
Doorway obstructed.
I do like the use of the Riora gates to block off Bot Spiral. Continues to creep up. Soldier holding the ankle. Well, they have dominated the opening kills in this first half. PSG Talon 4 of the 6 rounds. So I'll take that back 3 from 3. I was confused by the different colors on our internal sheet and in-game. I hate when that happens. It has PSG Talon as blue here, but then in-game they're orange. On the way, PSG Talon looking to cement a 5-1 half. Big response after that opening map. Misa will fall on the smoke. But every time it feels like Scars get one, there's always the answer back though by PSG Talon. Fishlight goes prone, caught by Ryder. Choppy's forced to repel in. It's an onslaught. Scars just have not got the attacking prowess on Consulate. Their map choice selection coming back to bite them in this series. Dare I say, outside of an outstanding defensive effort themselves, it's looking very likely now for Clubhouse.
It didn't feel like their map selection at all. That half has flown by and pretty uninspiring attacks.
I mean, the second round was great. That's the funny thing. I thought they executed that beautifully.
It was, that probably goes down as still one of the better attacking rounds in the series overall.
Absolutely. It was a bit of an anomaly.
Everything else was very ordinary.
That was the against the grain kind of round where that just kind of did not meet the rest of the other rounds that we saw in the first half at all, quality-wise. That was the only round they also got the plant down. And PSG Talon were also able to convert every opening kill that they got.
Again, it's just a lot of really isolated fights, lack of utility layering.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused
Not too
by
difficult
attackers.
for PSG Talon to counter. The bans for the second half. Glasgrim, Kaid clash top floor to see its third appearance in this match. Can PSG have a clinical nature about them to close out this series? It's Clubhouse on the other side, which I think would be a fitting map to conclude this series.
10 seconds to insertion.
At what scoreline, though, do you start to get concerned where that trust factor for PSG Talon comes back into the fray?
I mean, they're 5-1 up.
Like, is it 4-5 if Scars go a clean defense rotation here? Or?
Yeah, I mean, if it gets to 3-5, I'm not worried. But if it gets to 4-5 and it's a clean rotation, as you said, that's probably when the worry would set in. So they've got 3 rounds to really nail home this advantage that they've currently got. They just look really switched on here, though, on Consulate. They've got pretty much everyone in the green. All 5 players are performing. Yun Sang, who had a shocking Nighthaven Labs. He was 310, 54 EPS, 0-3 entry. And now he's 7-1 and 3, 147 EPS. A night and day performance between the 2 maps for him, and somewhat even for the team. But like, yeah, despite the 7-5 scoreline, Scars always kind of had the edge on Nighthaven Labs, but here, this has been very dominant from PSG Talon.
So almost at the midpoint then of the round, PSG establishing this control admin side. Keeping in mind that Smoke and Tachenka are in play, so every second is critical for PSG Talon to try and maximize here, as their ability to plant late round is likely to be pretty limited. Kills is, especially at this point, for Gaspave's 20 launcher shots is probably going to be their most consistent win con. Wreck is stranded though, he's in an awkward position. And we're sure able to play first contact, taken low. Wreck now sneaks forward. Does he consider pushing forward?
Oh,
wow.
Oh my goodness, Wreck.
Oh.
Never got the kill though. Onto the second. Despite the first onto Yun Sang, he needed to follow that up for more. I might be asking a bit much from one individual, but now the advantage with PSG Talon. With 30 seconds remaining in the round, it's a 4v3 to get them a 6-1 scoreline lead. And you can't just rely on this Jamaica launcher fish like to buy time. Choppy on the rotate, but caught at server stairs. The numbers are with Talon. The map feels as if it is well and truly with PSG Talon, and they are not choking this one away. They are nailing home their advantage. 6-1 up, Clubhouse beckoning in this do or die series. It's all but certain now that third map is required.
Someone might have to go let Rob inside. I think he's quite literally locked himself out of the building.
He's got to get in quick.
He's got to get in quick. Someone go get that man. 6-1 lead. And this has ended up being a bit of a weird map for Scars. I mean, what was this from Wreck? Strange flank. I mean, it was, geez, it was that weird. We're not even allowed to show it on stream. That was, Scars seemingly not wanting to give up. Tactical time out. 10 seconds left. I don't really know how much can be said to recover this one though. I think they've probably just got to move on to the next. Don't know how much it changes the complexion of the series all too much. Clubhouse is going to be intriguing looking at these two teams in particular. It is the number 4 map for Talon, 6th for Scars. PSG though with a 3-0 record, Scars 4 losses. Doesn't paint a bright picture for Scars. And again, to reiterate the stakes, winner through to the major qual, loser will go home pretty much empty-handed.
10 seconds to insertion.
So Denari in play then for the match point round. So Trap Util will be scattered around here by defense. And PSG are going to have to just be considerate of that. Nothing else outstanding as being too unusual. This second floor presence from Scars may prompt the map clear from PSG. Have the Damos to assist and then ride up for Vert. Just being cautious at the beginning here, PSG, not wanting to give away this opening duel for free.
Yeah, and an understanding nature of it too, is I feel like so many teams when they're 6-1 up, is they just bring too much pace too quickly and then they just throw a couple of rounds away and then it gets a bit nervy. This has been good controlled aggression. Opening kill for Misa. We're sure he's had basically no impact in this match. Yellow ping info as well here for Ryder. So they know exactly where Gator is, but despite that, he still finds the kill. Full white, Nitro is thrown, explodes, doesn't get anything, but Wreck elsewhere was able to shut down the Deimos, and Ryder will fall to Wreck. Well, Scars will continue a little bit longer here on Consulate. A much better defensive round from them, far more clinical. Much better from Scars, but they've left their best until, well, the end. And this round is just going to stall out, although Gotti might just pick up the pace for us and get the job done. Indeed he will. Down to the hallway, dies. Scars make it 6-2.
Kind of feels like we're just stuck in purgatory now. It's a matter of if, not when.
You mean when, not if?
Yes. Sorry, I'm preserving my brain cells for the third map where it's going to be required.
I believe Robbie is also back in the building.
Yeah, I think so.
He can thank Scars for giving him an extra round.
Yeah, just to settle down.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
How do you feel at this point in time, though? Does this map give you more trust for Club, for PSG?
No, I think it does because of not necessarily just this map, but also the. You kind of look at the numbers on Clubhouse.
Oh, jeez, I thought there was a player that left.
Like 0-4 Scars, their record largely back towards stage 1. 3-0 record for Talon. Beat Enterforce on this map 3 days ago. 7-3. So for me, I'm more comfortable with PSG Talon going into Clubhouse and worried for Scars. I think they've really cooked themselves by going to Consulate here for their pick. Like you look at a map like Bank, for instance, which not only did Scars have the ability to pick, but they also banded out last. They're got a 4-1 record on that map. PSG Talon a 1-4 record. I just think they cooked the veto. Hoping to kill 4 Scars though onto Misa. Was their one and only Nitrocell. I said before, it would get worrying if it got to a 5-4 scoreline. When you lead 6-1, it's probably not worrying until at least 6-4. But all of a sudden, Talon just look a little bit stalled out here. Not just this round, but even the last one as well. Scars, to their credit, you know, not waving the white flag. They're not just rolling over, feeling as if this map has gotten away from them. They will find it out. PSG Talon look very apprehensive, though, on their attacks. It's almost like they're too fully aware that they don't want to rush, they don't want to make mistakes, but then they're also now just playing very stalled out, very slow-paced, allowing Scars to get into threatening positions, find picks, get early advantages.
We're getting closer to that 4-6.
Not to even 6-3 just yet. It's still 3 versus 4 now with that kill from Ryder onto Wreck. A minute left into the round. Next kill's so important for either team.
Still Scars round to lose.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely. This is a 70-30 round at worst. A rotation from Ryder could make things intriguing, though. Soldier to play utility at range. Nunsang still left with diffuser break room side. Dead.
Well, that should be the end of the round now. Ryder coming up yellow stairs after that long flank rotate. It's taken a very long time for him to even get into this position. Yunsang's the one that has got kit as well. Ryder. Well, he will gain at least 1 kill off the back of this flank and a second as well, but they've lost Yunsang. That's kit on the floor with 12 seconds to go. Choppy Washoy know exactly what direction Ryder is making his way in. Kit stranded on an island. Watching up close, Choppy finds the kill onto Ryder. We go 6-3. 2 rounds straight for Scars.
So this, then a really, really critical round. I can't help but shake the feeling that a clean rotation and a 4-6 scoreline for Scars is going to be detrimental to the confidence of PSG, which already looks shaky at the moment. How much of that, though, is the primary sites in comparison to the tertiary? Thankfully, we'll get an answer to that in the round to come. It's Ying and Castle Band, and it's Expo Piano in play as expected. Last couple of rounds quite strong from Scars, around 8, 3 up on basement at the end, and last round gone by, still 2 alive on top floor. PSG have strayed away from aggressive direct hits to conclude this one. They've tried to be disciplined and patient and rewarded with that play style, but it's not working at the moment. Scars are being given a little bit too much freedom, it feels like. Let the play make through the mid-round. The lineup for PSG suggesting they're going to continue with that same idea. Contesting map control. They've got double vert sledge buck once they get control above. Not tempting anything direct, which we've seen more and more teams do recently with the Glaz set play. Let's see how this one goes.
Scars will know as well, every round that they're able to put on the board here just makes PSG Talent that little bit more nervous. And even if they fall short and we do go to Clubhouse, at least they can take some form into the next map. Rather than, you know, the total 7-1 kind of beatdown. I'd just like to see PSG Talent maybe pick up the pace ever so slightly. They just look very apprehensive about not making mistakes, and by not making, or not trying to make mistakes, I feel like they inadvertently have slowed themselves down and are giving a lot more space to Scars, a lot more control around the map. PSG Talent opting for the top floor clear, of course. Expo Piano the site choice here in the 10th round.
Yeah, just util clearance at the moment currently for the attack, and that's been pretty successful so far. PSG not having to take risk. That's what you want.
This is a big spot from Rek. Playing vending without cover. I imagine
Yunseng has
not
no
been
idea he's there. Yunseng has back to him.
Free kill.
Oh,
and
no.
a second. And Kit.
You got to account for that.
At the same time, elsewhere, Ryder found one onto Ayagata. Damage done, though, at least by Rek. What he was able to do in the round puts them in a good spot, despite the 3v3. Ryder 16 and 6, but low on health. 2 Nitro still available for Scars with Wishoy and Choppy. 2 goo mines, too, for Fishflake in the back pocket with 60 seconds left into the round. It's still very winnable for both teams.
Yeah, on a knife's edge. This push forward for Misa, precarious.
Choppy just had the angle, though.
Traded.
Good trade by Gotti.
And Ryder's gone deep.
Fishlake, though, has also made his way down service stairs to first floor. So they've completely given up this top floor position. Have Scars. 1 flash, 1 frag grenade for PSG Talent. 30 seconds left in the round. The flash, of course, can be negated by the Warden. Nitrocell from Wishoy goes over the top. It's going to land right onto the feet of Gotti. Well, Ryder's forced now into the drop. Into Piano and right into the line of sight of Fishlake. Are we going to see that timeout top right? It's 6-4.
Are you nervous yet?
Well, Joker might be because he has called the timeout.
Joker or Choker? It's a choke if they go on to lose this map. They should be winning this.
Yeah, 6-1 up.
This game should be over on the first rotation when you're 5-1 up.
6-1 up.
6-1 up, yeah.
If worse.
Not clearing vending. A key error.
I'm not even droning vending.
Yeah. Do PSG finally flick the switch and go, let's just go for a direct hit. Let's try it once, see what happens. Because the map clears from them are not good enough.
Well, the benefit of the timeout here is that if I'm Joker, I'm calling 2 set plays because there's 2 rounds to go. So I'm thinking,
yeah,
we can go for 1 fast play now. If that doesn't work, we'll just go back in for another set play after that. It is going to be basement. If this goes to overtime, those guys will have all the momentum heading into overtime. PSG talent are being tested now on Consulate, and fair play to Scars for not giving up on this map. 3 of the last 4 rounds, they've got the opening kill. They've won 3 rounds straight. And it's been the same story as the first map. You look at the multi-kills. Ryder has gotten 3 3Ks. He's 16 and 7.
And Scars have 1?
1.
Yeah.
And Yun also have 1. So it's 4-1 in terms of multi-kills in favor of PSG talent. There's also only been 1 successful plant so far this entire map.
And look at that trade. Well, the trade streak is interesting, right? You look at the opening kills; they were both traded in the opening 2 rounds. Hasn't been a trade since, and the conversion as well has been essentially 50-50. It's been a very volatile match. What do PSG go for though here? Round 11, after the tactical timeout, they get the first kill. Last time out, in round 8, they also got the opening kill, but did not convert.
And it was onto Wishoy as well.
On this same site. Wishoy was playing the castle on that occasion. So a bit of a change up in the composition here from defense.
And largely the same, I guess, between the mirror and the castle. You've already kind of placed your utility anyway. And this is when PSG talent, now with this advantage, just can slow things a little bit now. Now it's fine. Get to work, clear, get a bit of map control. Deathmark on direct, playing top floor on the Denari. He's wanting to make his way in towards top spiral. Rek feeling the pressure.
Soldier admin zone.
This is a lot of inadvertent pressure onto Rek. Logic Bomb as well. Holds his ground. Does have the tripwire connectors in various positions. And he's going to swing from meeting. What a headshot onto Soldier. Just as the Deathmark landed on him.
Ayagator.
And Ayagator to then shoot Misa in the back. He was too preoccupied with his target in Rek. Advantage Scars. That will then double down to a 4 versus 2 advantage. Ryder and Gotti looking to drop together through the hatch into garage. Looking for the plant. Gotti, this is their win condition. Must stick this behind the bomb chassis in cafeteria. And even if he does stick it, which he will, it's not as if it's a given. In fact, he is dead immediately as soon as he got off the plant. Only Ryder finds 2 more, and he could win them this map. Rek has to be careful. He gets on it for now. Ayagator watching close left. He's dead. Rek doesn't stick. Ryder clutches. We are going to Clubhouse. It's a 1v4 from Ryder to send PSG talent to the 3rd map of this series.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
I'm so shameless myself now. You think who is best player in OC on stage 1?
Jigsaw.
Jigsaw.
Definitely. It's just a shame he got let down a bit. He's a hard carry though.
But I will say Croxon is best in OC last stage. Try more bread.
You try more bread.
No. I don't like it. Try some Vegemite.
Vegemite.
Bro. Okay. What are your goals moving forward with your professional career?
My goals, just to win as much as possible. I think that's everyone's goal. Who wants to play to lose? You know what I mean? Do you want to play to lose?
No, fuck no.
That's my goal. It's probably your goal. Everyone on our team's goal.
If you had to one-on-one any player in APL with something on the line, who would you pick and why?
I would 1v1 Mephi from Fearex. I think that'd be fun. 1v1s are pointless to me.
But I know you're so bad in one-on-one.
What do you mean by that?
I can beat you.
Nah.
I'm sure about that.
Nah.
I can beat you.
$100.
It's gamble. No, I can't do it. But I can beat you.
Nah.
You sure about that?
Ask them.
Chat. Tell me.
They said no. Boo.
They said yeah.
How did you become the coach of Enterprise?
It's a bit shameless, because my boy's always shy, always low energy on screen. It's really hard. Really hard.
I don't think you heard the question. I said, how did you become the coach?
Oh, fuck. I thought you said, how was Enterprise coach?
Now, how did you become the coach?
I told you that, isn't it? No, another question. I don't like that question. No, another.
Yeah, what's your dream OCE team?
Include coach or not?
Yeah.
Okay, so 6 men. I will pick Oda, official guy, and then player, Sage, Brandon, and then coach will be Titan.
That sounds like a shit team.
Why not? How about you? Your best team?
My team would be me, Tuhan, player, relays, and Fish, and the coach would be Titan as well.
Titan is best coach in this region. Let's go. Oh, it's scream time. Bye. I have to go.
talk. I don't wanna fall. I know what I want. Yeah, I want it all. Looking when I walk. Here's my number, call. Pick you like a lock, just to make you crawl. Going out with all my friends, fire dripping down my dress. Make you wanna look again, but you did. Oh, nothing like you've ever seen. Glamorous straight off the screen. I'm about to make a scene. Oh, I like the way that they drop that, turn heads. I like the way that they stop red. Who's next? Making you blush, give you a rush. Look at us, look, don't touch. I like the way that drop jaws, loose heads. We're so gorgeous, want high, yes. I like the way pop off, transcend. We're so gorgeous, want high, yes. I like the way wanna play the game, wanna know my name. We make it look so fancy when we're in the place. Stunning, so money, easy like.
Would you look at that? I got a series on my hands.
That would have been better if you actually like wrote series and then showed it.
Nah.
One day. Keep that one in the.
I'm not that cool. I'm not that cool. I also don't have a trash can to throw teams in. We just throw them around the desk here. But look, all things considered, that really was way too stressful. We should never have gotten that far. I think that the pitfall that we had on map 1, and the one thing that I was kind of reiterating is PSG talent across the board, they only had 1 or 2 players stepping up. And guess what, guys? That's happened again. 20 kills across the series. Sorry, not even across the series. Sorry, just in this map. Ridiculous. 20 bloody kills. 4 3Ks or more, and a 1v4 clutch to close things out. Like, I don't know. That does not feel like a good indicator of a team that should be pushing through to the land. But then again, guys, that's just what this team can do. And it's unfortunate for Scars that they get so close, but yet so far away. However...
What about Ryder?
Yeehaw? That's kind of what we were just talking about, but that's okay. I really like that you listen. Do you want to... Hang on, what were we going to talk about, Ryder? But actually, we should have just played dumb there. What were you going to say? How about
that was
Ryder?
literally that was.
Yeah.
I was just.
How about Ryder?
Yeah. Ryder.
Yeah. What did you think I was talking about?
I wasn't listening.
Clearly.
To be fair, half the time you're talking, it's just nonsense.
It's absolute waffle. It's just pure fill. But I think one of the damning stats, guys, was going into the 9th round. There were 3 players surviving or more in every other round.
What about Ryder?
What about him?
I don't know. I don't know how... This was a weird map. This was a really weird map.
Yeah.
It should have been 7-1.
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah. PSG, again, showing that their ability to close out games is not very strong. It takes a full rotation, then an additional couple of rounds, and a literal clutch to get it across the line. It was not convincing from PSG in terms of their ability to close out. Could that be something that comes back to haunt them on the 3rd map? Potentially. But they've also got to get themselves in that winnable position, and I don't think it's going to be as clear-cut as that map was either. So the 3rd one really is quite open for either team to take at this point in time. We've seen how the veto shaped up initially in the map selections. We thought were a little bit weird based on data, but the decider is going to be that neutral playing ground.
Boys.
What about Ryder?
No stuffing about this time, because otherwise I'm going to jump off this mic and go and take your job. Clubhouse is what we've got on the agenda here for the 3rd and final map of this series. We've said it since the start of the day, and I will repeat it once more. Win and you're in. It's a big game for both of these teams. Potentially a rise back to international events for Scars, whereas PSG Talon, they are looking to cement themselves as that 3rd to 4th place team. They've shown they can do it before. Can they do it again? We're going to have to find out as this series goes the distance.
Well, it's win and you're in for this one map of Clubhouse. Scars and PSG Talent. Only one of them will be able to progress forward to qualify for the major qualifier land in PAX Melbourne, Australia, to qualify for the Munich Major in Munich, Germany.
What? How many Munichs are there?
Munich Major in Munich, Germany.
Let's see.
I mean, who wins it? I mean, genuinely, if you had to take a guess right now.
Let me just triple check my stats and I'll give you
Scars
an assessment.
Don't have a good history here on Clubhouse in recent times, but they looked good on Nighthaven Labs. They were largely in control there. PSG Talon were very dominant on Consulate.
It's got to be. It's got to be PSG.
The first half's going to be very, very telling.
If they can close out the game, because I think PSG will walk out of this half with a lead, but can they then close it when the pressure starts to mount?
Yeah. Well, a significant performance from Ryder on Consulate. Really led the way with his 20 bomb. We know Scars don't really have the same firepower, like for individuals being able to, sort of really carry the team. It's more of a team effort when it comes to Scars. Thought Yunsang actually responded really well from what was a really average Nighthaven Labs to then perform on Consulate, especially in the first half when the game was on the line.
The bans for the first half: Kaid, Bandit, Thermite Ace. Basement first on the agenda. And doesn't look like we're going to see too much of a roam, if any, employed here by the defense. So it's bunker down. And so the last 30 seconds likely to be the most telling in this round.
Yeah, first half's going to be the most telling here. PSG Talon on defense need to really aim for 4 rounds. And maybe even see if they can shoot higher than that to nail home a strong advantage. Scars will feel like they've got a good opportunity in this first half to maybe steal a couple of rounds. They'll be disappointed with their Consulate, where they arguably should have lost in a 7-1 fashion, but they'll also be pretty happy with their fight back. Up until the fact that they lost the final round in a 1v4 clutch from Ryder. I wouldn't say there's large momentum for either team coming into this, even with Talon winning the previous map. And the IQ certainly aids in clearing these tripwire connectors placed by Yunsang on the Dadari. Nothing special to start this opening round. It's a basement hold. Soldier playing bot stairs. Auto Breacher doing its work on the floorboards from Washoy. Candela prepped and thrown by Choppy.
Glass is activated. Soldier not forcing anything at the moment. And caught.
Good angle found by Washoy though. Seen that little combination actually a couple of times now with the Denari tripwire connector Nitrocell combo.
Yeah.
And it's really Soldier who just got impatient. And of course with the IQ you can really kind of figure out what's happening there towards bot main, but you want them to have to clear it. And he kind of just gave them a free look towards main stairs. The swing from Gotti, shut down by Ayagata. This would be a massive start for Scars if they can take the opening round here on Basement Clubhouse. A 3-player lead. Make that 4. It's almost flawless until Ryder got 1. And while he got a 1v4 clutch before, this is a different scenario altogether now in the post plant. He's got little to no chance in this round. I think if he can keep making more 1v1s, which he can, maybe he does have a chance. 24 seconds, so he's got to get moving. Can't stop, can't stand still. Must keep taking these fights. Washoy towards main stairs. Fishlack tucks in on the other side of Church Triple Wall. They got a little nervy, got a little panicky. But Scars take an attacking round on Club Basement. What a way to start the third map.
Yeah, it was a good composure there throughout the round. Did a really good job on the main stairs cleared, then they were ready and waiting for the swing on the moto drop and able to give themselves that 2-player advantage for the final portion of the round. Soldier got caught on a bad timing and then got it. Don't hate that swing there, to be frank. If you can catch them on the drop, it looks big and goes down on paper as a good play, but just well watched there by the attack. Ryder fighting his way back. Good individual moments from him, but not enough there during the execute from PSG to remain competitive. Cash CCTV for round number 2.
Well, in the series, 54 kills combined for Ryder and Gotti. Which sounds great. That sounds like they're having impact, and they certainly are, both performing really, really well. When you think about them, what are the other 3 doing? It's not great. 34 kills combined for 3 players. That is a big gap between the best on talent in the series and the worst. Far more of an even spread from Scars. So we'll bring the clash as we are heading over to Cash and CCTV. We'll employ double stack rafters, the Jaeger and Clash.
Scars will get to work on the checklist. Main breach, likely, and then garage breach to follow. The utility layering on rafters is going to be really important in this round. See the catch there from the Jaeger. Will counter the Capitao. One of the bigger balancing changes as of recent, specifically affecting Clubhouse. We'll see if Rat can maybe clear some of this with the Flores Roteros. The barbed wire on the stairs, at least under threat. Dealt with quite well. Additional hard breach now to come into play to expose Ryder's position. PSG holding firm there currently. As the final hard breach from Choppy to be deployed. Rotation for Fishlike is intriguing here though. He's the one with that diffuser in hand. Maybe they shape up for a bit of a vent vault instead, but no. It's going to be all about this util dump over towards rafters.
Well, so far so good for Talon in their stall out. Under a minute remaining.
Good flame.
And Misa caught in the flames towards rafters, pushed back, further down. Fish like those taking a big chunk of damage. No more bees in the Kawant Hive launcher either. And struggling to deal with this rafters hold due to these ADSs, and the Clash Shield also means not an easy clear onto someone like Misa. He can put this down, get aggressive if he wants. Well, he did put the shield down. Wasn't able to get aggressive. Right up by himself. He'll play life. He'll stay prone. He'll see if he can take one with him. And indeed he will. Stands up for more. Ryan has been super impactful for PSG Talon in this series. A bit of a nothing attack in the end from Scars, but credit to Talon.
They knew he was there. What's Fishlike looking at? They did all the hard work of clearing the Clash. They had the second player on the island, and they didn't successfully clear rafters. That's a big disappointment for Scars. PSG reacted accordingly well, though, and hit some nice shots. 1-1 scoreline. Gym Bedroom up next. Highlight reel of the prior round. Misa under pressure from the flame, then succumbed to the push up the stairs. He dies. And then, yeah, Ryder just given the freedom to aggress there. Gotti was pressuring as well from Lounge, so it was a pretty good pinch from PSG. They had the backline still in play. Good job to get their opening round as we rotate across.
And as we continue to progress on Club every round, it's just going to add more and more pressure into this series. Winner moves on, qualifies for the LAN. Loser is done for the playoffs and does not have a chance at Munich, does not qualify. Win and you're in, lose and you're done. Down to this final map, where every single error really gets punished. Every hero play gets applauded. And right now, in terms of the individual hero, I mean, it's got to be Ryder. 20 kills on Consulate, 5 kills here on Clubhouse. Already in just 2 rounds played, he's proving to be the difference maker. And it's going to be a strip lurk from Yunsang. This is a very aggressive lurk hold. And now looking for a run out.
Pretty ambitious of this kind of range with the MPX. It's not going to find anything either. So it's a minute down. Scar's working hard breach on the Kennel's wall.
Well, I mean, I don't think he's going to go for it right now. I think his hope is that once there's balcony pressure, that's when he goes.
That's ambitious. That's a long run out. Look, certainly not impossible. Might just be the flair required in this round for PSG.
Oh, good frag.
Yeah, that's nice. Forces Misa out. That's Con now cleared.
Yunsang has not moved. He's making his way back in through strip though now, so maybe he won't end up going for the balcony run out. There's one in stage, by the way, that's Wishoy.
45 seconds.
Well, Scars' ability to play this timer well at times is questionable at best. Wishoy caught by Yunsang. His lurk pays dividends. Wreck will fall as well on the initial contact towards the site. Scars just trying to filter in. They get the next 2 kills to make it a 3v3. They clear out Ryder as well. That's the big gunner down. And into Jim with no one stopping the plant. It's a 2v2 post-plant scenario. And Fishlike will get rid of Soldier. Yunsang, who did his job on the roam, comes back up far too late. No impact towards the site. Scars will get their 2nd round on the attacker club.
Yeah, pretty surprising brute force there in the end. The positioning of Scars was not great. But with PSG investing below and a couple of those key fights going the way of Scars, PSG didn't have too many backup plans in that round. It just slips out of their reach there in round 3. Scars with the lead as we prep for the 4th. Mirror and Grim to join the bands in play. As we look back at that prior round, 42nd, Yunsang down below, won his duel. And, very momentarily a 3 versus 5, but the quick snap back. The mid to back line of the attack was really firm in finding those trade opportunities. So the comms flowing nicely there for Scars in that round and capitalizing on the opportunities that were presented.
And then you've got the 1 attacking round on Consulate, but they got 4 back on Nighthaven Labs. They can be a little bit hit and miss on their attacks. And certainly that's been the case this stage with being the 2nd worst rated attacking team in APAC North. VRX, funnily enough, being even below them and now rightfully knocked out. And with 2 attacking rounds already here on Club, I mean, Scars only need 1 more from the remaining 3 rounds. Like, they're in a really good position now. All the pressure is suddenly back on PSG Talon, despite their heroics on Consulate to get us to this 3rd map. It's early days, but, you know, 2-1 scoreline, 2 early opening picks as well for Scars from the 3 rounds. They've gotten plant down twice. A lot of the metrics earlier suggesting Scars are on top in this game.
Dirt stack. A-Gator with Diffuser on the Blackbeard. Scars are going to go fast blue and dirt this round.
Up close, Misa to make contact. ends up splitting the middle, gets flushed out by the blitz. But they lost Choppy. Misa somehow actually got back all the way top red, never ended up dying. But into the site, Scars are doing their work. Washoy's got blue control. Into Arsenal, Ayugator on the Blackbeard with the kit. Double shield still up for Scars. And there's only one in sight right now, which is the clash inside a church. This plant will go down successfully. The dirt blue pinch will be successful for Scars to at least get them to this point. And maybe even more. Indeed, it will be more. And this is a statement in the third map that Scars have now got the advantage. They will be 4 rounds away from knocking out PSG Talon. They need an early timeout. They need to stabilize. They're on the brink of collapsing defensively on Club. Scars are all over them.
3 rounds, job done in the half. Anything from here is bonus. PSG struggling at the moment to rise to the occasion.
I would be taking the attack right now. This is already getting out of hand. And they're not going to take it. What are you saving it for?
Yeah, they didn't win enough drills over towards blue. Cash CCTV was really good from them last time, so perhaps they backed themselves in here to win it out. The utility clearance rafters was poor from Scars, and PSG punished them. Expect that to be tidied up, or Scars to go for a Consulate hit this time around to avoid a replication of what did happen last time out. The castle, though, a mainstay here from PSG. They played that last time out. In fact, the lineup overall is quite similar. Then you go for the single catch this time around. Last time they doubled down with the, they played the Jaeger instead. And they had smoke in play, but this time they'll bring the Azami instead. So some slight variation here. Capitat does get brought late on the repick from Scars. So there's still the possibility, especially with the kennel side spawn, that they are going to reattempt the garage clip. They also bring the Maverick, though, this time around, as opposed to the Habana.
Well, the sky is not falling just yet for PSG Talon, but it's looming closer. 3 attacking rounds for Scars puts PSG Talon now in a position where they must win the next 2 rounds. It needs to be a 3-3 half. Anything short of that, and well, it's probably lights out. As you said before, last time out, this was a very good hold for PSG Talon. They won an only round win on Cash and CCTV. Much slower pace here on Clubhouse may actually end up benefiting, I think, a team like Scars as well. For the most part, Nighthaven Labs actually played with a pretty decent pace. Consulate was a bit up and down, but largely on the faster side. But that previous round that we just saw in basement was the quickest round easily so far on Club. We're back to formalities. Wreck out into the balcony. Still got to deal with this double stack rafters. Gotti, by the way, well placed. Don't be surprised if he goes for a gym vault. But no one on the balcony now. Oh, and they've just got the kill onto Misa. Soldier as well. It's a double kill clear rafters. That is a huge start to the round for Scars.
This is getting really sketchy for PSG. This is very concerning.
Getting both of them at the exact same time is really concerning.
Minute on the clock. Scars still need to be careful from here. It's not a done deal.
No, it's not, but they got a really good avenue. Gotti, by the way, still all the way over to Jim. So it's only Ryder and Yun Sang playing site. And still no one out on that balcony. So, you know, Gotti's win con here is to vault out, get that kill balcony, someone playing CC window. Well, no one's even there. He's got nothing to shoot at.
He's going to be the last one alive, and he'll still be Jim.
He's still sitting there. Good angle found by Yun Sang. Gotti will make the move. Looks like he's going to push in towards Con. Backfill towards Cash. 20 seconds remaining in the round. Nitrocell from Gotti needs to hit. He's finally made his way over. Can he make an impact late into the round? The push in comes through. Yunsane cleared by Choppy. It is only Gotti left. SMG kill onto Wreck. Red Tide, Fishlight planting default behind the server rack. He does have the Nitrocell up close. Tested. Goes for the shotgun. Scars are all over PSG Talon. Where is this timeout? Joker. They need it.
Surely. If this game's not already over, if you lose the next round, it definitely is.
There is a spot at the major qualifier land on the line, and you are not calling this timeout.
Oh boy.
They are in disarray. They are getting destroyed on their defense half Clubhouse. Well, I said at the beginning that this first half is going to be make or break, and so far it's break for PSG Talent, and it's make for Scars. 3 rounds away from knocking out PSG Talent. Another upset win coming our way.
Again, maybe not as extreme as the other one, but
no,
still.
it's on the low end of the scale.
I mean, given the way that this is potentially unraveling, Scars could go on to actually spank PSG in this final map, and that in itself would be a surprise that it doesn't come down to a close final map.
Well, they've put themselves in the best position now, Scars, even if they don't win this 6th round. 4 attacking rounds on club. It's a dream run, a dream start in this 3rd and final map to book their place and for what would be the final place out of APAC North to the major qualifier land in Melbourne. PSG Talon are on the ropes. They cannot make the major if they lose this map. And Scars is the kind of team that I feel like could go to Melbourne. They're another one. I feel like all 8 teams that we're going to get at that event, at that land qualifier, all 8 of them will feel like they can make top 4.
Gym Bedroom, round 6. And the pressure really ramping up. PSG seemingly suffocating under it at the moment. There's stack outside Jacuzzi and the sense available. A-gated to block off, or at least preset util with the ROUs for the peak CCTV. That will aid anyone playing the balcony position later on in the piece.
Oh, quick trade, at least on the opening kill, but they lose the clash. I mean, that's a win for Scars.
Yeah.
And Soldier low in the exchange. And Washoy getting some work done as well on the buck down below.
And they've got top main control.
He's just pushing up main.
Choppy's already in with Kit.
RAU's shield screen has gone up. They know there's one tucked in here in bathroom. Well, Choppy got a little bit
ambitious. I don't know about that.
It might cost them. Washoy now by himself dead. Yeah, they just went too quick, too soon. That'll be the end of the half, though. 4-2 half in favor of Scars for attacking rounds. Now sets them up going into their defensive side. 3 rounds away, 3 defensive rounds, all that they require.
And maybe that risk from Joker now can pay off by retaining that tactical timeout. Could be a big difference maker in the second half, and holding it may well come back to serve him well for the team in directing them. Scars, I really should have won that, dropping the clash first.
To be fair, it was immediately traded. So it was a 1-for-1, so it was a 4v4, but yeah, the value of the clash. Yeah, clearly.
So Thermite, Habana, Kai, Bandit for the second half. Who takes it from here? Should be Scars.
Well, it should be Scars. They're on defense club now. They're a much better defensive team than they are an attacking team. Look at Clubhouse. Globally, it does favor defense. 55% for basement, 53% for gym bedroom. Attacker side, though, for Cash and CCTV. Again, for the global nature of the map. So you're going to need the 3 rounds, 2-to-1 kind of split in favor of defense. Put 2 and 2 together. In terms of APAC North, though, I will add, APAC North sees it played a little bit differently, but that's also because it doesn't get played as much in APAC North. Gym bedroom, 50%. Bottom, basement, 57%. Attack, and Cash and CCTV retains its attacker-sided status as well. So, I mean, there is a world in which attack will prevail here. For whatever reason, Clubhouse, like, when you think about Clubhouse in APAC, especially Asia and O's, it's a very, very strong map, and they play true to the defensive-sided nature of the map. But in APAC North, it's not quite their map. They don't play it as often, they don't play it as much, and they're not as good on it as I think compared to Asia and O's. But the owner still is for Scars to get the job done here on defense. PSG Talent, as you said, though, have kept their tactical timeout, and they can get this game a little bit closer. That will be a big help for them later. I think that Selma just fell short of the castle barricade, but blown up either way. Wishoy takes a tiny bit of damage. Misa has been absolutely destroyed on club 1 and 7. That is a concern, and that will be Misa's third opening death. Misa is 0-3 entry and 1-7 on KD and a below 40 EPS. Ryder, though, well, doing what Misa cannot, and Gotti as well. Advantage PSG Talent here on the attack to start the second half into this basement site.
Smooth sailing so far in the round for PSG, but they still need to seal the deal, and with these lurk positions above, they need to be cautious. Minute on the clock.
We say cautious, but I think they could even just go and hit the side on a dirt push off the back of the Blackbeard. Fishlight can stall out a little bit longer with the gas babes. Has 2 more. Vulcan canister will pop. Fishlight can't stand in the flames. Oh my. Oh, he's in a bit of trouble now. Needs some help. Wishoy tried to help out from the hallway. They get pinched. Talon are going to take the opening round of the half on attack, and this may end up being an attacker-sided club. That's why it's so difficult to get a read on this matchup, on this series, and in this region. It's just unpredictable. Talon have won the last 2 rounds. They were down 4-1, staring down the barrel of elimination. They did not take a timeout. Joker entrusted his team, and inverse, it's Scars that now call the first tack.
And they call it only after one unsuccessful defense down below. So clearly unhappy with what's been put on display in that opening attempt. Looking to reconsolidate and bounce back. I wonder if that's indicative that we may even see a repeat here on this site. Hence the timeout. Joker given an opportunity to talk to hit the team as well and calm them down. But it will be gym bedroom here from Scars. A site which got quite a bit of playtime back in that first half. It was selected on 2 separate occasions. Was one out once on attack, and then the follow-up defense for PSG to lock out the half.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Clash will indeed be employed by Fishlight now as well for Scars. It was used as well by PSG Talent, but to little effect in that first half. Oh wow, we're gonna see. Are we gonna see a Yana pick? No, we're not. Damn it. You want to know how many times Yana's been picked in APAC North?
3 times. Oh, 3 times globally. I reckon 0 times in APAC North.
0 times in APAC North.
Globally?
Globally, at least once. So every operator has been selected once globally this stage. Every operator, including Thunderbird.
Was it 3 times? Thunderbird?
I don't know. I don't know globally. I mean, I can go check if you want. Let me go check. Let me go check.
Thanks, Jay.
But no, Yunsek does not select the Yana anyway and goes Ying, so we did not get Yana so far for APAC North this stage. Which once was a pretty common operator choice selection back in the day. Globally twice. 0% win rate. Thunderbird once. 0% win rate.
That's right, I didn't end up getting picked anyway. So.
Rook twice and Thorn twice. Cav 8 times and then the rest starts to scale up.
Oh, this is aggro. Oh, the Clash stalls it out though.
Ryder though got in a tricky spot. And Washoy does lose his life in the end. Now Fishlike's the one that's in a tricky spot. Shotgun from Miso on the Amaru. Dealing with the Clash. Puts him on the floor. A shot as well. Onto Ayagator. PSG Talon bring the heat, the aggression and the pace in this 8th round to tie things up 4-4 after the attack from Scars in which they talked things over. Well, they probably wish they could talk things over again.
It really felt like Fishlike and the team were doing a good enough job to sustain that pressure. But it boils over in the 8th round and PSG will equalize the scoreline 4-4.
I mean,
unless.
No, there's no way.
Okay, traded close.
Misa was playing bomb chassis. So 3 rounds straight to Scars. They're down PSG Talon 4-1. They don't call attack. Joker entrusts his team. They then win 3 rounds straight off the back of Scars calling attack as well prior to that round.
He had more belief in them than we did.
I tell you what, Joker's cooking. And so is his team. And it's a 4-4 scoreline. Both teams are now 3 rounds away from PAX. From the major qualifier land. And from elimination. It couldn't be closer. I mean, forget underdog week. This is a battle of attrition right now for these two teams, facing so much pressure to qualify. The loser is going to be devastated.
Back down to basement, where PSG Talon on attack found success on the opening round of the half. Mind you, Scars have had the opening kill back-to-back rounds now to kick off this half, but failing to convert.
Well, they've had 4
that advantage.
In a row, and 6 of 8.
Yeah. Only 2.
And only 2 have been converted. Both were Scars.
Only 2 have been converted across the entire match. 8 rounds.
That is insane. It's a 4-4 scoreline. And PSG Talent have not got an opening kill conversion. That is an insane statistic. It goes to show, again, how unpredictable this particular map has been. So back to Church Arsenal for Scars. And there's no shenanigans. There's no funny business. It's a 5-man bunker. And they're just going to say to PSG Talent, you're going to have to clear us. And if you do, then GG. Imagine Fishlike's playing the Denari Nitrous cell setup maybe towards main stairs. Hard to see from this angle. You've got to go the other way. Yep, you can see the tripwire connector, but there's 2 actually. There is no IQ. There is no Nitro that's been thrown or pre-placed. The problem with the pre-place there is it's very easy to hear it, and it's also becoming a little bit of a common strategy. Seconds in the round. As is the case typically with this site, it does start out a little bit slow. Nitro has gone
That's early
a
considering.
mile away.
Oh, and the other one.
And then Misa almost losing out to the one from Choppy.
Well, that proved costly, the double Nitro early.
Well, it does get Misa very low. Well, Fishlike got himself flamed out. Good use of the Capital from Ryder. And they've dealt with the Warden. And they have the opening kill. But PSG Talon have not converted a single opening kill in this map yet. Will they do it now?
I would hope so from here. I'm sure there was 3 gas babes and a couple of keepers for Gator, so there's some utility available for defense.
Big battle one. Wreck will fall on top of Gator, and only Wishoy and Choppy left in the 2v5. I think this is cooked now for Scars. Talon have all the momentum. It's an onslaught in basement once again. Last time 4 players up. This time 4 players up. Scars are running out of ideas. PSG Talon will take the 5-4 lead, and they will have won 4 rounds consecutively. They were being demolished in the first half. They were down 4-1. They looked down and out, but the response from Joker's team has been emphatic. They are 2 rounds away from knocking out Scars here in APAC North.
And Ying Clash banned out. I really didn't think that of all the teams here in APN that could show the level of resilience required today in this match, it would actually be PSG Talon. I would have expected them to fold into a heap, and that's why...
Well, that's what was happening.
That's why we were begging for a tactical timeout.
Yeah.
We thought that was the only lifeline that could bring them back into the match, but they've done it themselves. It's been really impressive.
It's a coming-of-age moment here for PSG Talon, down 4-1.
It's a clean...
I feel like we've seen that script before where they just crumble.
Yeah. Well, it's a clean rotation. Question now to be, can Scars, off the back of their learnings, look to correct course here? They have tried basement twice, both unsuccessful. Back to gym bedroom. That one was a little closer. So maybe they could tap into that a little bit more, but it's nervous times for both teams.
It's only been 2 defensive rounds won here on Club.
What's been the...
Again, in APAC North, it is slightly attack-sided, this map. But globally, it's certainly not. Globally, it follows more to what you would see in Asia and OS.
Right.
For whatever reason, in APAC North, these teams cannot defend this map. So when we get to the major qualifier land, and you got Asia teams, you got OS teams, and they're playing the APAC North teams, Clubhouse is going to be one to kind of keep an eye on, because Asia and OS know how to play a map like Club. APAC North struggle on this map. Defensively. Here's G Talon. They can taste it. One hand on the ticket. They have all the momentum. And everything is working for them. What a headshot from Gotti. Rek is out for the count. Another opening kill now for PSG Talon. That is against the grain. They had only gotten 2 from the first 8 rounds. Now it's 2 in a row.
And it forfeits that map control quickly. PSG stake their claim at CCTV, and Cash Con up next. Currently being held by Wishoy, but he falls back.
Well, this is the problem for Scars. They don't have the individual strength of someone like a Ryder to just go and get a multi-kill. Again, look at the multi-kills in this one. Ryder 3K, Soldier 3K, Misa 4K, none from Scars.
Oh, that's a good nitro there
Big nitro from Gator. In the entire series, Gator with a 3K, Rek with a 3K. That's across all rounds played this series. And that's what they probably need now in these coming rounds. Someone to go big. And could it be Gator? They lose fish like they lose the smoke. Advantage back to Talon. Jacuzzi getting opened up. Pressure onto Choppy towards Jim. Soldier knocking at the front door of that gym window. It feels inevitable. But Choppy finds a pick onto Yun Sang towards Cash. Poor. They just can't seem to get a grasp on this round, those Scars. They're always on the back foot. They find one back, they tie it up, they lose another, rinse and repeat. Talon. What a swing though from Gator. He finds one more, and maybe that's the multi-kill round needed for Scars. Soldier to stick the plant inside of Jim. Wishoy swinging by Jacuzzi. Plant will be successful. Shield extended from the Montang. In bathroom is Gotti. Wishoy will fall to Soldier. It's only Gator that remains. He needs a quad kill to win this. Wanted to try and take the battle with Gotti, and he gets the shot past the Monty. It's a 3K from Gator. He's got a little bit of time to try and get this guard break onto Soldier. One shot should get the down. 19 seconds, about 10 to go. Gets him into the corner. Ayagator struggling, but it's Soldier that is withstanding and will have done enough to secure match point, series point for Talon. And swing as you might, you are not strong enough to get past this shield. Joker out of his chair celebrating as they now have 2 match, series and land points. And even Rob's out of his chair as well. You know what that means? He's off to the couch. He thinks this is done. Scars with no timeout are on the canvas. Knocked out. Can they rise and win the next 2 rounds? A big effort from Ayagator, but it falls short.
They just look so unnerving on the site. There was so much pressure from so many different angles there presented by the attack. Ayagator isolated it to a 1 versus 1. He had 28 seconds to try and hit the break and the 1 versus 1, and he meleeed probably about 28 times to try and get it done. Soldier played it incredibly well. Smiles all around for PSG Talent. And Joker is up and about, very pleased with that individual result. And the beauty is, because he saved that tactical timeout before, if they lose this round, he'll immediately call it and they can call the strap for the following round.
Well, what a performance from PSG Talent. What a turnaround. 5 rounds straight to give them 2 opportunities. And for the first time in the series, a multi-kill performance from a Scars member did not result in the round win. Ayagator got a 3K back on Labs, they won the round. Rec a 3K in Consulate, they won the round. Ayagator a 3K in Clubhouse, they lose the round.
So basement then for round 11. It's already been won successfully twice by PSG on attack. They've looked really good in trading out, flushing out this site. On both occasions, they had 4 players still up. Rec, aggressive Jim. This feels like a pivotal moment in the round for Scars.
Got Soldier low on health from that early Nitrocell.
Oh, just gets out. Now pinched.
Oh, Rec's in a world of hurt.
Oh, he's got nowhere to go now.
He's got nowhere to go. They can converge on his position. They will do so cautiously. And they know full well that Misa should get a free kill. And this is looking done. PSG Talent are putting the foot down on the throat of Scars. Pinched in the corner. Choppy has got himself stuck, as his team did as well. From 4-1 up, they are going to lose 4-7. They're going to give Talon 6 rounds straight. Scars are on the verge of being knocked out of APAC North. And PSG Talon are on their way to Melbourne for the major qualifier LAN.
Should be able to just consolidate from here. Minute 15. 2-man advantage. Still some utility to be layered. Fishlake posing a threat above. Washoy almost getting the down.
Good damage. In fact, look at the health for PSG Talon. It's a 2v4. But one last stand is here. Washoy slipped into Moto, in behind, catches Yunsang, gets the knock onto Gotti. Fishlike in the 1v2 against 2 low health members of Talon. And no real opportunity to get this res. Fishlike has it within him, makes the cross, knows exactly where they both are, and by hitting that headshot, creates the 1v1 moment to do what he does best, which is not enough. Talon stopped that fish from going godlike one last time. They knock Scars out. They book their place to the major qualifier LAN in the process. What a series, what a result, and what a bloody team.
So indeed, we will have the Koreans joining us here in PAX in 2 weeks' time. It's an exciting prospect after B&K FearX struggled in their lower bracket match. We thought it could be all done, it could be all dusted, but PSG Talon, they show class where they needed to. And they booked themselves a spot at the major qualifier. Munich is calling Will they answer? God only knows from this point onwards, but booking that ticket is the most important thing they have done in probably 12 months, and this could well put them back on a track to being in that discussion. APAC North, 4 spots, 2 gone.
I mean, what a recovery effort from PSG, and I think I mentioned it on the cast, but if there was any team you had have told me would mount such a streak to get them across the line in a map 3 in a do or die matchup, PSG would have been very far down that list, given their inability in a lot of matches previously to show that confidence and that conviction to close out games, but they really flicked a switch. And Joker deserves so much respect. That man has balls of steel. 1-4 down, you essentially have to win the next round to remain competitive in the matchup. He does not call the tactical timeout. He keeps it pocketed just in case they needed it later on. They ultimately didn't even need it in the end. PSG just got it done themselves inside of the server. They really flicked a switch. Their attacks were really clean. Scars were just under an immense amount of pressure, and that pressure valve never got released by PSG.
No. 6 rounds straight.
Look at what
for
it means
PSG.
to them.
I mean, you've got to understand how, I guess, how much pressure's been on their shoulders at the same time, Jake. We've kind of, off the cuff of many big discussions around PSG talent in the last probably 12 months, we have consistently put them on the tail end of APAC North, and for them to make this qualifier means so much to them, means so much to the organisation.
Yeah.
This is just overall a massive moment for this team, and I think that now we can kind of start to look at them, especially in their later game tonight. We can really start to put them in a bit of a conversation as to where they sit now. I mean, booking packs is important, but now it's about, for me, it's about consolidating and preparing for that event. And you've got to take the rest of these games serious. Yes, you've qualified, but by God, I want them coming into packs ready. I want them prepared to be able to take on the might of what the APL actually has to offer. Daystar, Weibo, who knows from OS at this point. It's going to be a competitive lot, I'll tell you that much. But they definitely deserve this one. It was a hard-fought victory, 5-7 down, 7-4, 7-4. And it goes to follow suit from their earlier game against Enterforce in the upper bracket. They did the exact same thing.
And a bit of revenge as well. So back in the playoffs last stage against Scars, PSG Talent won the first map. They were up on the second map. Probably should have gone on to win that cafe. Lost it in overtime and then lost the next map. So credit for PSG Talent, well and truly. And if it wasn't for the week of the underdogs, I think we would have been a bit more on them, because they certainly were the favourite team.
Yeah.
I mean, the favourite team won this matchup.
They did.
And to Scars' credit, I still think they played better than I expected coming into this. When they were 4-1 up, I'm thinking, well, geez, they're really...
on here.
And they were all over PSG Talent. So for them to respond the way that they did, to win 6 rounds, I didn't see that coming, like, at all. If you had said to me at 4-1, by the way, no timeout, and Talon's going to win the next rounds, I would have said, you're mad. You're crazy. Where's this coming from?
I don't think you would have been too far off it, to be fair. It shocked all of us, but I'm sure someone it didn't shock. Joker, let's welcome him in. I'm sure grinning ear to ear. Of course you are. We saw the celebrations at the end, mate. This one is this is a big match and obviously means a lot to you and the roster.
Yeah, I mean, after last year's stage playoffs, last stage's playoffs, I mean, we were all like super devastated. I think we didn't look good, and now it's our revenge. And even though it's not clean, I think the clutch plays at least were entertaining. So yeah, we made it.
A two-part question here, Joker, so both separate. The first one is, at 4-1 down, you guys were getting pretty much slaughtered on your defense. You don't opt for the tactical timeout. Why was that? And secondly, in APAC North, for whatever reason, Clubhouse lends itself to be a little bit more attacker-sided compared to Global, Asia, OS. Is that a concern for you on this map in this region when you think about international on Clubhouse and even the major qualifier LAN on a map like Clubhouse?
I mean, for the first question, I mean, we can talk during the bend phase for the side swap. So we have 40 seconds, 30 seconds to talk there. That's why I didn't take it after round 5. I wanted to, but it just wouldn't make that much sense if I needed it later on. And I also felt confident in our attacks. I mean, I said it to the guys before the map. We have very good attacks. Like you said, it's kind of attacker-sided here. But yeah, also I think on defenses, we just trolled too much on entries, on just taking random gunfights, calling out Misa here, the last 2 rounds, his Clash play, like the pushing into Jacuzzi, into a Nomad with Clash, or like Catwalk, just trying to put the shield on your back and trying to fight. It's we said before the game, Scars is fucking slow on half the attacks. We just have to chill, and then they give them free entries. So yeah, unfortunately we trolled there, but we pulled it out in the end. And for the weaker defense side, I think it's partially the team play aggression. I mean, if you see Brazil or if you see like the top teams in EU, they just play very, very aggressive and do it as a team. And we try to play very, very aggressive, but don't do it good enough as a team. So I think that's the result.
I guess heading into this game and throughout it as well, how much of the result was off the back of strategy versus mental? Because PSG unfortunately did start to garner a little bit of a reputation in not being able to close out games. Today was by far and away probably your best ever performance in closing out a match. Was that strategy? Was it mental? Was it both? How do you see it?
I mean, partially good question. I have to figure that out as well a bit. I think the bigger problem is that we don't start into matches well this stage. You saw it last play day against E36, us starting horribly on Skyscraper. Today, us starting horribly on Nighthaven, both maps that we usually can play very good. So it's weird that it ends up like this. But yeah, then I think our mental is quite good at the moment, and it's better. And I think we also were a little bit lucky with clutches today. I mean, the last 2 rounds were clutches. The last round on Consulate was like 1v4 clutch, I think, or at least 1v3. So we got the better in the clutches at the moment, which is individual players in the end. Strategically, I still think we have to learn more to adapt. And I think after 3 maps, we know how they're going to roam and flank, so we should be more ready for it. Yeah, I think that would help in longer series to learn more and then close it out.
Anything from you? Usually jump back in.
No, I just want to say, Joker, best of luck, obviously, for the major qualifier. Len, I know you've got the rest of the playoffs to still finish here, but I'm sure you guys and the boys are going to be excited to head over there.
Yeah, I mean, it's the #1 goal to go Australia, and then, I mean, more SI points now are important, and I want them. But Australia is the road to Munich, and I mean, I want to have a hometown major, not hometown, but home country major. Want to be there with a team, so that is the biggest priority, and I'm very, very happy that we made it.
Joker, thank you very much for joining us, mate. We wish you the best of luck with the rest of the campaign, and we'll see you at PAX.
Yeah, thank you. See you here.
Good times ahead for PSG Talon.
Are you going to PAX, are you?
No, there's absolutely no confirmation of that. I'll be there to shake hands. I'll say hello to everyone, but whether I'm working it, mate, who knows? It could be... Has Daddy Slim could take the hosting role. You just don't know. These are the kind of things that happen. We've just seen PSG Talon book their place alongside some very interesting names. B&K FearX, not one of them, but it is time for us to go to a break. Gents, I usually get your last thoughts, but I don't really care. So I'll let you boys go. And when we come back, we head to the upper bracket final. Don't go anywhere.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Hello chaps, I'm Mingoran, head coach for Enterprise Esports. Today I have date with Kiwi Thursday. Today we try to Aussie original ice cream. Did you try before?
Yeah.
Is
They
that good?
copied all our ice creams from New Zealand.
How about this stuff? Did you try that?
They also copied all those.
Oh, it's same. It's so boring date for me. Let's try some ice cream.
You should try this one. or
Okay,
that one.
I will try this one. Paddle pop.
On fire. That's like a rainbow.
Oh, shape's looking shit. It's good. You like that?
I can fit the whole thing in my mouth.
How did you go from casual seas to competing at the top level?
I started in ranked, like a lot of my friends. I was just playing a lot of ranked, a lot of solo queue ranked, and not even on my server. So I lived in New Zealand, but I'd always play on like the Southeast Asian servers. And I'd always run into like these losers like Reaps96 and Hovenhurst. I'd always farm them too, so eventually they got sick of being farmed and they invited me to play. And then we'd just play ranked together every day for nearly 2 years. We'd get like number 1, 2, 3 on the leaderboards, and eventually, you know, when the time was right, their contracts were expiring, I was turning 18, and yeah, we made a team together.
Okay, that's good. Who is best rank hero in this region, you think?
Me, by
You.
far. I don't think there's anyone close to me in terms of skill, ability to shot call, and passion in ranked. So it's definitely me.
Awesome. Your team is be considering one of the best team in the APL right now.
Probably the best.
What do you
ever.
think you bring to that lineup?
I think what I bring is good looks. I'm pretty handsome. Good brains too. Pretty smart. I'm just a lot better at the game than most of the other players in Asia, so that also helps.
Well, I can't agree that, but okay.
Hit it with it.
Whoa, Nick's looking lovely.
Damn, I love the hoodie, but like it
I
does.
like the hamster.
It just makes me want to sing, "Oh Nicky, you're so fine, you blow my mind."
Hey Nicky.
Hey.
Hey Nicky.
Let's not go there. No, we don't gotta do that, guys. We can play instruments, but let's not start singing. Yeah, I
Oh,
don't
that's
think any
an
of us are
idea.
fit for that.
I think we need to get some, you know, I don't know if this is the same in Denmark, but in Australia, I feel like everyone as like an 8-year-old has to learn how to play the recorder.
Oh,
and I think it's part of the Australian government trying to piss off every parent ever.
You literally just.
Wait, the recorder.
Yeah.
Do you even know what the recorder is?
Bro, that's trauma.
Oh, it's a flute.
That is, yeah. It's like a flute, but the most annoying. Oh.
Yeah, we had a phase with that as well.
Yeah. Shout out the hot cross buns, baby!
We need to get the recorders on the same one time.
We've made sure that everyone feels at home and they're warm. Now we can start talking about the real action. It's the upper bracket final, and this one should be interesting. This really does put a little bit of context to what we can expect come the APL finals. But it's D+. Taking on CAG. But before I get there, before we deep dive into that, Nick, I want to get your thoughts on this. I know you woke up and saw that BNK Fear X had been taken out. What, like, as a former pro, as a professional commentator, is that one of the biggest fumbles you've seen?
I honestly, we can say fumbles, but I worry for Fear X. Like, I genuinely worry if they're okay. Because I had all these thoughts this morning. I was like, okay, maybe one of the players had like a personal issue, and like they're sad or they're distracted or something, because like having the really, really poor performance that they've been having this playoffs, there's gotta be like a massive issue. And Dark made this tweet after their loss yesterday about don't want to speak too much. There are some internal things that we're trying to resolve. We'll do our best. There has to be something major going on that we have no idea about that's obviously affecting this team, because I heard that they lost 2-0, and I heard it was an embarrassment of a loss as well.
It was really bad. 7-1, 8-7 was the result. For me, I think we talked about it on the desk between the three of us. Rin so hit and miss. Across the series went 8-19, and it's just one of those.
Wow, I didn't know that stat. Holy crap.
One of those days, just loses every fight, can't get involved.
The thing is, like, Fear X usually can play even if Rin has an 8-19 day. That sucks, you're playing 4v5, but Fear X will still look better than they did today. Clearly something much bigger is going on with that team. And as you said, Nick, it's been kind of hinted by Dark. I hope everything's okay. I hope everyone's okay first and foremost. And I hope the team bounces back as well, because these guys coming into this year were probably the favorite team out of all of APAC.
100%.
Right? It was, if anything, an upset.
100%.
That CAG beat them at Reload and went as deep as they did. Of course, it's a Korean super team, right? Like the old D+ and old Fear X joined together to make that team. It's crazy that they're out, because they were meant to be the top in all of APAC, and they couldn't even make top 4. Just in APAC North. They do have a chance to redeem themselves at the regional finals.
They do.
Same story for your teams like Elevate as well.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of redemption come the regional finals, there's no doubt about it. But we're not done yet here for APAC North. The next matchup, it's CAG taking on D+ Kia. Both of these rosters coming into this stage, I think, were probably considered second best. They were considered the bridesmaids in this region. However, that is not the case anymore. Now they are potentially going to take top spot, and by potentially I mean you just don't know what's going to happen with Enterforce and PSG later on tonight. Honestly, like the way this region's going, I'm hands up in the air. I don't care what happens. It's absolute cinema from here on out. But let's deep dive maybe into D+ Kia first and just talk about the roster that I don't want to say, like, struggle feels, it doesn't feel like it gives them enough credit in stage 1, but they were definitely learning the ropes. We spoke to Falls. Falls said, stage 1, it was a learning experience, Nick, but now this feels like the iteration of the roster that could potentially take over APAC North.
They've gotten a lot better, and I think it boils down to the same thing as Elevate was saying in Psycho. We had to learn their opponents in the region, the play styles, what maps they're playing, and how they play them. Similar thing to what the casters, Gus and Sedox, point out, right? Here in APAC North, people do not know how to defend on Clubhouse. But if you look at Asia and Oceania in APL, they do know how to do it statistically. So there's just these very different outliers. And for D+, it's been a learning curve, but they have learned those lessons. They've gotten a lot better. And it was very nice to hear from Falls when we asked him after the previous win are you guys trying to win the entire thing, or is the qualification enough for you guys? And they said, it's great to qualify, that was the goal, but D+, the organization, have been so supportive, they've been so helpful. We want to give back to them and get that victory and win the entire regional situation, and also for ourselves, of course, prove that we are the best team.
Yeah, and of course in Stage 1 there was a lot of hype behind them because it is a full Brazilian import roster, but they did come only second in groups and then second in the playoffs. In Stage 2 they had a really rough start. They lost 4 out of their first 5 games in the group stage, by the way.
Insane.
Right at the bottom of the standings, they ended up finishing 3rd thanks to a strong finish beating Scars and FearX, but a lot of red flags there in the middle, the bulk of that Stage 2 group stage. Into the playoffs, it's a clean sweep so far, 2-0 of a FearX, 2-0 of a Scars to get into this upper bracket final. That's D+, but of course their opponents, a team that we thought were very well wounded after Stage 1, after the unfortunate situation that happened. But my God, these guys are arguably looking like the best in APAC right now.
Yeah, it's just terrifying to see where CAG Osaka have come from and where they are now, right? Like, it was such a fall from grace after Reload to have them have to forfeit due to unfortunate circumstances in Stage 1. Now they've bounced back and they look better than ever. And Nick, I think you and I talked about this a little bit just while we were kind of chin-wagging filling, but it feels like with DD Man on the roster, it's kind of allowed the rest of the team to just focus on their game. Like, DD Man is now the vocal in-game leader, and you can see that it's like there's a level of confidence and reassurance in their attacks that I feel like hasn't been there before.
Yeah, this is the big benefit of having a very vocal and knowledgeable player in the server. When you speak about some of the greatest rosters of all time, right? Whether it's Fabian leading G2, or Troy leading Dark Zero, SSG, EG, CTM, etc. They got the IGLs. Who's better fit for this role than a former player turned coach who's now back on the playing roster, DD, here for CAG? It looks like he's enabling everyone else to be such a better player individually, while also keeping up like neutral numbers himself. Like, he's not falling behind massively in the kill department. He's actually hanging at this level of play, and it's really well-rounded this entire roster.
I think it'll be one of those interesting points when we start kind of seeing CAG at the APL event, like the LAN event. That might start to, I guess, contextualize it a little more, Dev.
Yeah. Well, of course, especially once you get to LAN, you're used to having DD standing behind the team, coaching, helping out. It's quite different when he's there all the time. Great. We get our coach's insight 24/7. We also have to play with him, and he has to keep up. And he is the bottom-rated player on the team. He is below average statistically, but we can't understate. As he should be. Yes, for sure. But we can't understate the value that he brings to the team. And the fact that CAG are even close to as good as they were in Stage 1 while playing with a substitute that was not like what they wanted, this wasn't by choice, that is absolutely a green flag for them. And, we saw Shureep's graphic tossed up there a minute ago. He is by far and away the best player in the league right now, by the way. 123 EPS, plus 17 on the entry. And Chibisu, also from CAG, is right behind him. So we've got the 2 best players in the league on this team from Japan. And I expect that they are the favorites out of this game. And I would be surprised if D+ win this upper bracket final today.
Yeah, what's crazy to me is like kind of looking at the overall perspective of the actual league. CAG's players, they've only got 2 in the top 15, and then they
are the top 2 though.
Yeah, they are the top 2. They are the top 2. That's what I just find so intriguing. But when I watch them play, I don't go, if Shureep or if Chibisu doesn't have an unbelievable match, then they're stuffed. I don't look at it like that. Whereas like when you look at some other rosters, like maybe if Turd has a bad game, granted they've still got Speakeasy and they've got Reeps and there's multiple
I think
fallbacks.
there's a valid point there.
Yeah,
for sure.
because like I don't worry about it going into a CAG game, whereas like you just do with other teams. I don't know, it's a weird dynamic for me. But what I will say is CAG at the moment are probably looking the best they have in a hot minute. They look cool, they look calm, they look composed. But one thing we do need to get to is the VODs, so we can start having a little bit of a chinwag about that, gents. Dev, I feel as though in this kind of a matchup, honestly, I'm going to be really like just kind of biased here and just say all I want is like a border. I want
a border decider.
Yeah, I want something stupid where we can just go like full degen mode.
Sure, yeah, I can see that. I wouldn't mind that as a decider. I was having a look at the last matches played by these teams, and I was kind of praying that we'd get a Nighthaven or a Cafe, because both of these teams in the upper bracket semi-finals that they qualify for this game played both of those maps. So it would have been a real one-to-one to be like, well, we saw them 2-0 on these maps previously, let's see if we get it again. But no, CAG is going to get rid of Nighthaven. Cafe is their favorite favorite map though. So I'm wondering if that'll be left in. D+ don't ban it in their first 2 bans, so it is wide open for CAG to pick Cafe. They're actually going to leave it through and hope to get it in the decider. Border's still in for that decider, by the way. Clubhouse and Bank are going to be awesome ways to kick off this series. We get a really structured map. We get an aggressive map on the attack, and we kick it off. At the end of everything, we will come down to that super aggressive map. Pengu, we have been treated by this veto.
That we have. It's going to be an exciting one. I mean, I wasn't sure what to expect from the map veto, but as you guys said, I wanted excitement, I wanted chaos, I wanted something like wow, because that's what CHG and D+ they usually want to deliver.
I'm not going to lie, I didn't even see what the first 2 maps was because all I was looking for was, okay,
We're kicking off a club.
Fantastic. All I cared about was where Border came in that ban system.
Of course he did.
And I'm glad that it's the final map because that one will truly be like just a pure raw test. Like
We're going to get there.
We will 100% get there. And I think that's the exciting part. But just talking about Club for a hot second, because, Nick, you brought it up already. Guz and Xenox are talking about it on the cast where you look at it purely in like an isolated format in APAC North, and it really does lean attacker-sided. And the question that I've got for you, Nick, is do you feel as though that just is the typical playstyle? You know what? Maybe you can take this over with you. Bugger it. I'm not even going to ask you that question because it's time to get underway. You guys can have a bit of a yap about it on cast because I do think that there's an interesting dynamic where it's isolated to just this region where we see it kind of skewed toward the attacking side. And regardless, it's an exciting time. Both these teams have already booked their place in packs. However, it is still up for grabs when we speak about that crown, when we speak about the APAC North true champions. Both of these teams should be gunning for it. And, well, I know that D+ Key, I want to make a statement. Now is the time to do it.
That's absolutely right, Rob. Of course, there's a lot on the line here. Even though both of these teams have qualified for packs, they're gunning for 6 Invitational. They're gunning for Pride. Who will end up our first grand finalist here in APAC North? Who will solidify themselves as a top contender for making it to 6 Invitational on points? We know that at the end of this battle, there are 300 SI points waiting for the champions of APAC North in Stage 2. Both of these teams failed to make that their success in Stage 1. CAG bailed out so early of the playoffs, and D+, of course, second best to FearX. So they need every SI point they can get to make it to Paris next year. For now, well, we're going to, I believe Germany is where Clubhouse is located.
Yes.
As these teams hope that they'll make it to Germany in November for the major. Clubhouse, what a treat, Nick. This is, as we've talked about on many of our casts recently, just the most iconic Rainbow Six map in the current era.
Yeah, I would say so. It's one of, as I always say, one of my own personal favorites. I just like the flow of it, the strategical depth, and how different teams will approach it quite differently in the server as well. And to Rob's question about the map being more attacker-sided and how that kind of works, I generally have always believed, at least for the longest time, that Clubhouse, the higher level you play it at, let's say you play it here in APL, right? And you're like a bottom 4 team across the entire region. You're probably going to have a defender favor Clubhouse. But then you play the top 4 teams here in APL, and you might look at an attacker favor Clubhouse. I think the higher level you play this map at, the more and more it favors the attackers. And the reasoning for this is very simple. Every single bomb site has a strategical way to pick it apart where you can just do step A, step B, step C, and then you will win as the attacker. And it's so hard for the defenders to make a counterplay because one of the few ways they can do it is aggression, hitting a great shot, things that you can't work out every single time. And maps, they play out very differently. And Clubhouse is just like this. There are so many different solutions to the attackers, so many power operators, and so many ways to do things. And that is why I think that it favors them when you're at the very tippity top.
And both of these teams have liked Clubhouse in the past. CAG more recently. It's their third favorite map. They beat FearX on it 2 weeks ago. But for D+, Nick, we actually haven't seen them play Clubhouse in a hell of a long time. It's their second most banned map. And the last time they played it was 2 months ago against Scars when they won it. So this is a big chance for CAG. Obviously, being their map pick, they knew that they were going into a map that they were confident on, but they didn't have a lot of info for how the Brazilians play it. As like I said, it's been 2 months. So in the first couple of rounds, it's really going to be like testing out the waters, figuring out the flavor of D+.
Yeah, I think if D+ can hit the ground running and get a good couple of opening picks or even a couple of rounds, they're going to feel very good about their prep work. Whereas if things do not work out for them early on, it might be a tech timeout, reconfigure the problem and then hit the ground running shortly after. CAG have opted for a very passive first opening round, I think, as well, just trying to figure out what kind of performance are D+ going for. Are they quick to roam clear? Are they slow? Obviously, right now, the second there's going to be pressure here in main stairs, Shurib should be falling on back. You got Goyo, Maestro, and Smoke for plant and time denial. And given the current trajectory right now for D+, they have full map control right now for the roam. They start breaching open the first couple of hatches, about 1 minute 30 seconds. This is a little bit, I would say, behind the average timer, which means they have to speed up a little bit more in the mid stage of the round, because look at this, they're getting impact tricked as well. Although in trade, Shurib takes a fair bit of damage, so pretty decent for both teams.
Well, with just over a minute to go in the 5v5, there's still a lot of work to do here for D+. The hatch not yet open because of that impact trick game. And there is, well, there are two opportunities still for them to breach that hatch. Falls and Bullet both have the tin can openers. I think Falls has just to use his and open up that kitchen hatch. I don't feel like there's a lot of time for a kitchen to execute, though.
No, there isn't. And the issue is, even if they had a bit more time, those Evil Eyes, the Toxic Babes, I mean, that's going to make time just even lower. It's going to come down to the Grim Beats from Falls and the fire of Capital Bullet to try and either, lodge down some of these defenders in bad corners or to outright get a couple of kills. Because if you go for a straight plant, that should never work right now. It has to be chaos, distraction, going aggressive while trying to get down the diffuser.
Here comes the execute, first pick for the Brazilians. DD, the coach, as he throws out his last gas, he survives. But look at this from Arculi. This is a very sneaky play, but Nier spots him. The problem here for D+, as time is ticking away, they need to win all the fights, and they only go even, 2v2. 1 second still to go, and the Brazilians are simply not fast enough. Dropping down into the site, the timer is the vindicator of the round, and CAG will happily take it. 2 players still alive in the server.
Yeah, really good win condition from CAG right there. They have the aggressive player gonna be in blue, and of course a Coley below the kitchen hatch. Then they have a very passive player, and Anderton on the Maestro, just playing the utility, playing the information game. And again, CAG, they have this really great way of playing the game that they did not have 8 months ago, where they can play it really smart. I feel like if you took CAG 8 months in the past, they would all start swinging with 8 seconds left, thinking, oh my god, they're gonna plant, they're gonna drop, they're gonna do it. But now they can hold their nerve and actually understand, yes, they want to try and plant, but they can't, because they know that we have the Maestro, they know we have the smoke, they know that Akoli is going on the offense. They have to answer to those things first. D+ strategically outplayed in that round. Despite getting that first opening pick, they could not secure the round. I'm curious though for CAG how they're gonna play the upstairs bomb sets of CCTV and now here on Gem defense, because you can't do that same turtle thing. You have to almost always go for an extension. So you're gonna start master bedroom, start gym, play office, but on the right hand side of your screen, you gotta go into connector, CCTV, cache. That's gonna be where the round's gonna start off. That's what D+ have to attack first.
We said in the pre-show, well, I said, I think CAG are the favourites here, Nick. You didn't really weigh in on that. What do you reckon? Is this this series, this upper bracket final, and I guess the whole of APAC North, like, who are your favourites of the tournament? Where do you see CAG and D+? Is this number 1 and number 2?
Well, it's weird because for the longest time you had Fearx up there, right?
Yeah.
What happened with them makes me think, okay, who's gonna take their place? And it definitely is CAG or D+. There's no doubt about that. But I really couldn't tell you which one. I like both of these two teams for very different reasons, and I think they're very good in very different ways as well. And that's why I love the fact that we find ourselves here in the upper bracket being like, okay, well, they're going to show us, James. They're going to show us firsthand who is the best team and why they're the best team. I really don't have a favor.
Oh, well, I know it's very early days, but CAG is looking very comfortable on club. Like we'd said, obviously it's their map pick and they've got the history on this map that D+ don't. That's an unfortunate turn of events for Niers. And here comes the clash. As soon as you see Anderton on any shield operator, you know you're not going to have a good time. And what's their way of dealing with it? Well, there's no EMPs. We do have the Kali, could potentially try and knock the shield back, but I feel like how often do you actually see that happening? Very rarely do we actually see that happening, and certainly not when Bullet gets swung. Deleted. by the Azami Achibasu. 2 players outside this breach, and they're going to be completely helpless at the Clash's mercy.
Just gonna say we might see CG play a bit more passes now in this 5v3, but then we're seeing Anakin literally just holding them on the main breach with the Clash shield. He's like, notice right now though, he's not really swinging in the gunfights. He's kind of just.
Oh my god! You thought that was a play, Nias? You thought that would work? Jump down from the roof to jump through the shield and take the fight head on? That will not work against the Shield King of Annie. What a round from CAG. What a show from Anaton.
It's a complete lockout. I mean, Chibisu aggro peek in the window or just the cherry on top. That's the 5v3 where it becomes kind of unwinnable. And yeah, we all saw this play happening when he drops down from the roof, but no, again, Anaton doesn't even need any help, doesn't need support from his teammates. It's a full-on lockout for them. Looking very comfortable already, and that's a dangerous sign. Gives CAG a bit of confidence, gives them a bit of ego challenging like we saw from Chibisu, and give them a big enough round lead where even if they start cacking around here or there, they can still manage to close it out. D+, it's a matter of how quickly can they turn this around and start getting some W's on the board. Otherwise, Clubhouse will disappear in front of them very, very soon.
That's the thing about playing against CAG, right? Like, if they keep up that aggression, then it's very difficult to figure out how the hell you're meant to play around it, right? Because CAG, look, they're smart. You look at the way that Anaton played that. He puts the shield down, but he's actually not swinging. He was pretending to. He was baiting the attack into pushing him into like being scared of him, but he wasn't actually going to take an unnecessary risk. And that's the thing. The old CAG, they took risks all the time. The kind of CAG play style that everyone would talk about, make fun of. It was all that, oh, I mean, these guys just don't stop. They don't know when to stop shift Wing and swinging and taking risks. Well, the thing is now they still take those risks, but they just know when to chill out. And you never know which CAG you're going to be playing against, right? Is it the one that's swinging you every 2 seconds or the one that's pretending to?
Yeah. And that's exactly why they're so much stronger these days. They can play both sides of that coin, where in the past, CAG only had one pace. It was way too aggressive, and they would lose so many rounds in like a 5v2, 5v3, because they never knew when to slow it down and reset the pace. D+ right now, you know, they're on the roof, they're droning, they're getting shoved from the Garrett softwall. Like, that's why Levy has lost like 20 health of damage, and now they have to worry about that. They're holding the Jacuzzi Breach. What if a guy just runs out and fights us here? It's this constant thinking of, oh my god, they could be around every single corner, taking any fight. There's a little bit of a, yeah, there it is. Bonk. Nice. Little entry there from Nears on the Deimos and Jacuzzi. But again, look at the timer. This is over about 80 seconds into the live round, and there's no roamers. Like, they were there in the beginning. They shot like 1 or 2 drones, and then they fell back towards the bomb site. So D+ again, working a little bit behind the curve, up against Echo, up against the Clash, and they only have pressure really right now on Master Bedroom connector side. There's nothing catwalk. I don't know if Maverick has done the CCTV all open with the Maverick. Oh, he has, okay. So at least they have some pressure here on the front side as well. Oh. But that's just an angle. They can't really walk in that breach.
Yokai taken out as well. I don't know where DD's other one is, but high value in the late round. Thing is,
stock room.
Oh, it's stock down below, really?
Yeah. Yeah, CG like playing the vert below late round, so they might send the player down there, and now they know that it's clear from the Echo drone, for example.
Okay, interesting.
That's a clash.
Yeah, there's a clash and an Echo to deal with. However, Midi finds a big opening. Number 1 player in APAC North, Shurip, taken down. Levy, though, shot from somewhere and then finished off a long-range Pokeball from Anaton on the Clash. Here comes a fight, though, as Arkuli looks to try and retake and is unsuccessful on the rafters. A collapse on the bomb site from D+. They all find their fights. They all find their players. And CAG fall the first round on the board for the Brazilians.
Yeah, a very big issue there for CG is that Jaeger died on catwalk rafters without really able to fight back, and that is going to be round over because now you're going to have catwalk pressure, breach, and connector. That means that there's no real playable position from CAG, and to make matters even worse, they had double reinforced the catwalk rafters wall, which means Jaeger couldn't help his team had he stayed alive, but also no one can help him when he is in trouble. So it's one of those, it's the tertiary, it's CCTV, it's going to be the most difficult round to problem solve for is CAG, because Maverick is open, they can't ensure the walls are going to stay intact for very long, and that just means that you're going to be under a lot of pressure. Capital ban, as well as a Clash ban, this is really great for both teams in my mind. The Capitao can be instrumental on every single bomb site, and we saw CG already toying with their opponents here playing the Clash, and that's just annoying to deal with. So this might force CG into more either aggression or other pocket strats, because they can't play behind mirror windows or Clash, and that's going to be two very big win conditions on basement and gym bomb side. For this one on the basement, they are opting for, it looks like, a bit of a soft roam together with a bandit for that triple church wall. So that's going to be their pocket strat this round. They can ensure that triple wall stays closed by bandit tricking it, and then they just got to worry about blue hatch, kitchen hatch, and dirt tunnel instead, and minimize where D-Pulse can attack from.
CG love playing roam game. They love playing aggressive. They're going down basement, but they're opening up these hatches. You can't really call it an SSG roam, can you, though? I mean, there's no castle. There's no info denial. It's quite a curious combination of ops, right? The Bandit, which is so often banned, and the Kaid has been, by the way, he's on site. So to try and prevent like a breach in the late round, you've got between the Bandit, the Azami, and the Smoke, and I guess the Jaeger. I mean, there's a lot of util for anchor setups. Even DD Man on the Denari, it's all kind of anchor-centric setup, more or less, despite being a roam round.
Yeah, I'm curious for the exact win conditions though for CG, because now they're falling back and probably having a lot of pressure elsewhere.
Finding a kill on the vert, is that the win condition? They're just contesting.
That could be it.
Being droned out though, the Blackbeard is about to see Kali. He starts falling on back. Is this the point where CAG are like, okay, we can say we've got our one, we've been traded, we can fall back to site, no worries. Hello, Blackbeard. Oh, hang on a second.
Careful. Denari laser.
Oh, that was what it was. The Denari affects the Blackbeard, and Nears is so low after that bit of damage. The guard break activated by the tripwire of the Denari. Wow, that is one of the best uses of this brand new operator that I have personally seen. That Blackbeard is so low, and now could fall victim to Shuri. Midi falls first. Where is Nears? A Blackbeard with low HP is almost useless, especially up against the smoke. This is how CAG are playing it. Aggressively on the stairs with that smoke. DK, how the hell are they going to clear him?
They gotta just walk down that main staircase and take a 50-50. I think Bullet's flashbang in pocket, or his grenade even, could be instrumental, but he's not in the right location. He's all the way over in blue. He's running over though. He's arriving. A flash and nade, a peek together. That has to be how they clear him.
Oh no, don't,
or just walk
not again! What? Blackbeard! How are you exposing yourself? Here comes the flash, here comes the nade, doesn't matter! Falls! Up against 4 as Shurip laughing retreats back to site, and again the Denari's tripwire finds yet another victim. Wow, that is some of the best usage of the brand new operator that I have seen in any region so far. It works to a T. CAG gonna be 3-1 up after Falls goes down, which will be in just a moment. Shurip really took this round into his own hands.
Any second now, he's gonna die. I mean, he's in a quadruple crossfire, finds one, traded by Chibisu again. Great bit of toying with your opponent, CAG, when you got a big numbers advantage and a lot of time to work with. A really, really classic main stairs hold with the Denari flare on top, the good use of utility. So yeah, Blackbeard walks into Denari gadget, takes 15 points of damage, gets guard broken and shot a little bit by Chibisu. A toxic babe then gets tossed on out, and the reason why it does so much damage is that when you walk into Denari laser, you get an 8-second debuff, where you are unable to sprint and you have slower movement by default. So he took 3 ticks of poison damage, where normally you would just take maybe 1, maximum 2. And that can make a huge difference when it comes down to the exact numbers of Blackbeard's health bar. So CAG, I mean, it was a steal of a round, honestly. Complete steal.
Yeah. Yeah, that it was. I love the way that in CAG, they have so much creativity, right? Like, they're not, it's not one or the other. It's not, okay, we're going to anchor or we're going to roam. A lot of play styles and interpretations of bomb sites have kind of been set, and everyone fits into that. You know, oh, we're going to play a bit of util on site, a few reinforcements, bit of util off site, and then we'll just shoot drones and fall back. Or we'll take a fight and fall back. What
Yeah.
about like having multiple layers? On this round just gone by, it wasn't we're either going to be roaming or we're going to be anchoring. We were loose roaming, contesting vert, and then we fell back down to the main stairs. And then, my God, Smoke has so much set up on that main stairs. The perfect operator for it. And he's got the Denari lasers as well. And he's then playing that position to die. And if he thought it was safe to fall back, maybe he would have. There's so many different layers to these defense strats from CAG, and I love it.
Now, we spoke a lot about DD-Man's impact in the server, and this is one of those classic games of CAG. DD-Man is 0-2, and it literally does not matter, because CAG, they're playing strategically sound, they're hitting their timings, they're falling back when they have to, they're fighting when they have to. DD-Man is playing supportive operators, he's 0-2-2. He's literally just vibing in the server and getting exact value that he needs for his team. And it doesn't matter if he falls a little bit behind in the killing department, because other players are gonna go ahead. Anakin 5-2, Chibisu 5-1, and I think DD-Man is a big reason for their consistency right now. At the very least, it sounds or seems very much like it. Anakin Yoga joining the breach. That means Sure can retake the CC rafters. Could go for a peek here. Levy's on the rappel. If he shoots the window open and finds the angle, he might have gone for a freebie, but instead he gets found out. Shot a little bit down his health bar. This could be a direct rush from D+, honestly. I mean, there are two guys Jacuzzi, two guys Windows. Not sure what they're thinking, but they want to attack bathroom.
Flash goes out. Cooley, perfect timing. He must have heard the pin pull on that flashbang, knew exactly when to swing, take down Nears. Chibisu supporting as well. I mean, this is just classic CAG. They know how to play the minutia of a round. Every single player on this team has the talent to get the picture-perfect timing in those 1v1s.
He gets the info with the jiggle. So now they know that one player is stuck outside the breach. One is on the main stairs. Mitzi, he can find the gap or create some space for himself. If they get one pick here in CAT, it's going to cause a lot of chaos in the server. And we know our Colin is stuck inside a bathroom and can't go anywhere. So that means this could easily become a 3 versus 2 effectively if they find that first opening. As a nade.
This is it. Come on. This is your chance, Mitty. He finds it. Looking for another one, and he gets it. Now the round is well and truly on for D+. Mitty has saved it. His sneak up the main stairs proves mighty valuable for the Brazilians. DD and Chibisu completely locked out. Bullet makes it Bullet makes it a 3v none, doesn't he? Big couple of kills there from Mitty and Bullet together. What should have been an unwinnable round for D+, they get themselves back into it and find a second round of attack.
Yeah, Mitzi with a big surprising strike there, walking up the main staircase. I don't think anybody from CAG actually heard that he walked up, and they hadn't seen it either. Akoli dying on the mute, that's one thing. I mean, he's kind of stuck in a difficult position, 50-50 gunfight, loses it. But then we have Jaeger inside of office, just triple swinging the door and eventually goes down. So they're losing a lot of their really important positions very quickly there for CAG. It's one of those rounds where D+, they make it simple. Don't overcomplicate it. Just take the gunfights, win the important ones. And with that, you can also chain that into a round victory. This round, though, that's coming up is very important because another CCTV defense that can even the score to 3-3 or give CAG the 4-2 half. But you see this right here. Shurip swinging back into the pre-fire. When you lose office control, you lose the entire middle portion of the site that kind of ties everything else together, and it puts DD and his team in a very awkward position in that 2 versus 3, having to walk into the site again from construction. So, small things, but massive consequences.
Oh, one more round left in the half, Nick. What did D+ pull out to go 3-3? I think all things considered, despite this being a pretty CAG favored game. I mean, it's just got that air to it. It's got that vibe, right? CAG have looked like the better team consistently across the last 5 rounds. If this goes 3-3, that kind of flips the script a little bit. I mean, this is meant to be CAG's map. I mean, the spawn peak's certainly not going to help D+, but they've played pretty well so far. And if they can make it even at the end of the half, on the arguably unfavored side, I'd be pretty impressed.
Yeah, especially after that really, really poor beginning. D+, of course, being a team from Brazil, the players at least, they're going to have a good mental about having a tough game, falling behind. They trade back onto Chibisu as Levy finds that kill onto Aruni. So it's a 4v4, losing really for Flores. I think pretty even in terms of value gained and lost. But the thing is here, how do you clear catwalk offers comfortably? You gotta blitz, which to be honest, not great for this push necessarily. Those toes are very exposed. You can't go for a sprint. You gotta get very, very close to go for a flashbang attempt here if you are the blitz player. But
Especially
it's a bit of a
not
rotation.
low HP, by the way.
They might just kind of smoke off one angle, rush into the breach, and just make a play. But again, with the blitz, there's a lot of crossfires here to stop you from doing this.
Yeah, I think you had the read on Fleek.
Oh, Raptor's window.
Yeah. I mean, one smoke.
Because he double reinforced the wall.
He wants to
jump in the window.
What? The smoke actually enabled DD to cross. No one from outside the breach was able to cover that. He gets back again. It was a nice idea from Nears, but it's not going to work out. And Hakuli is down in lounge contesting as well from Swamp. Midi and Falls, one out breach, one in garage. And Midi has too many angles to cover off. He's going to have to hit the shot of his life on the shoe reap at the top of rafters while worrying about elsewhere, and he can't control the R4C recall. Falls trades 1v3. Man, DD has been so good as well. I mean, these smokes have been always in the right position, always at the right time.
Yeah.
And his sneak into sight was perfect. It saved his teammate.
It's a very good utility usage, and DD-Man's first kill is a really high impact when he took down the blitz player on the rush. A triple crossfire, one vaulted, one by the door, one top red. When the first guy shoots, everybody else will swing. Again, CAG showing tremendous amount of discipline. And I think some people are gonna watch this and go, but all the good teams, they do this. Well, we're in APL. We're watching CAG. This has been their biggest problem for as long as I can remember. They will get into a 3 versus 1 situation and still somehow find a way to lose it or make it way too close. But they're not making this close at all. When they're winning these rounds, they're locking it down. They're not throwing, they're not being impatient, and I bet you, DD-Man being alive in this round saying, guys, swing upon this person's contact, do not swing before. It's clean, it's good from CAG, and they get the 4-2.
I'd love to see a stat, Nick, which is like the win rate when in 4v5 or 3v5 or 2v5, and then the win rate when in like 5v4, 5v3, 5v2, because kind of what you were talking about there with the old, you know, the thing that we kind of memed on CAG for, especially when they went internationally, is they would have favored rounds, 5v3s, and then lose them, right? They'd actually have a lower win rate in the round than you'd expect in the rounds where they should be favored. And that's definitely flipped recently, but I would love to see some stats to back that up. And actually, like, we can fraud watch all of the teams around the world and say, okay, who has the lowest win rate in, like, your 5v3s, in your 4v2s? The most
I can tell you.
Oh, yeah?
I know.
Hit me with it right now.
Yeah, so teams often do internal stats and external stats. External is they look at their opponent that they're playing against, and they can of course go for counters, map preference, etc. The internal stats is how you analyze yourself and your own weaknesses. Obviously, I was working with PSG Talon back with Fabian and I last year, and they had an abysmal win rate in 5 versus 3 specifically. There was a higher win rate in 4v3, higher win rate in 4v4 and 3v3, but the 5v3 was an absurd like 80% win rate. And I know 80% sounds like a lot. When you're 5v3, we're looking at like 95% or plus.
You
like,
should be winning
guaranteed
every
win
round.
those rounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we would lose a good like 1/4 of the 5v3s that we had, maybe more sometimes, which is insane.
That's wild.
So that's probably the worst team, at least in recent history.
Well, they had a big win earlier, didn't they? You must have been happy about that, seeing your boy Joker on the interview. Going to land, you get to potentially reunite with him in Australia, if you're lucky.
Yeah, so he messaged me when I was streaming a few days ago, and he was like, see you in Australia if you go there. And I was like, Joker, I don't even think you're going there. And he's like, wait, you're right. Wait, let's talk about this at the end of the stage. If you get invited, if I qualify and stuff like that, you know? They made it, so now I'm just missing, I guess. We got to get me down there somehow.
Mate,
we can reunite.
I'll do whatever I can to get you into Australia. Whatever it takes, mate. I got to show you around.
I'm gonna push some buttons. I'll even eat some marmalade, or what it's called, you know? I'll do that gross thing for content. Vegemite, yeah.
Get you some Vegemite. We'll get you some fairy bread. We'll have you get a bunning snag as well. We'll do the complete Australian experience.
Fairy bread looks good in the content piece.
Oh yeah, man. Meat pies as well. Got to get that. Early pick though. Levy goes down. What's been going on here? We got a 0 pick from Anaton. We got the Flores. I mean, these are two of your least favorite operators. I'd hazard a guess, Nick. What a Kag trying to cook here?
No Zero slander, okay? I like my boy Zero. I actually think he's low-key underrated. I think he's hard to use in the current meta. He's a little bit slow-paced, but he can get a lot of crazy bits of information. For Flores, you're right. I'm just a massive hater. I'm always like, what are you doing with this operator, right? Just play Ashes if you want self-destruction, whatever. But the good news is, Shurip has spent all of his Flores drones, which means he can now become just an entry gun. DD Man goes down right before execute, it looks like. But look at this. Oh,
Dude, how many people are taking fights with this bloody little thing, this Reaper? It was like the worst gun in the game when it came out, and now people are finally maining it when they bring shotgun primaries. Out come the Candelas, that's Chibisu, and here comes that Shuddy. This thing hits like a wet towel, and he's ready, primed, and keen to go, keen to jump in these windows. He's going to need a Candela to enable it, so he cooks another one. CAG have the numbers advantage. They can't fluff it now. And the Clash is still holding on to the position. Nears, ooh, this is awkward for him. He gets flashed. He holds his position, and Akali just ignores him completely. Shurip goes down, but Chibisu's in. And the shot he finds not one. Well, actually, it is just one. And it's forced to a clutch for Akali. He's not going to be able to find Midi in time, and he doesn't have that diffuser. Mate, there is nowhere near enough time to go and get that diffuser. He had to go for the kill, and he makes the wrong call. It's a big clutch up for Midi and for D+, as they keep their heads above the water on Clubhouse.
Again, it comes down to the very small seconds and small details in the server. Diffuser outside gym window was not picked up before the execute, which meant it's stuck outside the building. And of course, we saw Mitty survive 1 health to his life. And that makes a huge difference as well in that 1 versus 1, because you can run away, play the timer, and win the round for D+. Now with CIG, they had a really good start to the round, but I think they had a little bit of a difficulty problem solving the Clash inside a bathroom. It was a Yinkandilla from Master Bedroom being tossed in, but then the player on Jacuzzi Breeze didn't really follow through fully, had to run in, there's a Banshee from Elusi to his right, has to vault the rotate, then vault through the shield, and then get the Clash kill. And that just takes way too much time. So in between all of that, well, the rest of CIG, they're fighting the bomb side. But they're kind of fighting in a 3v3 instead of a 4v3 because of that big kind of stall out on Jacuzzi. That's one bomb site done, though. That's gym. That's top floor. Now it's going to be a basement roam. Is that correct? Yeah, basement roam, office rotate, frost traps, castle barricades. I love the frost traps here because you're never going to expect them when you're going for a basement roam clear. This is such a rarity.
I love this massive roam with the frost on the top floor. This is more of your traditional SSG roam, right? Info, denial, and castle. And when it comes to the site, you've got Izami Goyo as well. So this is a bit more typical than what we saw the roam game from CAG. I like it. However, you look at the CAG lineup and you're thinking, okay, well, they've got pretty much everything they could possibly want. They've got so much high breach with the Hibana supported by Tin Can openers. We've got brute force ability between the Glaz. The Blackbeard is an exemplary roam clearer, and if we need any vert, I mean, Ram's got you covered. Shurip's going to find an early pick. Oh, 5v3, here we are, very early on for CAG. They have to be careful of these frost mats, but assuming they do, and they have seen the frost and killed him, then this should be a pretty easy round, pretty much unlosable round now for the Japanese.
You would say that, but we just discussed the 5v3. It can be oh so losable. I think Terra refers to this as the most dangerous numbers advantage in the history of...
Exactly where this player is. Why are you looking the other way? CAG are cagging it right now, and I am not happy. What was that? Nears finds 4 picks. Shuri, best player in the region, is going to have to clutch up his 1v3. 1v2 now. Shotgun comes out. Oh, he's going to get pieced. Yeah, that was a pitiful attempt from CAG. We talk about losing 5v3s, and CAG have just given us a masterclass. So well played from Nears on D+, and a big round for them as they tie up the scoreline.
Yeah, this is a classic case of D+ recognizing the win conditions, right? As I said, if they fall back towards the bomb side, it is guaranteed a round lost. By staking a round, they have this 10, maybe 20% chance of hitting some gnarly shots, and Nears is the sole person to get it every single time. And all it takes that one domino piece to fall, and the rest can follow through shortly after. this is a case where it can also be beneficial to have DD man, your coach slash former coach, whatever you want to qualify that as, in the server to reset the bus. Say, guys, that was a bad round from us. Don't worry too much about it in the future. Just focus on this upcoming round. We have this. Because what you need to tell your teammates right now is, guys, we won that round. I know we lost it in the end, but we won it before we lost it. It was a 5 versus 3, excellent roam clear. We picked them apart. It was easy for us. If we can just play cleanly at the end, we will literally win it. So it's not too much of a worry for me if I'm CAG, but that depends on how they communicate that in the server and what kind of affirmations they give each other.
One thing I'll say is that CAG certainly make things interesting. Whether they're winning or losing, you know that if you're watching a CAG game, it's always going to have prime entertainment value.
Oh, this could be a rush, actually. Probably not. If they pre-smoke it, they're going for a rush, teams. That's the sign. For now, I think they're going to pop the wall, hold the catwalk angle, go for a free pick, maybe. But that's the thing about the glass. When you have glass and 2 sets of smokes, you can make a play the blink of an eye. Gone 6 to clear the Banshee means a faster walk-in later on can be enabled. And there are no counter-ops for D+. No smoke, no warden, no time stalling.
Rayora.
Not even Goyo.
Oh. Thankfully, a nice shot there from Falls might make things a little bit easier. Oh, what is that? That's a nasty play from Shurip. However, he isn't able to take down the second player here on the rafters. This upside-down rappel is very strange as well from DD Man. He doesn't find the kill. So, look, wow, a very aggressive attempt, and I like the style, but not the substance. There might be a free kill here for Chibisu. Nope, that jump in is being watched from inside of bedroom. I think that losing Arkuli here was really pivotal as well. Not having that Rayora to close up that door again, that was costly.
I would love to see a follow-up in the future, right? Like, if Glass is going to jump in catwalk window, where's the Garrett's guy walking in with him? Because imagine you walk up the inside Garrett stairs while Glass jumps in the window. I mean, surely one of those 2 players will just get the catwalk kill, and then you can progress the round. Since there is no follow-up, it's pretty much either Shurip gets 2 kills and you gain catwalk control, or you just don't get catwalk at all. Because now you're in the 3v3, you have no capture fire, you have no glass, you've lost your majority of utility, majority of the execute. It's an even round. And CAG is spread apart. DD Man going for a single con wall, Chibisu's at a gym now, going for a backstab, Falls in the main breach. They're completely just gone fishing. They need to find a pick here to continue this round.
It's possible, though. Look at the position from Falls.
Oh,
Bang.
the corner.
Big from Chibisu. Oh, bullet trading, that was so imperative. And DD, I mean, we've sung his praises. He's a good support player, but 1 and 5 is not going to be enough when your team's in a clutch position. Anaton makes his way straight up the stairs. There's good info as well for CAG here. They know about the castle, and Midi goes down. DD finally finding the kills that we needed from him. The smoke might also assist. However, Levy's coming up the stairs, and Anaton has to cover both of these players. Sees the first one.
No way.
Bullet to clutch up. Anaton finds it. Another unwinnable round. This time for CAG.
Redemption is on the menu. They lose one round, they clutch one round, they bring it right back with a 1 numbers advantage. And Anaton did every single thing in that round. Walks in, covering 3 different angles, communicates to DD Man, hey, I can't cover you, get off the plant and hold your own cover for now. That's why the plant wasn't successful. DD Man came off it for just a second until Anaton could get that first kill, then started planting again once it was a 2 versus 1. So again, great communication, actual good problem solving, and the fact that they checked the corner in cash hard left off the breach was the round winning play. Had they just walked in on the backstep and not checked the left corner, then both of them die in the beginning. Instead, they traded 1 for 1 and the round is still possible to be played out.
Oh wow, this is getting pointy. 5-4 advantage CAG. And every round seems to be chaotic. This is what we were talking about with the Rayora dying. You saw immediately after he deployed his util, I think his Rayora barricade was actually impacted as well from the top of red stairs. So that pretty much denied the effect of that operator. I really like the idea of setting that glass in like that, though. That's a really creative one I've not seen before.
I'm a big fan of it as well. Like, that single play was phenomenal, but we always talk about what if the primary play doesn't pan out the way that you want it to? What's the network, the safety net below you? Well,
Anaton, dude.
they didn't
That's
have
why we
on that
have.
round.
That's why we have Anaton.
That's
We
why
don't need a
have Anaton, I
plan. We
guess.
just have a player.
Alright, so Anaton is like the last resort, you know, when you're by the bunker, right? You're safe, you're hiding, etc. You got nothing else going for you. You got the bunker. But what happens before we get to that? Well, you got security guards. You gotta have like a fence outside. We gotta have a backup generator. We gotta have a water source. They don't have a water source. So it's pretty much just send in the glass. He doesn't succeed, or Anaton clutch up. I'm missing that middle line where it's like, okay, the glass doesn't work out. Oh, this person now has a way instead, and if that doesn't work, then we have Anaton.
Well, this round, it's a nice start from CAG, focusing up on the high breach, supported by that player inside a garage. With the drone in there early, we got a nice quick breach on. It's nice to see Bandit getting a little bit of play for once. I feel like he's so often banned. We miss out on all these mini games around the hard breach, which that was a bit of a mini game, right? Like CAG didn't know if he was juggling. The Clash was kind of scouting for info, but D+ were just looking to play time. When it comes to the late round here, though, I think CAG have so many options to deal with that Clash, though, which is kind of the X factor for D+. You've got Capital, Nomad, and Ying. Yeah. That is going to be not a fun time for Nears if CAG get their util in position.
That's exactly it. They actually have tools to deal with the problems this time around. Not just the Clash, but in general. The only thing that might take a little bit of time right now are the Castle Barricades and Master Bedroom and the Gym Window. But that's where you have Arculi playing the Ace, not with Claymores, but with secondary soft breaches. So he could just go on over there, pop them open. That has to get done before they get that bomb set execute. So right now, if you're CAG, you're tracking the Clash. That's the most important part. So if you're the player inside a cache CCTV, your job is to figure out, okay, is Clash still here or is Clash gone somewhere else? Then you got the air jabs from Europe already pre-positioned so that Clash cannot walk back into cache and cannot play for a retake. So now you know that you own half the map, they own half the map. Okay, we understand that. Now the question comes, where can CAG actually go for execute? Right now, to me, it looks like they have to really work office. Because jump in those windows, there are frost mats, and there's a Clash. By taking office control, they get the middle piece of the bomb site as a good foothold for them. But I'm not sure if they have the same read. They have one guy by the hatch, but I'm not sure they have enough follow-up for this play.
Oh, Candelas. Easy as you like. Down he goes. Big play from Anaton, but Shotgun is not going to win in a long-range fight, so out comes the pistol. Doesn't find the kill, but his teammates will support him. Another Candela to roll on out. He's got quite a few here. There's a player on the main stairs. He sees him and wins the fight. Wow. Good trade, though, from D+, so they're keeping pace here. As Nears has to bring out the SMG. Time is of the essence. DD and Chibisu are the last two people up. It's all up to DD now. As Nears has snuck on through, DD will reply. Has to force this plant down, but it will be an easy lockout for Falls. As the timer hits 0, DD is going to save his KD. And D+ will tie the score again here on Clubhouse.
Again, very small things don't go the correct way of CAG. They had one Frostmat injure. It was a 2 versus 2 with Anaton injured on the ground already. So effectively a 3 versus 2. But then they jump in, one person gets Frostmatted. It was a 1 versus 2. They trade down to 1v1. But again, the timer is so low. I want to see a little bit more follow-up play there and stability, right? They take office control successfully. There are 2 people taking it. That's great. Then I want to see where they intend to plant. And they have 2 options. Jump in Gym Window and plant by the weights. That's going to give you cover. Or jump in Master Window or walk in Connected Door and plant by the middle mattress of Master Bedroom. They didn't really get that done. It was very much, we're going to take office, we're going to push into bottom hallway from office, which means you got to deal with main stairs, you got to deal with the Master Bedroom player, and you got to deal with the gym hallway player. It's a very high traffic area to attack from. Whereas if you attack from connector and walk in instead, this main stairs guy doesn't matter. The guy in the gym hallway doesn't matter either. So it felt like CAG almost picked the path of most resistance, having to go for kills instead of a plant, which could have been a decisive choice for them, right? If they're fearing a C4 below or plant denial, it makes a lot more sense they would go for that. But we knew the bigger picture. Yeah. Those things were not in the pocket of D+. They didn't have plant denial. Planted there would have been the smarter play.
Oh, that's an early pick. Chibisu goes down.
That's very early.
Yeah, big fragger as well. Nears has been on point today for D+. Just as
Nice,
one
great.
final point about that previous round, Nick, one of my favorite things to do is shoot off frost mats by rappelling upside down.
Yeah.
What do you think? Is that something that CAG could have tried, or is it too risky at this level? Because there's so many ways you can be like shot if you do that. You are kind of a sitting duck.
I think if they had a little bit more time in the server and or in that round, or just had a better ability to multitask, because this is the thing that's very difficult. It's not hard if I tell you, hey James, go shoot these frost traps. But at this level of play, you gotta have a guy covering like a shit because you're a sitting duck, and then you gotta do that while joining office, while tracking the clash, while getting the ying ready. I feel like in the heat of the moment, that just kind of got lost. There's also a world in which they didn't realize there was a frost, or they forgot about it. Because mind you, you can join the frost in prep phase and go, guys, I have a frost.
Yeah.
But your execute is 3 minutes after the fact, and you can, with everything else you're keeping track of, you might just forget that there was a frost in the first place.
Valid point. This round I've been really impressed by Shurip on the fuse. He's kind of just being an all-in-one, especially since Chibisu died. I'm not sure if he was the one with like EMPs and hard breach. I mean, you do have a Thatcher, but Shurip's pretty self-sufficient at clearing these mute jammers off walls and then breaching holes open like we saw from him previously. He's actually going to look to do something similar here. A cluster charge actually directly into the bomb site. Is Niers going to feel the brunt of this? I'm not sure he will. It looks like it was shot. When it's on a reinforced wall, the cluster charge will always detonate one explosion before it can be shot. Oh, wow, look at this. That is aggressive from Levy. Big kill. Thatcher goes down. Util not necessary, but guess what? Niers has swung. Taken down Shuri. Akali needs to go big. He's found one. Taken low. Sees Niers. That Warden on site is in such a good position. The Candle is ineffectual, and he finds the Ying himself. Akali can't do anything. Bullet jumps out on him. The tactical timeout is called for CAG as D+ find their way to map point.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit late, one could argue, but with that being said, it's been a, you know, round by round back and forth. This could have easily been CAG's round. They're in 6-5 instead, and then D+ will call the timeout, but we're just in the reverse. CAG unable to find the opening and unable to find the middle and close out that round as well. I think D+ just had to figure them out round by round. So for CAG, for DD, you see his mouth right now, he's talking, it might be a strategical change up. Either go faster or play less for execute, more for kills. Instead of Ying, play a shield, small things like that. Because we see the Warden coming out right now, and Niers is playing that operator to perfection. He's just an anchor on the bomb side. He can't get blinded, and he just gets kill after kill after kill.
Last chance for CAG here on Clubhouse. This tactical timeout somewhat weaker than you would hope, as they are playing with their coach. Usually that's when you finally get that perspective, that outsider information. Someone who's just been watching the team top down the whole time. Not literally top down, metaphorically top down the whole time.
Yeah.
But no, not for DD. He's in the server these days. Well, CAG, tactical timeout at the last possible moment to try and push OT. What are they cooking? They can pretty much put 2 and 2 together. This is going to be a basement attack here, as it is unlocked for D+.
So is Bar. Just saying.
Oh, shut up.
Bar is also open, James.
Okay, bro.
Hey, I'm just saying. Berlin Major Grand Finals 7-7 for all the marbles. Rogue went for Bar, and Rogue, they were victorious. That's all I'm saying.
I could not hear anything. That crowd in Germany was so loud. I can't wait to go back to Germany for another major, by the way. Second ever major in Germany. How exciting is that?
True. Very true. It's a fun fact, the very first Year 1 Season 1 Pro League final with zero fans, only 4 teams, also in Germany. At one of the ESL, I think it was a Turtle Studio or something like that. It was just like a small studio that could fit maybe 20 people.
Oh,
and
true,
it was just like interviewers and the teams that were there. That was in Germany. So we're going
Good
back
times.
10 years later.
Damn.
Technically as well.
What a throwback. Oh, here we go. This is a big play. Deimos, obliterated.
Surely not.
Another round where Niers gets the better of Chibisu at the start of the round. And ironic, as the Deimos himself was the victim. Midi's been downed elsewhere. I'm not sure the kill can be confirmed. It is by Shuri, so at least that's form of a reply, but focus up for CAG has to be to isolate Nears. He's already low, and I'm pretty sure they're confident that he hasn't escaped Strip Club yet, but he doesn't care. Like, he's so happy to take this as they drone him on out. He's got magnets to support himself. He's got this dangerous MP5K as well. He's just going to waste as much time and take as many bodies with him as he can, but that will be none. Well played from DD. CAG needed that. Oh, God, they needed that.
And there's the thing, Anakin off that tactical timeout has gone away from the Ying and actually onto a shield off the fuse. So they actually do pick up that util operator, as I was expecting. And the reason why I thought they might go for it is they need to just have a slower pace. They need to have more information and more safety. And a shield operator gives you safety. A Ying is risky. It's a gunfight like any other operator. But fuse can do self-destruction, hard destruction, escort the diffuser, do the entry work, and get you information on the bomb site. And they're attacking basement as they were expecting to. This is bad.
Oh,
They vault in the hole, and this could be an easy double.
Oh, that was a big oversight from CAG, not to check dirt tunnel before sending it on through. It's also an awkward vault animation. Anaton is lucky to be alive, even though he's taken a hell of a lot of damage. But Shuri behind him was made quick work of. Now, Anaton has to be extra careful, being a shield with low HP. I mean, one shot to his hand or feet, and he's probably downed.
Yeah, he will be 100%. Doesn't matter what gun it is either. The question is, he has the diffuser inside a dirt tunnel. Unless he can walk through that door. The other players have to find a pick. DD Man can't get it done.
Oh, neither can Arcully.
They're both so low.
Yeah, two players very low on HP. Anaton is dead. To the fire. It's all up to Arcully now. Oh no! Falls! Explodes the extinguisher straight in his face and extinguishes CAG on Clubhouse. CAG were in the lead for the longest time, but the Brazilians fired up and stole the Japanese map pick. It's 1-0 in the upper bracket final. CAG need to bounce back, and they better do it fast. We'll be back after the break for map 2.
Bomb diffuser.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Hey, I'm Bappin from Enterprise, and I'm just going to look back at a few clips from my career.
Final 20 seconds. A lot for this man to do here, Bappin. The young gunner. Strong weapon in his hands. Free Fire goes out onto Jigsaw. He'll find his mark. The swing comes in from the Capital. Bappen on the triple, looking for the quad. Josh versus Bappen. What a hot start to start the day, baby. 1 versus 3 from Bappen, going nuclear. Enterprise taking round 1. This is why the OS League is the most entertaining league.
I knew in that round that something like that was going to happen, to be honest. They never cleared me out of the corner. Rookie mistake from Chiefs. I don't know. And I remember speaking to Jig about it. He said they thought I wasn't in that corner, I was in the other one. So it was just easy for me. We had yellow pings on them, free kills. I actually like clutching up. I don't know, it's more fun. It makes it harder. Like individually, like clutching is obviously good for me, but a good executed round, that's what every team wants, like at the end of the day. I don't know, they just made it easy for me. Josh is a good player, but he doesn't bring the same like communication as Cairo, which is obviously great for a team. Cairo was up till like 3 AM making strats, counter-stratting us. Just, yeah, almost beat us on bank. They got close. There's respect. Most of the shit happens in OC, so you don't see that happening like anywhere else, in my opinion. Everyone's got the same idea on OC, I'll be honest. Everyone knows shit happens. Yeah, Mingo's made a very strong impact to this team. If no one's talking, he will just say some random shit to make everyone laugh. If that's necessary, he'll do it. He doesn't care. He'll put himself out there to like better the team. Whereas it makes him look like worse. It'll make everyone else on the team feel better. He's just a good guy. I don't know. He just impacts everyone more than just the team. Like he'll help you if you're sad. You know something's gone wrong at home. He's just a good guy. Thanks for watching us to stage 1. Stage 2, we'll be back stronger and better for everyone.
We're all gagging for a gag, am I right?
That's your opener.
It just doesn't
That's
stop,
your
mate.
opener.
Everywhere you look, it just keeps happening. It doesn't matter whether it's on an international stage or in an upper bracket match in the APL playoffs. They can't help themselves. It's by far my favourite saying of all time. But I will say that it is a saying that keeps appearing for a reason, Dev, and I think we've just seen it.
Sure. I don't know. I think CAG played pretty well for a lot of that game. The thing is,
What about the second half?
Yeah, then the second half happened, and D Plus really ran away. 5 defenses out of 6 played.
Yeah.
A lot of those on the back of big 4Ks. So what? Like Nears had a massive First round and a half, Midi wins a 1v1.
Yep.
Second round, Nears gets a 4K. And then we had Falls with a 1v2. We had Nears with a 3K, and then Falls with a 3K. So it was like almost every round, it's one player going nuclear, either with a clutch or a multi-kill.
Yep.
And that really speaks to D+. Because I do think that CAG played a much better game in that first half. They looked like they were the just better team in the server when they're on defense, but they just couldn't muster it on the attack in the same fashion.
Jeez, Levy fell off in that one, I'll tell you what. Oh well. doesn't always have to be a game, a live game. But
right.
Nick, one thing that I continue to see as a trend in the APL playoffs is just the individual performances. I feel as though we are seeing a lot of big moments come out from individual players where, you know, even 2-3 months ago it didn't feel that way. I don't know. And maybe am I reading too much into this?
No, I honestly had the same thought last night when I was making dinner. I was like, I've never seen us talk about this player's getting 3-3Ks and a 4K to win the game. And even in the PSG Scars game, Ryder was like 3-3Ks and a 4K to win the map. We had 2 aces from Psycho, yesterday or 2 days ago as well.
Yeah.
Every single series, it feels like one player is popping off at least from both teams.
Yeah, and it's just like, I don't know, the precedence has always been for me that Siege, yes, it's an FPS first, of course, but the tactical nature of the game turns it into chess, and all of a sudden, like, individual players don't have those moments because they're not needed to. And also, just because the dynamic of how the maps play out, typically players aren't on top of each other, so getting 3, 4, 5Ks are really difficult in this game. But what I will say is, the last
100%.
4 days have just, like, it's just been continuous, and we're seeing it again here. There's been 5 3Ks or more, and we're just continuing to see this trend of individual players stepping up for individual rounds. But what I will say is, yes, we saw a good response from CAG on their first half, right? We're happy with that. No one's discrediting that.
Sure.
Also, it's their defense, and it is Clubhouse, and that's what we're expecting to see. But we move across to Bank next. Now, what I really like is we've got a new kind of match tracker, if you will. Mr. Dez has decided that he'll spruce things up a little bit, and it's kind of thrown me out of whack. But I think it's the way it's done now is it's like over a 6-month basis.
Yep. 6-month period, we've seen D Plus win Bank 3 times, lose it twice. CAG win once, lose it twice.
Yep.
And yeah, the last match for each of these teams, I mean, the last time CAG played it, they actually lost it to D Plus almost 3 months ago.
Yeah. And I think that, like, one of the things that I look at, mainly when I'm looking at the stat, is actually, like, how many times it gets floated through for deciders. And generally that's because we're looking at it in a best-of-1 format, or, of course, in a best-of-3 format, it is probably the most important part. And between the two teams, 16 times it's been floated through as a decider, either in best-of-1s or best-of-3. So technically, it's not a decider in a best-of-1, right? It's not the last map over. It's just what it is the map that gets picked. But what I will say is, between these two teams, there's plenty of history on this, and I feel as though that Bank is going to be a map where CAG can really get exposed, Nick. Like, this is where good teams that are fundamentally great aimers can really lose the plot a little bit due to how big it is, and just like the variance in play styles that you have from round to round, it changes so much.
Yeah, I could see this map be either very convincing for CAG or the complete opposite, and they're not going to have a single, round to their name, essentially. I don't think it's going to be a bounce back like Clubhouse where you go 4-4, 5-4, 5-5, 6-5. It's very much going to be like 3-0, or it's going to be 0-3. I generally believe that. I think CAG, if they can make their correct adaptations and figure out their pacing against D+, they'll have an excellent game. But on Clubhouse, it took multiple round losses before they realized, hey, the Ying isn't really working out. Let's start playing the shield in the final basement attack. And it was a really good start, right? They got opening picks, they had good map control, they were ready for execute more or less. And then Fuse and the player behind him goes in third tunnel on a vault rotation, and the entire round is flipped upside down. Yeah. So it feels like CAG, they did so many things correctly, and the very few mistakes they made, they were so minor. That's where D+, they are winning Clubhouse by just punishing them.
Yeah, for me, it's all about the attacks here on Bank. It's actually not as attack-sided as you would think these days. It's only 51% globally, but that's still the third most attack-sided map behind Border and Chalet in the pool. So it's still very much an attacker's game. And of course, CAG only won 1 out of their 6 attacks just then. Like you said, Nick, a lot of good ideas. The Fuse. I think the Ying had some good ideas too, but yeah, just not nailing it and trying the wrong thing too many times over. And most importantly, I think, personally, is they had nice ideas, but then tiny minutiae. For example, that attack onto the rafters with the Glaz and the Rayora. Phenomenal idea. As soon as one thing goes wrong, one player is exposed while they have their gadget out, whole round falls apart, right? And that's where D+ are really flourishing. Just individually, they're pretty stalwart, even amongst the chaos. They know how to compose themselves on defense. On Bank, which is the most plant-centric map in the game as well, I think it's really going to come down to those attacks, and I believe CAG are starting on that attacking side as well.
And I believe, looking at this, actually, the new stat tracker, Des, mate, you've absolutely cooked on this one. You can actually see
Stop
exactly
glazing
the
him,
information.
dude.
I can't help it. I'm really enjoying it. It's
His
a 54.
ego is already too big.
I know, it is way too big. We've got to try and chip him down a little bit, but maybe we'll get him a box to stand on at the next event just to really measure him up, size him up. I'm sorry, Derry, if you listen to this.
Oh my
I love
God,
you. But this is a great upper bracket final. Of course, CAG unfortunately let that one spiral out a little bit, but we got to see some real composure from D+ as we head to their map pick of bank. Hopefully, they will be able to back it up, but ultimately, CAG still stand in their way. It is but one map away from closing this out, and D+ potentially going through to the grand final where they wait the victors of tonight's match, and of course, the opening curtain raiser of tomorrow. But let's get underway. No more waffling from me. Now it's time for the true waffle masters themselves.
Thanks for the waffle, Rob. Yeah, it's time to get into this one. Nick, as it could be the final map of the series, CAG are in hot water at the moment. Clubhouse should have been theirs. On paper, it was their map pick. They've had good performances on it historically, but they couldn't hack it on the attack. We go into a 7th round of attack in a row for them, this time on bank, and the stakes are higher than ever. They need to be finding these attacks on bank.
They do, and it's a little bit worrying, right? Because some of the crutch operators that they've been so good at in the past have been banned away now for D+ as well, the Blitz and the Monty. And I actually think it's a very smart choice for D+ here. Normally, I'm not the biggest fan of a Blitz ban on a map like Bank because it's very hard to play the Blitz effectively, but we know CAG, we know Anaton, they can play that Blitz to very high effect. So I think D+, they prepared themselves quite well for this. CAG on the response, they banned the castle, which is always a big one here on Bank. It can, restart to the bomb side, deny those long lines of sight, and it can be quite difficult to deal with some of those castle barricades, and they start playing the Kali or the Ashe or the Sophia, for example, as they're pretty far away. And then the smoke. CAG kind of showing us with the smoke that, hey, we want to make Bank a basement a lot easier to attack, but also in general, maybe this could be CAG saying, guys, let's try and play for plants. Without the smoke, they don't have that much plant denial. It's just going to be about those C4s. Oh, they're in. Homa.
Love that.
That's a fast entry from Macaulay.
Yeah, get in nice and aggressive. Get below the site with that electronic detector on the IQ and see what you can find. You know what I'd love to see? I'd love to see a bait for the Warden to use his glasses and then to shoot him through the floor from below. But I don't think they're going to do that. Quite that level of 300 IQ play. I do feel like the IQ is a bit of a curious one here because there's actually not a lot of util to clear. We've got, Tubarao, which you could only clear once he deploys it. And then it's just bandit batteries, and then in theory the Warden if he's using his glasses, nothing else.
Yeah, and bandits most likely are used for the canter wall, as you call it, right? The top elevator. That's where you can also Tubarao. That's where Bullet is playing right now himself.
You can't
so I don't know about
the
this
IQ
downstairs.
on that. There's no vert, right?
Yeah, exactly. You can't do that vertically. Yeah, and that's, they're pre-placed and Bullet's playing it, so if they EMP it, he can just toss on a Tubarao canister. Falls actually baiting in the bottom of lobby as well, gone on Jones so far. The floor is also unsuccessful. But look at Fall's position. This is a high risk, high reward. If you get one pick and dies, it's completely worth it for Falls. But if you die, that's one of your 4 C4s completely gone, and your bandit battery cannot be replaced now for any further value. But it's been a very slow round for CAG here to start things off. They're pretty much, actually, in fact, they're all outside the building except for Akuli's in top square holding a passive angle. I don't see the exact execute right now, right? They got mirror windows, which you got to deal with. They got the Warden, which is a problem because you can't flash him or smoke him away. And they got those 3 C4s still in pocket of D+ that can go for easy kills. I don't know how they're going to get inside the building here.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like CAG have the ingredients they need, does it? And the Warden,
not right now.
He is spotted actually from outside of Janitors, and a good entry from Arkuli might be exactly what CAG needs. However, D+ recomposed 3v3 as the final Candelas ring out from DD. Shurip is trying desperately to find this kill. He confirms it. Goodbye Tubarao, but on his exit, Falls catches him. DD forcing that plant down like a good support player. It's up to Arkuli to cover. Sees Nears, gets him down on the floor. Falls the last player up for the Brazilians in a 2v1. This needs to be played perfectly by CAG because Falls can absolutely clutch this. 1 C4 available as well. Both the players inside, neither of them out on that rappel where you want to be in the post plant. They need to keep their positions hidden for as long as possible.
She goes hunting, looking for one, but a crossfire is established. DD-Man from top square, through Gen, through meeting, into the hallway, locks down the final kill of the round. That was CAG literally showing nothing. I thought they can't get in the building. They're gonna be locked out. They don't have the right tools. 4 seconds later, they're in janitors. They're hitting the bomb site. They're getting down that diffuser. And D+, despite having all the C4s, they don't get to use them because it comes down to the game of FPS. Yes, we can play chess with strategy, but there's always gonna be gunfights. And if you can force them, if you can win the correct ones, you can get yourself a round victory. CAG apparently have a lot more problem solving going on than what they've shown both us and I think what they've shown D+, because neither us or them had any idea where that attack was coming from.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I mean, picking the right operators is one thing, but playing the right positions and the timings with your teammates is even more important. And that's what CAG did right. You know, Flores, IQ, even Ash, not the greatest operators that round. There are 100 other operators I could think of that would have a bigger impact at countering. You know, your Warden, Azami, Tubarao Bandit, Mira. There's 100 different ways you could have countered with better ops. But what matters is the timings. What matters is the execution. And that's what CAG nailed, especially Arculi. Big round from him. He was the enabler for the team. So, good start for the Japanese. We were a bit worried that maybe this game would start to spiral a little bit like it did on Clubhouse. 5 out of the last 6 rounds of Clubhouse were won by D+. Now CAG already get one under their belt and move to their second attack. This time it's actually a kitchen attack, so not even a basement here from D+. It's very unusual.
Yeah, I think the smoke ban has kind of affected the bomb site rotation and priority there. Not every team is comfortable playing the Tashanga, and even with Tashanga, it does have a bit of a smaller radius. So for bank basement specifically, it's a little bit more tricky and takes a lot more experience with the smoke ban, I think, to play out comfortably. And also, open area and top floor technically plays around a lot more map control, right? You can roam below like we saw from Falls if you're defending CEO. Here in open area, you can play the entire map. You can start top floor, fall back, play first floor, play the basement staircases, go for a flank, for a retake. You can play Oryx. You got all these crazy bits and bobs you can do in the server. And as I say that, I mean, D+ are only on the first floor. They're not holding top at all, not even a little bit. It's going to be a vert domination upstairs from Akoli on the buck to open up the tellers and archives verticality. So they're going to take top floor, and with that, help them take the first floor and just get a little bit closer towards the bomb site as these minutes and seconds they go by. But 1 minute 20 seconds left only. Shreeb in the basement could catch Mitzi if he oversteps.
Yes, be really patient here. Well, I think Mitty's just on cameras, is now off cameras, but he's running around down in the basement. Yeah, back on cams now. Yeah, Mitty's one to keep an eye on. But the question is, like, how long does Shreep hold his position? Because even just, like, walking is going to potentially expose him. He's going to have to be so patient. Mitty now in CCTV. I think Mitty's about to walk straight into him. This is it. Shreep, you have to not move. Do not give away your position. Mitty's got to read. Somehow he knows. Wow. So clever from Mitty. He has the read. And he actually gets more damage onto Shreep than he receives. So all that time that Shreep wasted in that position doesn't matter.
This is the site, by the way. A bit of an aggressive play there from Akoli. Mirindo has been shattered by the Ash charge and now also the main, but there's 25 seconds left. I mean, you're forced to drop down these hatches and once more rush the bomb site, but this time D+, they should be ready for it.
Needs to be some big entries. Chibisu, the first one in, but the keeper barriers protect Nears. He does get traded back. Arculi finds one as well. This is the execute here from CAG. Is Anaton finally in through the window? Mitty is the last one standing. He finds the first. It's up to Chibisu to clutch it up. Doesn't get there in time. Big clutch from Mitty. Goes to show the power of that early engagement. He had the read on the player catching him downstairs. He spends the rest of the time staying alive just to come back and clutch.
And once more, CAG's attack is actually pretty good. They find the majority of the kills, they get inside the bomb site, but because the timer is so low and the kit was down on the ground, they lose the timer again. I think if you combine Bank and Clubhouse so far, it's the 3rd or 4th round where CAG are actually on the money in what they want to do, But again, one small thing goes the wrong way, and there isn't enough time to go for a second attempt. The diffuser was on corner hatch drop from stock down towards open area. The first death pretty much in that entire execute. Then you had 2 people in the small box. Then you had copy window and bottom square. So the guy with diffuser case was completely alone. A little rule of thumb that I always like to follow, wherever the diffuser is going, needs to have a second guy. It needs to be the primarily or the majority of your push in terms of player count. So if you have 5 players alive, you're never going to send 3 people to the same door. It's going to be 2-2-1 most likely, in most situations at least. So that's got to be the spot where 2 people are going. If the guy diffuser dies, the second guy can pick it up. That's a good way to solve it. And if the guy survives, the second guy can cover him as the plant is going down. So again, CAG are losing on the tiny, tiny details.
It's very similar to what happened on Clubhouse, isn't it? They had great big ideas, but I mean, yeah, one player in the right position, and it's over.
It's awfully similar, and it's gotta be a bit of a frustration point as well, especially if you're DD, because he, more than anybody else from CAG, is gonna understand why it is they're losing these rounds and what the small issues are gonna be. He has that top-down perspective, as we always refer to, being a former player, being a coach.
I mean, how much does he lose that? I wonder how much he loses that perspective once he's like played in the server for a whole season.
He probably gets it after the round is over. I know if you're good at picking these things out, the second you lose, you go, we lost because of this, that, and that timing was wrong, and what happened here, and then that's the problem, figure it out.
Yeah.
I feel like if I had to make an assumption, that's it. The second they lose, he knows what went wrong, but when you're in the middle of the server, it's hard, I mean, it's impossible to keep track of every single thing, of course.
I feel like whenever I used to play ranked in my stacks, I would always be like, as soon as we lost a defense round, I'd be like, all right, guys, this is exactly why we lost it. Let's go back there and change this and this. And everyone in my stack was like, we just lost it. We're not going back to that bomb site. I was always in the minority.
That's my rank stacks are similar. I'm like, guys, no, we lost because of this. Like, if you just fix it, we can literally go back. And they're like, no, go somewhere else. I don't like that bomb site. I'm like, dude, that's not the problem. It's like, grow up, you know?
Oh, here we
Grow
go.
up.
That's a good flash, but Falls actually escapes, but not from the flash, from the Ying and the nade as well. Well played there. That was really prompt from CAG, exactly what we needed, and they isolated that fight without letting Nears come to support. Look at the sends, and another Candela on through. This is beautiful. Midi does reply, spraying through the ROU projector, and it does kill the Ying, but Anderton, job done. That's 2 big picks.
Where's the Warden in all this? Warden's playing by the bomb side. And I mean, this sense wall, you can't see through the Warden. It's not a smoke wall, it's a projector wall. So I feel like had you played server stairs with the Warden of Levy, the whole round could have been different. Good thing though is that they have 2 C4s in pocket and maybe even some Goyo fire by the bomb site. This is gonna come down to can you hit those C4s and can CAG hit their shots. There's 30 seconds left. They're forced to drop down those hatches, walk in through server, and use the chaos of the smokes, the last flashbang, and the projector walls to make sure D+ have no idea what's going on.
Bullet finds a first kill. He is going to get traded from Arkuli. Arkuli is now in the win position, and he takes down Midi. Shurip steals it from him. Levy up against 3 as the projector walls finally activated. Cover that plant. And the Warden wouldn't have better see through them anyway. He's used his C4. It doesn't line up, but he does take down Arkuli with a nice spray. 1v2. Winnable in theory, but with Shurip up above, it kind of doesn't matter at this point. He's going to have to go hunting, and he doesn't have a lot of time to do it. He's going to have to check every corner. There's just no info. It was a good round from CAG, and again, a testament to how powerful Sens can be in the right hands. Yeah, it's a lost round for Levy. So well played from CAG, man. That was so nice.
I don't want to be that guy, but Levy is really not showing up so far in this BO3. Yeah, his team won the very first map, but I think he was 2-8, having a very tough time. Yeah. Even being caught up by Rob on the desk, by the way. I mean, that's just, you know.
I mean,
okay, that's worse. Yeah, 3-10. It's and then this round you have Falls playing mute on server stairs, and I can't for the life of me figure out why. Ying was played half the attacker rounds on Clubhouse as the main pushing force of CAG. And historically, if you go back the last 3 years, same story. Now they ban the Ying because they know it's a problem, but they literally had the solution in that previous round. They had the Warden. Yeah. And yet he was playing by the bomb side, missed his C4, doesn't swing when they're planting, and it ends up in the 1 versus 3. when the bomb goes down on bank, you have like a 95% win rate as an attacking team, if not higher than that. So I want to see Levy play a little bit less scared for his life. You know, you gotta stop that plant from going down, or you will lose regardless. What are you waiting for? Need to take some fights, Levy. Get that confidence back.
I think you make a great point about the Warden and Mute positioning, because in theory, like if Warden brings Shotgun, which he didn't, by the way, they're kind of the same loadout, right? They both got Nitro cells. They both... Wait, does Mute still have a Nitro cell? I'm crazy. He does, doesn't he? They didn't,
Yes,
because they took
C4 in the Bluetooth.
They took Nitro Cell from Goyo, and I'll never forgive them for that. Thank God they haven't taken it off Mute yet, and I hope they never do. But I was saying, so Mute and Warden in a way have the same loadout, right? It's Nitro Cell, they both have the same shotgun, and then they got an automatic secondary, right? So why are you putting Mute in that position, not Warden? The only reason I can think of why you would run Warden with the MPX and not play in the stairs is if you thought maybe they were going to do a Glaz pushing Garage, and you wanted your Warden to fight that. That's the only edge case I can think of. But I feel like that is such a rare condition that you would have been much better suited having your Warden play the stair position instead of that Mute.
You're not wrong. That could certainly be the case. And that speaks to CAG's adaptability and flexibility, right? You fear the Glass, you fear the Ying, you fear the shields because both Blitz and Monty were banned away. The thing is, Anakin is the primary person to play most of those operators. We saw Chibisu, I think it was, play one Glass round on Clubhouse, which technically did have good success, but it was actually it was around clutch in the end, so it was around victory. It was the Anakin clutch, essentially.
Yeah.
D plus though, they banned the Yang, CAG banned the Mirror. Huge fan of both of these operator bans. It makes a lot of sense. They strengthen both teams, and they're annoying to deal with. But now the Clash can get played every single round now and go because it can't get banned. So this could be 3 rounds of Clash struggle.
Oh.
What?
Levy does find a kill. Credit to him. He stepped up. He's now got more kills in the first 4 rounds of this map than he did on the entire first. Not as many kills, I should say. Akali going down. He's been a real playmaker. And on this top floor last time around, Nick, he was the one player that got into position to enable that plant to go down, create space for CAG. And going down is going to be costly. We need Chibisu to have a big impact on this lurk on the Nook. The Flores has already taken down the barbed wire that was in his position on the red stairs. So he does have a bit of space to make this work. He just really needs to land this shot.
And the timing is even more crucial. If you walk up at the wrong moment, you will just be met with a gun or 2 and you will die. You're already down to a 4v5. Clashes information. DD goes down. Now Nuke has to strike, but he's going to be the last man alive pretty much.
Oh my god, I cannot believe Falls has survived that. Out comes the pistol. Bullet will support. Yeah, this has been a pretty rough round from Anaton and from CAG. On the back of that Ying ban, they just look completely lost. And now the Clash is going to, just insult him. Levy finds the final kill. First and final for the Tachanka. You said his name, Nick. You called him out, and he had a reprisal. Big round from D+ there, tying things up again. Putting a bit of a fire beneath them. Wind in their sails as they look to make this a 3rd round of defense.
It's kind of ironic how I want more from Levy to seek those kills, to go for the fights. And then he picks Tachanka, probably the most important operator to keep alive, and then goes for kills. And now they win the round, Levy gets 2 kills, doesn't die himself. But still, on Tachanka of all operators, right? That's when he has the confidence to go for the kills? Come on, dude. I'm not sure if this is just Levy having a weird situation with like his positioning plus the operators that he's being given on the team roster. Because sometimes you will have this issue in pro play where, for example, basement here in bank, you need a garage player, right, to play that angle. Not everyone likes to play garage. Same with server stairs. Not everyone knows and likes to play server stairs. So if your only player who can play server stairs isn't the one that plays the Warden, for example, you can kind of just be screwed out of having the best operator in the best position possible. And D+ technically is a relatively new team, right? They came together in stage 1, that is still in this calendar year, and haven't had that many official games and reps under their belt. There's probably gonna be some strategical gaps in their book where they have the wrong guy and the wrong operator, and they haven't really had the time to practice those specific things. It's entirely possible. Whereas CAG, I mean, the core of the team has been together for way too long, right?
Yeah.
They've been together since like what, 5 years at this point or whatever.
I mean, sadly,
So
there's only
they know who's gonna play
Anaton.
the
Yeah, you're right. Sadly, there is only Anaton left from that OG roster. But
technically true, actually. Yeah.
But you are. I mean, Didi's been with them for a while since he moved to a coaching position. Chibisu's been on the roster for a while. Shurip has now been on for quite a number of seasons. And even Arkuli, like, he joined the team and then left to play on Crest and then came back again. So, like, there's no doubt about it. Like, everyone on this roster knows how each other plays very well. So you're right. They do have that chemistry, that unspoken understanding of how each other plays. But the thing is, like, CAG have such a distinct play style that their opponents often know how they play as well. And that's why that Ying ban comes out.
I suppose that's a good point, yeah. Anaton got the glass this time around.
Good.
They got a
I
bit
like
of
it.
vertical destruction now. I like it as well. They also have some follow-up smoke grenades. They have it on the Capitals. They have 2 attempts of an execute. I'm actually a really big fan of the Zero in this particular round. You get the can openers for hot destruction, for backup with the Capital, and this. You can get some absurd flank watch from the Skylights, watching square stairs, main stairs, and lobby flank, which are those 3 flanks you have to respect every single second of this round. If any of them D-Plots walks up unnoticed, and you're gonna just like die and probably lose it out. The question is though, where will they execute from? Right now they're all above, which is Chibisu and Dokubi inside of lobby. They can use a phone call, go for a backstab and hit the bomb site, but again, it's a 5v5 with Warden, with C4, with Valcams. This is not going to be easy for CAG.
That's my concern here. I mean, D+ have got Midi on the roam. They've got the Valkyrie cameras, but Bullet goes down. That's the most important player to take out. Midi from the basement finds one, but is traded. No more having to worry about that flank. It's just 3 players on site, and the flashbangs land. Taking out that Warden could not have been more essential. But Nears is now on for a flank. He finds a big kill. Now he has control of the top floor and the diffuser to boot. How do CAG reply with Falls finding a pick on site? He's in a fortified position. CAG have to rotate back upstairs to get that diffuser. Chibisu's got it. 20 seconds to find the next 2 kills, but Nears and Falls are in prime positions to hold on. Time is ticking away. Not a lot of util to speak of, and the Fenrir is making this a headache for Shuri. He has to get big. He has to find the Yazami. Sees out the other player. He's right next to the Yazami. Can't even find the first one.
God.
Both of them fall. D+ stealing a lead here on Bank.
Using the Kiba against the defenders to use it for cover and try and go for a trade play. It doesn't pan out, but CAG, a beautiful attempt of a clutch in that round, but it comes down again to one thing going the wrong way and not having enough time to reset the round correctly. Capital, last man top floor. He's a little bit late for execute. He had to go in the janitor's hatch and smoke and fire for the glass. Had to trade his teammate and then run in towards stock. And he gets caught on the rotation. The thing that really ekes me in that round is that they had the cameras from Zero on Skylights of Heaven, off lobby, off main stairs, and still they got flanked. So either the Zero cam got shot and we didn't see it, or when Anaton died, he did not hop on the correct camera at the right time, and that is why there's a gap there for a flank attempt. And
Yeah,
he's
you're right.
watching the
He was on the wrong one. He was on the archives cam.
He's watching the archives cam, yeah.
Yeah.
So he's helping Chibisu, because Chibisu was backstepping from lobby into main hall into bomb site, and his flank is archives, and that's important. But he didn't check the square cam, so they lose the guy with the diffuser. If there was any other person than the guy with the diffuser, it's actually not a bad diff. But it's the worst one imaginable, because now you got the bomb site control. What can you do with it? Nothing! You gotta leave the bomb site, go back upstairs, then go back towards the bomb site again.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
It is very unlucky there, but you know, it comes down to good decisions for D+, and I think a big one has been this Valkyrie pick. Honestly, I think most valuable operator for D+ all game long has been this Valkyrie. In that round, it was what gave him the confidence to go for that flank, and ironically, CAG, they had too many cameras available, and Anaton couldn't flick through them all to be on the right one. Let's see now. As we get into the last round of the half, CAG on an attacker-favored map. Even if it is just marginal, they need to win this attack. Midi finds a big kill, though.
No.
Aggressive outside the stock window. Does get traded, but that is your Sens gone down. One of your core execute operators. Without it, it's going to be much harder to force a plan.
Yeah, good news though for CIG. They bring backup and high value up, so they execute. They got the Oza, they got the Glass, they summon Chibisu taking garage control. What they're lacking now is a bit of an entry. They got Nears hiding in electric box actually. They got Capgun traps around the map. They got server stairs. This is D+ making a rat play. Nears playing in a trade 1-for-1 situation. Could go for run out here and try and pick up DD man, but opts not to. He thinks his position is far too valuable for a late round flank attempt. They're also actually in archives looking for a bait. So CIG, they can pressure server, they can pressure garage, but they're kind of losing here on the roam.
Oh, but this could be it for Nears, and he does find Arculi looking for another one. He should be about to fall, but no, because Bullet has come into support. Like you said, that roam game ever present and ever so potent. CAG now need to try and desperately get themselves back into it, but Levy somehow has an angle on the Chibisu. DD 1v4 with one of the worst operators in the game in the Ossa, and he is taken out. A dominant end to the half for D+, a 4-2 split. And they have set themselves up for success on Bank. Primed and ready for a 2-0 here in the upper final.
Yeah, it's going to be frustrating if you're CIG right now. Every single round, an important operator dies, you're low on time, the Gout Diffuser is dead. Like, these very small things, like, they actually, if there's 10 things in a round that CIG they have to accomplish on the attack, I would say they probably get, like, a good 7 or 8 of those 10 things accomplished, which is actually quite a good margin. But then the 1 or 2 things that they don't get are, like, the most important ones to actually win the round, and they shouldn't just play for kills. So it looks really good until it doesn't. And D+, I mean, they're building more and more momentum. They're feeling better and better in the server. And now arguably going to the stronger side of the attack. They banned away actually complete mirror bans here from both teams. Castle Smoke and Monty Blitz. It's the exact same thing for both teams. That's a big surprise to me. D+ not a big shield team from my memory in my mind. I could be wrong about that, but I mean, they can play it. Everyone can play Monty, for example, but I would not see them as a shield team.
Let me just have a quick looky-loo.
Yeah, let's see the numbers back that up.
So, yeah, well, I can tell you that none of the players in the last 90 days on the D+ side have a shield in their top 3 operators played.
Yeah, not surprised by that. And they opted for 2 shield bans in both. And that's the thing, if you're to target the shield bans against a non-traditional shield team, I feel like Blackbeard and Monty would be your top 2 for sure. Because BB is more like a regular gun that has a shield and he has the frag grenades. Blitz is like a shield main kind of thing because it's very hard to play this operator in tier 1 level of play. And then Monty is always a good ban just because, again, everyone can play him, even non-shield players. This is risky from Nears. If he actually walks all the way in, he has no information, no yellow pings. Server stairs, be careful.
Somehow he gets the first hit off as well. Yeah, I mean, that was potentially worth it there, D+. They're just continuing to check CAG. Are you watching this? Are you going to leave a gap here? And the fact that they don't lose a player is a pretty good sign, because that could have just been an early death, like you say. CAG really tried to create a bit of a fortress here, a little bit of a roam, but you look, it's very passive. I mean, what, you got DD on the blue stairs, it's more of an extension than a roam. Shurip was just sitting on the main stairs for a minute to shoot drones, he's now back on site. So it's a 5 on site, 2 minutes left to play, and it's all about the time delay here for Shurip supporting DD with the 2 Burrell canisters. Late round, it's going to come down to the Fire and to the Yokais. 2 C4s available for DD and Shurip as well. But that means they're going to have to burn time in this mid-round. And D+, well, they're making quick work of the map. Control completely found. It's time to get to work with your hard breach. The Maverick supporting as well. And the A-hatch being open, I mean, that's going to make things so hard on site.
I'm not sure I would call DD Man an extension, but more so a sacrifice in this round games. His entire purpose is to just stall time and die eventually. But oh, speak of the devil, he actually dies, I would argue, way too early. I mean, 1 minute and 10 seconds left is not like low given the Goyo fire and whatnot, but look at the efficiency here. They get server control, they pop the Goyo fire, the Twitch drone looking for the Echo drones, and they're doing hard destruction. D Plus are doing 3-4 things at the same time, plus Nears is looking for another play right now.
Oh my
CAG
God.
wants to play passive and play for time, but they want to play for kills.
I mean, he is so aggressive, and even the ace breaching this
timing.
wall. Shuriq does find that shot. Is the Yokai going to get in position to deny the plant? It is. Falls tries to back on out. The Yokai, I think, somehow survives, but the C4 is shot. Falls is for another plant attempt. Denied by Anaton. There's no C4 to follow it up. How do they deny that plant? Midi's gone big for the kill. Achille to reply. The plant stopped for now as the round quietens down, but 20 seconds to play. D+ have to get aggressive. Who's going to be the sacrificial lamb for Brazil to take that diffuser and get into the site? Bullet goes and replaces his position of his fallen teammate and gets on that diffuser. A hunk of damage dealt by Achille on that long angle, but Achille himself has fallen. It's a flank from Chibisu. The Yokai clutches the round for Kag. It was far too close for comfort, but at the final dying moments, Anaton does what he does best, and CAG are still in this game.
It feels a lot like Nears' itch to make a play right there might have been the one reason why they actually lost. He goes aggressive on the A-bomb side, goes for a wallbang towards Tuberau, and doesn't get the kill. And the reason why that's a very big important factor in the round is that he gave away that D+ were deep in the bomb site. Echo wasn't checking his Yokai drones. Tuberau was running around the bomb site, not looking anywhere. And the second he starts shooting at them and they recognize, guys, he's by the A bomb site chassis, the Yokai drones came running in, the C4 tossed on out, and it also made it really awkward for Falls to try and get down that diffuser because Nears was stealing the chassis spot. He had the cover. Look, Falls is playing in the middle of the open here because his teammate was using the cover to go in for an aggressive play. So a bit of a 50-50 there. It felt like D+ as a team, they had one play in mind, and Nears had a second one in his own. Had he gone deeper and given Falls the cover, and Nears can go deep for distraction play, I think that works out a lot better for him. Regardless, Nears did get the opening pick. He did have good value in that round. It was a valiant effort, but CAG have been so good at playing the Echo and so good at again holding their nerve and not start overcommitting to these gunfights in the dire moments of a round. On defense. On attack is a bit of an issue.
Man, this series, it's not quite going the way I expected, but CAG, credit to them, they're keeping this fight close, or at least trying their best to do so. Narrow margins, though, a lot of these rounds, Nick. Narrow margins for CAG. D+ have looked like the better team in this series. I think the first defense half for CAG on Clubhouse, they looked like by far the better team. Since then, moving on to their attack on both maps, and even their defense here, they are only barely keeping up.
I'm looking right now at the setup that we have, and I think CAG have once again won the operator selection. I love what they have in their win conditions here. Again, they're playing for stall deny, they're playing for utility, they're playing for the mirror windows. And they're forcing D+ to problem solve on many different fronts. The IQ downstairs, and similar to when CAG brought this exact same operator, it doesn't find much value. The Yokai drones, I think, is the only real thing to scout for. It's gonna ping it out for Levy who's on the rappel of ATMs or parking booth and try and kill it. But so far, those Yokai drones, they're just cruising. They're driving around the bomb site and have gone unkilled.
Good example of where the IQ pick is much more valuable than when CAG were picking it. I don't know where Nears has just died, but important kill for Shuri. I think this might be a little bit too much of tunnel vision here from D+. Yeah, maybe he just found this kill on rappel. It's a null angle. Damn, a nice mirror window too. I love that on the soft wall. But Falls, the very nice long shot, replies, takes down that pivotal player. I mean, the DMR in that position, holding that mirror window, that is your linchpin of this defense. And Janitor Closet has been completely dismantled as well, thanks to the Ace Selmas. Chibisu's on the floor. That's the other DMR, the other long-range player here for CAG. I think D+ have pretty much everything they need to rappel in and execute.
Yeah. They gotta go together, but they gotta get one more opening kill here. Akoni tries to sprint in for the save for the revive, but goes down instead, baited out by Bullet. And that gives D+ an even bigger numbers advantage.
I mean, DD does technically still have his mirror window, but he's very vulnerable. Anaton can't sit on his cams the whole round. Chibisu about to bleed out. 15 seconds, 4v2. D+ have bodies to throw, and they do. An eruption onto the site. And a few big kills for the Brazilians. They're back into it. 2 rounds in the lead, and 2 rounds from putting CAG down into the lower bracket.
I just praise CAG for holding their nerve and not moving out too much on the defensive side, and I feel like they just did the complete opposite there. All the first 3 players on CAG that died because they were moving too much. You had a Rooney on the mirror window. Remember, CAG, they had the 5 versus 4. He swung the window rappel 2-3 times, then dies. Then you had Tubrau inside the quad window room. He got injured. Okay, he's bleeding out. Arcoli sprints in to try and revive him, and literally gets shot by bullet just holding the angle because they had a drone there. So they were doing really good. CAG was sitting in the corners, they had the echo information for the entire bomb site, and they're just over moving and getting caught on window repels from D+. When you're playing the echo, it's kind of like playing the Clash or playing the Monty at times. You're kind of playing 4 versus 5 in terms of gunplay because you have echo always on the cameras moving around. But Anaton was pinging out, here's a drone there, a guy on the rappel, drone in this corner, and just kind of mapping out what the attack was going to be. And it didn't feel like to me that CAG were all like listening and understanding what was dangerous and what was safe. And that's very important when you play an operator like the Echo and you have that information, that you have a clear vision of what you should and shouldn't do. Often when you play defense in Siege and Pro League, what you're lacking is critical info on where the enemy is. And in that previous round, I think they knew where 4 of the 5 attackers were, and they still made the wrong play. They're cagging.
Nobody does it better.
No. Unfortunately. Now granted, they're already qualified for LAN, so they're not fighting for their lives necessarily, but
Sure,
SI points are pretty nice.
Yeah.
Fighting for the best of the stage is also, incredible.
Yeah, and to be honest, it's not just nice. Remember that these guys came 6th in the playoffs after stage 1, 4th in the group stage. That's CAG. Remember that they had to forfeit their latter 2 matches. Oh, nice little
I forgot
shot
about that,
on the
yeah.
C4. So they actually had a very subpar, uncharacteristically subpar performance in stage 1, and they will suffer greatly in the SI point department because of it. So CAG, they need every SI point they can get. There's 300 on the line for first place in this playoffs, 150 for second. You need as many as you can get, and of course, there's a chance if they go deep at the APAC finals at PAX and then at the Munich Major, they could potentially boost their chances of qualifying for SI based on that. But then there's also the regional finals. So every chance to get points is so important for a team that failed to get many in stage 1.
Yeah, they got to fight tooth and nail for it. We see D+ now on the verticality right now, opening up a nice line of sight from Janitor in towards that kitchen cut wall. And they just got top floor dominance right now. They're in the main hall downstairs, they're in CEO, they're in meeting, destroying mute jammers, picking off piece of utility. What D+ don't really have, they don't have that 3-2-1 bombs that execute. They've spent the Dokkaebi calls. There is no Ying, there's no Glass, there's no Shield, there's no Grim, there's nothing really like that. No Glass to speak of. So they gotta walk in together, drop down the hatches, and simply take the gunfights. And that's where Chibisu's waiting, behind the shield, close quarter, shotgun, SMG-11. These gunfights for D+ are gonna be very difficult to start this round off.
Oh, what am I watching right
They're
there?
not.
I don't know how, but Nia's just snuck into the side. Thankfully, Anaton is there to hold on. A C4, this could be big. But no, Midi jumps straight past it and finds a big kill. DD's down, Anaton eliminated. Arculi making his way back to side far too late. As Denari looks to clutch. FMG in hand, big shot onto Midi. Where's Bullet and falls? Arculi, I don't know what he's doing at the moment. He might be able to sneak on through, but doesn't quite land the shot. He does onto Bullet's head though. Out comes a slug shotty. Falls, duked out, but he finds the kill. D+, 1 round away from knocking CAG down to the lower bracket.
Again, CAG, they got such good positions. Chibisu falls early despite having a strong shield position, but then there's a double kill trade back for Anaton. A C4 ripped, I thought it was going to be great, but ripped a little bit too early, too late in the server rather, and they simply just walk past it. And when the C4 doesn't get a kill, you're thinking to yourself, okay, I guess nobody dropped the hatch because they would have died to the C4, right? No, wrong. 2 separate attackers dropped, but you missed both of them. And you died to them by surprise shortly after. An Echo Band comes out. I love that from D+, just targeting it away. CAG removing the scent from action, which CAG themselves have been playing a fair bit of, but it's not necessarily a huge D+ operator. Like, sure, they can play it, they can bring it, but that hasn't been the issue. And I think the biggest problem right there for CAG is I'm not sure what they're gonna ban. They're not losing or winning rounds because certain operators are or are not being played by D+. It's again the smaller details of CAG communication. Where are they attacking from? Who's holding what angles? Should we swing? Should we not swing? That's their biggest problem. I don't think it matters if they ban the Dokkaebi or the Deimos or the Sens or the Hibana in this round. It comes down to what they can fix in the server between each other, their teamwork, their communication, their synergy. That's gonna make or break this comeback, and they gotta do 3 rounds back to back to back to go into overtime to have a fighting chance in this BO3.
6-3, 3 match points for D+. Now, in stage 1, Nick, they lost that upper bracket final, if you recall, to Fearex. And Fearex then went on to win the grand final as well. This time, it looks like D+ will be the first team through to that grand final matchup here in APAC North. And CAG, based on their performance today, I'm not sure that they will win if they get that rematch, which is, of course, played out tomorrow, actually. We get our final matches here in the APAC North League. Of course, we've already qualified our 4 teams through to the LAN event. Enterforce and PSG winning their matches earlier today. But they still have a shot at making it to that grand final. They'll play off tomorrow, and then, of course, the winner will play against CAG. Oh, actually, they'll play off today. And then the winner will play against CAG. And then the winner of that will, of course, take on D+, assuming D+ wins this. The fact that CAG are trailing so far behind, the fact that they have failed to meet our expectations is a disappointment. And it makes me wonder, what will happen with CAG in their match tomorrow? Do they have a realistic chance at even holding their second position?
I think there's always a chance with these guys. That's why they're so fun to watch.
Yeah.
They can turn from the best team in the region to sometimes nearly the worst. This is a good start for them, though. Actually, no, sorry, wrong team. It's a good start for D+. The 2 block canisters not used for the hatch denial, rather. Flourish Jones to clear out the mirror window, the soft wall. Okay, this is falling apart so quickly for CAG.
Yeah, this is not good.
They got some idiots from the Jaeger to help them from like the flashbangs or the smokes, maybe. They got the Shankar for plant denial, so there's still a fighting chance, but they lost the front line of util.
Oh.
And now they lose shoot as well. It goes from bad to worse.
And the fire seemingly missing from Tachanka as well. DD does not have the lineups correctly. He fires out his own teammates. So exposed on the bomb site now. RCAG as they desperately hold on. But they're going to have to hold on for another 50 seconds, which is a hell of a long time for D+ to try and execute.
They got 2 C4s, they got the fire. Here, D+ are gonna go in smokes, flashbangs, and Near's dying to the fire early. Plant going down.
That's good from DD. However, he's not firing off falls, and the plant will be confirmed.
Oh no.
Anaton and Arkuli now have to clutch. Anaton's the last one. Falls! Finds them all! D+! A 2-0 over the top dogs from Japan. And our first team in the APAC North Grand Final hails from Brazil.
Falls gets it all done. I mean, it walks in, gets diffuser, gets 1-2 kills in the server. He's calling the shots together with Mitzi. They're doing a great job together. And D+, I think maybe a little bit of a slow start on Clubhouse, but definitely scaling as this BO3 goes on. That Brazilian experience showing the longer the series goes, the better they will get.
Scaling is a great way of putting it, Nick. I mean, we expected D+ to come out swinging. That was never in question. But unfortunately for CAG, I think it caught them unaware. It was like they had a false sense of security in the first 6 rounds of this series. And then from there, D+ just turned on the back burners. And they look better for it. Like, this is a roster that has shown that they respect the community, right? They've shown that they respect APAC North. But in doing so, they're not willing to give CAG an inch. And that's, for me, that's where the biggest win is in this match. I look at this and I'm like, yes, cool, D+ had a great game, but for me, it's more about how they got it done, Dev, which is they gave the respect that was due, but also at the same time, they disrespected the crap out of CAG.
Yeah. Masterclass on Bank, for sure. Look, the first map, Clubhouse, I feel like it was a bit of a tighter affair. I think CAG looked really good on their defenses here. D+ were the better team in both halves. The fact that CAG even got their 3 rounds, yeah, it's impressive from D+, that's for damn sure. Yeah. It was such a well-rounded effort. I mean, you compare to some of the games we've seen recently, even that first map where we talked about how it was clutch, multi-kill, multi-kill, clutch, clutch, multi-kill. Yeah. This map was much less of that. Like, technically there was, yes, a 1v2 from midi on that defensive side. That said, that was assisted from teammates with Valkyrie cameras. Holistically, this map was so much more well-rounded for D+. I mean, they have the reads on the attack. I think they really also just have a read on CAG specifically, right? That yokai, the echo ban, the smoke ban, a lot of the picks and the bans from them, perfectly reading into the CAG playstyle. Ying as well, that was a huge one, impactful for D+.
Yeah, and one thing that sticks out to me as well is like how D+ were kind of winning their rounds, right? Like you look at CAG, and in each of the rounds they won, they only had 2 alive in each of them. However, for D+, 5, 4, 4, 2, 3, like they look so confident, so comfortable, and they have the clutch ability. They also have a very charismatic, handsome man about to join us for the interview. Falls. Yeah, that's what I thought. Hands up in the air. It looks all too easy. Look, to be honest with you, mate, I think that you guys are now just kind of like taking into a different sphere in APAC North. How does it feel for you? Do you feel like you've really got a good grasp on this now?
Hello guys, good afternoon. Yes, I feel it's great to be where we are right now. I feel that we are playing really consistently, you know. We are able to capitalize every single mistake the enemy do. And then we feel pretty great, you know. We had a lot of work like from last stage from to this stage right now. So yeah, feels great, like rewarded work.
Yeah, you mentioned how much better you feel in Stage 2 compared to Stage 1. Now, in Stage 1, Falls, you had a very tough upper bracket final against FearX. You lost 2-0, and then you rematched them in the grand final and lost 2-0. Now, I'm not sure if you were watching the match earlier today, but FearX have actually been eliminated. How does that make you feel, knowing that they were the only team that managed to stop you in Stage 1?
Yeah, like both. I have like both feelings. Of course, it's kind of good to have they eliminated because they are a powerful team, you know. So it's a good enemy that like got eliminated. But also feel sad for Dark. Like Dark used to quote me on MIBR, so both feelings. But like strategically speaking, it's good, of course. Like we don't have to play FairX right now, so yeah. Like let's see who can beat us in the finals.
Thank you.
If anyone can beat you guys in the finals. You mentioned how you guys are adapting and adjusting to your opponents throughout this playoff so far. I'm curious, in your mind, a little bit of a slow start to the first wave of Clubhouse, and then it felt like you guys really figured out CAG. And when we got to Bank, you guys were by far the better team. What do you feel like today was the biggest thing that you found for CAG that they weren't doing so well that you could punish? What was the big telling sign that was like, okay, this is how we're going to beat them?
Yeah, like I feel that they were too passive. Like since the first map Clubhouse, I think CAG is a good team, like a consistent team. But when they play it on a chaotic play style, you know, like with fast executions, fast pushes, like Shurip has a good impact doing this. But at least for my point of view, like in both maps, they were too passive. They were letting us get in space. So at the start of the Clubhouse, we basically were struggling a little bit because we are also a bit slow, like kind of respecting their space. But after a while, we kind of understood, like, okay, those guys are giving us space. Let's play fast. Let's push them against the wall. So nothing can stop us. And I think it worked pretty well, even for Bank 2.
And
definitely
taking it back for a second here, Falls. We well and truly expected Elevate and Weibo to be going through from Asia. I'm not sure if you watched the match yesterday, but your brothers in arms, the other import roster left in the region, they got beaten by Daystar. So one thing I wanted to just get an idea from you on is how closely are you watching these other regions going into the major qualifier? Are you just focusing on APAC North right now, or are you looking at the wider region as it starts to get more competitive?
Yeah, no, we need to watch like every single region. Like, of course, we watch it a little bit more elevate than the Enterprise boys, for example.
Yeah.
But we need to watch it not only because of not only for like studies, but I feel that the region itself is getting more competitive, you know. So I feel like we can learn a lot also watching the other region games, like other APAC region games. So yeah, we are getting a lot of like info about them. So yeah.
All I can think of is you're just saving face there. You're just saying that to be nice. Fools, my friend. And there's the laugh. I knew it, you cheeky bugger. No, thank you very much for joining us, mate.
Evil laugh. All a character.
Yeah. Do you have anything else you'd like to say before we let you go, mate? We'll probably be seeing you back for an interview tomorrow, I imagine.
Yeah, I hope so. Hope I get back here. But the same as always, like I would like to say thank you to all the people that are supporting us, all my teammates' families, my sister, my mom, they are at home. Also, again, a lot of thank you for D Plus, amazing support those guys are giving to us here, so we are able to do the good job we're doing in the server. So yeah, that's it. Hope I see you guys tomorrow.
So do we, mate. You are a bloody true gentleman. Go and enjoy the celebrations. We'll speak to you soon.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
The smile gives it away. I know. It's that damn smile like that. I will say, Pengu, a lot of people, like we've interviewed so many people from across APAC. We've interviewed coaches, we've interviewed players, we've interviewed imports. I might say that Falls is actually probably one of the best put together players I've ever seen. He's respectful, he knows what he's doing, and he just understands what this competition is now.
He does, and also he's not shy to give a little bit of an insight behind the curtains, right? I feel like whenever you ask, what do you feel like was the win condition for you guys? Some teams go, oh, we're just better, we figured it out, whatever. But he was being very honest and very respectful and saying, we thought they were too passive, and he goes on to praise them. CAG are a great team when they play aggressive, and Chibisu tried a couple of times and made some huge plays, but overall we noticed as a team, they gave us too much space, so we took it. Yeah. So he's being honest, he's being truthful, but he's being respectful at the same time. And again, the story of it's hard to hate these guys continues. You want to hate them, but you can't.
Yeah, I thought it was a really interesting point specifically about how CAG weren't going for as many big rush plays, because on map one, like that was so cool from so many good ideas, but execution was just off. Yep. You could feel like there just wasn't quite the gusto, the normal CAG gusto today, but they're going to need it for sure in their match tomorrow, of course, in that lower final, if they are to get a rematch in the grand final.
Well, they're going to want one, that's for damn sure. But who will they verse? We'll have to find out after a short break of a long throw to let my producer sit down. See you in a second.
Medusa, Epasos, Ashalalala, Susus, Minerva, Ecobubus. I love it when you couscous. Aphrodite, Bendica, Osteonusus, Hera, Hermes, Icarus, Narcissus, Medusa, Epasos, Ashalalala, Susus, Minerva, Ecobubus. I love it when you couscous. Aphrodite, then discuss, Hera, Messi colors. Na 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 na. Never become Christmas. I love Aphrodite, then discuss, Hera, Messi colors. Na 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 na. Never become Christmas. I love it when you couscous. Love it when you couscous. Love it when you couscous. Couscous.
With a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
I don't wanna talk, I don't wanna fall. I know what I want, yeah, I want it all. Looking when I walk, here's my number, call. Pick you like a lock, just to make you crawl. Going out with all my friends, fire dripping down my dress, make you wanna look again.
You're rocking out, mate.
I am. I'm really enjoying the music lately. I am. It's also probably
Bangers.
because between me and production, we've been here for like 48 hours over the last 4 days. It feels absolutely absurd, but that's just the beauty of playoffs, baby. Speaking of the beauty of playoffs, COG, they're in the lower bracket. Who are they going to verse? That is the biggest question of all. And after Enterforce's performance earlier, whether you want to say it's a B&K Fear-X misplay or Enterforce 36 going, yo, we got some skills. I don't care. They are looking impressive to me, Pengu, and I think that realistically, this is a roster that I could see actually go toe-to-toe with CAG in a BO3.
Yeah, so I woke up this morning during the Interforce and Felix game, and I was like, "Oh, I guess Felix are winning." And I'm like rubbing my eyes, and I go, "Hold up, no wait, that's Interforce winning," and I could not believe it. I just thought it was like literally impossible, and I don't know how Interforce pulled it off. I'm not sure if that was them having a phenomenal game, like you said, or just Felix playing poorly. But I'm very curious to see if they can keep up this momentum and this pace against PSG, and just keep this kind of upset story real by just taking down more and more teams.
Yeah, it really is such an underdog story. I mean, these guys didn't qualify for playoffs in stage 1. They were 7th place in an 8-team league with only 2 wins. This stage a lot better, 5th place. 4 wins, 4 wins, 3 of them in overtime, by the way. So a lot of tight games for these guys. Yeah. Still, it was an upset for them to beat Fearx, and that is an understatement. Coming into the stage, though, it's not the first time they had an upset. They actually beat D+, crazily enough, in a BO1. Yep. That was one of their overtime wins. And they were knocked down into the lower bracket by PSG, and that's who they're going to be versing.
It is. And when you look at the head-to-head between these two teams, like generally when these stats come up, you kind of just give it a quick glance. But if you actually look a little bit closer and you have
even.
It's ridiculously even. I mean, yes, PSG definitely come ahead on entries. There's no doubt about it. But in respects to what will actually happen in the server, Pengu, I don't know if you get this vibe that I do, but I feel like these might be the 2 most evenly matched teams that we've got throughout the playoffs. Like, D+ feel like ahead above the rest right now, and CAG feel like they're probably just on the upper end of both of these 2 teams. But this feels like a real battle of 2 evenly met teams.
It does, but when you say that and you think about like PSG history over the last year and Interforce's history over the last year, it feels so disrespectful to say it, but this is the reality. Interforce, they are playing the best they ever have, at least as far as I've known them, and PSG not playing to the level that they have previously, and that's how they found themselves very evenly matched. They're both qualified. It's kind of like there's not that much pressure right now in the game. They both come off some big W's, of course. The question now is who's actually better? And I think they're in a very even ground statistically with expectations. It's anyone's games, this one. And in the end, Interforce can totally take this.
Would you say, Pengu, that Interforce are the underdogs in this storyline? Or do you think that it actually is like neck and neck?
I mean, Ryder dropped 20 kills earlier, had 3 kills in a 4v1 post-plan to clutch it out. So I think no matter who you are today, just right now, you're the underdog compared to this guy.
Yeah, he had an absolutely phenomenal performance in the very last map against Scars. I believe it was the last map. He went from, I think he was at like 2 kills at one point, had 2 back-to-back triple kills, a triple kill 2 rounds later, a quad kill in the second half that was a 1v4 to push it actually to the third. It was just absolutely outrageous, Devin. And one of those stories that I think that, like, as you watch this player develop, as you see his consistency throughout the stage, you start to look at him and go, hang on, like, how is this just risen back to form?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, Ryder and Misa have always been top-tier Korean talent, and unfortunately, the Korean region is not very large. There's actually not a lot of talent to choose from. That's been a problem for PSG talent in the past. But Ryder, every now and then he has one of those big games, and he's pretty consistent as well. He's in the top 5. He is the 5th best player in the league, but guess who is 4th best in the league? It's Nina. So these stats, of course, they include the match today that Ryder played, but holistically over the course of the whole league, Nina actually has a slightly higher EPS than Ryder, and of course Nina has had experience on CAG before at the top level. He's been to many international events before. His very first international event he played with CAG's Shureep on Northeption in Copenhagen and really made a name for himself there. So yes, this is going to be a real head-to-head between these 2 star fraggers.
That's actually crazy how high that cost is from Ryder. Like, I don't think that I really expected it to be that high. Remembering as well that, like, the reason that probably sounds a little rude and maybe a little mischievous of me, but when you look at, like, who are in the top 5, top 10 for cost, it's all CAG and D+ players.
There are 3 players who are not on CAG and D+ in the top 10 for cost. Ryder is one of them. Funnily enough, another one is Gotti, who's also on PSG. Wow. And the 11th is Soldier, who's also on PSG. So actually mad respect to Talon for how high they keep that cost rating. It goes to show that those players are really consistent. Every round they're, you know, getting a kill, surviving, doing an objective, or getting traded when they die. So
Yeah.
impressive. Let's have a look at the veto. Clubhouse is in. Are we going to club? Oh,
Please.
Cons Club.
Wow, what is with all the cons picks in the last 2 days?
Man, I tell you what, I feel like I've casted more cons in the last 36 hours than in the rest of my life combined. And Bank as well.
Finisher.
So
I'm absolutely rapt about that. I could not be happier. Pengu, how do you think this one falls? I feel like Bank is a good midway point for them, but the first two, how do you feel about the Consulate pick?
So obviously, if you're PSG, you're happy because you get to start on the defensive side. You're always same as Skyscraper, right? If you go to those maps, you get defense, you're going to be very happy. But ultimately, it will come down to how consistent can PSG be? Because we know they can be kind of good, sometimes kind of shit.
That's just perfect. Sometimes maybe good.
It's true.
Maybe shit. But they certainly have not missed the mark here today. They had a good performance against Scars, but they're going to have to do one better. They're going up against a team that is on cloud 9. They have just come off the back of beating B&K FearX, and it's not D+ Kia. It's not CAG. It's Enterforce 36. You better remember the name, because I tell you what, if you don't respect it, it will come back to haunt you. It's time to get underway with this series. The winner goes head-to-head with CAG tomorrow for an opportunity to take a stab at D+ in the grand final. Let's get underway with this one as we head to Consulate.
Thank you very much, Rob. Yeah, time to dig into this one. And Nick, what a treat that we get to see these teams playing again on the map where we saw them face off in the regular stage. Enterforce, I said they had a lot of overtime wins. Now, it was actually a close 5-7 loss when they played PSG Talon in the group stage, and it was here on Consulate that Talon found that win. For Enterforce to decide to take us back to the same map that they lost against the same very team, that is balls. But you don't want to put it past E36 with their current form after they've just upset the former champs.
Also keep in mind, if you're PSG, or if it gets Intervals that matter, yes, you want to win right now, play for SI points, make a low bracket run, sure, but you're already qualified for the LAN, you know, at PAX in Australia. So it's like you're also trying to save some strats or hide your map pool a little bit more. If it's between going for PSG back to Consulate like you showed earlier, or going to map you haven't shown at all, I gotta dig a little bit deeper in the strat pool, you're gonna want to go back to Consulate and show the same thing you already have, and just, you know, assume that you can beat your opponent with those same strategies. So there's a long game, or there's a short game in front of you, which is winning this matchup. There's a long game, which is what's going to happen in, you know, mid-October, which is going to be 2 weeks away. So essentially, there's more than just this single match in front of you to play for.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
I don't know if it's the fact that, like you are hinting at, that maybe they're saving strats for PAX, but already first round in, I'm seeing a little bit of spice. And the Boss G certainly delivers on entertainment value.
There's some Youngsang as well. It's not even Ryder, who's normally like that aggro kind of player. The Boss G for me is just one of those weapons, right? I hate playing it. I hate dying to it. Get it out of here. You know, we can all blame Bikini Butt if we get an ACOG on that weapon. You know, terrorizing rank for a long time. Then if anything got nerfed, it's not as strong anymore. But the real spice is Kusu on the Blitz in the building top spiral looking for a roamer. There's no one here.
No, bit anticlimactic, but there's Misa. Oh, he's going to flash in and confirm the kill. Big opening from Akasu, but meanwhile, Jin's gone down. Yunsung on that Vigil, making the Boss G sing, making fans rage all over the world, certainly making you rage. He's low HP though.
Yeah. Good for him, you know. Every kill you get with the Boss G is gonna take a little piece of your soul with you, so let that be known, ranked players. You can't do it forever.
Yep. When you rock up at the pearly gates,
now
they'll say, sorry mate, that's too many picks on the Boss G for me.
There it is. This could be an off-pace plant though, where Smoke rush on in, Akusu dies, but there's no plant now but Echo.
Mugi's gonna get
no
this.
Smokes even.
100%.
Hello?
Soul
They
just
don't know.
died. Yeah, absolutely clueless. PSG, you've just let them walk in and walk out with the money bags. Mugi steals it. And now PSG have to retake Nina, though. He's causing havoc on the site with this SMG-12 on the Dokkaebi. Goatee, he knows there's a play around that corner. Nina will go down, but Mugi says, look, CCI plant, I'm also going to just sit in the post. Easy as you like. Gotsy out with that SMG-11. No, there's absolutely no way. Harper's about to swing him. A good kickoff here for Enterforce. First round of Consulate attack, as hard as it is already on the board.
Enterforce well done doing the off-pace play of just hitting the bomb side, but I feel like the second they see the blitz by Yellow Door going for an aggressive play and smoke grenades are on the main breach, you have to assume that a plant is going down right now. They had 3 toxic babes in pocket off Gotti on the smoke, and none of them get used even for a, in case they're planting, we'll throw out 1. No, 0 gets spent. So a mixture of PSG not really respecting Enterforce fully perhaps, but also Enterforce taking full control. It's a fast, swift roam clear, good bit of confidence. They're in the building, they go for a plan. They don't wait for anybody. They don't wait for anything to happen. They make the play first. And we always see the Arbiter pick right now. They can change, of course, but I'm seeing Sense, I'm seeing Amaru, I'm seeing Blitz, I'm seeing Fuse. Enterforce can just keep doing these kinds of pocket strats if they want to keep going for it. And they just need, 1 or 2 more attacker rounds, and they'll be good for the half.
Yeah. 2 attack rounds are more than enough on what is actually the most defensive favored map in the game. Across every league, it's actually a 61% defensive win rate, more so than any other map globally. So definitely a map where you want to pull out every single pocket strat you've got, spend plenty of time cooking it, and then test it out. Of course, the weakness of using them here is that they will be revealed come the really important matches at PAX. Now, we can't understate that this game, this matters a lot as well, right? Like, there's a lot of SI points on the line. If you get into the top 2 instead of just the top 5, so actually the top 5 in APAC North at the end of the stage get 50 SI points. If you break it to top 2, you get 150, and if you come first, you get 300. So there's a lot riding on that, of course, but even more so riding on PAX, because that's what will qualify you to the Munich Major.
They're in the building. And sadly for us, Enterforce, they opted to go away from 4 of those explosive operators, only keeping the blitz, everything else getting changed. Force, I guess technically they stuck the scent on a different player. It's Miyuki instead now. Jin instead of Akusu on the blitz. They're going for an admin approach right now. They're going to be met with a crossfire, the top spiral, meeting door. They're going to have to deal with the deployable. Actually, there's not about the shield. No mind, I take it back. I thought there would be one. But the Warden and the Tashanga here, 2 most important operators, can see through flash and smoke and can stall things out the fire. And we see Gotchi right now just slowly but surely using that streamer launcher to just keep stalling for time.
Tashanga has so much fire, you may as well use it early in the round. There's no reason to use it like Smoke and C4 traditionally is for.
Here they come.
Okay, but the problem is Jin does not check his corners and loses his life for it. What an absolutely chaotic exchange. Enterforce is lucky that Harper found 2 exits through that. So they're only trailing by 1 player. 2v3 now. Nino, the one with the diffuser, needs to get into a position. At least there's plenty of time to make this work.
Yeah, plenty of time, but not a ton of utility. They can't go for a plant right now because not enough coverage when only 1 gun available. They gotta go for at least 1 more pick right now. PSG playing 2 guys together and 1 guy flanking top spiral.
He knows. Oh, but Harper finds his 3rd kill of the round. Top spiral, 4K for Harper. What? 1 more is all it will take. Gotti finds 1.
No plant.
1v1.
What?
The plant still didn't go down. Why didn't he just stay in that position? It must have been because of the Tachanka who clutches the rounds. Wow. Big clutch up for Gotti. 1v2. Despite the valiant effort of Harper, it's PSG who take the round.
I didn't honestly notice the Tachanka fire because I was too busy watching the action, but I think you're right. It must have been Gotti not going for the swing together with his teammate, then trying to deny the planter instead, play the 1v1 gunfights, and hoping for the best. I thought they were going to swing together, take the gunfight, and flank top spiral, and just guarantee like a 3 versus 1 situation, but they didn't. Gotti, though, probably the most clutch player as an anchor from the side of PSG. He plays the smoke, the mute Tachanka quite frequently, and has played enough rounds on that bomb side of CEO to know all the angles at this point. It's a good clutch, but again, PSG, the basics, the fundamentals, the timing, the coordination, not exactly where we expect to see it from them. Whereas Interforce, they just keep being confident.
Yeah, I respect it from Interforce. I'd rather them go big and then lose than play all these meek little attacks. Right, it's what we talk about so often, especially on such a defensive favored map. It comes down to pocket strats. We saw that round with, you know, the Sens blocking off that line of sight, the blitz going in. I'd rather them go for things like that and for it to fail than for them to just, you know, oh, drone up. All right, cool. Throw my util. Oh, it didn't work. Oh, there's 5 seconds. Oh, we lost. That's what so many rounds happen. How so many rounds go on Consulate. I don't want to see it. I want to see more of these aggressive plays. That's exactly what we're going to see this round from Marcus, who sprints straight through the barbed wire. Bit of damage. Wow, 4 players from Interforce entering the building from yellow stairs. Arcasu looking to go deep. The smoke will go down. The gas in response. The Rayora as well as Misa. He stands tall and defends, but Jin's going deep with the pistol. What an explosive start. Both teams bloodied, but Nina from back behind finds a big kill. Yunsang and Ryder, the last two now for PSG Talent, and Yunsang is going to go down. Great work from Nina with that Dokkaebi call. It's now a 1v2 for Ryder. We've sung his praises on the desk in the pre-show. He's got to win against Jin, low HP. R4C in hand, he goes down. Ryder in a 1v1 up against the blitz. Akasu has to play it perfectly. Already low on HP. And Ryder's so confident. Another goo goes out. Will it catch him? Akasu gets the flash. He needs to find the kill. It's still recharging. Ryder, the cards are in his hands, but Akasu sits him back down, takes him out. In the 1v1, it's Interforce coming away with an explosive attack.
Again, another disgusting bomb site rush in PSG. They're not used to this kind of aggression. No one does this on Consulate. They don't have a plan to get back towards the bomb site, so Gotti staying alive for way too long, actually. Buys a lot of time. Everyone from Interforce so low on health, but they do mostly stay alive in the server. They get down the diffuser, and despite the cover being there, yes, Jin falls in the end to a 1v1, and Ryder could not overcome the blitz in close quarter combat. This is some absurd rush potential though. Interforce are playing like they have no care about losing or win the round. They're just gonna make a call, go for the play, and see what happens. This is the kind of stuff that occurs when a team makes a massive upset early in the day. They guarantee that they're going to the LAN event, and they're just playing for the funsies, if you will. They have no pressure to perform. They can just do the craziest stuff, and they are.
Yeah, I love it. 2 rounds is already par for the course here on Consulate Attack, and if they keep this up, it's just going to keep PSG guessing. Even an insane play from Ryder, which I think that was 3, maybe even 4 kills. Yeah, it was 3. Would have needed to be a big 4K to win that out. I actually thought he was going to get it against Akasu for a brief moment there. Let's have a look at this reaction from Interforce when they won that. Oh, that was a very mild reaction, I'll be honest. I thought they were going to go crazy.
That's a mid reaction.
Very mid. Thankfully, their gameplay hasn't been mid, so we'll forgive them.
I mean, I told you, they don't care if they win or lose. They just do what they do. Like, look at the reaction. They do not care. It's all about the long term right now, right? It's a best of 3. They can win 2 rushes, boo-hoo, but what happens when those rushes no longer work or they can't go for them anymore? Blitz is on the board. PSG did not ban it, they banned the Dokkaebi instead. I like this concept because Dokkaebi affects every single defender across the entire map globally. Blitz only really affects what is happening in front of that very operator and maybe 1 or 2 defenders at a time. So they opt for mobility instead. Interforce ban the Asami. It gives a good amount of flexibility protection and slowing down the attacks with those good lines of sight. But Interforce again, quick in the building. PSG not really roaming very aggressively to stop them from going in.
What's Nina up to down here? Looks like he's the one in the 4. He's the one in the 4+1 strat here. But with a lot of traps on the board here between like what Rooney and Ella, I think it's going to be hard for him to sneak into a position to do a lot. Thankfully, no one's on the camera watching him right now. And everyone from PSG likely concerned with this deadly blitz up on the top floor. Hello, sees the Warden. Glass is active, knows it's not worth a flash. Oh, and there's the Yokai. Jin's got to make sure to dodge that Yokai. Otherwise, the Sonic Blast will, of course, activate the guard break and leave him exposed.
Timing though. Gotti popped the glasses earlier, gets taken down actually. Now Blitzking been enabled further. Grimby spotting some players as well. Oh.
So well played there. The Yokai comes in to support. Yinsang finds one, looking for a third. Ooh. Big plays from Yinsang. Misa and Ryder join forces, and PSG find a round of defense, bouncing back. The rushes will not always work for Enterforce. PSG are starting to read the playstyle.
A good bit of counterplay right there, playing very passive and forcing Interforce into a good crossfire. Aggro drones pre-fire, bit of trap utility goes a very long way. And they got that round victory despite Gotti and the Warden dying very early. So there's a lot more to be decided in these rounds sometimes. Sometimes it's PSG that can do better, sometimes it's Interforce, but they're both fighting tooth and nail very early on. It makes for a very exciting Consulate. Typically, we see the attackers struggle for like half the round, being stuck outside the building. They barely get in. They execute with low timer left. There's a minute and 20 seconds, and they're rushing into CEO. But the big thing here, nobody was on the CEO window rappel, and Yongsang could play by that window corner and get 2 kills in the round. So one very small thing was missed there from Interforce. They want too many bodies from the same side of the map. They're lacking a backstabber.
Oh, well, I'm liking that this has become a bit of a battle back and forth, but to be honest, Nick, I can't predict each round as it comes. I mean, Enterforce, any of these rushes, any of these set plays, they could work or they could fall flat. And it keeps this game interesting. We've seen a lot of Consulate recently, as we've said on the couches before. A lot of Consulate here in the APL. Thankfully, Enterforce is keeping it interesting, but I think as time goes on, this playstyle will start to diminish in value as PSG read into it. Look at the number of traps brought out now. I mean, Fenrir, I think, is the perfect operator against this. The Frost may well catch something too.
It is certainly the right approach for PSG.
All right.
As you said, though, Miyuki finds a kill onto the Frost. Not the most important operator for the defenders, but it is one less gun for those crossfires. And that's going to be the thing. I mean, Interforce, look at their pace so far. They want to go for a fast take. They got the Ying, they got the Sense, they got the Grim. But this time, they also bring some more hard utility in Capital and Flores for any deployable shields or corner positions. And last time they attacked this bomb site, they were quite successful.
I think Gotti, who obviously clutched this bomb site last time in that 1v2, he's the instrumental player and operator in this position. Not only has he got the fire, of course, of the Tachenka, but a lot of damage can be dealt with that. LMG packs a punch, 2 shots, mows people. He almost dies.
Ooh.
Thankfully, he survives. That util is too valuable to lose out early.
A lot of fire is being spent, though. Only 9 left. Akusu dying to the fire. He's just dead. I'm not sure what to expect. Okay.
All right.
I think he was burned to the fire. They got shot by a gun shortly after because the health bar was like taken down very consistently.
Oh, hello. I don't know what happened there on the spiral stairs. A retake from 2 players of PSG. Well worth it. Jin goes down. Problem is here, Gotti has only 2 Shamika launcher shots left. So plant denial is actually very much not on the board for for PSG Talon. So Enterforce start their plant. Mugi. There's actually no way to deny this. Like how? Oh, okay. The fire does come through, but yeah, you're right. It is too late. He does survive just barely. Harper finds 2 big kills. My God. Soldier in a 1v2. Wow. Long angle. Bit of damage onto Harper. This is nigh impossible. Mugi and Harper both with DMRs. They pack a punch. They've got the ACOGs. Soldier is going to try and stick it, but surely they will be watching the nade and Mugi there with the rifle to take him on down. Another round for Enterforce on this attack. They're making it look too easy.
Yeah, I don't know about the Tachenka fire. It's good to use it throughout the round to slow things down, but ultimately you need to understand you are the plant denying operator. Like your sole purpose at the end of the day is to stop the plant from being successful. The first fire did miss from Gotti, and the second just like 2 seconds too late maybe in the server. Otherwise, that could have been a clutch victory or just an outright stall denial on time. PSG though will take us to that 4th bomb site, the split bomb site of Archives and Tellers. Don't see this all that often. It can be a bit tricky to problem solve as an attacking team if you want to figure out how to deal with the C4s, the verticality, the roam, etc. I don't really fear that for Interforce though. They're just kind of taking things very fast, very confidently, and rushing half of these bomb sites. I don't think they're going to run into the usual issues of, guys, what are we going to do? They're just going to go for something and again see if it works, and they'll just all believe in that same purpose. It's been a good playstyle for them so far. And PSG, because it's a split bomb site with them being on different floors, different elevations, it can be tricky to help each other. You might have a guy on the top floor of the building while they're rushing the basement bomb site, and that just means it's a very long way back to help your team.
Yeah, love a good split bomb site here. But I'm less concerned with what the defense is setting up and more concerned with how Interforce is going to pull off another crazy attack. One more round and a half for them to do it. A 4-2 split here. I mean, that's pretty much game done, right? That's pretty much Interforce locking in Consulate. Oh, look at this from Misa. He's actually playing off of his own Scopos, using it more like an old school deployable shield. Yeah. So you can escape down the hatch.
Hop the hatch, you can fall back, you can TP back and forth from the sides. The clone is relatively safe in that position, unless they go for a reset attack. Use that top floor surrender though.
He could get verted here.
So Interforce will take it for free. Yeah, that's the thing. If they know of his location, he could. Misa finds Mugi though. That's going to be blitz move from action. How did that happen? Drops the hatch, the impact grenade, and again can always TP back up.
That is strange. I can only assume that Mugi sprinted into Visa or something, which is very strange, very dangerous.
Must have been.
I can see the diffuser down outside Visa. Here we go. This is the best usage of that vert here for Interforce. It's a shame that they didn't get this done a little bit earlier on. They would have saved Mugi's life. Half the round remaining.
Problem solving though. They lost the blitz, they lost the pushing power. They have smokes and flashes for a plan attempt, and PSG have no real information game, right? There's no Pulse, no Solace, no Maestro, no Valkyrie, and they only have 2 C4s. On the side of Archives and Tellers, you often play 3-4 different C4s, some intel game. So planting is still going to be a possibility, and down goes Soldiers. So back to even numbers, and a plan is being attempted.
Yeah, and out of nowhere, E36 find the kills. Gotti needs that C4 to come through. It does. Oh. He lands in the perfect moment. But Jin makes this a 2v1. Ryder upstairs. Is he watching that C4 vertically? He can. They can go all the way downstairs now. Somehow, Jin survives on a sliver of HP. Ryder now has to make this retake possible. He doesn't have the info. Oh. Yeah, there was vert, but he just didn't know that that's where the plant was going down. Thing is, Jin, low HP. If he can find this kill, it's a 1v1. Akasu, though, he's got the DMR, he's got the stairs on lockdown. A 4-2 domination on the attack of Consulate for Interforce. They are continuing their heat from their match earlier today here against PSG.
I can see how teams they falter though. When you look at Interforce from a top-down perspective, like we have here observing the match, it's still hard to figure out when they're going to go for an execute and exactly where they're going to do it. They play at their own tempo. They don't follow the regular rules of Consulate. They don't feel like they have to respect really that much in the server. They clear Visa. That was the goal. When they have Visa, they can go for a plan attempt. They didn't have top floor, didn't have basement control. It was a very simple, direct attack where a lot of things can go wrong, but they didn't. And a few things that did go wrong in the end, well, they have backup solutions. They have clutch potential. And Ryder with the Roni, so few bullets in the magazine, can't confirm the kill on Harper. So the plan goes down the basement instead, and they try again.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
4-2 split now at the end of the half. Oh, this was such a decisive moment, wasn't it? That C4 landing, but then E36 pushing for kills. I feel like a lot of players especially players that have been around for a long time, Nick. And I wonder if you relate to this because you've seen every single meta of Siege. But I know sometimes when I'm stacking with people who are less, you know, they're a bit older, like they've played the game for a bit longer. They're not like these Zoomers who are focusing on kills. The old way of playing the game, people like can really tunnel vision on utility, on things like planting the objective, in the same way that, you know, the Zoomers will focus a little bit too much on kills. And the best players understand exactly when the win conditions swing between the two. And I feel like that's exactly what Enterforce did there, right? They really focused on finding kills, finding the map control. They saw a plant opportunity, they went for it, they lost the plant, and then they're like, okay, we're focusing up on kills now. We don't need to focus too much on the plant.
Oh yeah, it's a good take actually. They are flipping it pretty well, understanding when to do what in the server. And it's why you need different kinds of players in the team, different opinions to create some debates, to discuss. If everyone thinks you just play like a Zoomer playstyle, go for kills, you're never gonna plant on that diffuser. And sometimes you should, sometimes you have to, and vice versa. I'm not sure what happened for Interforce though. I mean, they got a couple of roster. I got Nina on the roster recently, right? That was in stage 1, if I recall correctly. Was it, yeah?
Yeah, I think it was, yeah. It's been... Look, this team has been constantly changing their roster over a really long period of time. Because, you know, not long ago, the roster was completely different with the exception of Jin. He's the only OG. Mugi is the most recent addition, if I'm not wrong. Harper, I think, before that, and then Nina and Akasu's been on for a while. But yeah, I mean, Akasu and Nina in particular have always been real fraggers. Mugi even played on the Japanese Fnatic roster. And Harper, here's an old one for you. Harper, this is a Japanese team, right? But Harper is actually a Korean player who used to play for Sandbox Gaming, who ended up becoming FearX.
Harper I knew about. Mugi's name was familiar to me, but I couldn't place it. But now you said an old Fnatic roster, I was like, or Japanese Fnatic roster. I was like, oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah. Looks like Mugi was the most recent.
A bit of an odd cast, but it works.
Yeah. So Nina. Mugi joined in September this year. So yeah, well, less than a month ago. Nina joined in March at the start of the year, and then oh no, sorry, I was wrong. Jin actually joined last year as well. Yeah. Anyhow, focusing up on the round at hand. PSG has started pretty strong. This is a really good look for their attack. I mean, considering how much we hyped up Enterforce on their own attack, and considering how much we talked about how this is a defensive-favored game, E36 are looking very challenged on this defense of their own. Mugi and Nina on their last legs, and Harper's gone down, going deep for Misa. My God, look at this guy go. Nina, 1v4. It's not happening, Pengu. This is going to be a straight-up dominant first attack for PSG.
We might just see an attacker for a Consulate at this rate. The pace being set and controlled by the attackers time and time again. A crossfire as well, left and right hand side of Nina has to swing for one. But PSG swing first. Misa, big 3k on the round. Good entry, good follow-up. And they were also getting out that diffuser just for good measure. So PSG in full control. They start hot on the side swap.
So just to go back to the history lesson we were doing, and I'm looking at Wikipedia right now, and look, let's be honest, Wikipedia is not fully updated here for Enterforce, especially as they are a team that has historically sat near the bottom of the standings here in APAC North in Japan, so Wikipedia is not always up to date. But I was actually wrong. None of the current members have actually been on the team for very long. So the longest running member of the team is actually Harper now, because he's been coaching the team since March in 2024, so a year and a half ago. And then Akasu joined in August, and then Jin joined slightly later. And then this year, of course, as I said, Nina and Mugi. And at some point in that transition, I guess Harper moved into the playing roster, which I thought was more recently. If you followed this team previously, you would have remembered Take, or Take, I just assume it's Take, Sylvia and Yamada. And I mean, like, Sylvia was okay sometimes, but I always felt like, you know, Yamada really struggled in the stats. You know, old players like Window that used to be on this team struggled in the stats too. You really have like a much more experienced roster now. Obviously, Harper's been around the scene in Korea and Japan for a very long time. Nina was once the best player in Japan. Akasu has always been a hot fragger. Mugi and Jin both have their own histories.
Nice bit of teamwork here. Youngsang blocking the window for Gotti to breach open that secret wall that often gets called. So backstairs push. But the main breach also opened up for us a little bit of pressure. So the plan right now for PSG is pretty simple, pretty straightforward. They want to box in into force and just push one angle, catch them on the other. Soldier through the wall gets an opening pick. Although now he's very low on health. They expect a second player, and I think that's smart. Into force, don't push solo. It's controlled aggression together. But look at Youngsang on the Monty. Really good pace, fast, very close to the bomb side. I mean, they're deep in there, very deep.
No, this is so good from PSG. A lot of teams, as you've said before, Nick, when they're struggling,
Soldier's holding flank.
They go onto that Monty. The flank here held, as you say, by Soldier, Harper, and Akasu. Now, good pick from Harper. This was a very ambitious rotate, going outside from Visa to then rotate back in. He catches the flank watcher. 2v4, though, with the Monty up. Let's be frank, it's not going to happen here for Enterforce. It's going to be another round of attack, this time from Talon. It has been an attacker's consulate tonight, Pengu, and there's nothing seemingly that Harper and Akasu can do. Patience exuded by PSG Talon. They're just waiting for their chance, holding a safe angle. Misa finds his. Akasu is literally baiting. Come on, mate. You may as well go down. That is an exit frag that you do not deserve. You deserve everything Ryder's got coming for you. A big kill, a big moment for PSG as the scoreline is tied. 2 attacks straight, forcing the tactical timeout from Enterforce.
A big smile on Joker's face. I mean, it's funny because PSG are doing to Enterforce what they did to them. They're just walking through the building. It's really that simple. Enterforce right now gotta talk about some like bigger adaptations about like operator selection, bomb site priority, and be like, guys, this is what PSG are doing. We have to make these kind of counter plays. Then they gotta play the next round, and then I think you gotta ban the Monty. Monty is the perfect operator for the aggression of Enterforce, and it's also the perfect operator that gives PSG the ability to just walk through the building with ease. They don't got a drone, they don't gotta worry about anything. They take space, Soldier holds the flank, they keep pushing forward, and then they take the rewards.
Tactical timeout now done. What have Enterforce chatted about? Because they can't ban that Monty for one more round, and I tell you what, Nick, I think that's what's going to happen after the next round. I have a feeling that Monty ban is inevitable. PSG were using it so well.
It has to be.
I mean, at the moment, they're hinting that they might go Blackbeard this round, but it remains to be seen after the prep phase finishes. For Enterforce, though, they need to figure out how the hell are they going to prevent PSG from just holding hands and walking towards the bomb site like they did last round. Because you're right, it's very similar to what Enterforce did. I feel like PSG are actually even more tightly knit than Enterforce were on their attacks. Enterforce, there was a lot more chaos. It was a lot more, okay, one player pushing from all these different locations at once. Whereas PSG, it's like, all right, everyone behind me, I'm going to walk in with the Monty and we're going to kill everyone, one by one.
So this current one-round adaptation is A, counter the shield and the aggression of the rushes. And how do they do that? They're actually putting Goyo fire canisters on the bathroom window upstairs in case that a player will jump into that window. They're playing vertical C4s on the Mozzie and the Valkyrie. Then they're playing information for those C4s in form of the Valkyrie, the Mozzie, and the Echo. And they're playing Ela for both injury denial and the shield denial. So this is Enterforce's one-round solution before the operator ban comes through, probably expecting a Monty or expecting some sort of shield, and we do see a Blackbeard. Not the typical shield operator that's going to be like rushing into the building and taking map control, but it can still die very easily to a C4 beneath. So PSG, what should they be doing now? If they want to take admin where Youngsang and Ryder are both repelling, it's very important that they take the space beneath them as they take the space above. That means they're droning Visa while they're taking admin control, and they don't go forward into the map without droning what's beneath that future location. Because if you don't drone it, you will get C forward. So they have to respect that if they are aware of it.
Biggie forced back as the breach is opened outside. Just over a minute done. Talon really focusing up on that top floor. My question is how much of Enterforce will be contesting to play to die on this top four? The fire detonates from the Goyo, and that's going to slow things down for PSG. But what might expedite the process is Akasu going down. Big pick from Misa as he hits 10 kills in the game. You see how worried Ryder is about Valkyrie cameras or Yokai drones, and both are in play. So at PSG, they have the right ideas here, and they have the numbers advantage.
Downside is that Meets with the IQ is halfway across the map, but it does not matter. C4 trade with the interaction means Ryder goes down, and Miyuki gets injured. With those picks earlier on, it's a big numbers advantage. Yeah, irretrievable. They know that one player, Misa, downstairs in the basement. There was a player watching through the hatch on site. That's going to be Jin, with Nina alone up top floor against a Blackbeard and 2 more roam clear operators.
Yeah. Oh, come on. You can't mess this up. Where are you looking? Nina says hello and goodbye to that Blackbeard, but Yinsang does not look to cover, does not look to take the fight, misses the dash. C4 comes out, also misses. Nina's going to be able to retreat. However, Misa finding that pick on sight onto Jin makes this nigh impossible now, especially with that Blackbeard still alive. It wasn't actually on sight. That was Jin hiding downstairs with the Echo. The only way Nina wins this is isolating ones and somehow finding the Blackbeard. Misa down. Soldier off the plant. The Blackbeard is instrumental. Gets caught by the Elamine for a brief moment. Nina gets close. The plant's still not down. Nina's playing this so well. Nina might be able to clutch the round, but Yinsang ADS is with the Blackbeard. Another round for PSG. 3 attacks in a row. They are not cooling off. The fire still burns for PSG.
He did the Blackbeard tech. You flick up to the ceiling as you start right-clicking on the mouse, and you cover your face with the shield for a bit longer, and the animation looks a bit weird for the enemy as well. It's not a pretty 1v1 clutch in the end, having to just look at your opponent and take the fight. And with that, they banned the Blackbeard. The Muncie goes unbanned, actually. That was a massive surprise to me. Okay.
I love it's not just Blackbeard tech, but the shield tech in general, where people just spam Q and E while they're aiming down sights. It's disgusting. We need to stop. We need to stop this. All this shield tech. It's disgusting.
Shield meta, baby. I mean, shields have been arguably pretty broken for like 10 years straight, and it took a rework and a buff before pro players started realizing it, which is kind of ridiculous, to be honest.
I mean, shields have just been used so much more aggressively since the rework than ever before. And yeah, that was nasty from Yinsang. I gotta say, like, where the hell did this kid come from? Talon, for a long time, they've been trying to find their perfect fit in a region where it's so challenging to find upcoming talented young players, when it's very difficult to fight teams like FearX for the top pickups like Woogieman and Coded. You know, when they became available after D+ left the Korean scene. But Yinsang, I mean, he's replaced Yas, big shoes to fill. And yet he is just absolutely phenomenal for them. He's so flexible, can play so many different operators, and he's still got it calm in the clutch in a big round like that. Unthinkable that we have not yet seen a defense win from Enterforce. Only 2 in this whole map so far have been won by defense.
Similar story to Gotti as well. When he first joined PSG, he had I think his opening game, I think it was actually on Consulate, if I remember correctly. He had a 1v2 clutch on a split attack on Archive Stellars. There's something about good debuts in this roster and getting the tools and resources to like shine as a player. It's been a good fit so far for Yongsang and Gotzi. Hasn't been a perfect stage, but they have shined individually. That's always something. Interforce now playing a bit more back to normal, I would say, in terms of operator lineup and pace in the server on defense. They're gonna play the usual setup. Play top spiral, play meeting doors, no fooling around the Visa or admin offices or giving PSG any early engagements, because I think that's been their downfall. Misa has just been finding opening kill after opening kill, making it a 5v4 in favor of PSG, and they just ride that momentum forward throughout the entirety of the round. So now they're gonna slow things down. And Interforce, they want to force the 5v5 instead for even numbers.
Interforce is just waiting. Ooh, Nina He's not waiting, actually. He's poking and prodding. He finds a pick and then falls back. The Grim exposing a lot of these defenders. The Sens enabling the execute for Yinsang. But look at that. The Denari tripwire makes this very challenging for the Blitz. How does he make his way forward? He does that Blitz tech, but it doesn't work out. He dies, loses his life. Ryder falling as well, as Akasu holds on down the fort in meeting. But he is immediately traded back by Gotti. It was a 1v3. Akasu gifted Gotti a lifeline.
What now? 35. No cover, no help. Final Toxic Babe goes out in response. It's winnable for Gotti, but he has to isolate the ones and try and go for a pick. He has one more projector sense in pocket. There it goes. Now he can cut off the crossfires. It's a BP watching him, and it gets shattered.
But the BP still has audio, and there's still this tripwire from the Denari. He's going to have to cross it. He has no choice. He shoots it, makes his way forward, but Jin is waiting just around the corner. It's a trade for Enderforce. Finally, a defense on the board. No smiles on their faces. It's time to lock in 5 rounds apiece. And you cannot separate these two teams.
We can see how important that early opening kill is. If PSG, imagine that one more gun in the server for that execute. That could be an entirely different story. They started 4v5 and it still came down to the wire of the 1 versus 1. Interforce might have just figured out how to hold top floor, but it will be locked for the remainder of regulation. They need to now find success on a different bomb site, and they're gonna go downstairs to the basement. What happened last time was not a tale they want to be repeated. It was PSG going in backside with the Monty, just walking in. Even if this kill here from Youngsung and the Blitz works out, the entire round could also shape up differently. That would lift Gotti in a 1v1 from the get-go with some time to work with, so it literally comes down to every single individual fight on the server.
Yeah. Oh, man. What a game this has been. To think that we, I personally expected this to be Fearex versus Scars. I don't know what you picked. Maybe you've got your PSG Talon bias, but I thought we'd be casting Fearex Scars right now. And, Enterforce upset Fearex, PSG upset Scars. Enterforce have really led the way at the start of this game. And then PSG moved on to their attack and gave us such a treat, like a little candlelit dinner of fluorescent attacks. There's so much aggression, so much creativity from both of these teams. And now PSG, 3 players poised outside the breach. Dutch, a Thermite, what year is this? Is this a rush?
I've seen this before from PSG. When he gets a good though, burns out a little bit. EMP follows through, a second smoke cannot continue.
No, what are you doing?
They got Maestro Camp, they got the first kill. Glass is dead.
To Glaz dying before the smokes even go out. This is desperate now from Gotti as he tries to get the job done. And Blitz has done his fair share of the work though from Soldier.
What?
It's going to have to be a retake for Enterforce as the bomb goes down. They've got the numbers advantage though, and Soldier obliterated. Good shots with the slug shotty from Jin. As finally the Maestro Evil Eyes come back online. As does the Laser Gate from the Aruni. Ryder and Gotti in position upstairs, but guess what? Nina is trying to contest the fight as well. Ryder 2 outside the breach, Harper refrags. Gotti now 1v2 has to clutch up. Is he in position to swing? There's no one there to support. Nina has to get back to side, and now Harper has to commit. It's all up to Nina to win the fight, and he does! A valiant rush from Talon, but Enterforce by the skin of their teeth from 1 second left on the clock. They retake, and now map point is in their hands.
1.3 seconds separated a win and a loss there in the round, and Interforce, they are waiting for the crossfire to arrive. He came off the defuse, waited for Scopos, and with the perfect timing started sticking down the diffuser once more. And again, we can look back on small individual mistakes in that round for why PSG lost. Youngsung thought the smoke would pop, but it hit the Aruni gate. So the smoke never came. He dies first, right here. Looks a little bit silly. Then the smoke pops shortly after. That's the first mistake. The second is the blitz of Soldier right here. He could toss out the smoke at his feet and just walk in the smoke out to yellow door. Instead, the smoke gets tossed kind of far away from him, and he has to cover far right, far left, and the middle. And the smoke only covers one of those 3 angles. So he gets spotted from the left and right and dies regardless. So those 2 failed smokes literally results in 2 different deaths of PSG, and imagine they had 2 more bodies in the server when only 1.3 seconds separates you from a round win and a round loss.
Yeah, damn. I still have a feeling, Nick, that this game is not done just yet. It was a 7-5 in favor of Talon when these teams faced off in the group stage on Consulate. Enterforce decided, okay, well, we're going to take the fight right back to them. We're going to tell them that we have played Consulate plenty in the meantime. We've worked out how to attack. Problem is, for Enterforce, PSG's also figured out how to attack as well. And 2 defense wins is not going to be enough. Enterforce need to find a third.
Spawns can be a bit tricky, but the one saving grace for Enterforce to simplify it a bit is going to be the mirror windows. It's so strong here to help hold top floor for as long as possible, to play down that timer. Means that already low on health on the Dokkaebi as well. And Blitz, again, I'm very surprised we're not seeing more of the Monty. It survived the Orbiter ban phase. It was played a single round that was near flawless. And the Blitz and Blackbeard that have been played much more are just risky.
Yeah.
You can die to the crossfires like we saw in the previous round. Monty would never die in that position. And staying alive has been the biggest struggle for PSG. They keep falling in these gunfights.
And the fact that we've seen so much Blitz and then prior to the ban, Blackbeard, is because PSG want to play that extra bit of aggression. They don't want to play it passively like they did for that one basement round, even though it worked out for them. Yinsang is biding his time here, waiting for his moment. The drones have to come out ahead of him, but there's no drones left for PSG, so he's going to have to face check some things. Out comes the pistol. He can't find the head. Up below on HP. Ryder takes him on down. Impact keeps Yinsang at bay for a brief moment. 4v4 as Enterforce peel back.
The question is, do they fall back from top floor entirely or stick around? Well, Nina stuck around too long. He goes down instead.
Died throwing a gas.
There is still one player of Milky though. Half health on 3 separate attackers of PSG and up against high-fire weapons. Like his smash shotgun from the Valkyrie means verticalities on the board as well. Youngsing has to find this lurk up above. He goes down.
Big C4. Can he confirm? No. Still not confirmed onto Yinsang. It could be so dangerous to take that fight, but look at this. Misa down below. Worried about behind him. Didn't realize Mookie was coming down with the shotgun. PSG unable to convert that kill, but they have revived Yinsang. E36 on the verge of taking the first map. It's up to PSG now to make this execute happen, but Mookie on the stairs. He is dominant. Traded, but Ryder, 15 kills to his name, is now called upon to clutch. They will simply hide. The plan has to go down from Ryder, halfway done, but it's gonna be got. Jin clutches the rounds, and Enterforce take the map. PSG can attack, but man, Enterforce, they've got more bite than bark. 7-5, revenge for the group stage, and a big upset win for the underdogs. Map 2 coming up after this.
say, it's not the destination, it's the journey.
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
안녕하세요. 전 민구란이고요. 엔터프라이즈 레인보우 식스 팀의 감독을 맡고 있습니다. 오늘은 저의 커리어 클립을 되돌아보는 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다. At that moment, we like losing moment, like 5-6 Fury Aboda. Bapan get a 4 kill on CCTV. That was, for me, really shock moment. So I have to reaction really overreact stuff for make good energy. So I just talking some bad word in Portuguese. And then I just talk about boa, caralho for make good vibe. And then just like LMG dancing like that. And then Jackson and Chris just smiling for after that round. But after this round we just lose, but our energy is just back to overtime. But I always watching another region's game day. Brazil always LAN event, so I watching that every Brazilian yelling to another team coach. I'm just trying to same thing for Furia. They just yelling to us like JV922 or hers like you're so shit or something shit. And then I just talk about same thing to that guys. If you guys can watching my Twitter, everyone just laughing. What the fuck that Korean doing now? To be honest, before Rainbow Six I'm so shy guy, but after join Bliss and then join this region, I changed my mindset. I have to bring big energy, like when I'm playing baseball. Just bring high energy and then make good team culture. We get a really good result. I believe that my mindset, so I just bring every time high energy for game day. After game day, look like that guy, just zero energy. But yeah, on game day, like 110% energy. We playing with a lot of international team like FaZe, G2, but I think not big different like skill, but we don't have experience at the time, so we can improve like after Munich Major or SI Paris. If we get a more experience, we can improve more, and then for future we can beat that team again. Yeah, cause I can speak Chinese and then Japanese, Korean, so I will talking shit to another APL team on LAN. 스테이지 2로 다시 돌아옵니다. 저희는 더 강해져서 돌아옵니다.
You don't mess about here in the APL. And you also don't forget to turn microphones back on.
I actually, you didn't hear me, but I was like, press my button, and you didn't press my button.
Definitely did not hear that.
I hate it when Rob doesn't press my buttons.
I press buttons really well and not the good kind of buttons, that's for damn sure. Do you want to know who's pushing my buttons today, Pengu?
Who? PSG?
Actually, Enterforce.
In a good way or a bad way?
No, in a really good way. In a really good way. Yeah. Because I think that it's a tough conversation to have, because Enterforce came into this playoffs bracket with no expectations, and I mean absolutely zero expectations, right?
They came 7th in stage 1.
And then all of a sudden, they start beating teams better than them. We go to Consulate, and for the love of God, I don't know what to expect on Consulate. I'll be completely honest. I feel like Consulate is a very dangerous map to go to, because even good teams that play Consulate can sometimes have awful games on that map. That's not to discredit other maps. But Enterforce continue to surprise me. Even when they're pushed to their limits, Pengu, even when their backs are against the wall, they're what? 5-4, I think it was, 5-4 down, and all of a sudden they just flick and they find another gear. They manage to get it done when my expectations are out the window. So right now for me, Enterforce have really come in pushing all the right buttons, not the buttons I push, but all the good buttons. And now I just have to make that question, like, have we underestimated Interforce?
They remind me a little bit about old CAG, where they just have no respect, and it's a good positive thing, by the way. They have no respect for the way they should be playing the game. Like they make their own path, and I think if you're their opponent right now, whether it's Fearx, whether it's PSG, you're scrimming the best teams in the region. You go international, you have a baseline idea of how they're gonna attack and defend various bomb sites, and the timings and the pacings and the logic. There is no logic here, Rob. Interforce, they play their own game, and it is so hard to play against. I genuinely think that's their biggest strength right now, and they can't go back to defaults. They have to keep being a crazy wild team to succeed here.
Yeah, and like you look at like the way these rounds have all unfolded, and Dev, they were all close. Like it's not like this was a game where rounds were won convincingly. No, there might have been 1 or 2 rounds where we kind of looked at it and we went, oh yeah, that's a very convincing round. Other than that, it down on the wire every single time.
3 1v1s.
Yeah.
3 1v1s, 3 4 5 2v1s.
That's crazy. Like, and to see how many 2v1s have actually been converted into the 1vx moments. In the APL over the last 5 days, like this game could have been completely different. It could, the whole atmosphere of it could have been flipped on its head.
Sure. And I think that we just really need to give credit to Interforce because, as I said, when Interforce played PSG in the regular stage, PSG beat them on this map.
Yep.
So they've said, okay, we'll go back to the drawing board. They've worked on it, and guess what's next, right? Clubhouse, PSG beat Interforce on 3 days ago. If Interforce continue the trend of getting revenge on maps they've already lost to PSG on, then this could be a 2-0.
That's just it. Like, it's kind of, I will say my brain just completely missed the part where we've already seen these two teams play together.
In the playoffs,
and
like not just in groups.
And it was kind of like the same start as well, maybe a little bit more emphatic for Enter 46, when Interforce 46. 36? Holy crap, my brain just absolutely farted. I'm looking at 3, that's why it's confusing me. But they entered that series and absolutely dominated the first map. The problem from their Pengu was they kind of lost momentum. They lost gas. But I don't know. Is it wrong of me to say that it feels like they're in a different level at the moment? I feel like the confidence is just kind of, it feels different.
I think you're right to say that. I think they're on a different level right now. And again, we don't really know what to point our fingers towards. I mean, Dev and I spoke about this during the cast. What exactly happened and what are the reasons for the situation right now? And we didn't really come to any set conclusions either. We just said, I guess it's just working for them. I mean, I don't know.
Oh, mate, look, that's, to be perfectly honest with you, that's been Asia for the last, 5 years. Hey, it just works, right? And whatever works for you, it works. And I'm glad that at the moment, they've found their stride. And then I guess that coin flips a little bit in the air and you go, what about the other side? What about PSG talent? Is it going to click for them? Because they need it to. We head to Clubhouse here. They are on the ropes. Remembering, this is a lower bracket game, so they lose and they're done and dusted. They've already booked their ticket to PAX, but I know that they would want to go much deeper. Joker said it himself. It's time for us to get underway. Will E36 get the better of PSG talent this time, or will it be much of the same? Let's find out.
That's right. Could be a 2-0 here, or it could be another banging 3 map up between these two teams, just like we saw in the upper bracket. Pengu, PSG, the only team to take down Interforce in this playoffs so far. And it could well be that revenge is up on the docket for E36. PSG, though, this is their map pick. They're confident. It was a 7-3 when they played Interforce on Clubhouse in the upper bracket. And as we make our return here, it's on them to push this the distance.
And I genuinely think they have what it takes. I didn't when this BO3 started, but I have begun to believe. Again, they're playing exciting, fast-paced Siege, they're unpredictable, they're hard to read, and they're getting good results with this exact formula. Consistency can be hard to find though when you're playing very risky Siege. Again, sometimes they would have a small mishap in the server against PSG and Consulate, they would still clutch out in the end, but it comes down to literally one gunfight, one different C4, one different crossfire, and the whole round can go from a loss to a victory or vice versa. We're gonna start basement, and of course, They're not gonna play Plant Denial and Maestro and Echo. This is Interforce, James. They're gonna open the hatches. They're gonna be roaming. They're gonna be running around. They're playing traps because guess what? They want more fighting against PSG.
Yeah, what Enderforce wants is exactly what we were talking about on the couch, Nick. They want these late round 2v2s. They don't want to be playing up against a PSG full Monty execute strat, because credit to PSG, these guys are actually pretty damn smart when it comes to that stuff. We saw it on Consulate, a lot of good sends work, a lot of good of working around the shields, around the Grim, looking for team executes. That's not what Enderforce wants. Enderforce wants chaos. They want early engagements, and they want to leave you strapped out of your util and forced to improvise, because that's where they find themselves the most comfortable. Did you say this is basement? Because it certainly doesn't look like it. We've got players all over the map right now. You have a look at the bottom left-hand of your screen. Underneath all of the players, up until a moment ago when Harper dropped down below, every single player was on the second or first floor, nobody in the basement. However, PSG's just cut down Mugi and also done a hell of a lot of damage under Harper. Not a good start for defense.
Yeah, and the roam is now kind of split up in different sections. The top floor, just one player right now by CCTV, one by main stairs. So they can't really help each other, and that's the problem. Interforce are fishing. Again, their win conditions getting kills. The bomb set itself is much weakened due to the setup. Nina finds Ryder. Capital, a huge pick for him. Outside the CCTV wall, he was droning actually. And died right as he came off it, I think. Gotti goes down 2, and all of a sudden, Interforce, they
Not
find
like this,
those
man.
picks.
Not like this, bro. How?
And a third, what?
How?
With the pistol.
Yeah, I don't know how, but he's found Soldier on his retreat back to the bomb site. 3 on site now for Enderforce, which means even if PSG rush it, they'd have the numbers advantage. Nina makes his way back. Speaking of rushing it, Misa inside of blue is going to be able to team up with Yinseng now. Oh, but the Goyo fire will keep them at bay, both on blue and dirt tunnel, giving Enderforce the space to make their way back again.
I don't think they know. I think they have no idea that Blackbeard is inside a dirt tunnel. They only know that the Buck rather is inside a blue. Youngsang could just walk in for free. I don't think they have a crossfire on him.
Oh, Misa's exposed. Sees the player. Akasu still somehow surviving. Oh, but no, over-aggressors and is taken on down. This is how PSG get back into it. Yinseng can force down that plant now, protected by a Kiba barrier. This is good from Jin. No nitro cell on him, though. Only on Nina. He makes his way all the way around deep. Finds one. Misa to reply. Nina's got to clutch up. Come on, Misa. Low on HP, low on bullets. Out comes the pistol. Nina on the other side. Sniper shotty. Big clutch up for Nina in the 1v1. This game continues to deliver, Pengu. Every round is tooth and nail. Neither team will lay down and die.
You said the best. Interforce, they want those dirty 2v2s. And guess what? It came down to exactly that here in the very first round of Clubhouse. And it's a very scrappy one. When it was 3v2, we saw Ella aggressively swinging, fighting Misa inside of blue on the buck. The other 2 defenders almost hiding, waiting for time to take down. I generally don't think they knew exactly where Blackbeard was until the plant was going down and they heard the sound cue. And that's in the 2v2 when they pushed on forward. They trade 1 for 1, and in the end, the clutch is successful for Nina. This was I would say, really good start of a round for PSG as well. They got a kill, they got some damage, and then they just die one by one by one. There's no trade game whatsoever. And I understand that would excuse PSG here if this was the first map. Okay, you're seeing Interforce's playstyle, now you gotta adjust. But this is the second map in a best of 3. They know that Interforce will do this. We know they're gonna do it as well. And yet, it didn't feel like to me that PSG were playing correctly against that aggression.
PSG are really good at attacking this map too, Nick. When these teams faced off in the upper bracket, PSG went 4-2 split on their attack, which was the first half. And then they lost 1 defense and then won 3 in a row. That was how they won 7-3 against Enderforce on Clubhouse. Enderforce only found defense wins on Gym and CCTV, never once on the basement, despite trying it twice. So Enderforce already looking better than the last time these teams played each other on Clubhouse. And if Consulate is anything to live by, well, Enderforce have shown that just because you beat them on a map doesn't mean that you're going to guarantee doing so a second time.
Bit of an Abana trick being attempted, but a single mute jammer is completely stopping them. And this is one of those small mistakes that they've made once again for PSG. They've banned Thermite and Ace, Interforce that is. That means you gotta either use Maverick or the Hibana trick. That's your main ways of breaching now, and we all know this. Oh my god, they actually problem solved it with a Kali lands to the drone hole. Beautiful problem solving there, takes a bit of time. But the fact that they did not pick up one single EMP operator or just swapped the Rider and Grim from can openers to the EMPs, that would have solved that problem too.
I think that was
not
good creative.
Not to be too negative though.
Well, good creative mid-round adaptation, to Misa's credit.
Yeah,
also, even the fact that
much.
he didn't put it on the wall where the Xcaris are, because it would have destroyed the Xcaris as well. So yeah, smart move from PSG, even if they were a little bit stumped by that for a minute. It burnt some time for Interforce, which, as we know, is what they like. And when the Clash and the Azami are up, and the Malusi for that matter. Look, honestly, every single bloody operator on this lineup, they all burn time. PSG need to make sure they don't let it slip away.
Oh, they do. It's a tough one because time is ticking down. You're up against the Clash, Vertical C-Force. Interforce have actually changed their approach here for the first time, I think, the entire BO3. They're playing heavy util, safe by the bomb site, and not swinging first. Wow. They recognized that PSG were too slow to open up that first wall, and Nina said, guys, I'm playing Clash. Like, let's just use the shield. Opening pick, more important than ever, because you're by the bomb site. When you get the first kill, follow-up kills can happen shortly, in quick succession. And right now, it's all eyes on Nina. Where the Clash is would be impossible for PSG to deal with. They don't have the right counters, as Kali's outside on the windows.
And this is a very pitiful breach from the Hibana as well. 30 seconds left to play. It's going to need to be the Ying and the Grim to enable this execute. Misa is the first to fall. As the Ying Candela goes out, Soldier gets in and finds the kill. That's the opening PSG have been searching for. Can he find a second? What a shot! Oh my god, Soldier! The Reaper is wreaking havoc for PSG. Nina 1v4 straight into a flashbang and straight out of the server. What a attack from PSG. Conjured up out of nowhere, they dominate the bomb site.
Interforce not watching the right angles right there. They're so worried about the Jacuzzi breach, which you said, it's a bit of a scuffed angle. You can't do much with it. You're not going to walk in that Jacuzzi wall. You're going to stand the outside and just watch the crossfire, or the cross rather, on the rotation. Nina actually rotated the Clash shield over as well. So 3 people watching one breach. Nobody's watching Soldier jumping into a window with a single Cadilla while Grim spotting the Asami inside. And then Soldier's popping off, Reaper in hand. 1, 2, 3 headshots quickly. And that's the round for PSG. Simple but effective, and Interforce, they had a gap, which got exploited.
Yeah, more rounds like that, please, PSG. That's what we lacked on Consulate. They had it every now and then. I mean, attacks from both teams have been really good this series. I mean, the fact that they were so slow in the early and mid-round and then still got the job done in the late round, I mean, it's largely thanks to Soldier on that Ying. So good. Interforce actually banned the Ying last time that these teams played each other on this map. And after this round, we will have the final bans coming through. Interforce have a bit of time to decide, well, what are they going to get rid of? Will they go for a third hard breach and Nick? Get rid of that Hibana as well, which has been picked every round by PSG. Will they go for a shield? Which, the shields were such a problem on Consulate. Or will they go for something like that Ying?
That's a good question. Right now, it's that breach duty. With the Thermite and Ace banned away and Mirror being brought into action, the exterior walls are a bit tricky to deal with. Kali turns in a row can shed some mirror windows, deal with mute jammers, deal with the Clash, the Maestro cams, etc. As can Flores when it comes to the Maestro Evil Eyes. So good util usage for PSG, but utility is not where Interforce are the most lethal. It's in the gun department, in the aggression. Impact trick on the wall. This breach is very ugly. It's just pretty much an open mirror window at this point with a few holes in between. You can't do much with this.
This is some Picasso right here. May not be pretty, but if he can make it
this is Pingu in paint.
Big enough. Damn. Well, that's a bit of art there from Misa. Good bait and switch. Nina retreats, and he finds the pick. 5v4. Doesn't matter how bad your breach is. If you've got the numbers, you can still convert a round win. But Mugi on the clash needs to be dealt with. What's PSG's problem solving? No Capital, despite it being unbanned. Look at this from Oil.
Harper downstairs, can watch the staircase and help his teammate. There is an attacker right there, but goes down. Actually, no, different player. Youngsung falls on the Nomad instead, elsewhere on the map. This is Interforce's biggest strength, the gunfights.
Yeah, it is. Mugi's so good in this position. The Kali, it misses its shot. Still not able to take down that Clash shield. And Harper still hasn't needed to be activated down below. You're right, the Lancers are all out for Soldier. The Roteros are all out for Ryder. There's no explosives on the PSG lineup. No way of dealing with this Clash shield, not even an EMP from Misa to make the job a bit easier. This is a failure of Talon to have the correct operator lineup. Can they make good on it with some big gunfights? I very much doubt it, because Harper's down below and he's found Misa. Mugi is now flashed into oblivion, but I don't think it'll matter. PSG have to get desperate. They have to try and make something work on the red stairs. It's Ryder making his way forward. He's timing it with a player on the breach, and Soldier does find that kill. Very big here from the Kali. Ryder and him together go big, but Harper's coming back up. Low HP. He looks to try and regroup with his teammate of Mugi on the retake here. Soldier, he's baited it so well. He needs to go for the kill. It's SMG v SMG, but Soldier's all out of bullets. He almost had it, but he ran out of shots left in the rifle. It's a clutch up for the Clash. All Mugi had to do was stay alive.
It's ridiculous the Clash is even in the first place, playing Catwalk Rafters 1v3, Kali, Flores, Nomad, yet they spent all their pieces of utility way before Catwalk Rafters, dealing with Maestro, dealing with the mirror window, and scouting for information. And they don't have any real util left for the Clash itself. So they go somewhere else. Good mid-round adaptation for PSG. Main breach, red stairs, rush to bomb site. Leave the Clash Catwalk Raptors. We don't care anymore. But then it comes down to a lack of bullets in the magazine. Not enough time to make that comeback a possibility. Interforce up 2-1. They're going to go back down to that basement bomb site where this began.
Full rotation. Final operator bans coming through. It's triple hard breach banned out by Interforce, Nick, and the Clash. I don't blame PSG at all for banning that Clash in response to that last round. Look, they dealt with the Clash pretty well on that gym attack because they just ignored it and went for the rest of the round. But they were completely hopeless and at Mugi's mercy last round. So I think that's the right cause. I mean, the fact that he clutched up was nothing to do with him being the Clash. But have a look at this from his perspective. Takes a bit of damage, leans away, and is so lucky to have won that. I can hardly believe it. Gotta say, this team, they're having fun, but they really don't give you a lot on the reactions, especially in contrast to Talon, who look absolutely defeated at their failure to find that Clash kill at the end of it.
The Soldier is such a funny guy. He's super animated and always has some, I don't know, out-of-pocket sentences that he throws in there. I love this guy. But yeah, if he had more bullets, I mean, Soldier is gonna win that. We saw it. He literally could not shoot anymore, sadly. Sometimes that's the way it goes. Gotta spend those bullets wisely. It's a one-shot headshot game after all, so 5 bullets can be all it takes in a perfect round of Siege, if you will.
Yeah, not in an SMG fight against a Clash who's only showing you her elbow, unfortunately.
It's funny because they had the same weapon,
yeah,
the Kali and the Clash. Right?
I was trying to say
it
mid-cast. SPSMG9, I believe it's called. It's a bit of a mouthful.
Let's not do that.
I'm not going to say that mid-cast. Oh, here we go. How long is Nina going to be able to play?
Clash is secondary.
Yeah, it is. It's a good gun.
Good question. He can impact one out. If he hears the rappel, he can TP out. He can. Oh my god! Come on, go! He was right outside the door. I think the shell is the shell already gone? Did it instantly get destroyed? I'm not sure. Oh, maybe not. They're joining strip now. I don't know if they missed him actually.
No way. I would love to know if it's still there.
They joined the hallway.
Is it still there?
I'm pretty sure the Scopo shield is still there.
If we look up the next floor, we'll be able to see. The suspense is killing me.
Take us to the strip club. Let's see if it's there.
Come on, Nuttery. Let's go to the strip club. I don't know if he can hear us right now.
We're
so close to being able to seeing
it's
it.
right up there. Oh, we're almost there.
Ah, damn
We
it.
can't see it.
Oh, no, it did get destroyed.
Oh, it's gone.
Wow. So it must have been destroyed the second after he TP'd out.
Yeah. I saw the red outline, but I don't know if that was like because he was standing in the wrong spot or it got destroyed. I think literally as he TP'd away, they got rid of it. So it was super, super, super close. And now PSG gonna have to speed up the pace right now. Can opener on the hatch. There's only 60 seconds left, James. What happened in this round?
We got distracted by the scope.
That was it.
Yeah. There's also only one drone left, so PSG are a bit short on info here. But you know what, Nick? I think that Enterforce batting the Hibana has actually baited themselves. It's got PSG to play a trifecta of powerful operators. Grim, Capitao, and Ying, all with secondary hard breach. Hatches are all open, and PSG have so much util for this execute.
Gotta count down 3, 2, 1. As they do that, Misa takes down Nina.
Oh, no,
That means
come on.
These Candelas are missing, though. That's not a good look.
Candela's not landing on the shots through the floor. This is going to punish PSG. 20 seconds left to play. Where do they pivot their attack? There are 2 players inside of Moto. I don't know why Jin is playing so aggressively, but Mugi does refrag. 30 seconds, and Mugi sprays through and takes his teammate of Akasu down through the wall. He might be able to deny the plant. Does he know where it's going down?
Landing right there.
Misa confirms the plant. Gotti trying to cover Misa. Gets up off the back of it and finds a kill as well at the C8. Harper, 1v1. Time to clutch up. 8 bullets in the magazine. As the fire subsides, Misa is hiding on the bomb side. They trade! And Misa wins the round because of it.
Gotta say, a little bit of trolling from 2 players in that round, though. The team kill from Interforce, he was spraying the hallway, wallbanged his teammate, and then Mookie afterwards could literally see the bug planting right around the corner, but never opted for a swing. Lack of information. In the midst of the chaos, PSG come out victorious, but it comes down to the wire. Miss Candelas, team kill, and miss plant denial. This is a chaotic Clubhouse, which honestly, given how Consulate played out, is exactly what we wanted and exactly what we expected.
Yeah, and they're keeping pace, aren't they, PSG? 2 rounds for 2. Literally back and forth from the first round. Here's the replay of that. Oh my god, so much aggression here from Enterforce. I mean, 20 seconds left, and you've got 2 players in Moto. There's the team kill.
Oh no.
An unfortunate spray. Almost a clutch from Harper as well, 1v2. He found both of the kills. He just traded directly with Misa in that moment. We don't talk about trolling though, Nick. How about Gotti throwing the Candelas to roll around upstairs instead of through the holes in the floor?
No, that was a part of the plan, because if you don't know where the Candelas are, ping-ponging at, you don't know where the attack is coming from. So by doing it in the hallway above, everyone's like, where's the Candelas? Do you guys see it? I don't see it. And
such
then
a
they're
PSG
so
sim.
confused. Okay. It's called copium. Sometimes you gotta take a hit of copium.
I want to know
and just go with
genuinely,
it.
how do you miss those Candelas with previs? Like, you can see the trail where the gadget is going to go.
Now we're just going too far. How do you miss your previous? Well, maybe he closed his eyes too early. Maybe he blinked like a really long blink because he's tired. It's been a long day for him, and he missed it.
It really
Come on, he's a
has
human, man.
No, you
if
do.
it's any other team, I am just flaming them for it. By the way, if it's any other team, no bias.
I love the unashamed bias from you, Nick. And look, you do make a good point. It has been a long day for both of these teams. But, you know, particularly Enterforce, if I'm not wrong, they played the first match today. They got their 2-0 over FearX, and then it was the PSG Scars game after that. So it's actually been a really long day for both these teams, especially the underdogs of Enterforce, who've already won the first map. As the game goes on, I wonder if PSG will be more favored. Nice shot. Oh, it's a perfect bait, though. The Insang says, you can shoot my Candela, I'll shoot you in the face. The second Candela rings true. Soldier makes his way inside. And Misa, the Kali, landing a long shot from this rappel outside. That's a devastating start to the round for E36.
Oh, they're fired up right now. The comms are flooring, so they're problem solving.
Why are you peeking this?
A swing? I mean, Jin is just ego challenging, but then again, you're playing 3v5. You have to be a little bit desperate in the server. I just swing it one more time for good measure. 3rd time's the lucky charm. Misa now fighting maybe both windows at the same time, actually. Has to be careful and respectful here. The rest of PSG is just clearing CCTV,
They're legit contesting.
droning, checking the corners. Yeah, I mean, they want this. Now they're in con, so now I think the jig is up.
No.
No,
the only
the
jig is the
not up.
jiggle as he continues
Oh, the timing.
peeking and almost kills Misa as well. As Misa decides it's time to stop holding that angle and go recollect himself and help the team. Is Soldier making a play on the back of this? The Candela goes out, the fire as well.
3, 2, 1.
In Soldier goes, Jin finds the first kill, but they're happy to trade back and forth. PSG, because they've got the numbers. Jin 1v4. An ace required. A smoke is perfect. He could jump outside and try and go fishing, but it's not likely to find anything. A distracting impact grenade as he finds one. These are just exits, though. There's no chance in hell that he clutches up this. PSG are about to take the lead on their attacking side.
Yeah, that they are. I mean, this is a lockdown post plant. A little bit of drop shot hip fight here from Jin. I mean, this man has no fear, nor should he. The round is over. Gotta check your corners, my friend, because there's a guy waiting right around this. It's a rider with the backstab, confirms the kill and finds the round for PSG. The Soldier to start the push, though, but right on the Grim to finish it off.
And a great round for PSG. The most convincing one we've seen from them as of yet. Actually, you know what? I lie. I take that back. Their first attack onto that same very bomb site was even more dominant. They only lost one player, which I guess is kind of the same there. They only really lost one player before it was a 1v4.
Yeah, but it was cleaner before. It was just Soldier, bing, bang, boom, 3 kills.
Yeah, it was. Good executing. PSG have shown that Jim is really their bomb site. As we close up the half now, Nick, we're going to go to Cache CCTV, and I'm getting flashbacks to the game that these two played against each other in the upper bracket on Clubhouse. Like I said before, PSG won that 7-3. It was the decider map, and they went 4-2 split on the first half on their attacking side. We're starting to see a little bit of that as the Monty is brought out for this final round. It's literally mirroring the last time that these teams played each other on this map. The Monty was brought out for the final 2 attack rounds, and PSG won both of them.
I am surprised I haven't seen more Monty from PSG, and like also Monty being banned from Interforce. I mean, Interforce aren't gonna ban it if PSG aren't gonna play it.
But Hibana ban was troll. I'm saying that right now. Hibana ban was such a troll here.
I'm with you. I generally I will die on this hill. The third Heartbreacher ban in a row, same with Shields, is just diminishing return. It's not worth it. Like, you're leaving up so many other powerful operators, and you're not really changing the landscape with that third Heartbreacher ban. I really don't believe so. Can openers are on like Grim, Capital, Monty, Sense, on such good, strong, powerful gadget operators. Soldier's dead.
Oh, maybe, just maybe there's a world where E36 beat their record of last time they played defense on this map. But the Monty is so good for clearing up these rafters positions. Even though Mugi is still holding onto that. He's got Keybers to support him. He's got ADSs as well, I believe. What? There's no way Misa is holding that with his pistol.
What?
There's no way Misa finds a pistol kill on Nina. That is ugly.
Misa's 9-5. He's him right now. It looks like for PSG, every map somebody's popping off. It can be Rider most often, with Misa and Soldier following Troop shortly after or right behind him. Misa has to find a second kill though. Asami on the rafter is still alive.
Oh, no.
Forstone is good. He tries to walk. Oh, he's alive.
So lucky to be alive. He gets away with a kill, but he's traded back by Misa. Good work with that pistol. Two kills on the round. But Raptor's control has now been taken by Talon. That's a good impact, though. Now, that is the value in banning out the Ace, the Thermite, and the Hibana. We have far fewer abilities to open up that breach. No more hard breach here from PSG.
That was a pocket mirror window that just got placed down, by the way. But it's a soft wall. Toes are exposed. Only one C4 and Evil Eyes. This is going to be a tricky round for both teams, to be honest.
Very awkward, but the Sen's ROU might make things a little bit easier. The problem is, this bulletproof camera's still up. It's taken down. A run out from outside. But Jin doesn't find the kill. Harper dancing back and forth through the projectors. You need to get off the plan now. Gotti will cover Jin. 1v3. He's found one. Dealing with the Monty. It's a 1v1. The plan's not down yet. But Misa, can he clutch it? Out comes the pistol. Jin with the 1v3. Jin! How in God's name did you pull that off? It's another round for Interforce, even
at the end of the half. And PSG, they got to be doing their heads in at the moment. How on earth do you lose a 3v1?
Ridiculous! I didn't even realize he downed the player outside the breach for the longest time. I'm thinking, what are you doing? He walks into the Monty, finds the breach, walks and hip fires the guy that came off the plant, melee trades with the Monty. They both get stunned, and there's an ACOG close quarter against the Monty that has to ADS, which also takes quite some time to fully finish. It's one of those rounds where you think you're gonna win it, right until the moment where you absolutely lose it. And there are some very small things that PSG could have done to simplify that round for themselves. Monty could have walked forward and quite literally become the door. If he blocks off radio by just walking up, then the person outside the breach, I think it's Scotty. Yeah, Scotty. He just has to watch top red. That's it. But Monty's right here. He's dancing in front of the sense wall, extended, which means he's not a threat. He's not scary. He just gives information. Had he walked in, blocked the door, he still gives information. And he's gonna block the pathway entirely, and this cannot happen. I mean, to be honest, I don't blame him for not doing it because this should have never happened in the first place, but you open up the door for the 1% possibility. We see Joker slamming the desk, hands in the air, confusion on the players' faces. How did that happen?
It should absolutely be 4-2 in favor of PSG. If we look back at the rounds that have played out so far, Nick, the first round, Nina clutched a 1v1. The third round, Mugi clutched a 1v1. Fourth round, Misa clutched a 1v2. And then Jin a 1v3 in that final round. If none of those clutches had happened, the score right now would be, what, 5-1 in favor of PSG. And instead, we're at a 3-3 split. And every one of the rounds that Interforce won in that half, they only had one player left alive. It has been all about the clutches for Interforce in this match. And as they move on to the attacking side, I have no doubt that they have got the fire and the confidence to keep this burning.
It's ironic, isn't it? How PSG found themselves here up against Interforce today was by taking down Scars. The way they took them down, the exact same story. Ryder, 3 3Ks and a 4K in a single game, dropping 20 kills to 7 deaths. Misa, stellar performance, clutches from every single member. And now they are losing rounds the exact same way that they beat a different team earlier today. It's poetry in the making. It's a tight game 3-3. But Interforce, if you were here watching it earlier on Consulate, this is the side that they are the most dangerous on, the attacks. PSG at least now know what to expect and can prepare for it mentally. And in the operator lineup, they got some trap operators, they got time denial, they also got information, they got the right tools by my count to deal with the playstyle of Interforce. They're actually being a bit slow for this one. Half the round spent, only just now got map control, can stop popping open those hatches.
That's just not a common sight these days. I like it. The Clash is now...
Used a can opener for the floor.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, hard breaching, because they don't have any soft breach. They have no vert at all here. They kind of trolled the lineup a little bit.
They did a little bit. Wow, that is perfect. You know what? Interforce are not trolling when it comes to dealing with that Clash. Not at all. The Capitao to force the Clash down the stairs, and on the vert, a player ready to receive. That is a fantastic way to eliminate what is one of the most troublesome operators to deal with. Oh.
Yeah, they still like,
through the
smoke bang on the sound cue of the drop. Yeah, I guess you heard the drop sound, just went for it. I was gonna say, Interforce's push here has to be a moto door and triple take maybe, because they don't really have any vertical operators, they don't have the utility.
This is easy, just go into Arsenal. The Blackbeard could just smash into Arsenal right now.
Waiting for the breach. They're going to strike right now, James.
Oh, and here's the shot from Harper. Gotti goes down. Harper finds another one. No more pulse on Misa. But Moosey inside of Arsenal. Mugi falls. The trade from Jin. Another one for Jin. Interforce. Overwhelm. On the bomb side, they continue marching forward. Hunting, kill after kill. No plant required. First round of the second half goes the way of the attack.
How many times do you think PSG has played Clubhouse basement defense in their careers? It's gonna be a hell of a lot. It's the primary bomb site for like an eternity, right? I bet you they have almost never seen this kind of attack before because it's so scrappy and it happens in the moment and it's just good problem solving from Interforce. Just 4 Skyros on 2 different places on church wall, walk in back B, drop kitchen hatch. There's no real like prediction that can happen here if you're at PSG. They even had the pulse scanner out and saw where 2 of the attackers were, and they still couldn't have the correct read. Interforce played the least logical attacking rounds I've seen in a long time, and it's working so well for them.
Can we take a moment to appreciate that Jin is 12-5 right now? Meanwhile, Nina, who used to be the best player in the whole of Japan, is 2-5, being shown up.
New kid in the block, dude. Jin is here.
Yeah.
Nina's the past, Jin's the future.
Yeah, I thought that, you know, like I was talking about before, the history of the Interforce roster. Jin, I said I thought he's been on the roster for a while. No, he joined after Vitae disbanded. Do you remember that insane team that came out of nowhere and rocketed to the top of Japan for like 1 year and then disappeared and disbanded? Vitae, this guy, he's from that team, and my God, he was good.
He's been solid. If you're a player on Interforce, you just gotta thrive in the chaos because it's the one way you play the Maverick trick here. A little bit tricky. They're doing it without making all the way from left to right soft. They're only doing it partially. It's a little bit tricky and a little bit risky there as well. Moog gets a bit of damage from Ryder, who's in catwalk rafters. PC are playing a pretty default setup here. Castle below verticality with castle barricades to help him. That's been cleaned out by the attackers. Then they have a catwalk clash with the Jaeger ADSs, and Jaeger playing by the catwalk window.
What's the
main
play?
breach? Sophia open, sense wall, push on in, boys.
What? Ducking and weaving around the Sens. Out comes a shotgun. Hello and good night. The Ying is going bananas. 14 kills for Jin. Looking for more. Akasu's found his. Gotti and Misa are so desperate now. Out comes a shotty for Gotti. Looks to take the fight outside. He's outside the bloody building. Punished on his way back in. Jin, 15 kills. Up against Misa to clutch, but guess who's still got Candelas to work with? Misa on the clash. Goes for the peek. He's got info. But Jin, he is the Ying, and he still has 1 more Candela and 2 smokes to work with. He knows that Misa's gone down below, picks him through the smoke. This guy right here, he is unstoppable. A 4K on the Ying with the shotgun and the Reaper. Interforce just 2 rounds away from destroying Talon.
Again, the most tilting of rounds if you're PSG. What are they doing? Literally, what is Jin doing in that round? It's a really weird smoke grenade. It's a weird Candela. The sense wall doesn't really cover anything. He goes left, right, zigzag in the smoke, almost dies to it, gets the first kill for free as the smoke is tossing in a smoke babe, can't fight back. The second kill he gets with the shotgun is literally the last bullet in the magazine. But PSG, you see them a little bit scared, not swinging, fearing Jin in the 1v1. And when it comes down to the end of the round, he doesn't smoke off, Candela, go for a plant, whatever. He just wants to fight Misa. He tossed the smoke grenade in his face, and then he peeked him in the smoke grenade right
insane,
here
dude.
and goes for kill.
Who
it's
does
not
that?
normal.
Who does that? Like, literally.
No one.
I didn't even notice. Did you notice in that 1v1 that the Clash had dropped below? Because I didn't even notice amidst the chaos. Like, last I saw, the Clash was on rafters, and then suddenly Jin goes and gets the diffuser, and then he's smoking off down below. I'm thinking, why is he smoking down below? And then I realized, oh, because the Clash is down there. Hang on, why is he swinging that with the worst gun in the game?
So, as a color commentator, I actually look in the bottom of the screen all the time to see where players are to contextualize what's actually open. So, like right now, for example, I'm seeing construction, memorial, CCTV, and with all this information, I can make a map in my head of where the defenders are playing from whenever the observer isn't showing all 5 that they are right now, which is perfect, right? So I actually saw that he dropped because the comp has changed.
Wow.
But when you do play-by-play and you gotta look at the action in the middle of the screen, you don't have that luxury.
Now, play-by-plays just look at the top right hand of the screen to read the kill feed. That's all we do.
Oh, just read the kill feed. X kills Y. Great round for who's orange? PSG.
You could program an AI to do it, mate. Well, hopefully not. Hopefully a little bit more insightful.
No. Don't say that. Don't give anybody any good ideas.
Don't let ChatGPT come for our jobs just yet. Tell you what, though. PSG, I think they might have replaced their squad with bots today. Sorry, that was too low-hanging fruit. I had to say it. No, they've played pretty damn good. It's just that Interforce, particularly Jin, have been otherworldly. Like, Jin, he might actually be a cyborg. He has turned it up like no else. I've never seen him play this good before. He's got his Blackbeard license. He's hungry. Interforce on another round of attack here, this time on the gym bedroom, to go 3 for 3 in the second half.
Jin is fishing. Again, sitting on 16 kills. If this game were to go to overtime, we're talking world record pace, by the way, if he keeps this up. Trying to get the barbed wire. Wow. There's an angle for it. There we go. Yeah, you can do this. You always could. It's very interesting, let's say. Magnet from Fnatic actually told me that, not gonna lie, back in the day. He actually, on this bomb site, on this map, on CCTV window where Harper is right now, he would punch the inside barbed wire from the outside. And I was like, Magnet, how do you do that? That was Fnatic teaching me that.
Crazy. I mean, much more possible on a shield, I guess. Speaking of hello and goodbye, this is exactly what we needed for PSG. An eruption on the site. As Yinsang from down below finds 2. A third found with the C4. Nina will trade 1. Nina really needs to get into this for Interforce. They are being hard carried. The flashbang comes out. Oh, Yinsang, surely not. Here we go. Got to reload. There's no way. He's just going to keep abusing him until Akazu comes and supports. And he will. Yinsang goes down. A lot of damage dealt from him, though. Been worth his weight in gold this round. As there's just 10 seconds left. It'll be desperate. Mina tosses out 2 smokes and then actually changes his mind, goes the other direction. Soldier locking up the position with the clash as Misa has the flank done and dusted. Nothing for Akazu to do. And PSG finally on the board on the defensive half.
I think I know what's happened right now for PSG playing that much better. Joker has pulled the ultimate move that always worked when Fabian was coaching this roster. He has threatened them with the Swedish food diets. Whenever PSG would play poorly when Fabian first joined, he would always threaten the Swedish food because when we're bootcamping in Sweden, they refused to eat any of the food that was like, not like fried something from like a Chinese takeout place, basically. They were not having it.
I don't blame them. I've been to Sweden twice. Probably the worst cuisine in the world.
Okay. Look, I mean, I'm from Denmark, so it's true. It's real.
Northern Europe, man. Look, beautiful place, beautiful people, beautiful land.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Look, I love your culture. Love the mountains in Norway, by the way. I mean, that's more Northern Europe. Love Reffen in Copenhagen. Bit random, but that's beautiful. But look, food is not where it's at for you Northern Europeans. And Korean food is some of the best in the world. So I don't blame PSG for not wanting to eat that food. Now this is his POV. My God, this is such a troll, dude.
Oh my! Oh, he's so close to mailing him multiple times in the legs as well. Oh man,
dude,
I love that. I love the shield bashing. It creates some funny scenarios.
It does. I think it's much better now that it doesn't do any damage because it used to be you would just melee someone 3 times, they're stun locked the whole time, and they're just slowly dying. That was not fair. You do have to take a little bit of a risk now as a shield.
Melees don't do damage anymore. It's balanced. You know, melees used to first they would just one-tap injure you. Then they did like 50 health or whatever, like half your health essentially. Now they do none.
I don't know if balance is the right word, but it's certainly getting there.
No, it's balanced. It's balanced. Yeah.
Coming from a shield player.
I think we should actually buff some of the shields because, like, when you think about it, we've seen a lot of shield play today, and it hasn't been that successful. So by that logic, it should be buffed.
Oh, I'm with you. We should buff one shield, which is Ossa. I also think we should buff Skopos. I know it's not the same, but imagine if every time you get on your cameras as Skopos, the shield comes out. So essentially, while you're on cameras, you're actually not in either of the shells. You're remotely, because the character Skopos is actually not even on the map, controlling the 2 robots remotely. Imagine that.
Imagine that.
It was funny. I just got a DM from Joker right now, and he said, "Are you watching the game?" I'm going, "Bro, I'm casting the game." Like, what do you mean I'm watching the game? Like, right now.
Tell
He's
Blood to
texting back
go
right
and
now.
get his team to stop throwing because he's about to get knocked out of the playoffs if he's not careful. Get out of your bloody DMs, mate. This is not the time for sliding.
No, dude. It's out of his hands right now. PSG, the players, looking to mount this comeback. Only 1 round trailing behind Interforce, but they gotta push for a 3rd map since they lost Consulate. They're on the defense. They can play it slow, play it nice and tight here, and force Interforce to make some mistakes. But look at this lineup: the Glass, the Blackbeard, the Monty. It's gonna be another one of those rounds from Interforce where you're thinking, what are they gonna do? And then you think you know what they're gonna do, and they're gonna do the complete opposite. It's gonna be a crazy round down to a 1v1 or a 2v2, and they're somehow gonna win.
That's the way they like it. But Misa's got info on it because of that pulse pick, so he can continue scanning, figure out how many players are above that Moto hatch. Now figuring out, okay, so 1 on Moto, and they're trying to team up with that Clash of Soldier, so Soldier can figure out whether he can go for a flank. Hello, Blackbeard. Hello, Hibana. A reinforcement over the wall. Misa's running shoddy on the pulse, by the way. And PSG deciding, okay, guys, let's just fortify our positions. No more aggressive clash. Let's pull it back.
30 seconds. It's gonna come down to, again, that game of confusion where the smokes are gonna go, the Glass will follow. That's gonna be the main push. Nina injured right before execute.
Yep, the pulse is spotted as well. Jin, 17 kills to his name. Here comes the Glass, though. Needs to find this kill on the player inside of blue. The player inside of dummies. Jin's about to get stunned by the Denari tripwire. And as he moves past it, he brings out that rifle. But from behind enemy lines, Yinseng makes a play. Akasu takes him on down. Jin taken out. Mugi does not have time. And PSG, another round. It's not over yet, though. They are still 1 round, or 2 rounds, I should say, from pushing us the distance. The score is tied again. Interforce taking their tactical timeout.
Ridiculous round. Again, a diffuser been in charge of the player. A bomb was very possible to be attempted, but they're just going for kills. The fortress of Asami barriers from, or the keeper barriers from Asami rather, helped them win the round. They can play AKs, nice and safe, play down the clock, and that works greatly in their favor. Interforce, I'm very curious what they would actually be discussing right now. If it's gonna be the strats or the tempo. Like, guys, the strat was good, but a little bit too slow on the server, because they just got into a bit of a blender instead of blue. 3 attackers in blue with diffuser, and they just die.
Oh, PSG, sighs of relief, but also a bit of
17
excitement, a few small laughters, and yeah, 17 kills for Jin. Close to dropping the 20 bomb as we get into round 11. Time to break ahead for one of these teams and claim map point. For Interforce, it would be match point after they stole Consulate. PSG on the defense, and they're still using this Kalashnik. Now, with that Capitao band, it's going to be even easier to use that clash. You could see Interforce last round completely avoided the clash. Instead of deciding to try and take the fight like they did previously. Remember, right at the start of this half, they obliterated the clash really early on in the round by using the Capitao and then some Vert to punish him as he retreated. Well, now the Capitao's banned, PSG have a lot more flexibility. Misa is going to be so much safer than previously.
How has Clash gone unbanned, by the way, by Interforce? Just like, you know, just throwing that out there. How did that happen? And mirror windows, they're good on this map, but like something as simple as Ash completely nullifies the operator, and Clash can take a whole village to counter.
Yeah, and PSG have picked Clash every single round of this game so far.
I think they're trolling.
Well, PSG listened to your suggestion. Once you ban 2 hard breaches, don't triple down, go for something different. I think it was the right call. The Capitao so powerful here. Interforce, I mean, in a way they did the same. They didn't ban a 3rd anti-hard breach operator that could have gone for 2-brow or mute or something, but no, this is the right call. Get rid of the mirror. I mean, you could have gotten rid of the clash like you say, but the mirror would have been very useful in this exact position for PSG, and Soldier certainly wouldn't be doing that if there was a mirror there. However, Mugi has fallen on the Hibana. I don't know where he's died or why the hard breach has fallen so early on. That's the last of the hard breach gone. And there is a flank here for Yinsang. Nina taken out of it. Jin, despite his best efforts, he still cannot muster up enough to win the 2v4. Surely not. Even with a Blackbeard on his side, PSG have the site on lock.
They do. And I mean, in this situation, 2v4, normally not impossible to win, but against the Clash, it just seems like it's going to be far too difficult. Unless some significant nades happens to Makusa right now in the Blackbeard, I don't know how they're going to find their way forward. PSG answer back with aggression after Interforce called their timeout, controlling the pace themselves and matching them 1-to-1. It's going to be one person by the breach, and Jin alone is out of construction.
And Jin is just going to be using this measly little automatic pistol as well, dealing with that Clash. No util to take it out. Akasu's nade elsewhere now utilized. Oh no, he's getting abused now. And he's going to get double teamed. Ryder claims the kill. Akasu v4. PSG so close to pushing us to a third. Bank would be the decider if they can win the next 2 rounds. And this one is looking pretty damn close. Yinsang on the floor. Akasu needs 3 more. Oh, and here comes the Clash. There's literally nothing he can do. He needs to put the shield on his back and try and take some fights.
Yeah. This is ugly. It's got the DMR as well. This is such a cursed weapon. Been nerfed like 4 billion times, and there's 4 people waiting for him. The sap from Clash, the full information, 20 seconds. Hey, he gets the default camp for 10 points, but Ryder swings out and confirms the kill. Well done from PSG. I like the adaptation, opting for aggression and not, you know, playing not to lose. They're playing to win, as we always discuss. Striking first.
Yeah, that they are. They've taken a leaf out of the Interforce playbook and they've decided to take the first step in each round. Get aggressive, take the fight to Interforce. And like you said, Nick, it's exactly what they needed to do right after E36 took their tactical timeout and clearly had a set play in mind. Keep on flanking like that. Keep on re-aggressing with the Clash. That's what we need more of from PSG. It's a game of attrition here. A long day for both of these teams. Interforce played their game against the Fearless Foxes, what, 10 hours ago now? I think their game started.
Oh, God.
Maybe not quite, maybe about 9 hours ago?
No, I think you're right. Well, no, 9 hours. 10 hours was call time for me, an hour after they start, so 9 hours ago.
9 hours ago, they started their game against FearX, and they are still playing Siege, man. They had to wait for 2 matches. They had to wait for the PSG Scars game, and then they had to wait for the upper bracket match, D+, beating CAG. Talon, of course, they had a big break, but not quite so long as E36's. As this game drags on, if PSG push us to a third map, I can't help but think it's going to be a PSG comeback. I mean, the momentum will be on their side. Surely Interforce would be exhausted after such a long day, and it would repeat what happened the last time these teams played each other. I mean, very first map in the previous BO3 in the upper bracket, Interforce stole 7-3, and then PSG came back to win the series 2-1. Could be the same story, history repeating itself.
And I think the playstyle of Interforce, like being very chaotic, very aggressive, very like, you need to be 110% for 10 seconds of the round, and you can kind of turn your brain off partially for the other, you know, major duration of it. But it's very tiring. And when you start getting a little bit of fatigue, I think Interforce's playstyle will suffer much more than PSG, who plays more traditional Siege. So I think you're right. The longer this goes on for, and assuming that we see the third map, if PSG can win here, either in regulation or overtime, I do think they're going to be a bit more favored on Bank. And if it was Border, I actually think Interforce would be favored because they can kind of turn off their brain for Border, but you can't really afford to on Bank. It's a lot about problem solving, the small things every single round. Half done is burned here. They got the glass, they got the Yin, they got the Dokkaebi. Again, they want to be aggressive. But here comes the Clash of Soldier. It's been brought every single round for PSG. It's been a huge problem for Interforce and a big win condition for Talon themselves. If they can't clear it, it's going to be a problem once more.
Out comes the smokes. In comes the util. And Interforce straight into the brick wall. Nina desperate. A flashbang goes out. Another bit of barbed wire in his way as Soldier confirms his. Akasu and Nina, all that remains of Enterforce with no diffuser to speak of as PSG look to lock in what has been such a long series, a long map for them here on Clubhouse. But their patience to be rewarded. An impact grenade for PSG. Enterforce, they threw the first punch, but PSG kick back and land the last blow. Another map required between these two teams. We'll go to a third to settle it. On the other side of this, we determine who survives and who is eliminated from the playoffs. Stay with us.
Bomb defused. Attackers win.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
안녕하세요. 전 민구란이고요. 엔터프라이즈 레인보우 식스 팀의 감독을 맡고 있습니다. 오늘은 저의 커리어 클립을 되돌아보는 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다.
This map, considering that Wolves play this map often, you're probably going to be able to pinpoint exactly where Mowgli is going to be playing.
At the time, we just dancing a lot of things like TikTok memes or Gangnam Style stuff, but they just take that dance for me a bit shameless dance, because I'm really good dancer. But like this dance look like really 5 years old dance, so I don't like this dance to be honest. But we just dancing on hotel like TikTok memes or Gangnam Style always, and then everyone get really high energy on hotel lobbies. But yeah, after like APL LAN event, I can dance a lot of things. I will prepare for that. At the time, there was maybe mainstream, so many camera in there, so many boys get a pressure, so I just make their smile, so just dancing or just weird stuff, and then we get no pressure, no nervous, just we can log into that game day. Maybe I have to do that shit. Before Blitz, Wettable is really high energy, but without Wettable, Sage and Brandon a bit quiet and calm. And then Fish always, you know, agile moment. And then Oda is a bit low energy as well, but Enterprise, Chris, Player, Tohan is really big energy. And then Jackson is good energy as well, like 4 people high energy, so everyone really high energy, so it's a really big difference. Because at Blitz time, I have to pick up energy, but this team, our boys pick up energy instead of me. For me, really big difference. 스테이지 2로 다시 돌아옵니다. 저희는 더 강해져서 돌아옵니다.
Sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, tested by the motion, loving this devotion. Live it up, live it up, live it up, sweet emotion. Every time, every night, you and I on a roll.
You may be wondering what we're still doing here. Hang on. How about we try that again? Hang on. Wait. Let's. You may be wondering what we're still doing here.
What are we doing here?
Oh, great. Ask that. Our replay operator in the middle of last game decided to say, short night, gents. Lovely work. We're going to be wrapped up and done.
I'm coming for you, Adam.
Yep. And, well, now we are continuing into a third map, which I think, honestly, you know, like, considering the context of this, I'm actually happy we do get a third.
Yes.
I think it's fair.
In a way. Well, the thing is, like, I'm an Enterforce shill, and the main reason is that I'm stuck casting with this bozo who can't get enough of PSG.
That's very true. That is very true. Actually, I don't know. Can we cut onto the solo cam for a second? I want to give some people some context here. I don't know if you can see that. All right. See this column here? All these bloody, I nearly went to say the F word then. All the blue and orange, those are individual performances throughout the bloody round.
Clutches,
look at this. Hang on.
multi-kills.
We're going to come in even closer. Come on, you come here. I'm going to tell you some secrets.
You're leaking the spreadsheet.
I am. Come on, get that focus right.
broadcast.
Look at that! Look at that! What is going on? This might actually be, from like a fundamental point of view, one of the most entertaining maps that I've ever seen, Pengu. I like, it was actually, the production staff are screaming and laughing half the time, and I'm just sitting back watching on a delayed feed of 20 seconds. Every time someone yells and screams, I'm waiting for it. It's fantastic.
It was a map, that's for damn sure. And I mean, I even had Joker, the coach of PSG, DM me in the middle, being like, "Are you watching our game right now?" I'm like, "Brother, I'm casting. Like, you should be focusing. I should be focusing. Like, lock in." And he's like, "Dude, my brain is not working right now. Like, what I'm watching is just chaos. Like, it's just pure chaos in the server. No one knows what's happening. I'm all for it, but I do worry for Interforce if they can keep this up, go into a third map, because their playstyle must be so exhaustive mentally to play in, and they've done it since 9 hours ago when their game day started.
12 rounds, 9 multi-kills, 6 clutches. sorry, 7 clutches. Like, I just, you know, these are the kind of moments that we live for, Pengu, because now we're starting to get the most level of entertainment that we could possibly get. Ryder wasn't even needed in this instance. The rest of the team pulled together and got it across the line. I think that, like, honestly, now APAC is starting to really sit in itself and really find its own groove. And as we head to our third map, it is important to realize 7-5, all good and well. From this point on, Tev, I don't know if anyone's going to be able to beat CAG or D+.
That said, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised either of these teams if they have these aggressive, crazy attacks and CAG has an off day, then anything is possible. I mean, I think we learned that in Asia League when Daystar upset Elevate.
We did.
But the thing about this game that I'm a little bit worried about for Enterforce is I just had confirmation from production. We've been live for 9 hours and 48 minutes. That is... Our first match of the day was Enterforce beating FearX, right? Huge upset. That was over 9 hours ago that they played that.
That's crazy.
And they're about to enter another map of Siege after playing that really tough game at the start of the day, having to, you know, conjure up the courage to do an upset, to then watch 2 BO3s and then play this one. It has been a hell of a long day for those guys.
It certainly has, and I think everyone is looking forward to this final map. Turn your bloody microphone off before you throw your headset off. It's time for us to get underway.
Okay, sorry, I guess.
You can't go making that now. It sounds like I'm being an ass hat. Well, I kind of am being an ass hat. But it's time for us to get underway with our final map of the day. We head to bank for all the money it's worth in CJAX. The winner of this will go head-to-head with CAG. It's time to let the professionals do what the professionals do best. And, oh yeah, Pengu and Dev are going to cast for you.
Thanks, Rob. Yeah, maybe turn your microphone off before you start the show next time. I think we'll all enjoy it a little bit more without you yapping. It's time for the professionals to take over, Nick. Enterforce and PSG have pushed us to a third map. Who takes it from here? It's anyone's game. It's anyone's guess. But PSG, they've got the momentum. And man, Enterforce, for them, it's been such a marathon, such a Herculean task today, playing for over 9 hours, or at least playing their first match over 9 hours ago. If this was you, Nick, if you had to play a BO3 in the morning and then wait 2 games and then play one in the evening, what would you be doing in your time off? You going for a walk? You going to the gym? You having a nap? What's the play?
I could not sleep because naps make me more tired. I think I'll do a mixture of, like, you have the debrief of what just happened, small break, and then you'll do like the intro prep work for the match to come. And then you're gonna have a small break, and then you're probably gonna have some food, some drinks, whatever, and then you start warming up, like your aim routine, whatever you have going for yourself. For some people like Fabian, he played single player games. I played Terrorist Hunt in the game back in the day, and then you just like have your own spare time for like half an hour, 20 minutes, and say, guys, time to hit the server. Everyone has a different routine. I think the most important thing is to make space for everyone to do what works for them specifically. So for Enterforce, I hope they've done that. I think we're in for an absolute banger because they have banned Smoke and Tashanka. They have doubled down on the plant denial operators, and they're bringing out Monty, Fuse, Sense, Maverick, Capital in the opening round. Enterforce are not going to go quietly in or out of this map. They're going to go flying, teams. You know it.
And Bank is a great map for Enterforce. They're on a 2-game win streak on this particular map. 11 days ago, they beat Kina Troop. 15 days ago, they beat none other than D plus Kia, both of those matches in overtime. For Talon, well, in the last 6 months, they've won it once out of the 5 times that they've played it. That was back in June, Nick, and guess what? They played Enterforce. They beat them 7-0. But that was a whole different Enterforce. That was a whole different era. And months have passed since then that Enterforce has spent in the workshop, training up, grinding up in the gym, pumping iron, getting ready to get their revenge. PSG sent them down to the lower bracket. Now it's their turn to knock them out of the playoffs.
It's a pretty fast roam clear. Checking all the corners, nooks and crannies. Gonna get that diffuse involved right now to clear anything. Oh, there is a Rooney gate. Someone's gotta tank it, boys. Utility tossed in, diffuse canister. Then a can opener after, perhaps the freeze goes out first. That's gonna stall things out for a good 12 seconds, but not the end of the world.
Oh.
As mentioned before, the smoke, the Shanka both banned away, so it's just the Goyo and the 2 Brow to stall for time.
Yeah, I don't think the fuse charge is actually going to detonate here because the tin can opener will detonate first. But yeah, it's going to be delayed by a long time thanks to Riders Tuber out. That said, I mean, this has been pretty good for Mentaforce. The Maverick has made quick work of lines of sight from server.
Oh, he's spamming it.
Yeah, finally breached on open. Bomb site vision now for Mentaforce, but they do have to clear a lot of these Vulcan canisters. And because that fuse charge never went off, they're going to have to do that manually. Akasu is happy to oblige. There'll only be 20 seconds left on the round. Once that fire subsides, as fire comes out from Jin on his own. 18 kills on the previous map for this man. He's keen to find a couple or more. Outroll the Sen's ROU projector walls to screen off the bomb site. But of course, Soldier, keep in mind, he still has those yokais. As the fire goes out, another yokai rolls on over. Akasu, he doesn't manage to get this plant down, not yet. Soldier's yokai gets into position, but not in time. The plant's gone down, Nick.
It's a disaster. I mean, you're gonna just toss it up on the ceiling and jumped up, but he wants to go past the Monty first, a good measure. Now it's a 5v5 retake, and Nina shuts down the first player on the main stairs.
Traded back. 2 players now coming up the main stairs. Jin, another one for him. Double for Jin.
It's a blender.
It is mincemeat on the main stairs. As Misa finds one. Big Nitro Cell could find it. Soldier gets the kill. Mugi 1v2. How did PSG make the retake a reality? What a way to kick off Bank.
5v5, bomb goes down. Monty, 2 guys by main stairs, 1 by the hatch, and defenders win? Not supposed to happen. Shouldn't even be possible by my count. Mentaforce even got the opening pick and a trade after, which is like a 3v3 or 4v3 that they have significant advantage. I guess maybe it was all part of the plan. Make Mentaforce comfortable and then steal the round right back. One thing's for sure, we can never predict anything that's gonna happen in these rounds to come.
This game is just high octane through and through, every second of it. And you're right, Nick, you can't ever predict what's going to happen. Doesn't matter the score, doesn't matter the man count. Everyone from both of these teams, I mean, they've turned it up to 11 today. Mugi was in the position to clutch that, but he couldn't get it done.
He was.
PSG are firing up for a chance to play in the lower bracket final. They will need to keep the momentum they found on Clubhouse here on Bank, and that is a rip-roaring start.
I can't believe that happened. Like, that never happens. But this is APAC, baby. Like, this is literally the good old meme about APAC just being the most chaotic thing you've ever seen in your life. It's kind of vanished a little bit in recent history, I feel like. Even seems like CAG plays more like fundamentals, more basics of the game. We're taking this back.
Yeah.
We're literally going back in time to an APAC, which is crazy.
Yeah. And doesn't that get you so hyped for the APAC LAN at PAX Melbourne, the major qualifier? Yes. Akasu, talk about chaos, straight on inside. Both him and Ryder on the ground. Is there confirmation here? Oh, the Flores drone is going to try and get the down kill confirmed. I don't think Ryder's going to be able to crawl away in time. Great way to confirm the kill, but Akasu is still on the ground. PSG are too scared to try and push for that kill of their own. Yunsang goes down and eventually finishes him off. Blood for blood.
What a banger start. A Gumine injure, Akus with the gunfight, of course. 4v4, not even numbers, and we're seeing some yellow pings on the yokai drones across the building, and they give such good information. The Echo last round could have literally changed the entirety, but it was a little bit late. But does always give good information.
Spider-Man
even when the active use gadget isn't utilized.
Here's a play from Mentaforce. The call. And the upside down rappel from Jin inside a lobby. He finds a kill on the Spider-Man rappel. Straight into the site for Mugi. He's got to pull out a Gumine. Misa and Soldier to try and deny this plant and retake the bomb site.
No C4 in position for Misa, but Soldier can delay things. The C4 goes missing. He's now back in position, though, to try and support, and Soldier's found his one. This is much more doable now for PSG, but Nina locks in a 3v1 and calls upon Soldier now to clutch. He sees the player, plant denied for a brief moment more. There's 45 seconds. Soldier is going to have to get far more active. Plant denied yet again, but the Rayora locks him out of the objective, and Harper shuts him down. Enter Force have an apt reply. This is going to be a back and forth game. I can just feel it.
It has to be. I mean, it's a classic third map, right? It's a banger, it's intense, it's close, and it comes down to both teams rather using every last bit of energy that they have in their reserve. Interforce started this day longer ago than PSG, but they have both had a long one, playing 2 series of best of 3s, having to fight tooth and nail, upsets happening all day across the entirety of APL, where the underdogs, they're really showing up this stage. It has been, you know, the group stage in best of 1's always a bit like, oh, the better team will win, no big surprises, whatever. But when you get to best of 3s, for some reason, that's where we've seen the upsets, where the better teams are supposed to be unbeatable if they truly are better. Yeah. But they haven't been.
Yeah, I think the thing is as well, when we do see upsets in a BO1, it's wow, exciting, but it's also like, yeah, but that was just a BO1, you know. Only 2 teams get eliminated between the group stage and the playoffs here in APAC North, and then only 2 teams get eliminated between the playoffs and the APAC major qualifiers, so the stakes feel lower. But in the games like Interforce Fearex, that's when the stakes are high, and we're in a BO3, so there's no questioning that it matters, right? So Interforce, yes, they got an upset win in a BO1 over D plus Kia, one of the only teams to beat them in the regular stage. But here in a BO3 with playoffs on the line, there's a hell of a lot more that matters. And Interforce have proven that they are not at all the same beast that we saw go down with the Whimper in stage 1. No, these guys are a real contender here in APAC North.
I also see a little bit of Nuke on occasion, the Danish operator in play, and it's great to counter the echo. As once that gadget is activated, the Nuke will go unnoticed. Now you can still hear the footsteps, so if Soldier, or Rider, sorry, in this case, is actively watching the lobby cam, crouch walking nice and slow here will be the play for Nina. He has to wait though. There has to be pressure on the map first elsewhere.
Oh, what?
Right now, Jungsson with a perfect read. Jin just dies when he walks in bottom square to the quad wall. And another perfect read.
Yeah, really good read from Yinsang. I don't know how PSG knew that there was a Nuke playing inside a lobby.
Oh.
Big mind game, but regardless, the real criticism here, I have to say, is that Jin should not have been sprinting in so quickly. He was completely exposed to a line of sight on the objective, and now Akasu leads the way for E36 to try and desperately bring something back. The top floor we know is clear.
Vert is kind of tough here. The rotate's not really all that great. Can't quite use them effectively. This just feels like a... I mean, there's just no energy left for Interforce in this round. I mean, Monty's dead. The Nuke backstep doesn't work. They have none of their wildcard operators or strats are now working, and we just see PSG in corners. They're waiting. They got the Yokais with such high... How is there no IQ, by the way? How do we not see IQ being played yet? How is this happening? Echo has been a problem every single round, one way or another. And while they have won one of the attacks, it still has not been all that simple.
Yeah. No, you're dead right. A little bit overthought here from Interforce and a little bit of a poor read. On the flip side, PSG have figured this out from the get-go. Yinsang, I think he's about to die. Indeed, Akasu catches him and looks to try and catch the second Yokai. Yeah, no more Echo drones for Ryder. He's just a gun for hire. But 20 seconds... I mean, this will need to be an explosive round from Interforce. Are they going to open an entry? Indeed they are. 15 seconds left to play, and Mugi finds a pivotal opening kill. Hold up a second. He might be able to cross and go for the default plant. Indeed he can. Big Nitro Cell! Gotti could have just saved the round for PSG. Harper has to cross, he has to confirm it. Akasu needs to try and cover now against 3 players. Another Nitro comes out, plant denied! Talon with the double C4s, steal the round from E36.
Just getting a bit nervous there. They had such a good spot. The information game, then PSG start aggressing. They get shot down in the individual gunfights, but there was a backup win condition. The double C4s quite literally take the round from a losable position to a very winnable. If you're Joker, the coach of PSG, you are stressed right now watching these rounds unfold because you're winning, you're losing, you're winning, you're losing. You feel like you got a really good stable ground beneath you.
Echo ban.
But then it starts to crack and shake. Echo ban, no surprise there. Ying ban on the other side, also no surprise. It would have been the Ying, the Sense, the Glass, the Monty, but I don't know. Jin or the Monty is not my first pick, that's for sure.
Nah, Jin's too good on everything else. Getting back on a gun, 18 kills on the previous map. 2 massive nitros, by the way. Like, whee! And also, you really, it's quite hard to land that nitro cell without exposing yourself to the angles at bottom square, right? Like, that's, you got to have quite an arm. You got
shot.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
like the first C4, he got shot in the arm as the animation came through, and like if that hits the head instead, he probably, I mean, then he dies.
That's round done. Yeah, I mean, the attack would have won that round for sure. And, I mean, it's a stretch. Even with the momentum, even with aiming high, it's a stretch to get that C4 to go far enough to get that kill. So, very lucky, very well played. Narrow margins, as always, in this series. It has been a game of back and forth. And this round, this map is no different, right? First for PSG with what was essentially a 1v1. I mean, that big retake in the 5v5. And then Enterforce winning one round and Talon winning the last one. I guess that means it's Enterforce's turn now.
I guess so. If we go by the script. Also, a little bit of cheekiness here from PSG, right? Because they overforced the Echo, which, I mean, it was great. But now you can just keep brute forcing mirror clash like they are right now. Literally every single bomb site, and they can't do anything about it. And Clash, as we all remember, was instrumental on Clubhouse with PSG.
That's it. The difference is that Capitao is left in here. And if anything, I'm a little bit surprised that PSG went to ban the Ying, which Enterforce haven't picked once, and instead went to ban, and could have banned the Capitao instead, which they have played every round. So another curious decision. I mean, it's hard because everyone knows what Ying is capable of, but especially if you want to lean into that clash, get rid of the Cap.
And say they were gonna ban the Warden and then play Ying Glass every round, right? Like that could also be a pre-thought concern, maybe. I'm not sure. But you are right. The Clash will have to be a bit more cautious now. But that's Gotti playing it, a more passive, player in general. Pocket mirror established instead of janitors.
Oh, big breach.
As the first one gets exploded open by the exothermic charge.
Yeah, that's a really good exothermic there. It pretty much controls janitors now. Misa not able to play so aggressively in that position, forced on back. EMP goes out, doesn't actually land on the clash though. So Gotti still has quite a bit of mobility here. He sees that clash. Oh, no way. No way. Thermite times it to perfection, goes in the sight, gets lit up though. Mugi looks for a safe haven as the fire prevents him from marching on forward. He still might be able to make a play here. This is so awkward for Mugi as the clash sees him, stuns him. Tempted to go for another peek, does drop the shield down, has an angle onto that thermite. Should he walk into the bomb site again, already low on HP, he might just see an angle, but no, doesn't see the cross. Mugi still struggling to find a safe haven to plant, and he's shut down. Gotti out of it. E36 forcing the plant down, as Yin Sang is left to his own devices, all alone. I cannot believe Mugi has survived for so long and to close the final kill as well. Enterforce continue the back and forth nature of this map. The pattern continues and we're once again tied up.
I think you can tell that both teams are a little bit tied at 0 right now. A bit of missed timings on both sides, miscoordination. For example, Gotti's on the clash in Janitor Hallway, and for a second he put down the shield to then watch the breach if Thermite was to leave it. But then he thinks otherwise and walks back to play passive again. While he's moving away, PSG is C4 in the plant spot, and Thermite's only response is gonna be to run back outside the breach. Had they timed it correctly, that Clash is holding the breach run out, the C4 comes through, either Thermite stays in the site and will die, or has to run out the bomb site sprinting and will die to Gotti.
but they literally mistime it. And because that, Mugi stays alive for the entirety of the round, and we saw what happened. You know, Interforce are successful. It's gonna come down to the fine details, I'm sure. It's a classic case of burnout in these long series. Interforce keep up the aggression, but it's no longer as, I don't know, chaotic and crazy and high risk. It's a bit more thought out this time on Bank. It requires a bit more precision, and they're bringing that precision, showing us further that Interforce, they're not a one-trick pony. They can play the correct pace on various maps.
All right, well, we're back down in the basement. This is classic Bank, isn't it, Nick? This is where Interforce pulled off a 5 versus 5 plant last time around, and PSG were really relying on that Echo for Plant Denial. Quite a switch up this round as the final bans have rocked on through. Now, E36, all 3 of their bans are about Plant Denial, Tachanka, Smoke, and Echo. It leaves PSG with a lot of choices. And one of those choices is, how are you going to deny that plant? 3 C4s may be the right idea, but with Monty and Thatcher, I think Thatcher may well be the secret source to this lineup. How many of those nitro cells can be disabled when that plant goes down?
Yeah, Thatcher is a funny operator because he has so many use cases. C4s mid-air, of course, any of the Electric Bros, Bandikaid, Jäger Volmai, Warden Glasses. There are just so many different instances of use case. He's got to keep all 3 in pocket so far. Here's the Monty. Mookie walks in, sees Misa, and Misa gonna go, yeah, no, don't really want that smoke right now. And that is why Monty is so strong. No other operator in the entire game can do this kind of play without the risk of dying. So they get the can opener open. That's gonna force PSG to fall back towards the bomb side. This ensures that the 5v5 will happen unless they're gonna peek a hatch, or unless Interforce are gonna get a little bit silly and maybe peeking first, a little bit too aggressive.
You see how careful Arcasu's being. Really doesn't want to expose himself as he finishes off this hatch. Tiny bit more damage needs to be done. There you go. Needs to burn some of this util though. I mean, we've still got the Aruni gate on the hatch. Needs to be burnt. I think he's now finally done so. Nade comes out for Nina. How's this execute going to pan on out? Remember, no Goyo in play this round for PSG. There is absolutely no plant denial outside of those 3 C4s.
It's gonna come down to that. To PSG have to rotate the players. Start inside of red, throw the C4, go elsewhere, and replace the red C4 time and time again. While worrying about a garage flank, main stairs flank, hatch drops. Comes down to util use. There's the Monty, here comes the plant.
Here are the EMPs as well. Look at Jin. He's tossing them down one at a time. Yep. Another C4 goes over. It gets EMP. Look at the pile up of C4s disabled on the site. The counter is perfect from Enderforce. Genius. Thatcher is still relevant in 2025, my friends. And Enderforce, all they got to do is lock down the post. Nina is making mincemeat on the main stairs. Ryder looks to try and retake. Finds one. 2 more. 20 seconds to play it. Mugi has that shield. It's all up to Harper with the rifle to try and lock it down. Ryder almost finds the kill, but Harper puts him in the dirt. A 2nd round in a row for Enderforce on the back of a nuclear attack on the basement. For the first time on Bank, they take the lead.
We saw the C4 literally at the feet of Monty. He was gonna take down the planter, almost take down the Monty as well. But guess what? A little bit of CBD sap animation. It got EMP'd by Thatcher. A 2nd C4 was tossed on out. Way too late, however. The bomb was confirmed, that this time the retake not successful for PSG. It's again that mincemeat on main staircase. 3 separate players fall from PSG and 1 from Interforce. So more than half the killing occurs right there in a very short time span. PSG are losing rounds to cheese at this point, but it's again smart cheese by Interforce. It was start out from the very beginning of the operator selection phase going, guys, we banned the Echo, we banned the Smoke, we banned Tachanka. The literal only plant denial that we cannot control is gonna be C4s. If there's Goyo Fire, you grenade them, you fuse them. If there's a Maestro, you do self-destruction or a Brava. You got all these counter tools. And the thing is, PSG only brought the C4s, as you pointed out, so I guess we'll just EMP them.
Man, I mean, so satisfactory.
Beautiful.
So satisfactory seeing like those nitro cells piled up there.
Yeah.
It goes to show, I mean, that is perfect. Like, there's literally, like, how do you deny the plant with no smoke and no Tachanka and no echo in that scenario when they're bringing the Thatcher? Like, what can you do? Is there any solution? Or have Enterforce just broken the basement attack?
They've kind of broken it, I would say. I mean, there is small stuff you can do, whether it's playing a Sami and a Sami off the hatch to deny the line of sight, patch up the breach, pushing aggressive.
Oh my god, that's so.
Whether it's playing.
That's so cooked to try and do that, man.
I mean, if you want, like, I think about it, you can play Kai Tubrau, and you can like really deny the hatches because right now they're only mavericking one hatch around and then using can openers for the other. If you play the Kite, which is actually open, which is quite rare, you can just Kai Tubrau 2 of the hatches and force Maverick to open both of them, which stall for more time. Play that plus the Goyo, and now there's going to be like no time left to plant, I feel like. But it's difficult because now you're playing a lot of utility, not a lot of good weapons, yada yada yada. There's a lot of back and forth here. I don't think there's a good solution that's like just outright the best.
Yeah.
Comes down to what the team thinks is better.
And like we were saying before, a lot of people think of APAC, especially old style APAC, as just like aggressive, no brain. They take a lot of risks, but they have a lot of good gun skill. But man, today from Enterforce, we've seen aggression. We've also seen creativity and impeccable problem solving. Like, this is oppressive.
Yes.
The way they have just broken this attack onto the basement. Now, thankfully for PSG, no more worrying about the basement. We're going to start from open area for this round. But guess what? E36, they got Blackbeard, Glaz, they're cooking again.
Always got their pocket strats, they got their flexibility. They have 2 sets of smokes. I love when teams bring a spare backup just in case they need it to support the glass further. And again, without the echo, without the plant and operators of the shotgun smoke, the only real counter to the smoke grenades will be C4s, which there's only 1 of in this round, and a Warden, which to pretty big surprise to me, we're not really seeing being brought up by PSG almost ever on Bank so far, if ever on Bank actually. And yeah, they banned the Ying, but Ying is not the only operator that Warden does well against.
Yeah. No, you're right. A distinct lack of Warden here from PSG. But a question still remains, will they be capitalized upon by this Glaz Akasu using his scope now, looking into the site as Jin tries to lock down the main stairs. Here comes Akasu, tries to make his way forward. Really a lot of util for him to contest with. Meanwhile, elsewhere, there is a hell of a lot of action going down as E36 find themselves needing to enter the site right now. And I think Jin is going to struggle to get in time. Out comes the rifle, but it's going to be too late. Akasu also too late. PSG stalled out the timer and managed to find a 3rd round at the end of the half.
Back and forth, 1 round here, 1 round there, nice and steady in the first half. But now we swap things up. PSG on the attack. Enterforce goes to defense. And with how different these 2 teams are approaching the same game, I have no idea what to expect once more. Normally, like, okay, these guys will bring these operators and these guys will counter this way. I have given up because every time we try and predict it ahead of time, it just doesn't seem like we hit the mark. When we see what operators they pick, for example, you called the Thatcher EMP in the C4s perfectly 3 minutes before it happened, which is beautiful. But we could have never guessed that Interforce would have done that before they showed the Thatcher because they're just not that predictable.
Yeah. Oh, in the second half, though, I don't know. Everything we just saw done by Enterforce on the attack, PSG could totally turn around and do again. Like, that's what we saw in Clubhouse. We praised Enterforce on the attack. We were like, dude, these guys are so nuts. On Consulate as well, like, Enterforce had insane attacks, and then PSG went and did it straight back to him.
Operator bans, as you saw them, Ying, Capita from Enterforce, of course, targeting the explosiveness in the executes, PSG, the Kaid, and the Clash. I actually think that's a really smart choice. The Kaid, of course, you can't do 2-bro Kaid like we just spoke about on the flip side. That ensures you can actually attack. Don't gotta bring the Maverick every single run if you don't want to. The Clash, big problem on Bank, and just in general, it sucks to deal against. The big things that PSG now have to look out for, it's gonna have to be stuff like
the Warden, the Goyo, the Mira, and then Plant Denial, like the Smoke, the Echo, and the Chashanga. That's like the 5-6 operators that they have to keep in mind every single round, because based on what Interforce will choose, you need different counterplay. Whether it's the IQ Twitch for, you know, Echo, etc., stuff like that. Whether it's more like Monty to ensure a plant. That's going to be the most important parts. And every single round, you have to bring enough hard destruction to ensure you can get all the hatches and the walls. So for this round, and this is where can openers are insane, you can play Sense, Monty, Grim, and you have 6 pieces of hard utility on the can opener secondary while having really strong primary gadgets and really strong primary weapons. And you can also, which they have, play Hibana on top. It doesn't matter if someone dies right now, PSG, they will open every hatch.
Now, step one is always taking the map. Now, there's no real roam, but Jin extending inside of Blue Stairs is going to be a challenging obstacle to take out. I mean, we talked about this earlier, Nick, on, I think it was on our previous bank games, right? We had a mute playing in this Blue Stairs position, and he died early because of the Ying, because of the flashbangs. Now, we don't have a Ying, of course, but we've got some flashes on Gotti, which are the main way that you would deal with this position. Oh, have a look at this little bit of tech. Nice little zap there as Akasu walks away. It activates the Aruni gate, burns up one of those bits of util, but still plenty available. Oh, man, it's just, again, burning more time, because then he's going to go and use the Tubarao.
The time is kind of ticking down here. I want to see the Monty. Yeah, there we go. Just a little bit further in the door. Force the cannons to get popped. That's going to buy you 20 seconds. If you're Jin, you can fall on back. Or, to my surprise, you can stay your ground. This burns further time in the round. And Jin doesn't have a C4 anymore, so he's just a gun for hire. It makes sense to fight it out.
May as well last as long as he can in this position. Shotgun. Ooh, there's the Monty. Oh, can't even take a fight. Yeah, he's just eating it. Eat some bullets from Misa as well. Ooh, this is awkward. Yinsang, oh, damn it. Really needed to nail that shot. One of his teammates now needs to burn that, and it has been done. Still, time is of the essence. Not going to be a lot left by the time it comes to planting here. Oh, as I say that, Gotti's actually planting. He's barely in the doorway. I don't think they even know about it. The smoke is going to be way too late. Gotti can tank it. Plant is down. 5v4 for PSG, Pengu.
Stole it. I saw the angle as well. I thought, you know what, off pace, timing, Smoke's not going to be ready for it. The wall isn't open up. Another retake. The third plant on basement between these two teams almost never happens. C4. It gets one.
It's a big nitro cell from Akasu, but he's being covered off by 2 angles. We need the support. Harper finds the kill. And now Akasu gets aggressive. Mugi finding one as well. Yunsang and Soldier need to cover this. Yunsang coming in from behind. He's not going to bet it. He's not going to find it in time. An unbelievable retake from Interforce. Absolute daylight robbery on bank.
Both teams have planted on basement with like 4v5. And somehow both teams have retaken on the defensive side against all odds. And both cases, a Monty was left alive in the post-play, which means you have full information on where the defenders are, the defuse, and everything else. This, again, never happens. A genius plant there from PSG, off pace, caught Interforce by surprise, but a bad positioning in the post-plant means they don't get the round victory. That's a huge round because it's been such a close affair, 3-3. Now Interforce lead by 1. They win on basement, which can be so difficult to do. And it comes down to there being only 8.5 seconds left. If Youngsang had just killed the one guy defusing when there are 3 guys piled on top of each other, there wouldn't be enough time for a second attempt. That would have been the round victory if 1 kill happens.
Well, well, well. What a series we've had today. Nobody expected to have Interforce v Scars in this lower bracket. I think we were all pretty much banking on... Oh, sorry, Interforce PSG. I think we were all pretty much banking on Fearx Scars, maybe Fearx PSG if you're a bit Korean biased.
or if you're you, Nick, but nobody expected Enterforce here, and they certainly didn't think it would go the distance here. Enterforce pretty damn close to making it to that lower final. Of course, one of the only teams to take down D+ in the group stage. D+ are waiting in the grand final if either of these teams could take down CAG and get there.
The calm before the storm. It won't be long until PSG are going to approach the bomb site. And when they do, they're going to have some chaos of their own. Dokkaebi and Sense being brought out. The Wamai Magnets again. Interforce bring out a little bit of flair to these default defenses.
Yeah, they do.
Protecting the mirror window and the Evil Eyes with the Magnets of Harbor on Wamai has now burned much more utility than PSG would have liked.
Oh, did they?
They shoot this up as well.
There's no way. Even through the smoke, is Mugi able to shoot it? I don't
Sounded
think.
like it.
I don't think the sound was detonated at all. Is the? No way. That mirror window is still alive.
Oh my god.
Finally,
it tanked 3 Selma, 3 Lances, smoke grenades, and a bunch of flashbangs, and they only just cleared it.
Is it true that when the Kali hits the mirror, can you shoot the lance off before it breaks the mirror?
Yes.
You can. So that was
Yes, so
Nina could have got that.
It bores in, and it needs a good like 1.5 or so seconds. Same on deployable shields on any surface. So Kali lances are shootable, yes. Ashes are not.
Yeah. So Nina, unfortunately, didn't manage to shoot it on time. So the mirror has been broken, the glass at least. But still, the fact that the Selmas didn't detonate gives them so much more mobility. Also, Akasu's just opened up a great angle for him to toss smoke. And we still have the Maestro here.
There's the call. No one's going to answer. A plan's going to be attended by Gotzi, perhaps? Yes, he is.
Oh, this is a very unusual position. Nina also goes all the way around.
What?
Ryder somehow finds him, but somehow the plan has also been denied. Gotti spotted and taken out. It's desperate now for Soldier. Harper's got him dead to rights. Yinsang on the roof. He's got to get in the action. Meanwhile, Ryder is right in the thick of it and taking down the big retake from Enterforce. Another round on the defense. Marks 2 on the trot and a lead extended for Enterforce.
I honestly thought the plant was going to go down there. I didn't realize that Gotzi had been killed off, and I didn't really see how it happened, but we'll see the replay shortly here in a moment. But Interforce, good at waiting, good patience, good little flair there with Wamai, and again, they can solve all the problems seemingly on the fly. No problems whatsoever. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Man, I don't know about you, Nick, but I think I'm a believer. I have a sneaky suspicion. I think I was a believer after map 1. PSG, I mean, they had everything going for them, right? The historical result against Enterforce on every single map in this trilogy that we've just been playing out. On the first map, that was where these two met in the group stage. On the second map, well, I mean, Talon had their fair share of results there. And Bank, in particular, the last time Talon won it, it was a 7-0 over Enterforce a couple of months ago. What a sweet revenge this may well be for the underdogs, who nobody expected to make it this far, and they're not done yet. Now, qualifying for PAX was not enough for Enterforce. They are hungry to take more scalps in these best-of-3 series. And of course, BO3s, that's where you really need to perform at the top level, because every single important match you will ever play in your career will be in a best-of-3 or a best-of-5. Enterforce, you can have an upset here and there in the group stage. That doesn't count for nearly as much as what you can achieve here in the playoffs, but they have earned our respect.
Yeah, they're pulling a Daystar, as we would have said a few days ago, where they too caused a bunch of upsets, but they're doing it in their very own way. As I keep saying, Interforce are not following the normal meta. The norm of how to play the game. They're not predictable, they're not boring, that's for damn sure. They play, I don't know, a very difficult style of Siege, and honestly, massive props to them for staying in this with such a long day ahead of them, playing 2 separate BO3s, watching 2 more while waiting for their own second game to start. They still got the creativity, they still got the communication skills going.
Yeah.
Youngsung very aggressive on the Monty.
Up on Banana with no real backup. He's forcing back the rumors of Interforce, but they take down Misa in the process. And Gotti.
That they do. Oh, the sheer determination of this team after such a long day. Going further than they have ever gone before. Nina and Harper, the only players on this roster that have ever seen the top of APAC North, that have ever seen the top of their respective leagues. Now going up against a name like PSG Talon in a match like this, when elimination is on the line, after a full day of Siege, to have the grit to continue. And all they have to do now is hold on this defensive side on Bank, one of the most attacker-sided maps in the pool. PSG, with 2 shields in the 3v5, have their work cut out for them.
And all Interforce has to do right now to win is just not throw. That's literally it. They don't gotta make a play. They don't gotta stop a plant, ideally. They just need to not throw. Goyo Fire, Echo Drones, 5 bodies alive. Playing in good corners, in good positions. Fire now is gonna subside shortly. Jungsen can start walking in the double door of kitchen and get some information for his team. Akusu runs back, gets shot from the janitor's wall, but a second Goyo Fire gets popped actually. It means about 12 seconds left in the round before PSG can walk on in.
But there's
They
another.
might force down these hedges instead.
I think there's another Vulcan
another?
that still hasn't been popped. I'm pretty sure I saw one. Might be still a chance. Akasu has a prime position near Prince, and nobody from PSG is going to account for his spot. And Mugi takes down Ryder. Goodbye to the Blackbeard. Goodbye to the Gridlock. Yinsang has it all to do, and he will simply lay down and give up. There's no point trying anymore for PSG. 3 match points for Interforce. At the culmination of this series, they will stand tall. PSG so far behind. It's a mighty mountain that they must climb now. Otherwise, they are shown the door here in the APAC North playoffs.
And to make things even worse, Interforce can target ban anything that they desire. The Monty has been the only way in the building for PSG, but it has not been a problem for Interforce. So instead, they're gonna keep the plan the same. Target the execute. Ying, Capitao, and the Grim. PSG, they ban the Echo, and then they call a tactical timeout.
It's a long shot for an underdog here in the playoffs, but Interforce have earned our respect. 6-3 match point as PSG take their tactical timeout with one last chance. 3 rounds is what they need to push this into OT. But Nick, it doesn't matter what they do. Later on, it doesn't matter what happens at PAX. Right now, this best of 3 is set before them. And a statement's already been made by Interforce earlier today. If they can take down FearX, they can achieve anything. 1 BO3 against FearX when they're having a bad day, you could argue that that's a fluke. But to do this here against PSG, to make it to the lower bracket final for our second last place team from stage 1, this is a roster that deserves all the merit and respect that they have earned through their performances today. So, all it comes down to is one basement defense, Nick.
We've seen this a couple of times already, and it's brought a lot of different things. Plants going down, retakes being successful, EMPs being juggled, C4s, Echo Drones, Sense, pure on chaos. And it's smart from Interforce to go back downstairs because they have now also banned the Grim. The only real execute operators that PSG have left in pocket is gonna be pretty much what they have right here. Glass, Monty, Sense, and then maybe if they want to go a bit more aggressive, they could have brought the Dokkaebi. one thing we've not seen either team really do a lot of is actually attacking garage and going for a backstep on the bomb site basement. Or basement bomb site, other way around. It's been mostly frontal takes. Server, A hatch, that's it. No lobby drops, no garage focus. And when you got the glass, you have a DMR. Garage could be mighty fine. And you have those smoke grenades in pocket as well. PSG first has a fully roam clear. They're in open area. Riders holding down the main stairs for a flank. They have gotten in the building with full map control in only 60 seconds. This means that Tashanka, that is being brought out by Interforce 36, has to start using the fire a lot earlier than they would have liked.
It's all about the timer, isn't it, here for Interforce? It's so smart. It's so easy for Nina. Simply jump off, and the Iruni Gate will make short work of the util on the hatch. PSG have to replace it with another, and they do. Nina doesn't mind. Half the round is done. Oh, he's getting aggressive. And he needs to be careful not to give up his life early here. Nina's actually still playing aggressively, while Jin still holds on to the top of these blue stairs. Interforce are not giving up this ground.
No, they are not. And this could be a round-winning play. Nina's been pretty strong in the series so far. Not always in kills, but decision-making position. He's just running around the circles. Where's he going?
He's duked them out. That's what he's done here.
He has.
He's wasted even more time. Everybody. And now he's decided it's time to fall back to site. But Ryder, the shining light for PSG, he was required to do something. And he has a big opening kill. But Jin is continuing to just duke out this Monty. PSG, you need to move now. We need to start pushing onto this player, and they do take him down. PSG in the 5v3, but we've seen rounds like this fall, slip through their fingers before. The Plantanile comes out, it's up to the Tachanka with his fire. A soldier. The Monty with that diffuser marches on forward. As the Sens RU rolls on out, Ryder drops on down to his demise, but he's found 2 big kills this round. Akasu falls, and PSG stay alive. Another attack round found, but 2 more required to push us into overtime.
Playing for kills there is very smart. Timer is so low. If one chunk of fire hits the correct area, you will not have time for a second attempt at planting down that diffuser. Nina fell early to Ryder on the hatch. The Warden has been unsuccessful on the server stairs in both attempts there from Interforce. Always dying early, never finding a kill, and not buying just enough time in the server. Even taking down Misa though on the glass wouldn't have made necessarily that round happen, because it's Gotti in the end that pushes through and gets both kills while Misa is planting and Monty is getting down that plant. PSG still got some fight left in them. But again, one mistake from them, or one singular clutch from Interforce, and that's curtains. Then it'll be a 2-1 victory for Interforce if that happens.
I mean, the fact that PSG can come back after that tactical timeout and win a round onto the basement, it's commendable, Nick. It was also the first attack round they found so far. This half started with Interforce winning 3 straight on 3 different bomb sites. Now the top floor is where we go. I mean, those 3 rounds that were won on Interforce on this defense, they were all convincing, Nick. They only dropped 1 player on all 3 of those bomb sites. PSG, well, they've proven that they can come back even when staring down defeat. But can they do it over and over again? Enough to push us into overtime.
You know, my heart says, let's go overtime. My brain says, can we handle it, James? It's been some ridiculous rounds. It's been puzzling at times, but also surprising in a positive way.
It's been such a long
series. In a way, I want to see it go the distance, but it has been a long series. Like, think about it, not just in like the round count, 7-5, 7-5, and maybe here 7-4, whatever, but like almost every single round, there's like 5 seconds left, and the round is decided. A post plan where there's a few seconds left in the counter defuse. It's not just the duration of the round, or the amount of the rounds, it's the duration itself as well. Again, a slow start of PSG. Again, they had to be perfect, not make mistakes, use the Brava to good success. Hacks 1 evil eye. Hacks a second, but Brava Cam gets shot and not successful. Second Brava drone has to be attempted. If they don't shut down the evil eyes, a plant will not be possible.
Oh, this is so good from Misa. Oh, they do manage to knock it. His goal, though, is to be able to try and get a lot of info on that site, see that second mirror window. That's valuable. Wow. Good play there from Nina to keep that mirror window in the pocket. The Brava has just stolen the show and stolen all of these Evil Eyes. Maestro smashing his desk at the moment. Jin, who's been very quiet here on Bank after a loud performance on Clubhouse. And we've been playing, Nick. Today, our stream has been going for over 10 hours and 40 minutes. Enterforce have had an absolutely chockers day of Siege, and this could be the end of it.
He's in the corner. They can't clear this. Again, no capital. The nade is there. The nade is good.
This is what PSG needed. Piece by piece. In goes the Brava drone. It finds the util. It clears the util. They spot the players. They take them down. The ROUs need to roll on out now for PSG. We need to see some more kills. 5v4. Oh, but Nina, how does he steal that onto Gotti? The diffuser needs to be reclaimed as well. Wait, that's the thermite before he detonates. That's before the thermite charge goes off. I don't know if PSG can come back from this.
He froze the wall, so thermite couldn't get it done. That changes everything, James. 20 seconds left, no way in. They gotta rush down the hallway and get in those windows.
And Nina's found another one. It's utter desperation for PSG. On the windows, they repel, but they must make their way forward. Carly has to put her sprinting boots on and make her way onto the side, but Yinsang is the last one left. APL is the gift that just keeps on giving. The Cinderella story of a team overlooked from the bottom 2 to the top 3. Enterforce 36 knock PSG from the playoffs and ascend to the lower bracket final. Unbelievable scenes here in APAC North. Rob, I am speechless.
This matchup is exactly what we thought it would be from start to finish. It was just pure cinema. That is entertainment at its absolute finest. I mean, there are so many rounds here. There is so much chaos. You can see everyone is hanging on by a thread. Nick, after what we saw yesterday, after what has transpired earlier today, this feels so right.
It does. There's just something about the underdog story, about teams that have an impossible task in front of them and making magic happen in the server. And the most impressive part for me, for these guys of Interforce, is that they play their own game. They don't play like everybody else. They create their own path. They barely celebrate when they won, by the way, which is the biggest disappointment. But again, they're probably dead tired. They want to go to sleep. They've had such a long day.
Yeah, honestly, I'm sure production are probably feeling that one right now. But through and through, Dev, this has been a series to remember.
Banger.
There's been so many times in APL where we get to these kind of games and they fizzle out, right? It goes 7-1, 7-2, and before we know it, we're like, well, we just played our lower bracket match of the day. That was one of the matches of all time. This, for me, this is one of the best.
Oh, for sure. And it's such a rewarding thing to see because the last time these teams met in the upper bracket when PSG won, it was Enderforce winning unexpectedly on the first map 7-3 and then 7-1, 7-3 for PSG. It did peter out, right? Yep. Not to be this time. Not only did we get a long and arduous game with both teams playing arguably some of their best ever Siege, I can certainly say that for Enterforce, we also saw the upset victory and a massive reprisal as well for Nina, who had a quiet earlier game. Jin, funnily enough, he goes from, 18 kills on Clubhouse to 4 and 8 here. But everyone on Enterforce is taking their turns, and the thing that really sticks out for me, I mean, Nick, we talked about it to death. These guys play so smart, aggressive Siege.
Yeah.
That Thatcher C4 Plantanile with the smoke to Chanka Echo ban, fucking genius. I loved it.
No, it was. It's small things like that that can make or break a round of Siege, and it's so beautiful when it finally comes to play. You saw the Thatcher, you called out the possibility of an EMPC for denial, but the fact and the odds of that actually happening, with the timing between both teams, twice even, is ridiculous. But that's the kind of series that this was. The impossible was possible, the things that shouldn't happen, they happened, and the team that shouldn't have won when this day started, won not just once, they beat Fearx, and then they beat PSG. They won twice.
Stories galore. This is APAC Siege. This is today and yesterday have been APAC Siege in a nutshell. Doesn't matter what expectations there are. You should never expect anything. You should just go in blind to everything.
I think it's so funny because we actually have a format in APL which admittedly gives teams a lot of second chances. Like we have 7 play days of groups, and then we have a double elim 16 playoffs, and then we have an APAC major qualifier, right? So many second chances, and yet we're still having big teams knocked out by the likes of Enterforce. That is a testament to how good these underdogs are.
Yeah, it's a little, I will say, there's something bittersweet about this stage right now. Like, Nick, we always want to see the best teams that we possibly can, right? But I think the caveat that people forget is when you say the best team, it doesn't always mean the best as in the best from last stage or the best in group stages. It means the best on the day, and that is what we've had through and through. I think the one thing that we really need to keep our eyes on right now is D+. D+ are like they just kind of shrouded through group stages, came into playoffs, and only beat B&K FearX, and then only went and beat CAG. This is now getting a little ridiculous. I mean, in your opinion, do D+ now just kind of go, like, for me, it's kind of irrespective of the grand final. If I'm being completely honest, I know that sounds a little bit how you going, but because of the way the major qualifier plays out, for me, they've done enough for me to say that they're at the top of this region right now.
I would agree. I don't think this is a case of Asia where you have like Weibo are looking like a potential candidate, maybe Fury on the best of their days or Days on the best of the days, and then you have Elevators like, oh, they're maybe the best. This is very much a D+ is beating the best teams to get where they are, and they've not done it a little bit. They've done it very convincingly. They've been by far the most consistent and the most improved as well. I think CAG is going to be my personal second best team right now in this region of APAC North, but I do think they're below D+.
Yeah. Dev, just to contextualize it for people at home, they may see the 2 O's and go, wow, that's pretty impressive, right? What's even more impressive than that is throughout 4 maps of Siege against the best teams in this region, they only dropped 12 rounds.
That is insane.
That is mental.
D+ have been really dominant through these playoffs, which is crazy because they did have that 4-game loss streak in the group stage. And they did peter out in stage 1.
How?
They didn't even make it to the upper bracket. They lost the upper bracket final to FearX. So yeah, I think it's been a perfect storm for D+. They're definitely better than stage 1. It's funny, compared to Elevate, like Elevate made huge pickups, objectively good pickups. D+ didn't, right? No. D+ stuck with the same roster and it actually performed better than Elevate in their respective region. I think it's a bit of a perfect storm because on the one hand, yes, FearX, something clearly has gone wrong with them recently. Off camera, off stream, we don't know what's going on.
We don't know. Hands up in the
maybe there's nothing, maybe we're overthinking it, but like this should never
the
be
tweet from Dark.
Seems like it.
There's clearly something else at work here. And, we all know that there was also like a trouble out of the game for CAG. So perhaps if they were, they had a consistent roster, maybe they would have contested. So it's a perfect storm for D+ to take #1 spot in APL.
It is.
For APN, I should say.
APL, APN.
But last point, APL is going to be a different story. And I think, I don't know, from what I've seen so far, I think Weibo might be the best team in APL right now.
Yeah, the major qualifier is going to be very interesting on LAN
We might
as
all
well. It's, I mean, like, if you are not at PAX Australia, you are missing out entirely. Gents, thank you for joining me on the desk. I would ask for your final thoughts, but I'm going to see you in probably like another 12 hours. So we'll let the people at home slowly drag this one out.
Interview?
Drops. No interview today. Would you like an interview? I can interview
Why not?
you.
No, but like, why not? What's the reasoning here? I demand answers.
I think Enterforce exited forcefully.
They went to bed.
They're like, dude, we've been playing for 10 hours. I'm done.
I'm not
They're
sure.
like, you'll see us tomorrow,
Yeah, I don't know if they have English speaking players. I'm not sure what the deal is. Apparently, there's no English speaking players that are comfortable enough to come on.
Don't worry. At PAX, we'll change that.
At PAX, you know what? It's the same thing with Meffy. Meffy did the same thing to me when he came to Australia to do the content. Mate, he was having full conversations with me, and I'm like, you told me you couldn't speak a lick of English. You are a liar. But anyway, now I digress from what the fundamental point is, which is I'm dragging this out as long as possible to piss production off more and to give you more drops. We want drops. We want drops, that's it. But thank you very much for joining us here for the APL. The APN will conclude tomorrow, so be there or be square. See ya.
涙の色はエメラルドブルー宝石みたいに光ってる流れ星を見上げていたあの夜もふと窓に映ったまだどこか戸惑った顔このまま遠く離れてゆく街も君もさよならなんだ夢を追いかけ争っていた自分勝手だね君が言った刺さる言葉孤独の中リピートするふわり風が飲み込んでゆく夜の電車が心地よくて期待してんのバカみたい今はまた涙の色はエメラルドブルー宝石みたいに光ってる何もかもを捨てたかった憂鬱なあの日々も騒ぎ始めた胸の中の答えを探す旅に出よう流れ星を追い越してくスピードで絶えないメロディー夢が枯れ葉のように宙に徘徊セオリー私なんだったっけ見えなくてうなる雑踏のクラクションだって